Unexpectedly traversing into the world of Pokemon as the prodigious trainer, Shigeru, I vow this time not to merely play the supporting role. Armed with the memories and tactical knowledge of my past life, I set forth once more from Masera Town. Each gym battle and badge I earn will serve as undeniable proof that the pride of the Okido family remains unsullied. Witness how the reborn Shigeru shatters the shackles of fate, step by step ascending to the throne of World Champion. Chapter 1. The journey begins with a transforming Eevee. In the gentle breeze of Masera Town, the place where dreams commence, the lights of the Okido laboratory still flicker at midnight. Young Shigeru gazes at the luggage beside his bed, lost in thought. Tomorrow marks his debut as a Pokemon trainer. It has been 5 years since his soul merged with this world. As the grandson of Professor Okido, Shigeru has undoubtedly grown up with a silver spoon in his mouth. As the rival of the original generation, let us set a modest goal for ourselves, to never fall behind. Shigeru resolves inwardly. Research is not an option after all. At the cusp of his journey, Pokemon have already transitioned into their 9th generation. To put it bluntly, even a hastily written paper from me could keep the academic world occupied for years. Hence, in this life, Shigeru decides to tread a different path. That is, to become #1 in the world. Indeed, only by claiming the title of world champion does one deserve to match the grandeur of Shigeru. Moreover, it cannot be a stumble and fall victory, it must be an undefeated legend akin to that of Dan Emperor. To achieve this, Shigeru has made some preparations. First and foremost, he has prepared a paper on the evolutionary diversity of Eevee. This paper meticulously outlines the developmental trends of Eevee's inherent instability and the potential for all-type evolutions. Within the academic realm of this period, this paper is undoubtedly a seismic revelation. After extensive verification, Professor Okido personally endorsed it, propelling it to the forefront of the Pokemon academic forum. Shigeru thus gained instant fame, becoming the youngest scholar certified by the League. According to Professor Okido, had it not been for the astonishing brilliance of a 10-year-old doctor, Shigeru's paper could have easily warranted a doctorate. However, these accolades are mere embellishments. Shigeru's true objective lies within the Eevee Research Institute, located in Tokiwa City. At Shigeru's behest, Professor Okido leveraged his connections to procure an experimental Eevee from the institute. Designated as test subject number 003, this Eevee can adeptly wield multiple attribute energies. Based on Shigeru's estimations, its potential might not be inferior to that of Ash's Pikachu. Unfortunately, due to its late discovery, it never had the opportunity to shine. Now, as Shigeru holds the white commemorative ball, let us embark on a journey to witness the pinnacle of excellence. Shigeru, still awake? Professor Okido's voice calls from outside the door, prompting Shigeru to rise and open it. What's the matter? Are you too excited to sleep? The professor gazes at Shigeru with warmth. Yes, Grandpa. I'm finally about to debut as a Pokemon trainer. I'm a bit nervous, Shigeru sheepishly explains, scratching the back of his head. Ha. Well, make sure to get some rest. After all, traveling demands considerable stamina and endurance, the professor advises patiently. Don't worry, Grandpa. As long as I have my Pokemon by my side, I believe everything will go smoothly. Just wait for me to bring glory to the family. Shigeru confidently pats his chest. All right, then hurry and sleep. Our town's beacon of hope, Professor Okido chuckles, shaking his head as he turns off the light. With that, Shigeru flops onto his bed, clutching his commemorative ball, and drifts into slumber. The next day, the crisp sound of an alarm clock rouses Shigeru from his dreams. He is not a mere muscle-bound rookie, his sleep is not so deep. After freshening up, he dons his travel Eteria pair of gray jeans, a black short-sleeved shirt, and a purple cloak. The cloak, essential for its practicality against the winds, not only provides warmth in winter and coolness in summer, but also serves as a vessel for drinks. After feeding his little Eevee breakfast and reminding it to meet new friends soon, Shigeru leisurely descends the stairs. Hey, you're up. Come get breakfast ready. He hears Professor Okido, donned in a pink apron, amidst a kitchen filled with smoke. Shigeru can't help but cover his face. It seems I must find the old man an assistant. He shakes his head, heading down to take over the spatula. Ahaha. I intended to make you a hearty breakfast, but it appears to be more challenging than I anticipated. Professor Okido scratches his head awkwardly. I'll prepare the essentials for beginners instead. With a quick fry of bacon, some toast, and a soft-boiled egg, alongside a bowl of vegetable salad, a nutritious breakfast is ready. Grandpa, let's eat first, Shigeru calls after wiping his hands. Oh, all right. Come join me. Shigeru, Professor Okito's head pops out from the second-floor laboratory. All right. Shigeru nods as he ascends the stairs. Upon entering, he sees the Pokemon ball display that Professor Okito has prepared. 3 Pokeballs are arranged in a triangle under a glass dome. Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander. Come now, it's already dawn. Since you're the first, you may choose your Pokemon. The professor gestures kindly. Shigeru smiles slightly and walks forward without hesitation. I've already made my decision. Skimming past the Squirtle he once admired, Shigeru's hand lands on the flame-emblazoned ball. Charmander, this is the one. Professor Okito raises an eyebrow in surprise. I didn't expect that. Because, Grandpa, you also chose Charmander back in the day, Shigeru replies with a grin. Ding, beginner Pokemon detected. Strongest champion system activated. Here it comes, Shigeru raises an eyebrow. I knew I couldn't have traversed for nothing. System, please introduce your functions. Casually holding the Charmander's Pokeball, Shigeru silently contemplates. Ding, the strongest champion system is an intelligent assistance system designed to aid the host in becoming the world's strongest champion. Completing various tasks in the league tournaments will yield achievement points, which can be exchanged for resources in the system store. Please explore your leisure. Shigeru nods, finding it rather convenient. Ding, beginner gift pack has been distributed. Identification, I can scan Pokemon for detailed data and assess potential. Starter skill upgrade card X2, starter potential reallocation card X1. Shigeru can't help but beam. Is this the sensation of having a golden finger? The anticipation for the forthcoming journey grows ever stronger. Observing the dazed and grinning Shigeru, Professor Okito shakes his head in concern. Has Shigeru spent too much time with Ash? He seems to have lost his wits. Chapter 2. Let's have a rival showdown. Having familiarized himself with his system, Shigeru refocuses his attention on Professor Okito. Grandpa, what about the beginner equipment? He inquires eagerly. Of course. Here are 5 empty Pokeballs and a Pokédex. The professor hands over the items to Shigeru. It's worth noting that the Pokédex is not a common commodity. This device not only collects data, but also serves as an identification tool. It won't be widely available to all trainers until 5 years later, swiftly replaced by the multifunctional Rotom phone. At this moment in Shigeru's journey, possessing a Pokédex signifies that he is a legitimate heir of the league, granting him access to entirely different resources. Great. Equipment secured. Thank you, Grandpa. He clips the Pokeballs to his belt and tucks the Pokédex into his pocket, satisfied as he pats it. Also, do not forget this, Professor Oak said as he produced a purple crystal pendant and hung it around Shmu's neck. What is this? Shmu inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, consider a talisman, Professor Oak replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. All right, thank you, Grandpa, Shmu said, not dwelling on it, and tucked the crystal into the collar of his shirt. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly trivial item would play a pivotal role in the dream plan of the future. Well then, when do you plan to set off? Professor Oak asked, his eyes glimmering with curiosity as he looked at Shmu. I think I'll wait a bit longer, Shmu replied with a slight smile. He felt that, as a newly minted Pokemon trainer, he should cherish the moments spent with Ash. Ding! A new mission was released, Beginner Duel. Challenge fellow trainers who depart on the same day and achieve 3 consecutive victories. Reward, 300 achievement points, mastery in the preparation of universal Pokemon feed. Seeing the system's thoughtful prompt, Shmu couldn't help but break into a smile reminiscent of someone who had just devoured a delightful treat. As an academic, he was well versed in the knowledge of breeding, however. The formulation of Pokemon feed varied subtly based on different species and attributes. This complexity meant that even professional breeders could only master the preparation of a few types or attributes of Pokemon feed. The mastery of all types of feed would effortlessly resolve Shmu's fundamental breeding dilemmas in the future. It was indeed a timely boon. One must understand that the growth of Pokemon is a lengthy and intricate process. Even the fastest evolving bug-type Pokemon depends on the energy it consumes during its developmental stages, which can determine its future level of prowess. In the world of Pokemon battles, a formidable breeder is indispensable for those wishing to thrive in the long term. Just consider Ash, who always has an adept breeding partner by his side in every region. Just as Shmu was lost in thought, the doorbell rang. With Professor Oak in the lab, Shmu took the initiative to answer the door. Good morning, Shmu. A girl in a blue dress greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, Xiaoya. Please come in, Shmu replied, nodding. She was the only female trainer who debuted alongside him from Pallet Town, designated as Reserve Trainer 003. As he ushered the girl into the research facility, Shmu reminded, Grandpa, the new trainer has arrived. Oh, all right, he'll be right there, Professor Oak said, hastily concealing the instant noodles he had been enjoying before stepping out. Good morning, Professor Oak, the girl greeted politely with a bow. Ah, Xiaoya, no need for such formality. Follow me, Professor Oak replied, leading her upstairs to receive her Pokemon. Whistling, Shmoo slipped into the lab and discreetly disposed of all of Professor Oak's instant noodles into the kitchen. It was a well-known fact that his grandfather had a peculiar habit of cooking instant noodles in beakers, which certainly needed to change. Without wasting much time, Xiaoya collected her Pokemon and beginner equipment, then bounced down the stairs. Spotting her ready to leave, Shmoo quickly called out, Xiaoya, have you received your Pokemon? Yes, she exclaimed, joyfully raising her Pokeball. Now, I'm a Pokemon trainer too. Shmoo smiled gently. As a trainer, it is vital to understand the rules. When both trainers lock eyes, it signals a battle. Oh, is that so? Xiaoya asked, taken aback. Shmoo chuckled as he explained, not necessarily, but out in the world, there will indeed be trainers who challenge you. If you prefer not to battle, you can decline. So how about it? We're both newcomers. Shall we have a friendly bout? After pondering for a moment, Xiaoya nodded. All right, let's treat this as our debut battle. Shmoo, please guide me. Shmoo gestured toward the backyard. Let's go out there. Battling in here might cause some damage to the house. Okay, Xiaoya agreed, and the two headed to the backyard together. Professor Oak, intrigued, cast a glance their way and followed suit. He, taking this opportunity to prepare some instant noodles. Hey, where are my noodles? Upon reaching the backyard, Shmoo looked intently at his opponent. Xiaoya, I won't hold back, he warned. Xiaoya blushed slightly. I need you to prepare to witness the might of my Bulbasaur. Shmoo nearly burst into laughter with a fire type against Bulbasaur. He certainly had the advantage. The two took their positions, establishing distance according to street battle conventions. Xiaoya, exhilarated, grasped her Pokeball, aware that this was a momentous first battle. Bulbasaur, let's go, she declared, tossing the ball. With a flash of light, Bulbasaur emerged, its Pokeball bouncing back to Xiaoya's hand. Bulbasaur, with a gentle disposition, appeared with a sweet, innocent smile. Ahem, Charmander, come forth. Shmoo promptly called out his own Pokemon. Charmander tilted its head in confusion upon landing, quickly noticing Shmoo behind it. Young one, I look forward to our journey together. From now on, I shall be your trainer, Shmoo said confidently, extending his fist toward Charmander. As the most formidable attacker among the starter Pokemon, Charmander also posed the greatest challenge in terms of training due to its fiery temperament, often reluctant to heed the commands of novice trainers. However, when Charmander met Shmoo's confident gaze, it surprisingly felt no inclination to resist. After observing the extended fist, Charmander took a couple of steps forward, leaping slightly to bump its fist against Shmoo's. Wow, Shmoo is impressive. He can already bond so well with Charmander, which he just met. Bulbasaur, let's do a fist bump too. Xiaoya eagerly encouraged her Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur yawned and promptly flopped down on the ground, succumbing to sleep. Clearly, while grass types are known for their gentle nature, they are not easily swayed by inexperienced trainers. Over on Shmoo's side, he noticed Xiaoya's predicament and chuckled, shaking his head. A child's disobedience is often a result of indulgence. A good thrashing should set things right. All right, for our novice duel, we need not find a referee. Let's begin, Shmoo said, his expression turning serious. Okay, Xiaoya nodded, rallying her Bulbasaur, let's do our best. Bulbasaur flipped over cautiously, eyeing Charmander with wariness. Oh, interesting, it seems Bulbasaur has some sensitivity to battle, Shmoo remarked, unreservedly commanding. Charmander, you scratch. Charmander opened its arms, its little claws glinting with a sparkling sheen as it lunged at Bulbasaur. Xiaoya appeared visibly nervous, struggling to issue a command. Smack! Bulbasaur stood frozen as Charmander's claw scratched its face. Xiaoya, stay calm, think about Bulbasaur's signature move. If you can't recall it, don't forget you have the Pokédex. Shmoo reminded her. Right? The Pokédex, Xiaoya exclaimed, as if grasping a lifeline, quickly pulling out her Pokédex and scanning her Bulbasaur. Observing her frantic actions, Shmoo began to understand why Ash always consulted his Pokédex before battles. The lack of knowledge truly hampers one's performance. Chapter 3. The Qualification Reset Card. Taking out the Pokédex, Xiaoya aimed it at her Bulbasaur. Ding! Bulbasaur, the Seed Pokémon, Grass Poison type. Usable skills, Tackle, Growl, Vine Whip. Xiaoya shook her head. Indeed, as a novice Pokémon, its skills were quite limited. Bulbasaur used Growl. Xiaoya commanded with a touch of bravado. However, The instruction astonished Xiaomao. Was she serious? At this moment, it was Charmander dictating the pace of the battle. Using Growl merely invited disaster. Charmander, Ember. Xiaomao waved his hand dismissively. It was best to gloss over this farcical exchange. Wow. Charmander opened its mouth, and a burst of sparks shot forth. Bulbasaur, still caught up in its futile cries, was promptly met with a face full of flames. Watching Bulbasaur fall, Xiaomao shook his head. The most fundamental skills of a trainer were evidently lacking. Xiaoya didn't even know to dodge or to get up quickly. This child had much to learn ahead. Xiaomao truly was impressive. Retrieving Bulbasaur, Xiaoya sighed. It's not that exaggerated. We're all beginners with our Pokemon. The gap isn't that wide. However, I still recommend you watch more battle videos. Many concepts seem unfamiliar to you, Xiaomao suggested. Alright, thank you for your advice. I'll go find Professor Oak to restore Bulbasaur, and then I'll set off. I must be the early bird. After shaking hands with Xiaomao, Xiaoya turned to seek out Professor Oak. Xiaomao glanced at Charmander. So, how are you feeling? Do you need a rest? Charmander shook its head, a true warrior. Having just won a match, it was buzzing with excitement. Come on, have a bite to eat. There's another battle waiting for you. After feeding Charmander some specialized Pokemon food from the lab, Xiaomao smiled. Upon hearing that there was another battle to be fought, Charmander obediently sat down to eat, conserving its energy. While Charmander rested, Xiaomao released his Eevee. Come forth, Eevee. As soon as Eevee emerged from its Pokeball, it leapt into Xiaomao's arms, seeking affection. Previously, at the Eevee Research Center, this little one had been treated as a mere subject, confined in a cage, subjected to blood tests. Therefore, when brought back by Xiaomao for the first time, its worldview was utterly shattered. It discovered that Pokemon food could be so delectable, that it could run freely on the grass, and that it could be held by a trainer, snuggling in soft blankets. In Eevee's eyes, Xiaomao was a tender-hearted deity, a reward from fate after enduring so many hardships. Thus, Eevee cherished Xiaomao dearly, wishing to remain by his side forever. Haha, don't lick me. That tickles. Playfully teasing Eevee, Xiaomao placed it beside Charmander. Get acquainted. You'll be brothers from now on, sharing meals, training, and battling together. Promise me you'll protect each other. All right. Xiaomao earnestly instructed. Charmander lifted its head and gazed into Eevee's sparkling, onyx-like eyes. After a moment's thought, Charmander pushed its Pokemon food towards Eevee. In the Pokemon realm, sharing food is the most direct form of goodwill. Understanding this, Eevee lowered its head, took a bite, and looked up with a soothing smile. Eevee, Charmander, Char. I'm glad you two get along so well, but you're both boys. Let us tone down the pink bubbles, shall we? Xiaomao teased from the side. The two little ones shook hands amicably, marking the beginning of their family bond. Xiaomao lightly tapped his temple, activating his identification feature. A six-pointed star flashed before his eyes, and information about the two little creatures materialized. Eevee, partner, qualification, ability, adaptability, mutation, level, 20, height, 0, 3 meters. Weight, 6, 3 kilograms. Skills, sand attack, charm, quick attack, reflect type, ember, water gun, seed bomb, thunderbolt, powder snow, dig, shadow ball, psychic, dragon breath. Xiaomao was quite pleased with Eevee's panel. After all, it was his partner, and its potential was indeed immeasurable, akin to Ash's Pikachu. Furthermore, after years of relentless effort, the skills Eevee had acquired were increasingly extraordinary. Call it Amukakabu, the Pokemon that can copy 100 different skills. Next came Charmander's panel. Charmander, qualification, gym level, ability, blaze, level, 10, height, 0, 6 meters, weight, 8, 5 kilograms. Skills, ember, growl, scratch, smokescreen. Xiaomao frowned. No wonder the previous owner who chose Charmander, Xiaoqin, had failed to even enter the Indigo League. Charmander's qualifications destined it to level up slowly, limiting its growth potential. Qualifications essentially mean that under equivalent conditions, a Pokemon with better qualifications grows faster. Moreover, when at the same level, a Pokemon with superior qualifications uses a purer energy in battle. For instance, a champion-level Charizard and an elite-level Charizard, when both at the same level, would see the latter defeated due to differences in energy purity. Oh, didn't the system provide me with an item? Suddenly, Xiaomao's eyes lit up, and he silently thought. Use the starter Pokemon qualification reset card on Charmander. Ding. You are about to use the qualification reset card on Charmander. The first use will elevate the Pokemon's qualifications to the maximum value of its species. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Xiaomao nodded eagerly. He was curious about the ultimate potential of the Charizard lineage. As Charmander was enjoying its meal, it remained blissfully unaware, simply savoring the delicious food. However, to Xiaomao, the scene was entirely different. A radiant light erupted from the top of Charmander's head, forming a fountain of starlight in midair. Gradually, the brilliance converged, all absorbed by Charmander's body. Xiaomao assessed Charmander once more. Charmander, ultimate, qualification, divine. Gulp. Xiaomao swallowed hard. Incredible! The ultimate potential of the Charizard lineage was indeed divine. He had struck gold. Is anyone home? A boy's voice called from outside. Xiaomao returned both Pokemon to their balls and stood to answer the door. Xiaomao, good morning. I hope I'm not too late. A small boy with a backpack rushed in eagerly. Well, you're not too late, Xiaomao shrugged. Come in. Oh, it's Xiaochen. Professor Oak happened to come down the stairs. You really timed that well. If you had arrived any later, all the starters would be gone. What? No. Xiaochen exclaimed, clutching his head. Stop wailing. There is still one left. If you don't hurry, I'll give it to Ash. Xiaomao teased. Don't. I was here first. Xiaochen quickly covered his mouth and followed Professor Oak upstairs. Gazing at the rising sun, Xiaomao couldn't help but reflect. Oh, my foolish rival, you really can sleep in. Chapter 4. The late challenger soon. Xiao Qiao, the second opponent of Xiaomao, completed the task of acquiring a beginner Pokemon. Primarily, there was no other choice. Only Squirtle remained. Accept it or not, the journey must commence. Fortunately for the novice Xiao Qiao, the adorable Squirtle was quite satisfactory. And he felt there was no reason to complain, thus he accepted it with joy. Upon seeing Xiao Qiao descend the stairs, Xiaomao smiled slightly. Let us battle. As a Pokemon trainer, I shall not shy away from challenges. Xiao Qiao had already learned that Xiaomao had chosen Charmander. Eager to prove himself against this prodigy of Shirnu Town, Xiao Qiao was filled with enthusiasm. Water type against fire type. Even I, as a beginner, know that the advantage lies with me. Both trainers returned to the spacious backyard. Let us go, Squirtle. Xiao Qiao eagerly released his water turtle. Squirtle. A lively little Squirtle appeared, curiously surveying its surroundings. Now, I shall not hold back. Xiaomao took out a Pokeball and tossed it. Charmander, prepare for battle. Unlike the inquisitive Squirtle, which was still observing its surroundings, Charmander locked onto its opponent immediately. Squirtle, strike first with Bubble. Xiao Qiao commanded, yet it was evident that Squirtle was reluctant to comply. The proud little Squirtle turned its head defiantly, ignoring its trainer's orders. How is this possible? Xiao Qiao anxiously scratched his head. This shouldn't be happening. Xiaomao furrowed his brow. Typically, even a relatively exceptional beginner Pokemon should not disregard its trainer. This Squirtle must possess remarkable potential. Professor Okido, standing at the window, shook his head. How could it not be exceptional? It was specifically chosen for you, a fine specimen from the Quartz Plateau's breeding facility. In Professor Okido's judgment, only Xiaomao would be able to command this Squirtle. After all, as his grandson, Xiaomao understood that this creature could not be evaluated by the standards of a novice. Who would have thought that Xiaomao's unconventional approach would inadvertently benefit Xiao Qiao? Enough pondering. Charmander, use smokescreen. Xiaomao shook his head and initiated his offensive. Wow. Charmander opened its mouth, unleashing a cloud of black smoke that enveloped Squirtle. Squirtle? The turtle Pokemon quickly withdrew into its shell, remaining stationary. Quick reflexes, yet ultimately futile. Xiaomao shook his head. Charmander, use growl. Charmander nodded and let out a series of cries amidst the smoke. Immediately, Squirtle radiated a blue glow, its attack power diminishing. Darn it. We can't sit idly by. Squirtle, use water gun. Xiao Qiao shouted in desperation. Squirtle. With a leap, Squirtle charged out from the fog, however. It opted for a tackle instead. Well done. Charmander, counter with Scratch. Xiaomao showed no fear of a head-on clash. With your diminished power, how can you compete with me? Bang. The two Pokemon collided head-on, and Squirtle was flipped onto its back by Charmander's claws. A turtle Pokemon toppled over. The upside-down Squirtle flailed helplessly, ultimately lying flat. Unable to rise, the outcome was clear. Come back, Charmander. It's merely a spar. I shall not go too hard. Glancing at the overturned Squirtle, Charmander playfully poked it before swaying its tail back to Xiaomao's side. Well done. Xiaomao gently patted Charmander's head in encouragement. I lost. Xiao Qiao picked up Squirtle, his head drooping in defeat. Xiao Qiao, do not lose heart. You simply have yet to earn Squirtle's recognition. It appears to hold great potential. Keep at it. Xiaomao winked. Xiao Qiao nodded. Yes, thank you, Xiaomao. I will strive harder. Until we meet again at the Quartz League. After recalling Squirtle, Xiao Qiao bid farewell and left. Watching his retreating figure, Xiaomao shook his head, hoping that he could indeed make it to the Quartz League. After all, in his previous life, the performance of the four from Shirnu Town was rather lackluster. Xiaomao reached the top 32, Xiaoji the top 16, while the other two failed to qualify for the Quartz League. Such results were utterly disgraceful. Checking the task progress, he noted that he had completed 2/3. Thus, only one more remained. After brewing a cup of coffee for Professor Okido and preparing himself a cup of tea, Xiaomao settled by the window, beginning his wait. As the sun climbed higher, Xiaomao found himself growing drowsy. Finally, urgent knocks echoed from the door. "I'm sorry. I'm late." Xiaoji's energetic yet somewhat blunt voice rang out from outside. Xiaomao jolted upright. "At last, you've arrived." After fixing his hairstyle, he opened the door and leaned casually against the frame. "Well, if at ISNT the straggler Xiaoji, you've truly arrived early." Xiaoji, upon seeing Xiaomao, immediately bristled. "Xiaomao, you scoundrel, were you waiting here to mock me?" Pushing aside Xiaoji's eager face, Xiaomao disdainfully scoffed. "On such an important day, you somehow managed to be 5 hours late. Quite impressive indeed. And remember to address me as young Master Mao." Xiaoji obediently scratched his head. "Young Master Mao. Where's my Pokemon?" "Your Pokemon?" Xiaoma shook his head in disbelief. "You'll have to find it yourself with my grandfather." "Oh right." Xiaoji finally realized. Dashing into the research facility. Just then, Professor Okido emerged from the laboratory and collided with Xiaoji. "Oh, ISNT the Xiaoji?" Professor Okido feigned surprise. "I'm sorry. I'm late, Professor Okido. Where's my Pokemon?" Xiaoji implored, opening his arms in dismay. "Your Pokemon?" Professor Okido couldn't help but chuckle. "If it weren't for the fact that Pikachu was a special case, with your tardiness, you'd miss even the warm food." "Indeed, my Pokemon." Xiaoji continued to fantasize about the starter trio, having dreamed of them all night long. "Very well, follow me." Observing the Navi Xiaoji, Professor Okido lost his temper. Xiaomao, intrigued, trailed behind to see how Professor Okido would tease Xiaoji. Upon reaching the second floor, Professor Okido did not immediately present Pikachu but instead opened the glass cover of the Pokeball display. "Choose, child." Xiaoji rubbed his hands together. "That's wonderful. After contemplating all night, I've finally decided on you, Charmander." Click an empty Pokeball. Xiaoji stared blankly at Professor Okido. Professor Okido shrugged. "That one has already been taken by the first arrival." "All right then, I can accept Squirtle too." Xiaoji, undeterred, reached for the second ball. Click. Another empty one. Surprise. Shocked. Professor Okido raised his hands. That one was also taken by the punctual child. Sighing once more, Xiaoji lamented. "Fine, since I'm late, Bulbasaur. You shall be my starter Pokemon." Uffed. Xiaomao couldn't contain his laughter. Xiaoji gazed at the empty ball, his eyes losing their sparkle. Professor Okido cleared his throat. "Ahem, child, you must understand that whether in acquiring Pokemon or in life, it's like catching a bus, one step slow. And every step is slow, and that one has also been taken by a child who arrived before you." Xiaoji stiffened, collapsing before Xiaomao. "Woe is me. How can this be?" "Higi, get up. Don't play the victim." Xiaomao teased with a smile. "Young Master Mao, I am about to embark on my journey unarmed." Xiaoji lamented pitifully, observing that Xiaoji had nearly learned his lesson. Xiaomao then turned to Professor Oak. "Grandfather, could you lend him a hand?" Professor Oak raised an eyebrow. "I do have another Pokemon, but there are some complications." Upon hearing that he would not have to catch a Pokemon barehanded, Xiaoji sprang to his feet with newfound enthusiasm. "I want that one." To be continued. Chapter 5, A Triumphant Victory, Pikachu vs. Eevee with a crisp sound. The center of the Pokemon storage platform opened, and a Pokeball adorned with a lightning emblem slowly ascended. Professor Oak solemnly activated the switch, and a dazzling flash of electricity illuminated the scene, revealing a charming electric mouse before Shigeru and his companions. This delightful creature, known as Pikachu, was an electric mouse left for last due to certain issues, as Professor Oak explained to himself. Shigeru, however, took a cautious step back. A freshly emerged Pikachu from the beginner village tended to have a rather fiery temperament. Ash, undeterred, rushed forward and enveloped Pikachu in an exuberant embrace. "Oh, is this Pikachu? You are so adorable and plump." Pikachu, with a furrowed brow, retorted, "Who are you calling fat? Take this, Thunderbolt." Once again, a brilliant flash of electricity erupted. "Ah, I'm paralyzed," Ash exclaimed, flailing his arms as he was momentarily stunned by the electric shock. Professor Oak stood calmly on the side, explaining, "Pikachu has a timid nature. Approaching it recklessly will result in a shock." "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ash lamented, finally recovering and resting a hand on Professor Oak's arm. Pikachu smirked. It still desired more electric fun. With another zap, this time, Ash and Professor Oak found themselves dancing together. Shigeru, maintaining his composure, brushed his hair back. "Eevee, come forth and use Sand Attack." "Eevee." The little Eevee deftly leaped out of its Pokeball, turning its body and powering up its hind legs. In an instant, a cloud of sand coalesced behind it. A product of ground-type energy, completely natural and harmless. With a swift kick, Eevee sent a shower of sand directly into Pikachu's face. Pikachu, caught off guard, covered its face and ceased its electric assault. Phew, I'm saved, thanks to my grandson. Professor Oak sighed in relief, tossing the Pokédex and Pokeball to Ash. Cough, cough. Thank you, Shigeru, Ash replied, puffing out a cloud of smoke as he accepted his gear. All right, now it's time to set off. I'm ready to capture Pokemon, Ash declared, clutching the Pokeball with renewed determination. I think you should prepare a bit more, Shigeru advised thoughtfully. I'm all set. What more could I possibly need? Ash exclaimed with fervor, gazing at Shigeru. At the very least, you should wear proper clothing and shoes. Going barefoot is quite impractical, Shigeru pointed out, exasperated by Ash's attire. Ash scratched his head, realizing he had rushed to Professor Oak's lab in his pajamas and barefoot. One must plan before acting. You should learn this from Shigeru. Professor Oak chided gently. I know. Stop nagging. Ash pouted, unwilling to be lectured by Shigeru. At that moment, Pikachu behind Ash stirred. The little creature bared its teeth at Eevee, clearly still disgruntled from the sandy assault. Hey, Pikachu, what's wrong? Ash asked, puzzled. I suspect it's challenging my Eevee. What do you think, Ash? Shall we battle? Shigeru beckoned Ash with a finger. Instantly, Ash's competitive spirit ignited. All right, Pikachu, let us defeat Shigeru together. Pika. Pikachu turned its face away, clearly not enthusiastic about being involved. Regardless, if you want to fight, then follow along, Shigeru declared, leading Eevee downstairs first. Pikachu promptly followed. And Ash hurried behind them, arriving in the backyard. The two sides separated to prepare for a friendly match. Pikachu, this is our momentous first battle. Let us triumph over our opponent, Ash shouted with fervor. With a clap, a bolt of lightning struck at Ash's feet. The expression on Pikachu's face translated to, enough chatter, provoke me, and I'll take you down too. Ash, suddenly disheartened, squatted in a corner, cradling his head. That little one has quite the temper. Shigeru chuckled, noting that Pikachu had lived a leisurely life at Professor Oak's lab for several years, even retaining some baby fat. In terms of strength, it could only be said to be somewhat lacking. Let us begin, Shigeru announced. Eevee. In an instant, Eevee lowered its body, entering battle mode. Pikachu. With its fiery temperament unleashed, Pikachu leaped and unleashed a thunderbolt. Eevee, dig a hole. Shigeru remained calm. Controlling Pikachu was not difficult. Eevee's front paws powered up, and it vanished into the ground, leaving behind a hole. Pika? Pikachu tilted its head in confusion. Where had Eevee gone? After searching fruitlessly, Pikachu turned its gaze towards Shigeru. What? Do you want to fight me? Shigeru's lips twitched at Pikachu's boldness. Just as Pikachu was about to charge at Shigeru for an electric shock, it was suddenly knocked away by an unseen force. Eevee. Emerging from the ground, Eevee rushed to protect its trainer. Eevee. Angered, Eevee declared that while battling was acceptable, attacking its trainer was crossing the line. Before Shigeru could respond, Eevee unleashed a flash of electric energy, sending Pikachu flying once more. A swift flick of its tail sent a cascade of golden stars shooting forth. Boom. Pikachu was left dazed and unable to rise, receiving a flurry of attacks. Even so, Eevee was not yet satisfied, baring its teeth as it prepared to pounce for another bite. All right. A pair of warm hands enveloped Eevee. Eevee. Eevee instantly calmed down, its ears drooping in submission, gazing up at Shigeru with a look of innocence, even swiping at Pikachu a few times in agitation. Shigeru understood. Eevee intended to protect him against Pikachu's perceived threat. Even with its gentle nature, Eevee would not tolerate any harm coming to its trainer. Pikachu, are you alright? Ash inquired, cradling Pikachu in his arms. Pikachu, feeling weak, struggled briefly but ultimately allowed Ash to hold it. Don't worry, it hasn't sustained serious injuries, Shigeru called out, ensuring Pikachu was safe. Professor Oak approached to examine the situation. Have some food and rest, you'll recover in no time. Thank goodness. Thank you, Professor Oak, Ash replied gratefully, then turned to Shigeru. Shigeru, you've won this time, but next time, Pikachu and I will reclaim victory. Shigeru glanced around, noting that the beginner task had been completed, and nodded. All right, you're always welcome to seek revenge. But if you lose, no crying. Humph. You're the one who will cry, Ash retorted, his face flushing. Just then, a commotion erupted at the door, as a celebratory procession led by Ash's mother, Hanako, arrived at the lab. Ash glanced at his pajamas and then at the neighbors outside. Even someone as oblivious as Ash felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Oh no, this is mortifying. Shigeru, with a sly grin, nudged Ash. Don't just stand there, make an appearance, my little darling. Before Ash could protest, Shigeru gave him a push out of the lab and promptly shut the door. No, wait. Ash exclaimed. Done. Shigeru clapped his hands in satisfaction, slinging his backpack onto his shoulders. With everything in order, it was time to set off. Shigeru, your 12 ex-girlfriends are waiting for you at the back door. Do you want to see them? Professor Oak's voice echoed behind Shigeru. Shigeru froze, then bolted out the window. No thanks, Grandpa. Let us just keep in touch by phone. I'm off. Watching Shigeru flee in a panic, Professor Oak chuckled softly. This child, even in flight, carries an air of charm, truly the pride of the Oak family. Chapter 6. The Bug-type Thanos. The weather is splendid, a perfect March day. Having departed from the Great Wood Research Institute, Xiao Mao hummed a tune as he meandered along a small path leading to the outskirts of the Chongping Forest. The sun shone brightly, the air was crisp, and even his spirits soared with delight. Upon entering the forest, Xiao Mao promptly released his 2 Pokemon. Well, ooh-ee. The Charmander and Eevee positioned themselves at his feet, one on each side. Xiao Mao affectionately patted their heads and declared, from today onwards, your training regimen begins in earnest. The 2 Pokemon nodded in understanding, pledging their commitment to diligence. Xiao Mao surveyed the expansive forest before him. This segment of the Chongping Forest, nestled between Jinxin Town and Chongping City, was quite accessible. By simply following the main path through the woods, one could exit within 40 minutes. Of course, should one stray off course, well, that would be a different tale altogether. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The true significance lay in the forest's abundant resources of bug-type Pokemon. Caterpie, Weedle, and more were in plentiful supply. This was a veritable goldmine of experience. As a premier grinding spot before reaching level 20, Xiao Mao was determined not to overlook this opportunity. The proficiency of a Pokemon's skills is honed through battle. In Xiao Mao's view, practicing against a target 100 times pales in comparison to striking an opponent just once. Thus, the efficacy of real combat training was indisputable. Ding. Beginner task, strengthening your team. Prior to challenging the first gym, please elevate your team's average level to 18 and possess at least 3 Pokemon. Reward, 1 qualification star upgrade card, 1 common Pokemon encounter card, achievement points, 100. Xiao Mao pondered the details of the common Pokemon encounter card. Ding. Qualification star upgrade card can elevate the qualification of any Pokemon below champion level to the next tier. Common Pokemon encounter card, upon use, allows the encounter of any non-legendary Pokemon with qualifications between Elite and Champion. Xiao Mao gasped in astonishment. This was intriguing indeed. By utilizing this card, he could encounter a specified Pokemon with a minimum qualification of Elite. This was undoubtedly a generous boon. The same applied to the Star Upgrade card. Although it could be used on any Pokemon below champion level, it was evident that it should be utilized on a Pokemon of Elite qualification to maximize strength enhancement. Without further ado, Xiao Mao retrieved the rewards from his previous task. He used the 3 starter skill upgrade cards to enhance Charmander's Ember and Scratch attacks. Ding! Ember skill upgraded to Flamethrower. Scratch skill upgraded to Dragon Claw. Suddenly enlightened, Charmander scratched its head, feeling quite extraordinary. Alright, preparations are complete. Charmander, you will be our main force. Eevee, if we encounter any flying-type Pokemon, use Volt Tackle to fend them off. Xiao Mao instructed as he and his companions concealed themselves within the foliage. Both Pokemon nodded in agreement. With Charmander's Flamethrower at their disposal, Xiao Mao felt confident even when facing a swarm of Beedrill. However, he was reluctant to provoke the notorious Spearow, as this rowdy group was known to attack in mass. After ensuring his Pokemon were well positioned, Xiao Mao produced his secret treasure, a jar of golden honey. This sweet nectar was an excellent lure for wild Pokemon. Unceremoniously, he found a tree and smeared a generous layer of honey upon it, before stealthily retreating into the adjacent thicket. Charmander, use Flamethrower. In the forest, a searing flame surged forth, revealing the silhouettes of several bug-type Pokemon. Breathing heavily, Charmander squatted down to rest. Alright, Eevee, use Water Gun to wash away the honey from the tree, Xiao Mao directed, instructing Eevee to disperse the fragrant honey while he prepared additional food for Charmander. After scanning with the Pokédex, Xiao Mao noted that Charmander's level had increased from 10 to 14. Observing the heap of Caterpie and Weedle around him, Xiao Mao sighed in frustration. He was almost becoming the bug-type Thanos himself. Despite the abundance of bug Pokemon in Chongping Forest, the experience yielded by each Caterpie was disappointingly meager. Furthermore, Flamethrower consumed considerable energy, leaving Charmander needing rest after a mere 20 uses. It would be ideal if a larger bug-type Pokemon, such as a Scyther, were to appear now, Xiao Mao mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed, vibrant green Pokemon materialized before him. Ah, yes, just like that Scyther. Xiao Mao nodded eagerly and turned abruptly Scyther. With a swift motion, Scyther brandished its scythes at the tree, expressing its displeasure toward Xiao Mao. As a lone wolf separated from its pack, Scyther adhered to a code of honor, refraining from stealing food from other Pokémon in the forest. However, the price of maintaining decorum was steep, as Scyther had gone 3 days without a proper meal and felt its sides growing as tantalizing as barbecued chicken. At last, having caught a whiff of an exceptionally sweet aroma, Scyther had traversed much of the forest to reach this spot. Yet, upon discovering the source of sweetness, it was immediately doused by Eevee's water gun. Scyther's eyes turned red with rage. My honey, how can I survive without it? Xiao Mao observed the trembling Scyther before him, unfazed as he initiated a scan. Scyther, weakened, lone wolf, qualification, elite, champion, ability, technician, level, 20, height, 1, 5 meters, weight, 49 kilograms. Skills, cut, sonic boom, night slash. Quick attack, focus energy, pursuit, aerial ace, agility. Ah, what a delightful surprise. Who would have thought I would stumble upon a treasure in the novice village? Xiao Mao smiled enigmatically. Young one, are you hungry? Thirsty? You've been working hard all alone. Scyther paused, pondering the human's unexpected kindness. With a swift motion, Xiao Mao placed a jar of premium Pokémon food on the ground. 2 choices, join me and receive what you desire. Or I will defeat you and feed you only after you submit. Though saliva dripped from Scyther's mouth, it still assumed a fighting stance. Scyther, a noble warrior does not yield for the sake of a meal. Indeed, I admire your spirit. Xiao Mao clapped his hands. Charmander, take the stage. Having just filled its belly, Charmander patted its tummy and strutted forward, confidently adopting a combat stance. Be cautious, Charmander. This one is quite formidable, Xiao Mao advised carefully. Well, Charmander unleashed a torrent of flames. I'm ready to take on the elite. Chapter 7. Arrival at J-Ban City on the outskirts of J-Ban Forest. Xiao Mao encountered a particularly formidable Scyther. With a swift movement, the Scyther revealed itself as a natural warrior, emanating an aura of sharp intensity as it prepared for battle, despite its hunger causing it to tremble. The creature wielded its scythe-like arms with fierce determination. Suddenly, a transparent crescent wave shot toward the Charmander, a signature sonic boom attack of the Scyther. Charmander, you smoke, Xiao Mao commanded, wishing to avoid close combat, as his Charmander's physical prowess was somewhat lacking. With a dramatic opening of its mouth, a cloud of dark smoke enveloped the Scyther. Unfazed, the Scyther crossed its sides over its chest, poised to initiate a dance of blades. This maneuver not only dispersed the smoke but also augmented its attack power, executed with remarkable finesse. However, Xiao Mao would not grant his opponent such an opportunity, as many may not have noticed. The smoke from gas ball is highly flammable when exposed to fire. Xiao Mao had previously experimented with it. The black smoke held copious amounts of combustible gas, ready to ignite with a mere spark. Charmander, ignite the smoke. Xiao Mao snapped his fingers. With a decisive snap, the Charmander's mouth closed, and a spark erupted between its teeth. Boom. The entire smoke screen ignited in flames. The Scyther was engulfed by the inferno, desperately flailing its sides to escape the fiery encirclement. Yet, weakened by hunger and scorched by flames, the Scyther was nearly at its end. Suddenly, with a powerful flap of its wings, the Scyther lunged at the Charmander with its sharp sides, its final surge of energy manifesting in a flash of lightning. Charmander, Dragon Claw. Xiao Mao would not disappoint the warrior spirit of his Pokémon, meeting the Scyther's last attack head-on. With a mighty display, Charmander unleashed its claws, transformed by green energy into enormous dragon-like appendages, striking in a powerful cross-swing. Boom. A cloud of dust erupted at the center of their clash. Crack. Thunder rumbled from the sky, and rain began to fall over the forest. Xiao Mao glanced upward at the flash of lightning. It seemed Ash had concluded his business. It was time for him to hasten his pace as well. As the dust settled, Xiao Mao turned his gaze toward Charmander. He found both Charmander and Scyther lying together, equally exhausted. Remarkably, they had fought to a standstill despite the vast difference in stamina. Xiao Mao nodded, acknowledging the Scyther's tenacity. Without hesitation, he tossed a Pokeball toward the Scyther. With a pop, the Scyther was enveloped in a red light and captured within the Pokeball. All right, let's move on. Stowing the Pokeball safely, Xiao Mao recalled both Eevee and Charmander into their respective orbs and set off toward the main road. After a tower trek, just as the sky began to blush with the hues of dusk, the entrance to J-Ban City appeared before him. Is this it? Xiao Mao wondered aloud, perplexed by how anyone could lose their way on such a straight path. Hey, you there. Stop. Suddenly, a Houndour dashed out, followed closely by a policewoman who approached Xiao Mao. Miss Jusha, greetings. Xiao Mao took the initiative to present his Pokédex. You know me? Miss Jusha was taken aback. Who doesn't he know? The Jusha family is renowned for maintaining peace in the world. Xiao Mao shrugged. The two most illustrious female families in the Alliance, Junsha and Joy, govern security and healthcare. wielding considerable influence. Their remarkable reproductive capabilities had become a topic of intrigue. Regardless of the father's appearance, any daughter born from either family was destined to possess striking beauty. A testament to the impressive genetics of the Junsha and Joy families. "Let me see," Junsha said, taking the Pokédex. After a moment of fiddling, her identification information appeared. This Pokédex was issued to Xiaomao from Masera Town. Note that if lost or damaged, it cannot be replaced. The voice of Professor Oak echoed from the device. Xiaomao smirked. "That's a lie. There are several backups in my drawer." "Very well. Identity confirmed. You may enter the city," Miss Junsha replied with a pleasant demeanor. Returning the Pokédex. "Has anything strange occurred recently? Why set up a checkpoint at the entrance?" Xiaomao inquired. "It's due to a recent surge of Pokémon thieves in the city, so be cautious after dark," Miss Junsha advised. "All right. Thank you for the warning. I shall take my leave now," Xiaomao said, nodding in appreciation before stepping into J-Band City. Typically, a small team of the Rocket Gang comprises a captain and 3 to 5 members, with their Pokémon averaging around level 18, while the captain hovers around level 25. If he were to encounter them now, Xiaomao would indeed find it troublesome. However, the notorious trio of Team Rocket was an exception. After all, it was no small feat for both Musashi and Koger to appear simultaneously in a training camp. Armed with Gas Ball and Arbok, cultivated to around level 18. They had been bested by a mere Caterpie. Who would believe it? Thus, Xiaomao welcomed these 3 seasoned Pokémon with open arms. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaomao intentionally took a detour to catch a glimpse of the J-Band Gym. The opulent decor inspired by ancient Greece, complemented by the Spartan warrior at the entrance, clearly reflected the wild spirit of their leader, Saki. However, Xiaomao was unwilling to challenge the gym at this moment. The prospect was unthinkable. Not to mention the potential for a Mutuo to emerge. Even Saki's Pokémon, often exceeding level 50, were beyond Xiaomao's current capabilities. Unless his father was willing to lend him 3 powerful Pokémon from the backyard, Xiaomao had no desire to seek out Saki for a thrashing. As the sun began to set, Xiaomao arrived at the Pokémon Center just in time. He registered his Pokémon for a quick recovery and used the downtime to call Professor Oak and report his safety. As the video call connected, a beaker filled with instant noodles came into view. "Grandpa," Xiaomao exclaimed with exasperation. "Oh dear, the camera is reversed." Professor Oak chuckled awkwardly as he switched the screen. "How are you, my dear grandson? Where have you reached?" he inquired, attempting to conceal his culinary misdeed. "Spare me the act. I saw everything," Xiaomao retorted, casting a sidelong glance at the corner. Professor Oak scratched his head sheepishly. "Well, you know, when I'm researching, I prefer not to wander about, and I assure you, the beaker has been cleaned." "Grandpa," Xiaomao sighed, "regardless of how rigorous you deem it, cooking instant noodles in a beaker is hardly healthy. Did I not buy you plenty of frozen meals?" "Ha ha ha. All right, I understand now. I will prepare dumplings shortly," Professor Oak quickly interrupted, eager to avoid further admonishment. Chapter 8. The Sakuragi family and the Rocket team. After a phone call with Professor Oak, Shigeru reported his progress upon arriving in Tokiwa City. Finally seizing the opportunity, Professor Oak began to impart his wisdom. It was said that Koyuki and Koyama had reached Tokiwa City by noon, and since the Tokiwa Gym was closed, they had already set off towards Nibi City. Not only that, but with their remarkable starter Pokémon, they seemed to have captured 4 or 5 Pokémon along the way. They probably just caught whatever they encountered, right? Shigeru shrugged. Well, indeed. They were mostly Caterpies, Beedrills, Oddishes, and Pidgeys. Professor Oak paused, slightly taken aback. Thus, I am pursuing an elite path and have no intention of capturing Pokémon indiscriminately, Shigeru continued. All right then, your Scyther is indeed a unique presence. Professor Oak had to admit that his grandson was as fierce as he had been in his youth. Oh, since you have arrived in Tokiwa City, why not visit the Sakuragi Research Institute? Professor Oak suggested. The Sakuragi Research Institute? I believe the director has yet to attain his doctorate, right? Shigeru pondered, tilting his head. It is rumored that he recently observed a mysterious large silver Pokémon. Are you interested? Professor Oak raised an eyebrow. Shigeru was taken aback. Could it be the legendary Lugia? Truly, my grandson possesses an impressive breadth of knowledge. Professor Oak beamed with pride. All right, you have convinced me. I shall pay a visit. Shigeru nodded. Hee, then it's settled. I will notify the Sakuragi Research Institute. Professor Oak nodded. Take care of yourself while you're out. Goodbye. Professor Oak decisively hung up the phone. Shigeru rolled his eyes. Was he in such a hurry because of his own appearance? However, the news about Lugia was indeed worth Shigeru's trip. Just then, the counter called for Shigeru. His Pokémon had completed their recovery. Retrieving his Pokéballs, Shigeru decided to head to the Sakuragi Research Institute while it was still light outside. Boom. A roaring motorcycle skidded into the Pokemon Center. Miss Joy's irritated voice rang out. This is a medical facility. Reckless driving is prohibited. Oh, come on. Don't dwell on that. This kid's Pikachu is severely injured. Jusha jumped off the motorcycle, revealing the muddy Ash and Pikachu on her back. Please, help it. Ash rushed forward anxiously. Miss Joy frowned and delivered a sharp reprimand. Slap. A resounding smack left Ash momentarily stunned. Miss Joy, somewhat exasperated, said, Since you have become a Pokemon trainer, you must take responsibility for your Pokemon. How could you let your Pokemon get so badly hurt? Do you really think Pokemon cannot die? This boy was attacked by a wild flock of Spearows. He tried very hard to protect his Pokemon, Junsha explained. Ash hung his head in guilt, speechless. I understand. We need to act quickly. You wait outside. Cradling Pikachu and handing it over to Chansey, Miss Joy sighed. Watching Pikachu being taken into the emergency room, Ash gazed helplessly at the door. Don't worry. This is a Pokemon Center. As long as there's breath left in the Pokemon, Miss Joy will save them, a familiar voice echoed in Ash's ear. Shigeru. Ash turned around in surprise. Hey, what kind of face is that? You're not going to cry, are you? Shigeru wrinkled his nose. I'll tell you, if you dare to act spoiled with me, I'll just throw up on you. Humph. You're no fun at all. Ash pouted, the tense atmosphere lightening a bit. Rest assured, just wait here patiently. I have a few things to attend to, so I'll head off now. Remember to call my grandfather and update him on your progress. Patting Ash on the back, Shigeru turned to leave. What the heck? I'll catch up to you soon. Ash shouted defiantly at Shigeru's retreating figure. The latter waved his hand, sauntering away without looking back. At the Sakuragi Research Institute, the yet-to-be doctorate-holding Sakuragi scholar was enjoying a warm dinner with his family. Although he had not yet obtained his doctorate, Sakuragi scholar's family life was quite blissful, with a daughter and a son. Such a fortune was a privilege only a true gentleman could claim. No one could envy him more in that regard. However, the tranquility of the night was abruptly shattered by an unexpected assault. Boom. An explosion startled the Sakuragi couple as they gazed incredulously at their front door, now blown apart. A man wearing a black cap and several others clad in similar dark uniforms stormed in. Who are you? Sakuragi shielded his children behind him, his expression turning serious. You must be the director of the Sakuragi Research Institute, right? The leader of the group wasted no time. We are Team Rocket. And we are very interested in the Pokemon you previously observed. Hand over the data. What? Sakuragi exclaimed in shock. He was somewhat aware of the nefarious forces in the Kanto region, but did not expect them to come knocking so soon. Daddy, are those people bad? Sakuragi's eldest daughter, Koharu, asked fearfully. Don't worry. You and Kota stay close to your mother and be safe. After soothing his children, Sakuragi turned to face the intruders. I do not have the data you seek. Humph, quite defiant, aren't you? The Team Rocket squad leader spat disdainfully. What should we do, dear? Sakuragi's wife, Ms. Yoshino, retreated towards the small door while protecting their children. Don't worry, Junsha will arrive very soon, Sakuragi said calmly. After all, this was a registered research institute, and any violent breach would trigger an alarm at the police station. Thus, Sakuragi was intentionally stalling for time. Haha. Do you really think the police will have time to save you? The squad leader sneered. If, at this very moment, the Pokemon Center is also attacked, will Junsha have time to come here? What? Sakuragi shouted in disbelief. He had never anticipated someone would be foolish enough to attack the Pokemon Center. After all, attacking the Pokemon Center was akin to slapping the League in the face. Humph. Attack. The squad leader finally made his presence felt with a decisive wave of his hand. The three henchmen grinned wickedly as they advanced towards Koharu and her brother. Scyther. Fury Cutter. Just as Koharu closed her eyes in fear, a cold voice rang out. Ah! Three screams echoed as Team Rocket's goons fell to the ground. Wheezing. The squad leader swiftly threw a Pokeball, summoning a massive spherical Pokemon to shield him from the attack. Who dares to meddle in Team Rocket's affairs? The squad leader barked fiercely. Swish. Scyther poised itself, staring down the opponents. I am the one who wishes to inquire. Who gave you the audacity to assault researchers in the city? Shigeru emerged from the shadows, his Eevee perched on his shoulder. The four individuals appeared to be a small unit of Team Rocket. Shigeru predicted they would not possess Pokemon exceeding level 25. Thus he acted decisively and incapacitated them. Darling, who is that child? Yoshino exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it is Oak's grandson, the youngest scholar, Shigeru Oak. Sakuragi nodded. Hey, isn't that person my age? Koharu curiously glanced toward Shigeru. He is so cool. Koharu's brother, Kota, could not help but praise. Shall we continue? Shigeru coldly regarded the intruders. Crack. The mantis, with its scythe-like limbs gleaming, fixed its predatory gaze upon the opposing duo, the double-barreled gas. TCH, double-barreled gas, Deploy smoke. With a wave of his hand, the adversary released a cloud of smoke, retreating with his downed subordinates. Upon witnessing their withdrawal, Mu breathed a sigh of relief. He had placed his bets wisely. The opposition had likely stumbled upon whispers of the legendary Pokemon, Lugia, which compelled them to take a desperate risk in an attempt to extort a substantial gain. Had this been an operation dispatched by Team Rocket's headquarters, the informants would undoubtedly be far beyond Mu's current capacity to confront. I am immensely grateful for your timely intervention. You must be Mu, the grandson of Professor Okido, Sakuragi approached. Indeed. My grandfather mentioned that there is intel requiring my verification. Mu nodded. If the observational results are authentic, I surmise your doctoral degree should be conferred ahead of schedule. With that in mind, please follow me. Without pretense, Sakuragi led Mu to an unscathed room within the research facility. He powered on the computer, unlocking a confidential file, revealing a video before Mu's eyes. Off the coast of Tokiwa City, a colossal silver silhouette flashed across the land surveillance monitor. After slowing the footage down 12-fold, Mu nodded in affirmation. It can be confirmed. This is indeed the legendary Pokemon, Lugia. This discovery is of paramount importance. Your hypothesis regarding the circulation of ocean currents between Kanto and Johto has been validated. Splendid. The excitement in Sakuragi's eyes was palpable. This project's success would grant him the title of doctor. In light of Team Rocket's involvement, I believe it would be prudent for you and your family to relocate to another city. What do you think? Mu suggested. After all, with the sea god Lugia at stake, should Team Rocket act irrationally and return, this family of 4 would not suffice to withstand their wrath. That is precisely my intention. A new research facility has been prepared in Kureha City, which is also my hometown, alleviating security concerns. We are preparing to move back to Kureha City, Mr. Sakuragi responded earnestly. Since you have made your decision, I shall not linger further. I must continue my journey as a trainer and will take my leave, Mu remarked. Rising to take his leave. It's quite late. Mu, why not stay here for the night? Miss Yoshino, Sakuragi's wife, warmly invited. Thank you for your kindness. But I wish to depart for Nibi City early, so I shall not impose, Mu declined, shaking his head as he exited the Sakuragi residence. Watching Mu's retreating figure, Ta glanced at his sister. Sister, if you do not pursue him now, he may be gone before you know it. With a flush of determination, Koharu resolved to chase after Mu. Koharu. Sakuragi was taken aback, while Yoshino held her husband's hand, smiling as she shook her head. It's fine. Our daughter is growing up. Sakuragi sighed, hands on his hips. How swiftly they grow. Chapter 9. Journey to Nibi City. As they walked along the seaside, illuminated by streetlights, Mu and his Eevee moved gracefully toward the direction of the Tokiwa forest under the gentle glow of the moon. How does that saying go? A person on the road is as exquisite as jade, a gentleman unparalleled in the world. Suddenly, Eevee's ears perked up, glancing back. What's wrong, Eevee? Mu inquired curiously, turning his head. Wait. A girl with braided hair jogged toward them under the moonlight. You must be the daughter of Director Sakuragi, right? Is there something you need? Mu tilted his head, smiling as he asked. The handsome smile of the young man seemed to cause a blush to rise on Koharu's cheeks. Arno. Thank you so much for saving us today. Oh, that? Mu waved his hand dismissively. It was nothing. You don't need to worry about it. I would like to go with you. Koharu's voice trailed off. You're still in school, right? Mu suddenly interrupted. Yes. I'm in the preparatory class at the Pokemon school, she nodded. Then, you must not give up halfway, he encouraged with a warm smile. Whether traveling or studying, it's all a form of self-cultivation. So, Mu, do you enjoy traveling alone? Koharu asked with curiosity. Not particularly, Mu shrugged. It's just that finding the right companion isn't so easy. The right companion? Koharu tilted her head. Well, if two people's goals and directions are completely aligned, then traveling together might feel restrictive. However, if each other's dreams can complement one another, that would be ideal, Mu mused, stroking Eevee's head. So, what kind of companion do you desire, Mu? Koharu asked candidly. With a gentle tap on her forehead, Mu caught her off guard, making her blush and lower her gaze. Don't become what others want. Strive to be who you wish to be, he said, retracting his finger with a smile. Once you figure out what you want, perhaps we could journey together. But not now. I understand, Koharu nodded, her head downcast like a timid quail. It's getting late. We should head back quickly. Director Sakuragi will be worried, he stated firmly, hands on his hips. Yes. Koharu nodded, obediently turning to leave. Mu watched her retreating figure, shaking his head with a chuckle. He was certainly not as oblivious as Satoshi, A young girl's sentiments often inspire poetry. Oh, here. Take this. Koharu called out, returning a few steps to thrust a pendant into SHMU's hand before dashing off without looking back. Curiously, he opened his palm to reveal a silver crescent moon feather. After running a distance, Koharu turned back. A clear cry echoed over the sea. SHMU abruptly turned around. Gazing up at the moon, the sea breeze tousling his hair. Under the moonlight, a silver Pokemon soared high above. From Koharu's perspective, it was a moment frozen in time. A silver Pokemon gazing down as SHMU looked up, a silent understanding shared between them amid the radiant moonlight and azure waves. Watching the distant Lugia fade away, SHMU smiled faintly. While Satoshi had Ho-Oh, he too had the favor of Lugia. It felt rather delightful. SHMU, I will strive to find my own path. Wait for me. Koharu clenched her fist as she watched the boy move further away. Upon returning home at a brisk pace, the determined girl declared to her father, Dad, I want to learn more about Pokemon. Beneath Director Sakuragi's kind smile, his heart ached. It seemed he could not preserve his little cabbage. After bidding farewell to Koharu, SHMU pressed on, swiftly entering the realm of Tokiwa Forest. The distance through this part of the forest was slightly longer, so SHMU did not rush through the night. He released all 3 of his Pokemon, and after about 2 hours, he arrived at a relatively spacious clearing. Let us rest here for the night. His Scyther gathered firewood, while his Charmeleon lit the campfire. SHMU found some dry grass and laid out his sleeping bag, completing the camping preparations. Although he had a tent in his backpack, the clear starry night offered a unique charm that enticed him to sleep under the open sky. He brewed himself a cup of milk and prepared a warm porridge with milk and Pokemon food for his 3 companions. After dinner, SHMU readied himself for rest. Eevee instinctively burrowed into his sleeping bag to keep him warm, while Charmeleon lay beside him. The night watch was assigned to Scyther, who had undergone special training. As a technical expert, Scyther excelled in executing skillful combos. However, to further enhance its combat capabilities, SHMU suggested focusing on critical strikes, emphasizing the importance of mastering energy accumulation. Do not treat energy accumulation as merely a skill, make it your instinct. This is the training goal I have set for you. Scyther. Behind the campfire, Scyther stood naturally behind SHMU, its blades hanging down, eyes gently closed. With rhythmic breaths, a layer of white light flickered around Scyther's body. Once energy accumulation became an instinctive ability, its combat prowess would undergo a qualitative leap. After a restful night, once SHMU awoke, Scyther ceased its training, finished its meal, and retreated into its Pokeball for rest. SHMU then continued onward with Charmeleon and Eevee. As they traversed the latter half of Tokiwa Forest, the trees became sparser, replaced by thick grass reaching waist height. Navigating through this terrain required caution, as wild Pokemon or trainers could spring forth at any moment. Along the way, several Rattatas that attempted to pilfer food met their demise at Charmeleon's claws. It seemed Charmeleon was on the brink of evolution. Suddenly, a shadow leaped high from the grass. Watch out! Eevee Thunderbolt! SHMU commanded without hesitation. A streak of electricity shot forth, striking the shadow, which collapsed to the ground, its legs twitching slightly. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a Chinibyu boy clad in armor, wielding a plastic sword. What are you doing? SHMU asked curiously. Good question. The boy rolled over and sprang to his feet, pointing the toy sword at SHMU. Are you from Mossera Town? Indeed, I am. What do you want? SHMU admitted openly. Haha. Then it's settled. I've battled 2 trainers from Mossera Town who passed through here before. How about it? Do you want to fight me? The boy eagerly challenged. SHMU scrutinized the boy's chubby face with intrigue. So, you were beaten twice and now wish to reclaim your honor with me? What a joke. I, SHMU, am the #1 trainer from Mossera Town. You think you can challenge me? The boy's face flushed in embarrassment at being exposed. Enough chatter. If you want to battle, then let us battle. If not, just concede, and I'll let you pass. SHMU almost laughed in disbelief. Do you seek punishment? Come on, I'll give you a buff. Typically, he did not refuse a challenge that presented itself. Bring it on, he beckoned with a finger. All right, I hope you won't disappoint me. The boy retrieved his Pokeball, and they moved apart, the match officially commencing. Go, Beedrill. The boy released his Pokeball, summoning a robust Beedrill before SHMU. Wow, I didn't expect you to have such a Pokemon, SHMU remarked, raising an eyebrow. What's wrong? Are you scared? Just admit defeat. The boy boasted triumphantly. Scared? You may be overthinking it, Xiaomao scoffed, having just sent a request for appraisal, only to discover that this formidable creature was a pitiful level 14. No wonder it had been easily subdued by Xiao Chun and his companion. Enough of the chatter, let us proceed. The young warrior eagerly exclaimed. Well, if you are willing to risk your life, I shall not hesitate to send forth my Charmander. Go. Xiao Mao tilted his head, gesturing. Wow. Charmander puffed up its chest and advanced confidently. Strike first. Beedrill, unleash your powerful attack. The young warrior initiated the assault. However, Xiao Mao shook his head in disbelief. Given the slow speed, sending it towards a fire-type Pokemon was akin to delivering oneself as a sacrifice. Charmander, unleash Flamethrower. Xiao Mao had little interest in prolonging the encounter. He had to head to Nibi City soon. Wow. As Beedrill lunged forward, Charmander executed a nimble backward leap, then opened its mouth wide, releasing a torrent of searing flames. Boom. Beedrill was struck by a direct hit. With a resounding crack, the heavily damaged Beedrill collapsed, allowing Charmander to gain a significant amount of experience points. How could this be? The young warrior was stunned. The previous two opponents had at least lasted 4 or 5 rounds against him, yet this time he was instantly defeated. Well done, Charmander. After offering encouragement to Charmander, Xiao Mao shook his head and turned to leave. If you wish to train, you must engage with a variety of opponents. Hiding in the forest and working in isolation will only limit your potential. Listening to Xiao Mao's sage advice, the young warrior had an epiphany. Indeed, he needed to battle more trainers from Pallet Town. With a resolution, he decided to lay in wait for the next opportunity. Chapter 10. The Gym Battle in Nibi City. With a swift motion, Shigeru effortlessly pinned the warrior boy to the ground, leaving him invigorated as he pushed through the lush expanse of the Jade-Band Forest. By midday, he finally arrived at the entrance of Nibi City. In comparison to Jade-Band City, Nibi City undoubtedly exuded a distinctive urban charm, with its deep gray hues perfectly embodying the essence of rock-type Pokemon. However, the ramshackle structure before him was surrounded by an abundance of stones. What was the meaning of this? Come, young man, care to purchase some stones? A robust elder, donned in a knitted cap, greeted him enthusiastically. This man was likely the former gym leader of Nibi, the father of Shigeru's acquaintance, and the formidable Uncle Wuning. Do you have any of these stones? Shigeru inquired, producing a piece of paper with a drawing resembling a glass orb adorned with genetic spirals. Let me see. No, I don't have that, the eccentric stone merchant replied, shaking his head in resignation. You see, it's not that I'm unwilling to buy, but you have nothing to offer. Shigeru shrugged. Perhaps it's best to close up shop and head home. I still need to challenge the Nibi Gym. You wish to challenge the Nibi Gym? Uncle Wuning suddenly lifted his gaze. As a Pokemon trainer, it is only natural for me to challenge the officially recognized gyms of the Pokemon League, Shigeru replied matter-of-factly. Oh, but Shigeru is quite strong, young man. Do you think you're up to the challenge? Uncle Wuning posed a question. Shigeru smirked slightly. Shigeru, the gym leader of Nibi, specializes in rock-type Pokemon, and his team includes a formidable Onix that exceeds level 20. It's quite a challenge, but calling him strong may be a bit of an exaggeration. It seems you've done your homework, Uncle Wuning remarked, nodding appreciatively. While the previous gym leader was indeed powerful, Shigeru is a newcomer. I've heard he is busy with household chores and caring for his younger siblings, so his training time must be quite limited. Without the advantage of Onix's sheer weight, I suspect the Nibi Gym would soon find itself at the bottom of the rankings among the official gyms in Kanto, Shigeru stated bluntly. This was not mere hyperbole. Among the 8 leading gyms in Kanto, Nibi and Hanamura gyms were currently the weakest. The reasons were similar. Uncle Wuning and Aunt Wira, the formerly strong leaders of their respective gyms, had both mysteriously vanished. Shigeru and the 4 young girls at Hanamura Gym had not received adequate formal training, resulting in a steep decline in gym strength. In contrast, Rika of Rainbow City had smoothly taken over her gym from her family and was performing significantly better. Alas, it's all the fault of Shigeru's irresponsible father, Uncle Wuning sighed, pointing ahead. Follow the main road, and you will reach the Nibi Gym. Off you go. Thank you, Uncle. Until we meet again, Shigeru bid farewell and continued on his journey. Observing Uncle Wuning's demeanor, it seemed his return to the gym was not far off. Soon, Shigeru would be able to set aside his family burdens and pursue his dreams. In a few years, a fully realized Shigeru would reclaim his position at the Nibi Gym. And by then, the newcomers in Kanto would truly understand the meaning of intensity. Anticipating that moment filled Shigeru with excitement. Rather than heading directly to the gym, Shigeru first visited the Pokemon Center upon entering Nibi City. He had been so preoccupied with his journey in Jade-Band City that he had forgotten to register for the Quartz League. Thus, he promptly arrived at the Pokemon Center in Nibi City. Handing his Pokédex to Nurse Joy, he registered his trainer information in the Quartz League's main computer. Nurse Joy smiled as she returned the Pokédex to Shigeru. All set. Your tournament registration is complete. Thank you. Shigeru expressed his gratitude before ensuring his Eevee and other Pokemon were in good health. He took a moment to enjoy a cup of coffee, finally feeling prepared to head to the Nibi Gym. As a time-honored traditional gym, the Nibi Gym boasted a facade adorned with ancient rock decorations, exuding an air of solemnity. Shigeru chuckled to himself, recalling Shigeru's reserved personality. It truly suited him well. Eevee, are you ready? Our first battle must be a splendid victory, Shigeru declared confidently, crossing his arms. Vui. Eevee responded enthusiastically, perched on Shigeru's shoulder. Ding. Kanto series mission, Journey to the Quartz Plateau, begins. Current progress, 08. Current task, obtain the Nibi Gym badge. Reward, 500 achievement points, skill CD, rollout. Here we go? Shigeru grinned, finally embarking on the main storyline quest. Without further ado, he pushed open the gym doors. Navigating through the dimly lit corridor, Shigeru reached the battle arena of the gym. Frowning at the inadequate lighting, surely the Nibi Gym was not so impoverished that they couldn't afford proper illumination? Just as he voiced his thoughts, a spotlight suddenly illuminated the room. A man with a hedgehog-like hairstyle, squinting his eyes, sat cross-legged on a seat not far from Shigeru. Who goes there? Shigeru inquired with a serious expression. It must be said that before the peculiar turn of events, Shigeru still retained a semblance of a skilled trainer's demeanor. I am Shigeru from Shinshin Town, here to challenge the Nibi Gym. Shigeru stepped forward and declared loudly. Interesting. You and your Eevee appear quite close. In that case, I shall accept your challenge. Shigeru rose, snapping his fingers. With a clap, the lights brightened, revealing the full extent of the arena. It was a standard-sized league arena, with exposed pipes and steel beams, lending it a raw, rugged aesthetic. Shigeru approached the trainer-esque command position within the gym. The rules are 2 versus 2. Do you have any objections? He activated the switch, causing the rocky terrain to unfold from both sides towards the center. No objections, let us proceed, Shigeru nodded awkwardly. With no professional referee present, he had little expectation for formal match regulations. Then, my first Pokemon will be this. Come forth, Onix. With the battlefield set, Shigeru immediately unleashed his ace. The towering Onix. Standing 2 stories tall, the Onix was imposing up close, creating an overwhelming visual impact. This was Shigeru's strategy, to intimidate his opponents upon entry. As many newcomers faltered under such pressure, Shigeru scrutinized the Onix with keen interest. This Onix seems quite young, doesn't it? Its size hasn't reached its full potential yet. At Shigeru's remark, Shigeru's brow furrowed slightly. He had encountered a formidable opponent who was unfazed by intimidation. Enough with the chatter. Release your Pokemon, Shigeru urged impatiently. Don't worry, it will be over soon. Eevee, go. Shigeru gestured, and Eevee leaped decisively into the arena. An ordinary Eevee, huh? It seems your battle experience is rather limited. Shigeru chuckled lightly. Is that so? Let us find out. Shigeru replied with a mysterious smile. His Eevee was no ordinary creature. It was one of Professor Okito's prized Eevees. Let me show you the harsh reality of gym battles. Onix, use tackle, Shigeru commanded, launching an aggressive assault without hesitation. Ugh. The colossal Onix lunged forward, its massive head barreling toward Eevee's diminutive form. In an instant, Shigeru snapped his fingers. Vui. With a burst of speed, Eevee dodged the Onix's attack with ease, leaving only a trail of white light in its wake. Size and mass do not solely equate to strength. They also compromise agility, Shigeru calmly remarked. While there are trainers who train Onix for speed, its physical attributes inherently limit its ability to maneuver. If it misses a single strike, it is bound to face retaliation. Eevee, use Seed Bomb. Xiaomao is certainly not someone who is easily outmatched. He swiftly retaliated with a barrage of seed-based attacks. Eevee positioned itself behind the Onix, opening its small mouth to unleash a flurry of green seeds directed at the back of the Onix's head. The sound of impact echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Even a rock-solid head would feel the sting of such an assault. Is this a grass-type move? Xiao Gang was taken aback, pondering whether Eevee could truly master such a technique. As Xiao Gang remained in a daze, Xiaomao seized the opportunity without hesitation. Eevee, use Sand Attack. Eevee pivoted, propelling its hind legs to launch a cloud of sand directly into the Onix's face. While the damage may have been minimal, the insult was profound. How infuriating. Onix, use Dig. Xiao Gang's tactical instincts were sharp. Facing a disadvantage, he opted for a strategic maneuver. Burrowing underground to surprise the opponent was indeed a clever strategy. However, Xiaomao grinned. You brought this upon yourself. Eevee, aim for the hole and use Water Gun. With a powerful jet of water surging into the tunnel, Xiao Gang's expression twisted in disbelief. What is happening? Is this truly Eevee? This must be a fluke, right? Regardless of Xiao Gang's astonishment, the Onix could no longer endure the assault, emerging from the ground while spewing water. 100,000 volts. Xiao Mao's philosophy is to strike when the opponent is vulnerable. A brilliant flash of golden electricity illuminated the scene as Eevee's thunderbolt enveloped the drenched Onix. The Onix writhed in agony, rising momentarily before collapsing with a thunderous crash. It appears that victory is mine, Xiao Mao declared, raising his hands in a gesture of triumph. Well, it seems you have indeed won, Xiao Gang conceded, scratching his head. This Eevee is quite formidable. Xiao Mao smiled, offering words of encouragement to Eevee before recalling his beloved companion. Charmander, it's your turn now. Turning to Xiao Gang, Xiao Mao revealed a friendly smile. Now, let the second half commence. Xiao Gang. Chapter 11. The enigmatic Amber in the Nibi Gym. Shigeru's inaugural gym battle was underway, with Brock's Onix already defeated. He summoned his second Pokemon, Geodude, to face Shigeru's Charmander. Go for it, Brock exclaimed. Charmander, bubbling with excitement, opened its arms wide and fixed its gaze on Geodude. Ah, such a combative spirit, Brock chuckled. Geodude, use Rock Throw. The technique sounded impressive but was rather straightforward. Geodude swiftly picked up some pebbles from the ground and hurled them at Charmander with a casual toss. Take that. Smack. Charmander caught the stones effortlessly, its draconic energy coalescing in its grasp. With a flourish, it transformed the pebbles into mere dust. Don't hold back on my account. Unleash Flamethrower. Shigeru calmly gestured. Wow, so you think you can throw rocks at me? Charmander, with its fiery temperament ignited, unleashed a torrent of flames. Boom. After the blaze subsided, a charred stone lay in the arena. Geodude crumpled to the ground, expelling a cloud of black smoke. Brock, beads of sweat forming on his brow, wondered if this challenger was truly formidable or merely an intruder. Oh dear, that was rather excessive. My apologies, Shigeru scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment in his demeanor. With a triumphant posture, Charmander exuded a radiant light of evolution. Is it evolving? Brock gasped in astonishment. Indeed, after all this training. I believe it's time for a transformation, Shigeru nodded. The dazzling light faded, revealing a fierce-looking Charmeleon, adorned with a single horn atop its head, a tail ablaze with fire, and limbs that exuded strength. What splendid coloration! It must have received exceptional care. Brock couldn't help but admire. Thank you for your guidance. I have indeed invested much effort into this child, Shigeru replied, pride evident in his tone, although he faced defeat in the battle. Witnessing the growth of a challenger was the pinnacle of pride for a gym trainer. Brock, displaying great sportsmanship, approached Shigeru, and they shook hands in goodwill. This is the dark gray badge, proof of your victory over the Nibi Gym. Brock presented his badge formally to Shigeru. Thank you. I shall accept it, Shigeru responded, taking the badge and placing it into his collection box. Ding. Task completed. Progress updated towards the Quartz Plateau. Completion. 1-8. Rewards have been added to the system backpack. With the gym battle concluded, and after bidding farewell to Brock, Shigeru finally had time to explore Nibi City. Though not a metropolis, it offered ample supplies. After purchasing food and medicine from a friendly shop, Shigeru arrived at his final destination in Nibi City, the Nibi Science Museum. Here, numerous stones and remnants of spacecraft were displayed. If the scientists' hypotheses were correct, these remains belonged to the spacecraft that brought Clefairy to Earth. However, Shigeru was far more intrigued by the Pokemon fossils than the spacecraft. After paying the $50 entrance fee at the front desk, Shigeru strolled into the museum with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of calm. Excuse me, sir, would you like me to introduce the exhibits? A middle-aged researcher in glasses and a lab coat approached. Actually, I prefer to explore on my own, thank you. Shigeru politely declined the enthusiastic staff member and made his way to the second floor. As expected, upon glancing up, he was greeted by the sight of two fossilized Kabuto. Intrigued, Shigeru leaned in closer. These fossils contain the genes of ancient Pokemon. Soon, with advancements in genetic technology, they would be revived into living Pokemon. In Shigeru's memory, only Professor Shigeru from the Hoenn region possessed the technology to achieve such a feat. Not only was he a master of fire-type Pokemon, but he was also a remarkably accomplished scientist. Although not every ancient Pokemon possessed formidable combat prowess, the notion of these Pokemon re-emerging after centuries, to scholars, was undoubtedly a romantic concept. Next, Shigeru observed fossils of Ammonite and Kabutops, common ancient Pokemon fossils from the Kanto region. However, these Pokemon generally lacked combat effectiveness, holding more academic value than practical use. Shigeru, is that you? A surprised voice suddenly exclaimed. Shigeru looked up to see a middle-aged man with a square face standing before him. Who are you? Shigeru inquired, puzzled. Oh, you may not remember, but I am Dian, a former student of Professor Oak. The enthusiastic scholar exclaimed. Greetings, Shigeru offered a polite nod. Haha, it has been quite some time. How's Professor Oak's health? Dian inquired warmly. Grandfather is well. Thank you for your concern, Shigeru replied sincerely. Are you here for a visit? Diane continued. Yes. I am on a journey to become a Pokemon trainer and thought I would check out the Pokemon fossils, Shigeru explained. Truly, you are indeed Professor Oak's grandson. Exhibiting a commendable spirit of academic inquiry, Diane nodded appreciatively. Next year, there will be a fossil revival project in Johto. You are welcome to join us if interested. Really? I will definitely attend. Shigeru's eyes sparkled with excitement. In Johto, he would likely encounter Cradily and Anorith, both possessing immense potential. Come with me, Diane suggested, leading Shigeru to an office. This is a beautiful stone I excavated from ancient times. Consider it a memento. He produced a piece of yellow amber from his drawer and handed it to Shigeru. Shigeru's eyes widened in astonishment. Mysterious amber. What a treasure. Is it truly all right for me to accept this? Shigeru asked, uncertainty lacing his tone. Of course, this is not a fossil, and I have the authority to give it away. Diane stood tall. After all, I am the curator here. I am incredibly grateful. I absolutely adore it, Shigeru exclaimed joyfully, accepting the amber and clutching it tightly in his hand. Inside, it likely contained the essence of an ancient dinosaur, a fossilized pterosaur, one of the primeval apex predators. There's no need for such formality. My attainment of a doctoral degree is largely due to Professor Oak's meticulous guidance. Diane waved dismissively, clearly a devoted admirer of Professor Oak. Time grows short. I must depart for Wallon City. Until we meet again, Uncle Diane, Shigeru expressed, his unexpected delight curtailing his further exploration of the museum. And he bid farewell. Very well, I look forward to our next encounter, Diane smiled, graciously escorting Shigeru out of the museum. As Shigeru departed, a researcher approached Diane from behind. Curator, that was a piece of amber from a fossilized pterosaur, and you just gave it away? You do not understand the value of a teacher's kindness. No mere piece of amber can repay it. If I can assist Shigeru, I would gladly part with my entire collection of fossils without a second thought, Diane responded, his hands clasped behind his back, a broad smile illuminating his face. Chapter 12. The sour and stinky Nidoran and Nidorino in the city of Nibi. Having obtained the mysterious amber, Shigeru was in high spirits. Seizing the remaining daylight, he departed from the somber gray city. Ahead lay the Moonview Mountain, beyond which lay the next city, Wallon. This city, currently ranked last among the Kanto region, was home to a gym where trainers performed aquatic ballet in alluring swimsuits daily. To be frank, Shigeru was not particularly enthusiastic about it. As he entered the mountain path, Shigeru released his Pokemon. The terrain of Moonview Mountain boasted a greater variety of Pokemon species. Listen well. Our principle is to leave no survivors within a 10-mile radius, Shigeru declared, hands on his hips, addressing his Pokemon, Scyther and Charmeleon. Even if we encounter a Gyarados, it will receive a few slaps before it can leave, understood? With that, the trio of Pokemon responded affirmatively. Thus, the wild Pokemon along the way encountered a most unfortunate fate. When they came across a larger rock, Scyther sliced it open effortlessly. Inside, a Slugma was roused from slumber, bewildered. In a swift motion, Charmeleon struck with its claws, and before Slugma could react, Eevee followed up with a water gun. Slugma, overwhelmed, collapsed by the roadside, shedding tears of despair. Truly, it was a cruel world. Of course, this was still considered fortunate, as Slugma had not put up a fight. In the nearby grass, a family of Beedrill, known as the bullies of the forest, had been residing. They were notorious for their domineering behavior until they encountered Shigeru. On the forest path, a swarm of Beedrill fled in panic, pursued by Shigeru and his determined trio. Scyther swung its blades, unleashing sonic booms, while Charmeleon exhaled flames and Eevee emitted sparks. Please, don't come any closer, the Beedrill pleaded. Do not run. Shigeru's group retaliated. After dispatching the last Beedrill, Shigeru, along with Eevee, Charmeleon, and Scyther, arrived at the cave entrance at the foot of Moonview Mountain. Passing through here would lead them to the other side of the mountain, allowing for the swiftest route to Wallon City. The sound of flowing water nearby captivated Shigeru's attention. The mountain spring of Moonview seemed to be a source of renowned water, a treasure not to be missed. Observing the cave before him, Shigeru decided to take a break and have lunch before continuing. Scyther, please locate the spring so we can gather some water, he instructed, dispatching Scyther as a scout while he began preparing lunch. When traveling, Shigeru typically made a hearty soup accompanied by bread, a culinary method he dubbed a pot of chaos. This approach was not only convenient, but also maximized nutrition. He combined large chunks of potatoes, corn, carrots, and green peas with beef and salmon, seasoning it lightly with salt and a base of butter. Soon, the enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air. Eevee and Charmeleon, each with their own bowl, sat eagerly beside the pot, their tails swaying harmoniously. Scyther returned shortly, efficiently carrying a filled water jug. Pleased with the mountain spring water he had gathered, Shigeru tapped the pot. Time to eat. Although human food offered no particular advantages to Pokemon, indeed, excessive salt could even cause them to shed fur, Shigeru still enjoyed adding his own culinary touch to their meals. Sharing a meal from the same pot created a delightful sense of camaraderie. Dividing the food into 3 portions, he served Eevee and Charmeleon 1 bowl each, while Scyther received a larger serving. As Shigeru lifted his own bowl, the 3 Pokemon gazed at him expectantly. All right, it's time to eat, he nodded, prompting them to devour their meals ravenously. Shigeru took a sip of the soup, savoring it as he blew on it gently. Delicious. It is indeed worthwhile to spend time learning to cook, he remarked, satisfied. Initially, Shigeru had considered traveling with a chef. With his charm, it wouldn't be difficult for a talented cook from Mosera Town to accompany him on his journey. However, reflecting on his goals, he decided to fend for himself. After all, having a stunningly beautiful girl traveling with him could easily lead to unintended complications. Take your time eating, there's still more in the pot, he said, slightly embarrassed as he observed Charmeleon and Scyther's voracious appetites. I'm not withholding food from you. Why must you bury your heads in the bowls every meal? Just then, 2 uninvited guests arrived at Shigeru's campsite. A Nidoran, accompanied by a Nidorino, swaggered forth, brandishing its claws at Eevee. What's this little fellow up to? Shigeru mused, intrigued. Nidoran gestured towards Eevee's bowl, and Shigeru quickly grasped its intent. Fight me, and if you lose, your meal becomes mine. Impressed by Nidoran's audacity, Shigeru stood, observing the Nidorino, which followed closely behind, its coat gleaming with care, unlike its battle-scarred counterpart. Princess and knight? How amusing, he smiled. Charmeleon, engage in a spar. With a hearty roar, Charmeleon stood ready. Nidoran instinctively shielded Nidorino, apprehensive about facing the larger Pokemon. Fear not. If you win, I'll treat you to a meal. If you lose, there's no escape for either of you, Shigeru said with a playful smirk. Upon hearing this, Nidoran grew anxious. It merely sought food for the princess, not to lose Nidorino. In a swift turn, Nidoran attempted to flee with Nidorino in tow. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared, creating a barrier on the ground. Scyther stood resolutely behind the 2. You think my campsite is so easily entered and exited? Shigeru crossed his arms, eyeing Nidoran. Having assessed the situation earlier, he recognized that both Pokemon possessed exceptional potential. With proper training, they could become formidable allies. Moreover, since they were a pair, Shigeru felt a responsibility to keep them together. Realizing escape was futile, Nidoran mustered its courage and approached Charmeleon, while Nidorino timidly regarded Shigeru. Shigeru produced some Pokemon food from his pocket, and the little ones cautiously approached, devouring the offering. All right, let the battle commence, Shigeru waved his hand, signaling Charmeleon. Hurry up, we still need to traverse Moonview Mountain. Charmeleon nodded, beckoning Nidoran with a gesture. Nidoran charged forward, its horn poised to strike. However, Charmeleon would not allow it to close the distance. With a roar, Charmeleon unleashed a torrent of flames, easily toppling Nidoran. The creature tumbled several times before regaining its footing. Nidorino, alarmed at Nidoran's plight, abandoned its meal and rushed to its side, expressing concern. Nidoran, pushing Nidorino aside, faced Charmeleon with determination. Recognizing Nidoran's resolve, Charmeleon nodded in respect, opening its arms to invite the next move. Nidorino propelled itself with a surge of power from its hind legs, leaping forcefully and delivering a vigorous kick towards the fire dinosaur. A second kick followed. With a sharp crack, the fire dinosaur crossed its arms in defense, taking a slight step back. Then, its right claw surged with draconic energy, a swirling green energy claw slicing through the air. With a resounding thud, Nidorino was sent flying once more, crashing directly into a tree. Observing the barely conscious Nidorino, Nidoran rushed forward with tearful eyes, positioning itself defiantly in front of the fire dinosaur, incessantly calling out as if to plead, please, no more. The fire dinosaur cast a helpless glance at Shigeru, uncertain of what to do, for attacking further would paint it as the villain. Shigeru, with a knowing smile, addressed Nidorino, can you still fight? If not, I shall take Nidoran with me. With a determined struggle, Nidorino stood up and roared towards the heavens, a brilliant flash of white light erupting. It had evolved. Shigeru's smile widened, recognizing the potential within this young creature. As the light of evolution faded, the more robust and imposing Nidoking emerged. Very well, let us continue. Shigeru nodded approvingly. With its forelegs digging into the ground, Nidoking charged once more at the fire dinosaur. This time, Shigeru issued a command, Dragon Rage. The fire dinosaur's tail flared with flames, and then unleashed a torrent of blue dragon fire. Boom. The Dragon Rage erupted, and Nidoking was undeniably felled by a single blow. Without hesitation, Shigeru declared, Go, Pokeball. The ball descended, capturing Nidoking within, the warning lights flashing twice before locking securely. Shigeru had successfully captured Nidoking. Nidoran gazed bewilderedly at the Pokeball before anxiously pawing at it. Nini? Where's my partner? Shigeru produced another Pokeball, crouching before Nidoran. Nidoking will be my companion from now on. How about it? Let us embark together. You won't have to sleep rough anymore. I will provide you both with a home. Nidoran tilted its head in contemplation, realizing there was no loss in joining. It promptly nudged the Pokeball's release switch with its head and willingly entered. With both Nidoking and Nidoran now captured, Shigeru wasted no time in recalling Eevee and Scyther into their respective Pokeballs, leading the Fire Dinosaur onward as they prepared to traverse the cave of Moonview Mountain. Upon seeing the dark cave, Shigeru frowned, wondering if bats might inhabit it. Just then, a swarm of Zubat burst forth. Shigeru activated his identification skill and surveyed the scene, noting that they were merely a collection of common creatures, the best among them being of gym level. Resolutely, he dismissed the little creatures and grasped the Fire Dinosaur's tail. Let us go, Dragon Brother. The Fire Dinosaur twitched its mouth in annoyance, tugged its tail free, and lifted it high, leading the way. Shigeru smirked. How stingy. You're just holding it yourself anyway. Illuminated by the flickering flames, Shigeru and the Fire Dinosaur ventured deeper into Moonview Mountain. Originally, Shigeru's plan was to swiftly cross the mountain and rest in Hualon City. However, plans often change, and after capturing Nidoking and Nidoran, Shigeru altered his course. Within the cave at the summit of Moonview Mountain lay a rare moonstone, a colossal specimen. To facilitate the future evolution of Nidoking and Nidoran, Shigeru must collect some prime moonstone fragments. Thus, with one human and one dragon, they explored their surroundings while ascending towards the peak of Moonview Mountain. To be continued. Chapter 13. Team Rocket and the Four Heavenly Kings. Under the illumination of the Fire Dragon, Shimizu and the Fire Dragon plunged into the cavern of Moonview Mountain. The cave was inhabited mostly by light-averse Pokemon such as Paras and Diglett, hence no wild Pokemon ambushed Shimizu and his companions. However, the elusive Clefairy, which Shimizu sought, had yet to make its appearance. It was crucial to find a Clefairy in Moonview Mountain to obtain the Moonstone, as these stones were predominantly in the possession of Clefairy. Come on, you guys, hurry up and pack. We need to retreat. Suddenly, the voice of someone ahead startled Shimizu. Fire Dragon, return. He recalled his Fire Dragon and pressed himself against the rock wall, concealing his presence. Soon, the cave was illuminated by flickering flames as 3 members of Team Rocket emerged, escorting a balding scholar not far from Shimizu. The experimental materials here are too subpar. Let's relocate to Johto, the balding scholar muttered to himself. Indeed, Dr. Lambua. You are correct, Dr. Beppo. The old man's lips twitched. My name is Dr. Nambua. All right, Dr. Lambua. Shimizu, crouching in the corner, felt his lips twitch in response. This balding man was indeed Dr. Nambua. It was said that he was an authority in the field of Pokemon evolution, and it appeared he was conducting some obscure experiments in Moonview Mountain. As he watched these individuals exit the cave, Shimizu sighed in relief. They should be gone now. I need to see what they have been up to. With this thought, he stood up and stealthily approached the direction the group had taken. Suddenly, an alarm rang in Shimizu's mind, and he rolled to the ground. A rock exploded where he had just been. Humph, I sensed mice in the cave earlier. Turns out it was just a little brat. A Team Rocket squad leader, flanked by 2 lackeys, appeared before Shimizu. Shimizu grimaced. He had been careless. He had forgotten that a Team Rocket squad typically consisted of 5 to 6 members. The previous group had clearly been insufficient in numbers, as they had been blocking his escape. As Shimizu's gaze fell upon Team Rocket, his pupils constricted. Behind several members, he saw 4 or 5 iron cages leaning against the rock wall. Inside were a Sandshrew, a Zubat, a Geodude, a Clefairy, and even a Rhydon. It seems you won't let me go easily, Shimizu commented, hand resting on his belt, gripping his Pokeball while teasing them. What do you think, kid? The Team Rocket squad leader sneered, signaling his lackeys to open a nearby iron cage. A bewildered Rhydon cautiously stepped out. Without hesitation, the squad leader produced a syringe and injected it into the seams of Rhydon's armor. TSK, this is the Kanto monster house. Watching as Rhydon's eyes gradually turned crimson, Shimizu sighed. Kanto was the headquarters of the Pokemon League, not only home to the most formidable Elite Four, but also the most troublesome villains. The criminal factions in other regions tended to blindly pursue the power of legendary Pokemon to bring about destruction. Only Team Rocket and Kanto understood the importance of economic development and scientific research. Even the absurd notion of creating deities came easily to their leader, Saki. Compared to Team Rocket, the other villains were truly superficial, painfully so. As Shimizu furrowed his brow in concern, Rhydon began to emit a radiant light of evolution. Soon, A majestic Rhyperior appeared before him. Forced evolution? Or perhaps through some concoction? Shimizu glared angrily at the Team Rocket members. This method of evolution not only drained a Pokemon's potential, but could also inadvertently cost it its life. Humph. Scared now. Brat? Too late. Rhyperior, take him out. The Team Rocket squad leader viciously waved his hand. The enraged Rhyperior charged at Shimizu, its horns spinning at high speed. If that hits me, I might just freeze in fear. Ibuki, use water gun. Shimizu immediately counterattacked. Ibuki was released from its Pokeball and promptly unleashed a jet of water, striking Rhyperior squarely in the face. However, the rampaging Rhyperior did not halt. Instead, it surged forward even faster. Damn it. Shimizu gritted his teeth, scooping up Ibuki and rolling aside just in time to evade Rhyperior's onslaught. Ha ha, kid. Stop struggling uselessly. You're doomed. The three members of Team Rocket laughed maniacally. Nidoking, Scyther, Fire Dragon. With a wave of his hand, Shimizu summoned all the Pokemon capable of fighting by his side. Ibuki, use Water Gun again. Fire Dragon, unleash Dragon Rage. Nidoking, charge head-on with Horn Attack. Shimizu first commanded the three Pokemon to swarm Rhyperior, then turned his gaze to Team Rocket. Scyther, don't mind anything else. Charge in and take them out. With a swift motion, Scyther dashed forward, its scythes gleaming. Hey, don't go wild, The Team Rocket members were taken aback. Who was the real terrorist here? Scyther plunged into the fray, slashing left and right, arms blocking strikes, legs countering attacks, instantly painting the scene red with blood. Boom. On another front, Nidoking was sent flying after a direct clash with Rhyperior. If it had been Nidoqueen, perhaps there would have been a chance to win. Its sheer weight made it impossible to withstand the impact. Ibuki and Fire Dragon managed to evade with their agility, but against the rampaging Rhyperior, they could only hold on desperately. Damn it, still not enough power. Shimizu furrowed his brow tightly. Ibuki, use Quick Attack. Fire Dragon, create a smokescreen. Avoid direct confrontation. Shimizu's strategy was simple, stall. He believed that a Rhyperior under the influence of performance-enhancing drugs couldn't rampage for long as he could hold out. Victory would ultimately belong to him. The narrow battlefield of the cave restricted Shimizu's movements, and peril loomed at every turn. Boom. A rock whizzed past Shimizu's head. The result of Rhyperior's explosive attack. Shimizu's face paled slightly. Should I shout for help? Roar. Rhyperior, having taken another hit from Fire Dragon's flamethrower, turned its head and charged at Shimizu. Arceus, grant me salvation. Please help. Shimizu rolled desperately to the side. Ice Beam. A sultry voice echoed through the air. Crack. Shimizu's eyes widened in disbelief as the once rampaging Rhyperior transformed into a lifelike ice sculpture. Do I resemble Arceus? From the shadows emerged a stunning woman, striding gracefully towards him. With long magenta hair, a black blouse, and a blue form-fitting skirt, she was none other than the Elite Four member, Kona. Shimizu exclaimed in astonishment. This woman was formidable. It was said that the reason Yolongdu had failed in the Elite Challenge for 5 consecutive years was due to her. The second-ranked Pokemon trainer in Kanto, an Ice-type expert, Kona. Yolongdu had made repeated attempts for the championship title, only to be thwarted by this woman, leaving him battered and bruised. It was easy to imagine how terrifying her strength was. Everything is fine now. You aren't hurt, are you? Kona adjusted her glasses, revealing a gentle smile akin to flowing water. Shimizu shook his head, marveling internally. What an enchanting being. Her every expression was utterly captivating. It seems I've arrived a moment too late. Kona furrowed her brow. Have all the Team Rocket members retreated? Actually, there are still 3 left. Xiao Mao gestured towards the cave where the 3 individuals lay on the ground, stating, I'm uncertain if we can escape, so I eliminated them first. Observing the 3 Team Rocket members in the corner, their fates uncertain, Kona cast a surprised glance at Xiao Mao, remarking, I didn't expect you to be so decisive. Xiao Mao carefully treated the wounds of his Eevee and Charmeleon with medicine, shrugging indifferently as he replied, This isn't a game. They intended to harm me. So I had no choice but to preemptively strike. It's merely self-defense. Besides, I am not bound by any moral constraints. Kona stifled a laugh, covering his mouth. You are quite the intriguing young lad. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Kona. Xiao Mao chuckled lightly. This is not our first encounter. I saw you once with my grandfather at the Quartz Plateau. I am Shigeru Okido. Kona's eyes lit up. Ah, Okido. You are the charming grandson of Professor Okido. Xiao Mao scratched his head awkwardly. I suppose I'm somewhat handsome. Kona winked playfully at him. Such modesty from a charming young man. Very well. I shall inform Miss Junsha about the situation here. What are your plans next? Xiao Mao examined the frozen Tyranitar. This creature, forcibly evolved, may have complications. I intend to take it to the Pokemon Center for examination. What do you think? Kona, showing little interest in such trivial matters, waved his hand dismissively. No problem. All the Pokemon here have been saved by you. Handle it as you see fit. Nodding, Xiao Mao retrieved a Pokeball and captured the Tyranitar. He then approached the iron cage and activated the switch. Several wild Pokemon trembled inside, seemingly unaware of their surroundings. After a moment's thought, Xiao Mao cautiously lifted a Jigglypuff from within, saying gently, "There you go, little one, you're free now." Jigglypuff looked at Xiao Mao quizzically, then gradually understood. Tentatively taking a few steps, it realized Xiao Mao simply smiled down at it. The child finally gained the courage to dash deeper into the cave. With Jigglypuff leading the way, the other wild Pokemon expressed their gratitude to Xiao Mao before turning to leave. Observing Xiao Mao's actions, Conan nodded approvingly, recognizing the gentle nature of Professor Okito's grandson. Chapter 14. The Gratitude of Pippi. How could I forget? Watching Pippi vanish into the depths of the tunnel, Xiao Mao suddenly realized the folly he had committed. "What's wrong, Xiao Mao?" Kina inquired curiously as she approached. "The moonstones. I need Pippi to guide me to find 2 moonstones, and I let Pippi leave without him." "Oh no," Xiao Mao exclaimed, pressing his forehead in frustration, nearly overwhelmed by his own blunder. "I believe it may not be as dire as you think. Look," Kina reassured him, patting his shoulder and pointing ahead. Xiao Mao lifted his gaze in confusion, only to see a timid Pippi standing not far away, flanked by 2 Pikachus. Most importantly, in the hands of the Pikachus, they held 2 magnificent moonstones. Pippi and the Pikachus approached Xiao Mao, and on tiptoes, Pippi earnestly extended the moonstones towards him. "Are these for me?" Xiao Mao asked, deeply touched, nearly on the verge of tears. Pippi and the Pikachus nodded in unison, offering this precious gift as a token of gratitude for saving their child. "Thank you. I truly need this," Xiao Mao replied appreciatively, unhesitatingly opening his backpack to stow the exquisite moonstones. After a moment's thought, he retrieved some homemade Pokemon treats and handed 2 cans to one of the Pikachus. "Pika?" The Pikachu curiously poked at the can. Xiao Mao beamed, opening one of the metal cans and offering it to them. "Let me treat you to a meal." After cautiously sniffing and tasting, both Pikachu's eyes lit up, and they eagerly devoured several more bites. "All right, you 2 must also be cautious in the future and avoid being captured by bad people again." Patting the heads of Pippi and the Pikachus, Xiao Mao shouldered his backpack once more. "Are you leaving?" Kina softly inquired. "Yes. I need to hurry and take the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus to the Pokemon Center," Xiao Mao replied, glancing back at her. "I suppose Miss Junsha will arrive shortly. Since I have nothing pressing, why don't we walk together for a bit?" Kina suggested, leaning on her chin. "That sounds delightful. Who would refuse the company of a glamorous lady in a fitted skirt?" Thus, accompanied by Kina, Xiao Mao traversed through the cave, following the descent of Moonview Mountain toward Hualan City. Along the way, they engaged in intermittent chatter. Kina was astounded by Xiao Mao's extensive knowledge. Whether it was Pokemon breeding or battles, or even local customs, he could seamlessly engage in any topic and provide his insights. Particularly, discussions about Ice-type Pokemon captivated Kina entirely. "Is it true that the Alola region has Ice-type Ninetales?" Kina inquired dreamily as they walked. "Indeed. And there's also an Ice-type Donphan. My great-uncle, Professor Okito, runs a school in the Alola region, and he shared this information with me," Xiao Mao affirmed. "Such Pokemon are truly something to look forward to." Kina's eyes sparkled with excitement. "After the Quartz League concludes, I might take a tour of the Alola region. If you're interested, you could join. It's a renowned vacation destination," Xiao Mao proposed. "Really?" Kina exclaimed, her enthusiasm palpable as she gazed at Xiao Mao. "If you have the time," Xiao Mao shrugged. "Of course. After the Quartz League, aside from battling Yulongdu, I have no other plans." "A trip sounds lovely." Kina clapped her hands like a little girl. Xiao Mao shook his head in bemusement. "Listen to yourself. What do you mean, aside from battling Yulongdu?" Meanwhile, Yulongdu, currently on an inspection in the Johto region, suddenly sneezed several times, much to the disdain of the Dragonite beside him, who covered its nose, exclaiming, "Don't spread your cold to me, you filthy man." As the 2 continued their conversation about the customs of Alola, the descent down the mountain felt far from tedious. The only regret for Xiao Mao was that Kina's strong presence deterred any wild Pokemon from appearing, and thus he missed the opportunity to encounter any experience-giving creatures. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, they finally arrived at Hualan City. "Let us part ways here," Kina suggested, shrugging. "If I were to appear at the Hualan City Pokemon Center, it would cause quite a stir." "Indeed." Xiao Mao nodded, acknowledging her point. "The 4 heavenly kings of Kanto are, without a doubt, stars wherever they go. Let us part here. If you need anything, feel free to contact me." "Of course. I am particularly intrigued by the Ice-type Ninetales and the Ice-type Eevee you mentioned, so I may need to bother you more in the future." Kina winked playfully. Absolutely no problem. You are always welcome to reach out. Xiaomao nodded, and the two parted ways on the street. What a pity for the young gentleman from the Okido family. He is still too young, Kenna thought. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she shook her head and turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xiaomao arrived at the Pokemon Center and explained the situation to Nurse Joy. The Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus was placed in a special care room, and Xiaomao chose to rest there. The injuries are not severe, but the forced evolution has taken a significant toll on his body. He will require meticulous care moving forward, Nurse Joy informed Xiaomao, handing him a long list of supplements. Understood, Xiaomao replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed as he accepted the list. Protein supplements, calcium tablets, zinc, iron, blood boosters. These supplements would take at least a year for the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus to restore its body to normal levels. Well, I suppose I can still afford it. Xiaomao sighed, shaking his head in resignation as he settled into a recliner in the care room, draping a blanket over himself to rest. Nurse Joy, passing by, stole a glance and smiled with a hint of satisfaction. A night of undisturbed dreams passed. The next morning, Xiaomao was awakened by the weak cries of the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. How are you feeling? Is your body any better? Xiaomao asked, folding the blanket as he observed the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus clumsily attempt to rise. After 2 failed attempts, the creature flopped back onto the bed. Thankfully, the care room's bed was sturdy enough to withstand it. Don't struggle, my friend, Xiaomao said, approaching the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. Roar. The Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus eyed Xiaomao warily, its drill atop, its head slowly rotating. Come on, you couldn't even knock over a small Rattata right now, Xiaomao chuckled, ruffling the creature's head. You, my friend, are quite unfortunate to have been captured by Team Rocket, but you were also lucky. You encountered me. Roar? The Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus tilted its head, curiously observing Xiaomao. Your body requires ample nutritional replenishment, though I typically avoid meddling in others' affairs since I have captured you. Guess what? You will soon return to your former glory as a fierce Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. I assure you, Xiaomao proclaimed, hands on his hips, voice resolute. The Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus lay on the hospital bed, resignedly closing its eyes, seemingly accepting its fate. Hey, don't be so grumpy. Come, let me introduce you to your future companions. Xiaomao retrieved his Pokeballs, releasing his Pokemon. Eevee, Charmeleon, Scyther, Nidorino, and Nidoran, with the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus included. Xiaomao realized he had assembled a full team. All right, friends, greet our new partner. Xiaomao clapped his hands. The Eevee and its companions graciously welcomed the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus. Opening its eyes, the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus surveyed its surroundings before resuming its rest. Xiaomao shook his head, noting its proud demeanor. Once Nidorino evolves, it will be good for Nidoqueen to train with the Iron Armor Tyrannosaurus and help refine its character. Suddenly, Nidorino, who had been nuzzling Nidoran, felt a chill run down its back as it caught sight of Xiaomao's amused expression. Nidorino sighed, inadvertently spilling some affectionate sentiments, pondering whether his young master would hold it against him. Eevee leaped onto the hospital bed, nestling beside the Steelix, softly calling out to him. Having endured similar human experiments, Eevee felt a profound empathy for Steelix's plight. All right, everyone, let us take a moment to rest before our training resumes at noon. Considering that Steelix would require an additional 2 days of hospitalization, Shigeru reflected that they would be staying in Hualan City for a while longer. With that thought, his Pokemon companions nodded in understanding. Chapter 15, The Water Ballet of the Azure Blue Gym. All right, line up, one at a time. Next up, Nidoqueen. In the training area of the Pokemon Center, Shigeru reclined in a lounge chair, donning sunglasses and clutching a wad of cash. It seems that trainers from prominent lineages have a wealth of resources at their disposal. The situation unfolded as such, due to the hospitalization of his Steelix. Shigeru was compelled to remain at the Pokemon Center in Azure City. With time on his hands, he decided to train in the outdoor area of the center. Naturally, this attracted confident Pokemon trainers eager to issue challenges. Unwilling to turn down such opportunities for experience, Shigeru welcomed them warmly. Initially, only a few trainers dared to challenge him, but after Shigeru achieved an impressive 10 consecutive victories, challenging him became a trending endeavor. Trainers flocked to the Pokemon Center, not only eager to test their skills, but also curious to see just how far Shigeru's winning streak would extend. With each trainer's attempt to best him, Shigeru's Pokemon amassed a considerable amount of experience. Most notably, is Nidoran evolved into Nidoqueen. Vine Whip. On the field, a young boy in shorts passionately directed his Pokemon. Catch it and swing. Shigeru shook his head. It was evident that Nidoqueen, with her greater mass, had taken the initiative to deliver the Vine Whip. My friend, you've lost without a doubt. With a swift motion, Nidoqueen unleashed her strength, causing the opposing Bellsprout to hurtle towards her. Go wild. Shigeru remained composed, observing as Nidoqueen rendered Bellsprouts face a veritable canvas of petals. Nearby, Nidorino shuddered, as if recalling some dreadful thought. Nidoqueen, I am the master of the mountains. Nidorino, no, please. The match concluded with Shigeru declared the victor by the young referee. Wow, this guy is incredible. Indeed, how many consecutive victories has he achieved? 37 in a row. Goodness. The crowd buzzed with excitement, while Shigeru stretched lazily, glancing at the sky. That'll be all for today. Tomorrow, I must challenge the Azure Gym. So you all may disperse. But I haven't challenged yet. Yes, it's still early. Two individuals who clearly weren't Pokemon trainers protested. Shigeru rolled his eyes. I just bet on my own victory. Make sure you hand over the cash before you leave, or I'll make sure you regret it. The two scruffy characters exchanged awkward glances, eyeing the scyther behind Shigeru, gulped nervously, and hurriedly left a stack of bills before fleeing. Shigeru pocketed the money with a sigh. Training Pokemon was indeed a costly endeavor, especially with a patient at home. The various supplements required for Steelix were exorbitant, with the cheapest costing 3,000 yen. The most expensive zinc and iron supplements reached 9,800 yen each. With nearly 40,000 yen needed monthly for Steelix's upkeep, only someone like Shigeru, a wealthy heir, could manage it. If it were Ash, he'd likely be in dire straits. Curse those unscrupulous merchants, Shigeru muttered, scratching his head. I need to find a part-time job. After bemoaning the prices at the Alliance-friendly shop, Shigeru generously filled Steelix's bowl with all the supplements. He then prepared food for his other Pokemon before heading to the intensive care unit. Upon entering, Steelix sat up straight, its robust tail swaying gently. Initially, Steelix had been doubtful of Shigeru, but after several meals together, it had come to appreciate the benefits of having a trainer. Eat up. We'll be discharged tomorrow. And you must commit to your rehabilitation. Let us aim for glory at the quartz conference, Shigeru encouraged, patting Steelix's head as it devoured its food. In Steelix's world, there were no complex values. Just eat what the boss provides, and battle whomever the boss commands. Content with its role as a loyal and clever Pokemon, Steelix nodded affirmatively. After a restful night at the Pokemon Center, the next day arrived. Shigeru departed with his rejuvenated Pokemon, as Steelix was officially discharged. It was time for Shigeru to get down to business. 2 streets away from the Pokemon Center stood the Grand Azure Gym, resembling a colossal aquarium. Today, it was bustling with activity, particularly at the ticket booth, where a long queue had formed. A massive banner announced, the Azure Beauties Water Ballet Performance Day. Those 3 sisters are at it again. Shigeru raised an eyebrow, rubbing his forehead in mild exasperation. Swimwear. This is something I cannot miss. Before Shigeru could voice his thoughts, a somewhat lewd voice called from behind. Turning around, he found Ash and his misfortunate companion Brock. Shigeru, are you here to watch the swimwear performance too? Ash exclaimed. Who would have thought you were so knowledgeable, Shigeru? Brock grinned, nudging Shigeru playfully in the chest, as if they were comrades in arms. You both are mistaken. Shigeru rolled his eyes. Do I look like someone in need of a girlfriend? I'm merely here to challenge the Azure Gym. Wait, this is really the Azure Gym? Brock was taken aback. Their SA gym leader even poorer than he is? Reduced to selling their charms? A gym. Excellent, I want a challenge too. Ash exclaimed, bubbling with excitement. Queue up behind me. Do you even have the money for a ticket? Shigeru pressed Ash's overly enthusiastic face down, purchasing the tickets and stepping into the hall ahead of him. Ash could only cast a pleading glance at Brock, knowing full well that Ash was notorious for being as broke as they come. Brock glanced at the poster, swallowed hard. All right, I suppose I can dig into my food budget a little bit more. The ticket seller flashed a sweet smile. We guarantee it's worth every penny. Dear. Meanwhile, Shigeru had discreetly slipped backstage. 3 beautiful women, wrapped in towels and clad in swimwear, were laughing and playing when they noticed the handsome young man enter. Apologies, I'm here to challenge the Azure Gym, Shigeru stated directly, keen to avoid being mistaken for a creep. The sisters, who had initially been assessing his looks, grimaced at the mention of a challenger. Not again, Misty isn't here. And we have endured too many defeats recently. Finally, the eldest sister, Sakura, flicked her golden hair and stepped forward. Well, young man, as you can see, we are about to perform. Would it be possible to postpone the match until after the show? Shigeru smiled kindly. I'm afraid not. Moreover, it will be over quickly and 1T delay the performance. Sakura's expression stiffened, but she resignedly nodded. Very well, let us proceed to the poolside. Following her to the edge of the pool, Sakura clapped her hands, summoning a small sea lion that emerged from the water, presenting a blue badge on its tongue. Sakura casually took the badge and tucked it away in her dimensional storage. Shigeru felt a warm flush, quickly reciting internally, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. The other 2 sisters whispered amongst themselves. Big sister is quite cunning, hiding the badge there, said I am. Indeed. At her age, still trying to flirt with a younger man. Rose chimed in. Exactly. If anyone is going to flirt, it should be me. I am nodded. The Rose pouted, declaring, as the youngest, it should be me. Xiao Mao, drenched in cold sweat, interjected, though your voices are not loud, I am not deaf. Cherry Blossom shot a disapproving glance at her two infatuated sisters before turning to Xiao Mao to announce, the rules of the competition are one-on-one. The victor will receive a blue badge. Xiao Mao nodded in understanding, I comprehend. We may begin. With a sigh, Cherry Blossom continued, then, my Pokemon is. With a snap, her Pokeball opened, revealing a remarkably beautiful Goldeen before Xiao Mao's eyes. The Goldeen swam energetically in the water, prompting Xiao Mao's lips to quiver slightly. Go, Eevee. Use Thunderbolt. Xiao Mao released his Pokeball. Eevee. With determination, Eevee approached the water's edge, unleashing a dazzling bolt of electricity that struck the surface. The water bubbled violently, and the Goldeen, with its spiral eyes, flipped onto its back, floating to the surface. Confused, Eevee looked at Xiao Mao. Are we here to fry fish today? Xiao Mao, with a resigned nod, replied, well done, return now, Eevee. As per our agreement, this badge is yours. Cherry Blossom stepped forward, retrieving the warm badge and placing it in Xiao Mao's hand. Thank you for your guidance, she said politely. All right, formalities concluded. Next, would you care to witness the aquatic ballet performance of the beautiful trio from Hualan? Cherry Blossom invited with a smile. Xiao Mao shrugged. Of course, I have purchased a ticket. The three sisters cast flirtatious glances at Xiao Mao before giggling and departing from backstage. Preparing to take the stage, Xiao Mao glanced at the badge in his hand. Just a brief look before setting off. Chapter 16. Teacher Xiao Mao of Rainbow University. After enjoying the water ballet in Hualan City, Xiao Mao departed before the three sisters made their exit. The fervent glances from the trio made him feel uneasy, and he would wager a hefty sum that they were scheming on how to share his prized moonstone. The next destination was Kure City. Before embarking, Xiao Mao returned Nidalana and Nidalino to Professor Oak's research institute. These two little rascals had recently taken a keen interest in Xiao Mao's exquisite moonstone, always attempting to sneak a taste. However, as a long-term investment Pokemon trainer, Xiao Mao had no intention of allowing Nidalino to evolve just yet. He planned to wait until they mastered some more powerful moves and accumulated the final energy needed before transforming them into the formidable Nidoking and Nidoqueen. At Professor Oak's institute, there was an elderly Dragonite from which Nidalino and Nidalana could learn a great deal. After all, this was the Kanto region, and one of the main Pokemon of the former champion, Professor Yukinari. Suddenly, Xiao Mao's old flip phone rang. As a standard rich second-generation individual, while others were still using public phones, Xiao Mao had already acquired a mobile phone, albeit one that was still at the level of an elderly flip model. He would have to wait a few more years for a smartphone. Although he had already submitted ideas and designs for a new phone to the manufacturing company in the Hoser region, many industrial standards had yet to be met, and several issues with the chips had not been resolved. Thus, it would likely be a while before he could use a Rotom phone. Notably, as the phone's designer, Xiao Mao had secured a written contract, ensuring he would receive 1,000th of the profits from every phone produced based on this prototype. Do not underestimate this 1,000th, remember? It applies to each unit. In a few years, Xiao Mao might not just be a rich second-generation heir, but a wealthy first-generation entrepreneur. Hello, this is Xiao Mao. He opened his flip phone and spoke. Oh my, you finally answered. Xiao Mao, where are you now? A somewhat aged voice came through the line. Principal Monet? I'm on my way to Kure City, Xiao Mao replied, furrowing his brow in confusion. Principal Monet of Rainbow University was a contemporary of Professor Oak and also Xiao Mao's doctoral advisor. Why was this old man calling him out of the blue? Here's the situation. In half a month, there will be an academic exchange meeting regarding Pokemon evolution. The Sinnoh Academic Group, led by Dr. Yamanashi, is coming to Rainbow University for the exchange, the old man explained. Sounds quite promising, Xiao Mao shrugged. Dr. Yamanashi is someone of great seniority. Even Professor Oak must call him senpai. He is a very serious individual. That's the issue. Principal Monet sighed. You know, our university has always been weak in the field of evolution research, and Yamanashi is surely looking forward to seeing me make a fool of myself. That scoundrel. Xiao Mao nearly laughed aloud. Sir, did you just refer to him as a scoundrel? Oh dear, I'm losing my composure. Principal Monet took a breath and continued. Initially, I intended for Dr. Lu Run, who specializes in evolution research, to represent Rainbow University at the exchange. However, his mentor, Dr. Nambwa, has been wanted by the police. He was taken away for investigation. Good grief. That cursed Nambwa has actually joined Team Rocket. I must erase him from our university's history. Xiao Mao shook his head, realizing that Nambwa was indeed a talent from Rainbow University. So Sir, what do you mean? Previously, you published a paper on Eevee's evolution forms, and after much contemplation, I believe you are our only hope to salvage Rainbow University's reputation. Therefore, Xiaomao, I implore you to return and guest lecture. Help me manage to get through this exchange with some dignity. Principal Monet pleaded helplessly. After pondering the route, Xiaomao decided to visit Professor Jinghui along the way, then take a ferry from Kuray City. He nodded in agreement. No problem, Principal Monet. I will arrive at the university a week early. However, regarding my appearance fee. Absolutely no problem. I will ensure it matches the stipend for a doctoral appearance, Monet sighed in relief. The doctoral stipend was an amount Xiaomao could fully accept. According to the League's salary cap, the appearance fee for a scholar of doctoral rank was approximately 500,000 a day. I still have some Pokemon with me. Xiaomao reminded him. That makes it even better. I'll have a graduate student from the breeding department act as your assistant. Principal Monet assured him exuberantly. Deal. Xiaomao said, hanging up the phone with satisfaction. The logistics of Rainbow University were remarkably efficient. If he didn't let his companions get a little plump. The breeding department's graduate students would be facing academic probation. With a clear objective set, Xiaomao wasted no time. Letting Eevee perch on his shoulder as he set off toward the seaside. After traversing the dense forest, he could hear the sound of waves, indicating that he was not far from his destination. Ding ding ding. Am I really this busy today? Xiaomao curiously glanced at his ringing phone again. Hello, is this Xiaomao? A languid and alluring voice came through the line. Xiaomao swallowed hard. Sister Kona, what brings you here? Nothing much. There's a champion challenge happening in Kuray City, and Shiba and I plan to have a 6-on-6 battle. I wanted to ask if you'd be interested in coming to cheer for your sister, Kona asked with a light giggle. Xiaomao's eyes lit up. A battle at the champion level, especially a full-scale match, was an event not to be missed. Of course, I will be there on time to support Sister Kona. Just make sure not to scare me with Master Shiba's muscles. Xiaomao promised, patting his chest. Haha, then I'll count on you for protection. Kona replied joyfully. Absolutely. It's a promise. Xiaomao said cheerfully as he bid her farewell. After hanging up, Kona patted her chest. Unsure why she had invited a novice trainer like Xiaomao to watch her match. Perhaps, it was simply because his smile was genuinely charming? Hey, what am I thinking? Kona chuckled, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Xiaomao continued to stride briskly towards the seaside. The rewards from the gym battle in Hualan City had arrived, yielding a skill disc, water pulse, and achievement points, 50. To be honest, Xiaomao found those achievement points rather excessive, given the current strength of the Hualan gym. He felt that 50 was rather generous. As he gazed ahead, the grass grew denser, reaching half his height, and obscuring the path. Xiaomao tilted his head, sensing a side quest nearby. To the left, there was a Bulbasaur belonging to Xiaoji, reminded of that stubborn fellow who never evolved until the end. Xiaomao decisively turned right. Scyther, lead the way. We're heading right, aiming for the stars and the sea, he declared, retrieving a Pokeball. With determination, he summoned his mowing master, Scyther. Whoosh. Scyther inhaled deeply, drawing in a wisp of white smoke through its nostrils. Whoosh. With a powerful exhale, the white energy coalesced, shimmering beautifully. This was Scyther's recent achievement. It had learned to concentrate its energy for an extended period. Swish. The scythes danced gracefully, slicing through the dense grass ahead in an instant. Xiaomao nodded in satisfaction, continuing forward. Perhaps picking up a part-time job in lawn maintenance or gardening wouldn't be such a bad idea. Scyther had a real talent for it. Chapter 17. Jingwei and the Pokeball teleporter humming a tune and strolling leisurely. Xiaomao tilted his head and comfortably followed the flying Scyther. With the Scyther's efficient mowing capabilities, traversing the wilderness was a breeze. The sound of waves gently caressing the sandy shore echoed in the distance, indicating that Xiaomao was nearing his destination, the lighthouse. Suddenly, a barking sound captured Xiaomao's attention. Eevee, are you learning a foreign language? He curiously glanced at the Eevee perched on his shoulder. Eevee. The creature blinked innocently, as if to say, not me. Upon closer inspection, Xiaomao discerned that the sound originated from the bushes. Curiously parting the foliage, he was nearly blinded by what he saw. Well, a golden legend. The light of identification flickered wildly, and Xiaomao couldn't help but exclaim in awe. There lay a weakened Houndour amidst the grass, and judging by the wounds on its body, it seemed to have been bitten by a Rattata's lethal fangs. It appeared that this young Houndour had inadvertently provoked a pack of Rattatas. The fact that it managed to escape such a dire situation reflected its formidable fighting spirit. When the Houndour caught sight of Xiaomao, it warily closed its mouth. Perhaps due to its inherent affinity for humans, the creature did not display any aggression. Instead, it calmed down and began licking its wounds. Such a modest little fellow, Xiaomao thought as he crouched down and swiftly rubbed the Houndour's head. Woof. No, don't. Stop. The hounder's expressions flickered, but ultimately succumbed to its instincts. Eevee puffed up its cheeks. Out of sympathy for the injured creature, it decided to let it be for now. After all, how dare it compete for affection? After a moment of petting, Xiaomao noticed that the Houndour had relaxed, so he took out a healing spray to tend to its wounds. This might sting a bit, so bear with it. The Houndour nodded, its tail wagging excitedly behind it. Thwack! Standing behind the Houndour, Eevee was nearly swept away by the enthusiastic tail. In dissatisfaction, it shook its small paws and flailed in the air to vent its frustration. Eevee thought, this dog looks fierce but is just a softie. After applying the healing spray and wrapping the exposed wounds in bandages, Xiaomao finally clapped his hands in satisfaction. Perfect. He admired his handiwork and nodded approvingly. Uffed. Eevee stifled a laugh, amused by the scene. The Houndour, indifferent to the commotion, weakly extended its tongue to lick Xiaomao's hand. At that moment, Xiaomao felt his heart melt. Who could resist a warm, brave, and affectionate dog? In your current state, the wilderness is perilous. How about considering becoming my companion? Xiaomao inquired, stroking the Houndour's head. Woof. The Houndour's eyes sparkled as it eagerly nodded. With a grin, Xiaomao retrieved a pokeball and gently tapped it on the Houndour's head. The little creature willingly entered the ball without a hint of resistance. I caught the Houndour. Xiaomao gleefully winked at Eevee. Eevee hopped back onto Xiaomao's shoulder, nuzzling against his cheek to assert its dominance. Eevee thought, as long as I'm alive, you will always be my favorite. All right, let us continue our journey. We need to reach Zhenghui's research facility before nightfall. Speaking of Zhenghui, Xiaomao had a history with him. When Xiaomao was in Quartz Plateau to certify as a scholar, Zhenghui was there to earn his doctorate. Upon reading Xiaomao's thesis, he was utterly impressed and insisted on relinquishing his doctoral title to Xiaomao. After some persuasion, they made a pact, allowing Zhenghui to finally settle down. As they traversed the last stretch of the wooded path, the view opened up to reveal a pristine white beach and azure waves, a sight that rejuvenated the spirit. Not far away, a lighthouse illuminated the horizon, casting its glow upon the sea. Zhenghui truly knows how to enjoy life, facing the sea with the warmth of spring. This location is absolutely splendid, Xiaomao sighed in appreciation. Thank you. But could you do me a favor before you continue marveling at my research facility? A familiar voice called from beneath Xiaomao's feet. Oh no, Zhenghui! Xiaomao exclaimed, spotting a large crab blowing bubbles on the beach. Spit out those bubbles. The crab, resembling a giant crab, shook its claws awkwardly and continued. I accidentally swapped bodies with a Kingler during an experiment. That machine must be operated from the outside, so please help me switch back. All right. Xiaomao replied, suppressing a laugh. Shall I carry you back to the lighthouse? The Kingler retorted, no need. I can walk sideways quite fast. With a swift motion, Zhenghui's crab form performed a drift, disappearing in an instant. Goodness! Xiaomao marveled at the speed, noting that it indeed surpassed Zhenghui's own pace. Upon reaching the lighthouse, Xiaomao expertly input the access code and pushed the door open. You return to my research facility like it's your own home. Zhenghui's voice came from the crab's mouth. Xiaomao shrugged. What can I say? Good friends share everything. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is still mine. What's that? Do you believe I'll spray you with bubbles? Zhenghui threatened. Xiaomao nonchalantly replied, do as you wish. Just as long as you're not afraid of me chasing you with a pokeball. A cold sweat broke out on Zhenghui's back. You're quite ruthless. If I ended up in the body of a Kingler and you caught me, I'd be the laughingstock of the academic world for a year. Upon entering Zhenghui's laboratory, Xiaomao noticed two enormous sealed chambers. These were the prototype teleporter devices for Pokeballs currently utilized in the Kanto and Johto regions. Zhenghui had earned his doctorate and a substantial sum from the Alliance through this invention. All right, hurry up and step inside, Xiaomao instructed, opening one of the empty chambers. On the other side, the humanoid Zhenghui, now in Kingler form, gazed curiously through the glass of the sealed chamber. Hey, this sensation is quite marvelous. The crab exclaimed. By the way, the conversion button is yellow. Don't press the red one. And absolutely don't activate the teleportation system. Zhenghui nervously reminded. Why don't you do it? Xiaomao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ahem. Fine, I'm going in. Xiaomao, don't cause any trouble. Zhenghui sighed, adopting a resigned expression as he crawled into the sealed chamber. Xiaomao initiated the system, placing his right hand on the yellow button. Come forth. It's your turn. Zhenghui. Whoosh. The sealed chamber filled with steam, while blue light flickered between the two chambers. This was the life energy transition, Zhenghui's greatest invention. Click. The sealed chamber opened once again, and Zhenghui emerged, coughing slightly. By the way, let us keep this under wraps. Xiaomao raised an eyebrow. That depends on your performance. Zhenghui felt tears welling up. All right, just tell me what you want. Chapter 18. The ironclad Tyrannosaurus riding the waves the morning by the seaside seemed to arrive exceptionally early. After indulging in a leisurely slumber at Zhenghui's lighthouse, Xiaomao was awakened by the gentle sea breeze and the warm sunlight. Rubbing his tousled hair, he shuffled into the kitchen wearing his Pikachu slippers, yawning as he went. He brewed 2 cups of cappuccino, skillfully creating patterns resembling the leaves of chrysanthemum with the milk foam. Following that, he prepared buttered toast, egg and ham salad, culminating in a delightful breakfast. He then opened Zhenghui's storage room and retrieved the finest cans of Pokemon food. "Come out, everyone," he called, casually opening the Pokeballs. The various Pokemon gathered, standing attentively as they eyed the cans in Xiaomao's hands. The Scyther nearly drooled, but quickly snapped back to its aloof persona, shutting its eyes as if pretending to be in a deep slumber, ready to strike in a dream. Eevee, Arcanine, and the ironclad Tyrannosaurus formed a charming tableau, their tails swaying in unison. Only the Charizard behaved normally, sitting on the ground and banging its food bowl with a resounding clatter. This rebellious creature. Observing Charizard's insistent display of hunger, Xiaomao couldn't help but chuckle. Each companion received 3 cans of gourmet food, complemented by 2 bottles of Moo Moo milk, while the injured Arcanine received 2 spoonfuls of protein supplement, and the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was treated to a hearty assortment of supplements. As each Pokemon faced their bowls, they gazed longingly at Xiaomao. He nodded in satisfaction. "Let us eat." Instantly, the household's 3 voracious eaters, Charizard, Scyther, and ironclad Tyrannosaurus, launched into a frenzy of consumption. Eevee displayed a more refined manner, taking delicate bites while occasionally flashing Xiaomao a sweet smile. In contrast, Arcanine, overwhelmed with emotion, shed tears after just 1 bite. "Can we really eat such delicious food every day?" Xiaomao tended to it with medicine, grooming, and gentle strokes. With a heartfelt howl, Arcanine leapt into Xiaomao's embrace, the intimacy of the moment palpable. All right, let us focus on eating. Your wounds aren't fully healed yet." Xiaomao softly reassured Arcanine. Eevee shook its head, continuing to eat. It understood this feeling well, having once been delivered to Xiaomao from the research lab, even more dramatically than Arcanine. Its owner was a tender-hearted deity. Thus, it must help its master achieve his dreams. With renewed determination, little Eevee resumed its meal. "Did you make breakfast, Xiaomao? How thoughtful with my gourmet Pokemon food. And Moo Moo milk? Help. You all are going to eat me out of house and home." Zhenghui, just waking up, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Come on. What is the big deal? You're the one with a big appetite. Can you really be impoverished by this?" Xiaomao retorted with a bemused smile. "Don't even start. My stipend has always been this amount. It's tough for local researchers. You know." Zhenghui began his pitiful defense. "Stop making excuses. If your stipend isn't increasing, perhaps you should reflect on your own work ethic over the past 2 years." Xiaomao replied nonchalantly. "I just want to ask, you're leaving today, right?" Zhenghui resignedly leaned on the dining table. We'll let everyone play by the beach for a bit this morning, and after lunch, we'll head off." Xiaomao shrugged in response. "Good. Take care. Don't let the door hit you on the way out." With a swift motion, Zhenghui playfully tossed Xiaomao out of the lighthouse, leaving him momentarily speechless. "You really are asking for it." Fortunately, Zhenghui returned Xiaomao for breakfast, realizing the gravity of his actions when faced with Scyther's sharp blades. After breakfast, perhaps spurred by Xiaomao's energy, Zhenghui dove into his research lab, engrossed in literature and paper writing. Meanwhile, Xiaomao packed his belongings and took his Pokemon to the beach. "All right, everyone, relax and play for a bit. After lunch, we'll set off for Cureleaf City," Xiaomao announced. Eevee frolicked along the shore, but soon seemed fatigued, beginning to dig in the sand. Before long, only its fluffy tail was visible, playfully wiggling amidst the sand. Charizard lounged lazily, nodding alongside Arcanine, the 2 sunbathing together, blissfully avoiding the water. Scyther, as diligent as ever, stood in the surf, attempting to slice through the waves. To Xiaomao's astonishment, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, a creature of considerable size, showed no fear of the water. After performing a couple of stretches at the water's edge, it boldly plunged into the waves. "What a surprise!" Xiaomao exclaimed in delight. Its ability to swim suggested a remarkable affinity for water, indicating it might possess an extraordinary move that defied its usual characteristics. As expected, a massive wave soon surged along the coastline, with the ironclad Tyrannosaurus riding it triumphantly, exuding an air of majesty. "It can surf." Xiaomao's eyes sparkled with excitement. As a Pokemon capable of swimming, the Tyrannosaurus's typical 4 times weakness to water became virtually negligible. If it also learned to unleash fiery breath, the imagery would be nothing short of spectacular. Suddenly, as it approached the shore, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus's expression shifted. Xiaomao focused and realized that Scyther was still within the surfing vicinity. With a swift motion, Scyther stood firm against the incoming wave, its blades poised for action. A brilliant flash enveloped it as it tucked its sides behind, crouching slightly. In an instant, a massive crescent-shaped wave cleaved through the ocean, soaring skyward. The iron-clad Tyrannosaurus stumbled backward, astonished as it watched Scyther's display. Scyther smirked, reveling in its success. It had experimented with a sonic blast technique for its cutting strike, yielding remarkable results. Bravo, Xiaomao praised, joining the two Pokemon. You both truly astonish me. The iron-clad Tyrannosaurus sheepishly scratched its head, simply enjoying the sensation of swimming. Back when it was a ride-on, it often sneaked off for baths. Now, having evolved, it embraced its robust limbs to develop swimming skills. Scyther swayed its blades, proud of its performance. Xiaomao had encouraged it to slice faster and farther, and it had succeeded. As Xiaomao commended Scyther and the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, Charizard let out another lazy yawn before turning to Arcanine, tilting its head. Hey, want to train? Arcanine eagerly nodded, and the two took a few steps back to perform a fiery breath duel. Charizard's flames were a deep crimson, while Arcanine's burned a bright orange. Under the sunlight, their fiery displays were nothing to scoff at. Boom. An explosion marked the end of their fiery contest. Xiaomao nodded in approval. Arcanine's level might not match Charizard's, yet its proficiency with flames was evident. Observing his talented Pokemon, Xiaomao sighed contentedly. It's time to head to the next gym. Buoy. Eevee, covered in sand, emerged from its sandy pit, puzzled. What did I miss? Little flower cat. Come here for a grooming session. Xiaomao lifted Eevee from the sand and began his daily bonding routine. Each Pokemon had its own grooming style, but brushing, bathing, and polishing were excellent methods for enhancing their bond. Under the sun, Xiaomao sat on the beach, gently brushing Eevee's fur, while the other Pokemon sat obediently nearby. Jingwei watched from the window, nodding in approval. This kid might just snag a championship one day. Chapter 19. The Master Challenge approaches Kona. I have arrived in Leaf City. Should I come find you now? Xiaomao typed a message on his phone. Sure, I'm at this address. Do you need me to pick you up? Kona replied. No need, I can find my way. Just send me the address. Xiaomao replied as he looked at the address on his phone. Standing before a charming two-story villa by the seaside. Is this the place? He hesitated to ask. Buoy. Eevee nodded in affirmation. Confident that its trainer would never lose their way, that was quite reassuring. Upon receiving Kona's invitation, Xiaomao had not dared to delay his journey. Finally arriving in the port city of Leaf City just 2 days before the Master Challenge. This city is the largest maritime hub in Kanto and one of the fastest-growing cities in terms of economic development. Xiaomao had initially expected that the Master's official would arrange a luxurious hotel for Kona, but he was surprised to find her staying in such a quaint seaside cottage. Knock, knock, knock. Xiaomao shook his head and stepped forward to tap on the gate of the villa. The door swung open, revealing a rather comical hippopotas before Xiaomao and Eevee. Buoy. Eevee curiously observed the hippopotas. The hippopotas tilted its head and made an incomprehensible sound. Xiaomao broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly at a loss with such a seemingly simple yet enigmatic Pokemon. The hippopotas raised its head, looking adorably at the sky, while Eevee excitedly circled around its tail. Hey, Eevee darling, I know hippopotas's tail must smell delightful, but please don't bite it, alright? It isn't your takeout. Seeing the drool-worthy expression on Eevee's face, Xiaomao awkwardly scooped the little creature back into his arms. Hippopotas, do we have guests? Kona's distinctive melodic voice rang out. Xiaomao looked up. Kona. Wow, the sun is so bright. Kona emerged, clad in a snug swimsuit and draped in a light cover-up. Kona observed Xiaomao's reaction with satisfaction. Xiaomao, you've come. Xiaomao awkwardly gazed skyward. Kona, are you going swimming? Pretty much, come on. Grabbing Xiaomao's hand, Kona unceremoniously led him toward the backyard by the sea, now clad in nothing but beach shorts. Xiaomao stood on the sandy shore, instinctively wrapping his arms around himself. It was that the seaside was particularly cold, but the icy stares from the Shelmet and the Cilio, lounging in the water, made the temperature feel a tad low. Kona sat atop a Lapras, her fair legs splashing in the waves. So these are Kona's Pokemon, Xiaomao remarked as he accepted a drink handed to him by the Jinx. Indeed. These are my companions, Kona affirmed, patting the Cilio and Shelmet. Before a competition, I like to unwind with them. Xiaomao took in the scene, Lapras, Jinx, Cilio, Shelmet, Hippopotas, and now the Jigglypuff, which forms Kona's current frontline roster. Besides these, Kona also had a Starmie and a Tentacruel among her water-type Pokemon. While he was curious about how Jigglypuff had managed to be part of the Elite Four's lineup, Xiaomao refrained from asking further. Watching Kona play with her Pokemon, he couldn't help but inquire, the Master Challenge is the day after tomorrow, yet you seem remarkably calm. Is that so? I believe I've been diligently preparing myself, Kona said, brushing her wine-red hair. My demeanor is usually fluid and gentle, but on the battlefield, it hardens to ice. That is simply my style. Xiao Mao nodded. Indeed, that was Kona. Although her current gentleness was captivating, once she entered battle mode, she could be chillingly ruthless. Is the venue for the Master Challenge fixed? I recall last week, Old Man Genji from the Hoenn region was battling at the arena in Kanas City. Xiao Mao recalled from a recent video broadcast. Yes, the venue for the Master Challenge varies each time. Unlike the World Championship, the Master Challenge is predominantly performative, except for the qualifying matches where the Elite Four positions are contested. This arrangement by the league not only showcases high-level battles, but also serves to display strength against the dark forces in various regions, Kona explained with a shrug. Has the battle venue been confirmed? Xiao Mao took a sip of his drink, signaling Jinx to chill it further. Jinx took the cup, blew gently, and frost instantly formed along the rim. It has indeed been confirmed. It will take place at the top of the Leaf City Battle Tower, Kona nodded, sighing with a hint of fatigue. Unfortunately, I am paired against Shiba, who is rather simple-minded and brawn over brains. Xiao Mao chuckled and shook his head. Kona's ice type indeed faced a bit of a disadvantage against Shiba's fighting type. However, at their level, elemental advantages were not the deciding factor. What mattered most were the strength of the Pokemon and the trainer's strategies. Master Shiba's fighting type Pokemon are undeniably swift. But Kona's ice domain is also formidable, Xiao Mao reassured. Kona raised her hands in resignation. Shiba will also improve. In fact, I haven't battled him in a formal match for over 6 months. If my strategies haven't evolved, winning against him this time may prove challenging. New strategies? Xiao Mao raised an eyebrow, then activated his analysis skill, scanning Kona's Pokemon. Goodness, what luxurious data panels. After a thorough look, Xiao Mao admitted to feeling a twinge of envy. An impressive lineup with an average level of 80, each Pokemon boasted an extensive array of skills. So this is the power of the Elite Four. Wait, this Starmie. Xiao Mao's gaze lingered on Kona's Starmie. What is up, Xiao Mao? Kona asked curiously. Does this Starmie know the move Minimize? Xiao Mao inquired, raising an eyebrow. Indeed, this little one has learned quite an intricate set of skills. Though its level isn't high enough to participate in major competitions yet, Kona confirmed with a nod. If I have a strategy in mind. Would you like to give it a try, Kona? I believe it could work well against Master Shiba's fighting types, increasing our chances of victory. Xiao Mao suddenly suggested. Oh, I'm all ears. Kona adjusted her glasses, revealing a hint of sharpness in her demeanor. Let us discuss this in the room. I'm feeling a bit chilly, Xiao Mao suggested, noticing the Shelmet's expression as if it were about to launch an ice spike at him. Please. While an older woman can be a golden opportunity, for bricks are rather heavy. Xiao Mao hadn't planned on carrying anything. Kona nodded, leading Xiao Mao back to the villa. After changing into her usual black bodycon dress and blouse, she returned to the sofa with 2 cups of coffee. Xiao Mao took a sip of the black coffee and slowly began. I wonder if you've heard of the strategy involving Minimize and Toxic. Chapter 20, Master Tournament. Kona versus Shiba in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed. During this time, Kona and Shiba remained cooped up in the house for an entire day. Subsequently, Kona bizarrely took her gem starfish and stupid hippo to undergo rigorous training. In her words, Shiba's tactical prowess was undoubtedly the pinnacle since the inception of the league, albeit slightly unscrupulous. Shiba, with a touch of pride, asserted that this was tactical thinking after all. Who engaged in strategy with a clean conscience? On the day of the Master Tournament, Shiba and Kona arrived at the battle tower in Cureleaf City half an hour ahead of schedule. Gazing at the towering structure before them, Shiba couldn't help but exclaim. The battle facilities in Cureleaf City are indeed worth the investment. After all, as a port city, its economy was incomparable to that of inland cities, as Kona calmly explained. Looking at Kona with encouragement, Shiba said, Then, Sister Kona, do your best in the match. I await your victory. Kona smiled slightly, adjusting her glasses. I have no intention of losing. The icy sharpness in her gaze abruptly shifted her aura, the sound of her high heels striking the ground resonating like a war drum. After smoothing her burgundy hair, Kona handed Shiba the VIP pass she had prepared, a token for friends and family, saying, Let's go for seafood after the match. Shiba accepted the card, watching as Kona entered the battle tower through the competitor's passage, adorned with sunglasses. Observing the throngs of people queuing to enter, Shiba raised an eyebrow. So, this is the advantage of having a VIP pass. Clutching the golden VIP card, Shiba effortlessly navigated the entrance through the VIP channel. Upon entering the battle tower, a hostess clad in a cheongsam approached, politely guiding Shiba through the corridor to the VIP lounge. The spacious sofa, serene atmosphere, and floor-to-ceiling glass windows provided a perfect vantage point overlooking the battlefield. Furthermore, The lounge was equipped with a refrigerator, a liquor cabinet, and a table adorned with seasonal fresh fruits. Nodding in satisfaction, Shiba settled down. The hostess wheeled in a cart, asking coffee or tea. The refrigerator holds chilled juices and other beverages, while the liquor cabinet contains beer and whiskey. I'll have a cup of red tea, thank you. Sipping her tea elegantly. Shiba's demeanor instantly caused the hostess to blush. Waving her hand to dismiss the staff, Shiba retrieved her precious Pokeball, releasing her Pokemon. The curious ensemble of Pokemon gazed at her expectantly. Let us enjoy the match. This is a battle of the masters, beneficial for all of you. Shiba explained while sipping her tea. Eevee and Arcanine, along with Tyranitar, nodded in unison. Adjusting the setting here, given Eevee's cuteness, let us make her a girl. Scyther eyed the fresh fruits on the table, wiping its mouth and looking towards Shiba. Shh? What did you say, boss? Since evolving, Charizard had adopted a rather aloof demeanor. This fellow retrieved a bottle of bourbon whiskey from the cabinet, a single malt. Leaning against the floor-to-ceiling window, he reclined comfortably, taking a few sips of whiskey before half-closing his eyes, beginning to doze off. Initially intending to scold Charizard, Shiba reconsidered and decided to let it be. After all, during battles, this Pokemon demonstrated absolute obedience to her commands. Moreover, strong spirits indeed hasten the flames, serving as a form of training for Fire-type Pokemon. In contrast to another Charizard that had become lethargic post-evolution, her own could merely be considered a rebellious adolescent. Suddenly, a wave of thunderous applause erupted from the arena, with Shiba feeling the fervor even from the lounge. Clearly, the match was about to commence. The Master Tournament was a contest between elite trainers, and its intensity was guaranteed. Each match typically attracted a multitude of Pokemon enthusiasts, making it a veritable party for ardent battle fans. Ladies and gentlemen, Pokemon enthusiasts, the Master Challenge is about to begin. Next, we shall welcome the competitors. Where are the cheers? With the host's boisterous announcement, the audience erupted in cheers, igniting the atmosphere within the venue. Now, let us welcome the first competitor. The fighting king of Kanto, the embodiment of masculinity, the fighter Shiba. Shiba rose slightly, her gaze fixed on the competitor's passage. A muscular man, clad in a training outfit with a black belt, steadily emerged from the entrance. Wow, Master Shiba is actually wearing a shirt today? Shiba chuckled, teasing. This muscle-bound figure was known for his ruggedness, often appearing shirtless at high-profile competitions. It was indeed a rarity to see him dressed. As Shiba watched, she recalled Kona's assessment of him. He is a peculiar individual who excels only in battle, his brain seemingly composed solely of muscle. Hey, man, who are you related to? Appearing in the VIP section? A haughty voice interrupted Shiba's thoughts. Turning to the adjacent lounge, Shiba was astonished to see the gym leader of Cureleaf, Major Ma. The VIP lounges were separated by a half-height partition, with a glass window for communication. The imposing figure standing at nearly 6 feet tall, clad in camouflage combat attire, was indeed Major Ma, the gym leader of Cureleaf. Oh, you know me? Major Ma raised his chin. As a trainer at the Cureleaf gym, I conducted my research. Shiba replied, smirking. This individual seemed to embody the quintessential brawler. It was said that the Cureleaf gym's arena was electrified. Any trainer who lost to Major Ma would be subjected to a high-voltage shock. Of course, if he lost, he would also face consequences. Due to numerous complaints from trainers regarding his Spartan-like rules, which were deemed cruel to the future stars of the league, the Cureleaf gym was compelled to adopt standard regulations. He was indeed a formidable character. Hey man, you still haven't answered my question. Major Ma pouted, dissatisfied. Oh, I am indeed a relative, or rather, a friend. Sister Kona personally invited me. Shiba raised her chin. Isn't she about to make her entrance? Next, let us welcome the Ice-type queen of the Kanto region, the Snow Queen of the 7 Islands, Kona. The host excitedly announced Kona's name. Cheers erupted, soaring to a pitch far higher than those for Shiba. After all, the audience knew how to choose between a muscular man and an elegant woman. When the ice beauty with flowing burgundy hair stepped onto the battlefield in her high heels, the applause reached its zenith. Kona's unique blend of gentle grace and icy aloofness captivated everyone present. Such contrasting qualities were perfectly embodied in her. As she entered the arena with her arms crossed, Kona adjusted her glasses and gazed at Shiba. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shiba nodded. It's been 6 months since we last faced off. I hope you won't disappoint me. Kona chuckled softly. I hope you can remain so composed after the battle. With the referee confirming both competitors were ready, the right-hand flag was waved down. The match officially begins. Chapter 21. The downfall of Kona's ace. The match commenced with the sound of the referee's whistle, marking the official start. Despite Shiba's position as the lowest ranked among the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto in recent years, Mu had to concede that Shiba's current prowess far exceeded his own imaginings. To put it plainly, should Shiba and Mu engage in battle now, A single blow would have him kneeling, pleading for his life. Last year's Kanto for Heavenly Kings ranking tournament saw Shiba endure a 4-round bout against Yulong-Du, a formidable opponent. As for Kona, she was a prodigy from Nanajima, having firmly held the second position among the 4 Heavenly Kings since her debut. Were it not for the point-based ranking system, her win rate against the other 2 would be even higher. Most notably, Kona is the youngest among the 4 Heavenly Kings. Yulong-Du, who appears so gallant, is nearing 30, while Kakuko, the elder, is a Pokemon trainer from the same era as Professor Okido, SH Mu's grandfather. Thus, the confrontation between Kona and Shiba is not merely a local spectacle. Even fans from Kalos have flown across the ocean to witness this grand event. As the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, SH Mu felt a surge of exhilaration. This was precisely what he sought, the pinnacle of combat, the grandest of performances. Before the glass window, Eevee, Houndour, and Tyranitar assembled, fixated on the 2 combatants in the arena. Charizard discreetly opened one eye to steal a glance, while Scyther nervously flaunted the fruits on the table. Upon careful observation, it was evident that the caliber of these 2 trainers was world-class. SH Mu remarked softly. The Pokemon instinctively nodded, their focus unwavering. Both sides, please release your Pokemon. The referee gestured, and the drama unfolded. Majishar, cigar in mouth, regarded SH Mu with intrigue. Is this little one part of Kona's entourage? I've never heard of him. Could he be her boyfriend? After a moment of whimsical thought, Majishar shook his head and redirected his attention to the match, eager to see Shiba challenge Kona successfully. After all, the advantage of fighting types was clear. With enough effort, Shiba might indeed topple Kona and seize the second throne among the 4 kings. As the spotlight illuminated the arena, under the audience's fervent gaze, both Kona and Shiba simultaneously threw their Pokeballs. With a pop, the Pokeballs opened, releasing 2 Pokemon amidst a white flash. With fists akin to boxing gloves, their gazes sharp and steps light, Shiba's ace, Hitmonlee, emerged. Compared to a standard Hitmonlee, Shiba's was more muscular, exhibiting an impressive blend of strength and agility. In contrast, Kona's blue creature dove into the central pool. With a haunting melody, Lapras surfaced, enveloped in a mist of cold air that froze the surrounding moisture. SH Mu sat upright, sensing that this was indeed a clash of titans. Eevee swallowed hard. The presence of these 2 Pokemon was undeniably formidable. Tyranitar extended its robust arms, shielding Eevee and Houndour, while Scyther's keen gaze remained fixed below. Charizard, fists colliding, sat upright, gesturing to its companions, reassuring them that it would bear the brunt if the sky were to fall. Observing his Pokemon, SH Mu nodded in satisfaction. Facing the peak Pokemon of the Elite Four, fear was natural, yet none had lost their fighting spirit. They were intent on supporting one another. What could be more gratifying than this? SH Mu lightly tapped his temples and assessed Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee, P1 champion, qualification, elite level, ability, Iron Fist, level, 82, height, 1. 6 meters, weight, 65 kilograms. Skills, Sonic Punch, Quick Attack, Bullet Punch, Thunder Punch, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Feint, Mega Punch. SH Mu rolled his eyes. The skill set was nearly overwhelming. Yet, Kona's Lapras was similarly impressive, boasting a level even 3 above Hitmonlee, reaching an astounding 85. The complexity of skills possessed by these 2 Pokemon was a testament to their formidable strength. Using a high-speed Pokemon right from the start indicates a desire to seize the initiative, SH Mu mused. Is that so? I believe Shiba is preparing a push strategy. His Hitmonlee has undergone specialized training for this match, Majishar interjected, cigar still in his mouth. For a push strategy, he might be overly ambitious. To achieve the necessary offensive power, Hitmonlee must enhance itself at least 3 times. But will there be time for him to forcibly bulk up 3 times? Once Lapras's Absolute Zero takes effect, even a fighting type may fall in a single blow, SH Mu replied, crossing his legs. Let us see if he dares to gamble. Majishar eyed SH Mu sideways. Let us wait and see. SH Mu shrugged and fell silent, awaiting the match's commencement. The divergence between the 2 combatants lay in Lapras's possession of numerous long-range skills, while Shiba had but one option to counteract this advantage, to launch a preemptive strike. SH Mu whispered softly. In the arena, Shiba's expression shifted as he commanded, Sonic Punch. Majishar turned abruptly to SH Mu. Avoid the opponent's strength. Don't engage directly simultaneously, Kona reacted, dive underwater. Lapras plunged into the pool. At that moment, Hitmonlee leaped, delivering a swift right punch toward the water. Boom. The ferocious wind from the punch cleaved the water's surface in 2. Yet, a solid layer of ice thwarted the attack, allowing Lapras to emerge unscathed. Lapras, hail. Kona elegantly gestured. With a triumphant cry, Lapras summoned a storm cloud within the venue, and soon, a flurry of hail descended. With this weather control, Kona gained a significant advantage. Such a move is unwise, Majisha remarked, glancing at Sh.Mu, though she secured the weather advantage. This provides Shiba the opportunity to close in. Sh.Mu's mouth twitched. What? Are the friends still going to fight? If you have the capability, stay and don't leave. In the arena, Shiba indeed commanded Hitmonlee to use Quick Attack, closing the distance to Lapras. Concurrently, Shiba's training results were fully realized. Hitmonlee positioned its fists in a boxing stance, one forward for offense and one back for defense, executing a dual strategy. Lapras, possessing water attributes, would suffer considerable damage if struck by Thunder Punch. Meanwhile, Fire Punch would significantly curtail Kona's favorite cold attacks. I never imagined Shiba's muscles could strategize, Sh.Mu marveled. Lapras, evade the Thunder Punch and sing. Kona's counterattack left Sh.Mu in awe. By avoiding the potentially retaliatory Ice-type skill, she directly offered a soothing lullaby. Though Lapras moved slowly, it transformed the water beneath its feet into ice. Merely a flicker of movement allowed it to evade Hitmonlee's Thunder Punch. Hitmonlee came to a sudden halt, struggling to regain its balance as the gentle melody filled the air. Gradually losing consciousness, Hitmonlee toppled toward the pool. Oh, the sing skill hit. Hitmonlee has lost consciousness. If it does not awaken swiftly, Shiba will face the embarrassment of losing his ace. The commentator excitedly conveyed the match's progression. Lapras, use Psychic. Kona flicked his hair and issued a command. A vibrant blue psychic energy swirled around the Dragonite, and in an instant, Abalone was lifted by an invisible force and hurled into the sky with great force. Do not surrender, Abalone, awaken, shouted Shiba, unfazed. If this works, Wait. It actually works. As Abalone broke free from the psychic grip midair, his eyes suddenly snapped open, leaving Xiaomao in utter disbelief. Xiaoji's rejuvenating roar can even be replicated by Shiba? Years of relentless training culminated in this single blow. This strike embodies our decade of effort. Kona, can your Dragonite withstand this? Shiba steadied his stance and unleashed a powerful punch. Focus strike. Abalone's right fist coalesced with white energy, radiating a luminous glow as it amassed, ultimately crashing down with the force of centrifugal momentum. Dragonite, use Ice Beam. In this critical moment, Kona instinctively responded with his most proficient attack. This is bad. Xiaomao covered his eyes with his hands. Boom. The tremendous impact resonated, causing the entire arena to tremble. A shower of water cascaded down, and Abalone proudly raised his right fist, resembling a champion boxer who had just knocked out his opponent. Meanwhile, Dragonite lay defeated in the pool, stripped of its fighting spirit. Kona's ace had fallen. Chapter 22. Shiba's loss of fighting spirit. The Master Challenge tournament is in full swing. Despite losing a round, Kina's demeanor grows increasingly frosty. In contrast, Shiba's Abalone grows bolder with each battle, having already knocked out Chao Long, Iron Armor Shell, and Miju and Jia. These three are undoubtedly the top 3 damage dealers in Kina's team. During the halftime break, Shiba even begins to hum a tune, a testament to his current elation. Kina sits quietly in the rest area, raising her gaze toward the VIP room. It's time, Kina. Xiaomao nods in encouragement. Kina exhales deeply. She does not wish to lose this match. Apologies, Shiba, she thinks to herself as the second half commences. The referee waves the flag, signaling both sides to return to their battle positions. The audience cheers even more fervently. Shiba raises his right hand, greeting his fans in the stands. Shiba is truly on a roll, my friend. Your judgment seems off, remarks Majisha casually beside Xiaoma. Is that so? Xiaoma yawns lazily, propping his head on his hand. It's time to showcase true skill, isn't it? Humph. Mere bravado, Majisha retorts, angered by Xiaoma's dismissive tone, turning away in annoyance. Xiaoma smiles faintly, redirecting his focus to the field. Both sides' Pokemon are now in position. Shiba sends out the valiant Abalone from the first half, while Kina chooses the somewhat dim-witted Dui Hima. The match begins. With the referee's command, the second half officially commences. Dui Hima, create space. Kina initiates the attack, forcefully opening up the battlefield. Abalone, use concentrated strike. Shiba's expression shifts, prompting him to launch a swift counterattack. Abalone darts forward with quick steps, aiming a fist infused with white light directly at Dui Hima's chest. Bam! Dui Hima withstands the blow, clasping its hands together. A square energy wall materializes in the arena. Dui Hima tilts its head. Impossible. How could Abalone's full force punch have no effect? Shiba exclaims incredulously. Just as Shiba finishes his complaint, the previously indifferent Dui Hima suddenly cries out in pain, and its hefty tail swings fiercely. Bam! Abalone attempts to block, but feels as though everything is slowed to a crawl. Boom! Dui Hima's tail sends Abalone flying, leaving it dazed and questioning its existence. My Dui Hima has a rather sluggish reflex arc. Kina adjusts her glasses, smiling. Shiba furrows his brow tightly. Kina's sudden change in strategy catches him off guard. Moreover, he senses a hint of malice in Kina's smile. You don't think having the upper hand allows you to do as you please, do you? As long as Abalong's skills hit, Dui Hima won't last long. Shiba scoffs. Oh, indeed, Dui Hima is in for a treat, Kina chuckles. The Dui Hima, now energized, swiftly retrieves an orange fruit and consumes it in front of the spectators. A green light envelopes Dui Hima, restoring its stamina. Shiba is dumbfounded. Hey. Everyone saw that. She's cheating. She's using drugs during the match. I want to report this. I want to protest. Kina regards Shiba with a patronizing gaze before shrugging at the referee. You explain it to him. The referee rolls his eyes at Shiba. Pokemon are allowed to use their own held berries during matches, as explicitly stated in the league's rules. Protest denied. Shiba glares at Kina. Can you stop playing such petty tricks? Oh, we're not finished yet. Kina claps her hands. Dui Hima, are you full? Use burp. Burp. Dui Hima opens its mouth, unleashing a flurry of purple bubbles that explode upon contact with Abalong's face. Abalong's expression changes abruptly, as a purple abnormal status envelopes its body. It's poisoned. Shiba is utterly broken. Return, Abalong. This marks the first time Shiba swaps out a Pokemon since the match began. Howly go. The second Pokemon to enter is Howly. This isn't a wise choice. Xiaoma cannot help but shake his head. With the effects of the space still in play, Dui Hima, a sluggish Pokemon, is nearly unbeatable. Using Howly now seems to invite disaster. As anticipated, in the next moment, Howly is lifted by Dui Hima's telekinesis and slammed repeatedly. Dui Hima then lunges forward with a punch, unleashing a freeze punch. Crack. Howly is instantly frozen, rendered incapable of battle. Kina winks playfully. This is just the beginning. Shiba dons a mask of anguish. Kina, you've gone astray. In utter despair, Shiba sends out another Howly. His current strategy revolves around stalling until the space ends, then unleashing a powerful attack. Howly begins what will be the most arduous battle of its life, being mercilessly pummeled by Dui Hima, which has no defensive skills of its own. Just as Howly falls, the blue space gradually fractures, shattering into pieces. Before Shiba has the chance to rejoice, Kina's voice rings out, the space effect. The next moment, the blue energy field reappears, enveloping the entire arena. Shiba exclaims, I'm going to take you down. Give me the Pokeball. I want to go home. Xiaoma chuckles, resting his chin on his hands. Hang in there, Master Shiba. You haven't even used all your strategies yet. Kina glances at the glass of the VIP room, marveling at Xiaoma's innate talent as a Pokemon trainer. This strategy effectively diminishes Shiba's intelligence. Fortunately, Master Shiba is not without merit. He finally identifies the weakness of the space and sends out Shavalang to confront it. Shavalang, move swiftly and execute a spinning kick. Although the faster Shavalang moves within the space, the slower it becomes, it manages to stabilize the situation with its long-range attacks. Just as the space dissipates, a glimmer of cold light strikes first. Bam! The explosive flying knee does not grant Dui Hima a moment's respite, and it is swiftly eliminated. Shiba exhales, relieved. Although Shavalang is also low on stamina, he has finally dealt with the troublesome Dui Hima. The remaining foes, Abalong and Guali, should be manageable. Kina notices Shiba's predicament and cannot help but stifle a laugh. If you think this is truly over, you are sorely mistaken. Gem Starfish, take the stage. Kina deploys her tactical core. Shavalang, use Flying Knee. Shiba attempts to strike first. Gem Starfish, High Speed Star. In the face of the nearly defeated Shavalang, Kina seizes the initiative and claims victory in the round. Shiba ruffles his hair. I was careless. But now, it's our turn to shine. Abalong, come forth. Abalong re-enters the fray, and despite the lengthy rest, its condition appears even more dire, weakened by the poison. A swift conclusion. Abalong, use Thunder Punch. Shiba aims to finish the match quickly. Kina shakes her head. Even the Elite Four can experience a mental breakdown. Gem Starfish, use Guard. Bam! A green light shield materializes, and Abalong's punch strikes it solidly, nearly causing it to leap back in pain. Seizing this opportunity, Kina begins to strategize anew. Now, use Double Team, Substitute. In a dazzling display of afterimages, two identical Gem Starfish remain on the battlefield. Shiba's cold sweat broke out. Kona, please. Act like a human. Kona shrugged his shoulders. This strategy was devised by my younger brother. Isn't he remarkable? Would you like to meet him? Shiba clenched his fists and smiled. Absolutely. I would be delighted to meet him. In the stands, Little Mao felt a twitch in his left eye. Goodness, with that expression. Shiba isn't planning to take his frustration out on me after the match, is he? Back on the battlefield, Iberon, having succumbed to severe poisoning and unable to strike at his opponent, bravely fell. Shiba, pale as a ghost, summoned his ultimate Pokemon, Machoke. He believed that with Mashoki's ability to shatter the shield of the Gym Star, he might have a glimmer of hope. However, within moments, he faced yet another defeat. The Gym Star utilized its shrinking ability, while Kona continued his focused assault. Not only did Machoke miss its strike, but it was also met with a retaliatory blast of purple sludge from the Gem Star, which landed squarely on its chest. In an instant, Machoke began to bubble ominously, purple bubbles. What is that? Shiba asked in despair. As you can see, Kona replied earnestly, nodding his head. Watching the elusive Gem Star, which was now barely visible and continually shrinking, Shiba suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. The referee announced, Shiba has lost the will to fight. The winner of this match is Kona. The audience erupted in cheers, showering their admiration upon the victorious Kona. Little Mao decisively stood up, recalled his Pokemon, and turned to leave. I'm out of here. Chapter 23. You actually betrayed me. The Master Tournament featuring Kona and Shiba has finally come to an end. The audience was thoroughly entertained, and both champions exerted themselves to the fullest. Overall, it was worth every penny. Indeed. When I learned that even the ordinary seats were sold for 5,000, Xiao Mao couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. It is no wonder that the tournament occurs so frequently, yet no champion has ever voiced complaints. Surely their appearance fees must be in the seven-figure range. However, such matters were of little concern to Xiao Mao. As soon as the competition concluded, he swiftly made his exit. After all, with Shiba's imposing physique, who knows what might happen if he lost his temper and challenged him to a real battle. Finding a CAF near the battle tower, Xiao Mao ordered a cup of hot cocoa and settled down to send a text to Kona. A candlelit dinner with a beautiful sister was certainly something to look forward to. Suddenly, a burly man in military attire plopped down across from him. It was Ma Jishur, who had surprisingly followed Xiao Mao out. Xiao Mao smirked. So, did Master Shiba lose, and you lost your money as well, soldier? Ma Jishur looked at Xiao Mao with interest and replied, I like your way of addressing me. By the way, I do not gamble. I am a man of principles. Then why are you here? Xiao Mao inquired curiously. I want to challenge you to a battle. What do you say? Ma Jishur asked excitedly. Xiao Mao's prescient judgment of the tournament had earned Ma Jishur's admiration. This young man was undoubtedly a skilled combatant. Ding. The Kanto series of missions has been updated. Progress, 2-8. Current task, obtain the Leaf Badge. Reward, 500 achievement points, skill disc, Thunderbolt. How fortuitous. Xiao Mao nodded in agreement. I am in the process of collecting badges. If you are willing to wager the Leaf Badge, I see no reason to decline your invitation. Ma Jishur exhaled a puff of smoke, satisfied. All right, as you wish. Tomorrow noon, I will be at the Leaf Gym. Xiao Mao shrugged. I'll be there, no matter what. With the desired answer secured, Ma Jishur did not linger, humming Sweet Child O' Mine as he rode off on his motorcycle, leaving Xiao Mao to sip his hot cocoa while awaiting Kona's arrival. After all, there was a press conference following the competition, and he suspected Kona would not emerge too soon. Just as Xiao Mao finished his cocoa and contemplated a refill, the sound of clicking high heels approached from behind. Stretching lazily, he turned and smiled. Sister Kona, are you done with work? With a resounding clap, a powerful hand landed on Xiao Mao's shoulder, bare-chested and muscular. Shiba stood beside him. So, you were the tactical genius Kona spoke of? Shiba asked with a smile. Xiao Mao stood frozen. A mix of embarrassment and politeness etched across his face. Hi, Master Shiba. Kona stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Shiba wanted to meet the tactical mastermind behind my strategies. And I brought him along. He holds you in high regard for the tactical system you constructed for me. Xiao Mao grinned while thinking, sister. I helped you devise strategies and conduct special training, and now you turn around and betray me? Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Xiao Mao genuinely feared Shiba might challenge him to a real man's duel. I was just joking around. You wouldn't mind, would you, Master Shiba? Xiao Mao murmured softly. Of course not. Shiba laughed heartily. However, I would still like to engage in a friendly match. What do you say? Just like that? Is it over? Xiao Mao exclaimed in surprise. Certainly. So, what do you think? Shiba withdrew his hand, crossing his arms as he awaited Xiao Mao's decision. Xiao Mao glanced at his treasured Pokeball, the Scyther, and thought, You've been eating a lot lately. It's time for you to repay me. Scyther replied, I could eat a little less. Master Shiba, your Pokemon just finished a match. It would not be suitable to battle again, Kona reminded, adjusting her glasses. Right. Perhaps we should arrange it for another time? Xiao Mao thought to himself, just wait. Once I've reached full strength, then you will call me daddy. How about this? I remember the Battle Tower offers a rental service. Since I merely wish to test your skills, shall we use rented Pokemon for the battle? Shiba suggested thoughtfully. That sounds perfect. Xiao Mao agreed immediately. The so-called rental battle is a service provided by the battle facilities. featuring Pokemon with average levels ranging from 35 to 40, uniformly trained by the Battle Tower, available for both competitors to use in their match. This format tests the tactical command skills of both trainers, as the Pokemon's levels are approximately equal. Alright, let's see what you've got and win Kona's favor, Shiba declared, turning on his heel and striding away like a father figure. What does that mean? Xiaomao stared blankly at Kona. Kona's cheeks flushed. It's nothing. In any case, battling against a champion-level trainer will benefit you, so just do your best. 20 minutes earlier, after finishing their interview, Kona and Shiba chatted in the lounge. I never expected you to abandon your ice strategy and completely shift your approach. It caught me off guard during the match, Shiba said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Kona rested her chin on her hand, thinking about dinner with Xiaomao, and inadvertently blurted out, "That was a tactic constructed by a lovely younger brother of mine. He truly is a tactical genius. ISNT?" Shiba's expression changed abruptly. "How did you meet him?" "I invited him to watch my match. We have been staying together in a seaside villa these past few days," Kona explained nonchalantly. "You've been living together?" Shiba clutched his chest in dismay. What is so special about him? Kona gazed adorably at the ceiling. He is quite wonderful, very gentle, cooks well, and interacts excellently with Pokemon. Plus, he is a tactical genius. He will likely make a name for himself soon. No, I cannot believe it. I want to duel him. I must see for myself if he is truly that exceptional. Jealousy transformed Shiba. Even a master like him was not immune. Great. We are dining together later. I can introduce you, Kona said cheerfully, viewing it merely as an opportunity to introduce a capable and handsome younger brother to a colleague. Little did she know, Shiba's thoughts had taken a twisted turn. He didn't even consider that with such a large villa, Xiaomao would need to share a bedroom with her. Thus, an extraordinary series of events unfolded. The two champions returned, and the Battle Tower staff graciously prepared a quiet battle room for the three of them. Xiaomao held a tablet displaying battle data for the Pokemon provided by the Battle Tower. His own Pokemon gathered around him, eager to observe the match. Looking at Xiaomao's Pokemon, Shiba nodded appreciatively. Each one is well-trained, with vibrant coats and lively spirits. It's just the trainer himself who has such slender limbs. Indeed, as a man of strength, I, Shiba, must prove I am a true man. Xiaomao scrolled through the data on the tablet, carefully selecting the Pokemon he desired. The Battle Tower's Pokemon were all of decent quality, but facing a member of the Elite Four, Xiaomao remained cautious. Continuously contemplating his opponent's choices and various possible scenarios, he finally settled on a pink, round Pokemon on the selection page. This is the one. Xiaomao pressed the confirm button, leaving the nearby staff astonished. For Xiaomao had chosen a rather unique Pokemon, one that few would dare to use in a competition. Once the selection was complete, the staff proceeded to retrieve the Pokeballs. Shigeru patted the shoulder of his Scyther and lamented, "You've missed out on an opportunity to be pummeled by the Elite Four, my friend. You've truly lost out." Scyther was drenched in cold sweat, for such a fate was hardly necessary. The proud Blade Warrior was fierce, but not reckless. Meanwhile, Charizard huffed in discontent, releasing 2 plumes of white smoke from its nostrils. It yearned for such an opportunity, not to mention the Elite Four. Even the champion would find itself at a disadvantage against him. Before long, the staff returned with the Pokeballs rendered by Shiba and Shigeru. A professional referee took position at the edge of the battlefield, ready for the match. With hands on his hips, Shiba asked, "Are you prepared, young Shigeru?" Shigeru gave a slight shake to the Pokeball in his hand, stating, "This is a tactical battle. Let us refrain from personal attacks." "Of course," Shiba replied with a dismissive smirk. "As one of the Elite Four from Kanto, I am certainly not one to shy away from a challenge." "Who knows?" Shigeru muttered under his breath, for the Pokemon he had chosen was rather unseemly. Chapter 24. The 4 Heavenly Kings must exhibit decorum within the private training room of the Battle Tower. A friendly match between Shigeru and Shiba was on the verge of commencing. "I shall make the first move," Shiba declared confidently as he released his cherished Pokeball. With a resounding pop, a majestic striped Pokemon emerged onto the field. "Electabuzz," it proclaimed, raising its fists in a display of power. Shigeru's expression turned peculiar. "You are not using a fighting type?" Shiba smirked, tilting his head. "Huh. I anticipated you would assume I would select a fighting type Pokemon, so I opted for an electric type instead. How will you counter this? Come on, young lad. Unleash your avian companion." Shigeru's countenance shifted. Let's not get colorful." Kona chuckled softly, shaking her head at her mischievous brother. Shiba, noticing his verbal faux pas, awkwardly diverted the topic. "I meant a flying type Pokemon." "Surely. You have chosen a flying type, right? Come on out, ha ha ha." With a sigh, Shigeru tossed his Pokeball. "My choice is this." Lucky. A rosy, plump Pokemon appeared, smiling brightly. "Blissey," Kona exclaimed. "This choice is quite a gamble, but it seems Shigeru has made a fortunate bet." Shigeru shrugged. In truth, I did not predict your selection. Blissy's exceptional dual resistance ensures that even against a fighting type, it cannot be easily vanquished. Lucky the Blissey radiated a gentle, angelic smile. Shiba felt as if he could excavate an entire apartment beneath his feet, utterly mortified. After all his predictions, Shigeru had simply brought forth a Blissey. What an embarrassment. Blissey should be able to utilize the minimize tactic. Shigeru, you do not intend to torment Shiba with this tactic, do you? Kona observed with keen interest. No minimize tactics. We shall engage in something different. Shigeru waved his hand dismissively. Well, that is a relief. Let us begin, Shiba nodded, relieved. Very well, I am ready, Shigeru affirmed. The referee, confirming both parties' readiness, raised his hand. The match begins. One-on-one. Electabuzz, use Thunderwave. Shiba initiated the assault. In tandem, Shigeru issued his command. Rock Slide. Boom. Countless boulders cascaded from the heavens, completely nullifying the feeble electrical surge of Thunderwave. Jump up and use Brick Break. Shiba, one of the Elite Four from Kanto, displayed his prowess by immediately retaliating upon the failure of his initial move. Shigeru tightened his focus. Battling a trainer of such caliber offered no respite. Blissey, use Protect. Shiba furrowed his brow. Had it been a Reflect or Light Screen, it would have shattered immediately, but Shigeru had executed Protect. In a scenario where neither party possessed a significant advantage, this move constituted absolute defense. Smack. The attack failed, and Shiba quickly ordered, Electabuzz, retreat. But it was too late. Shigeru countered with, use Rock Slide. Bang. A massive boulder formed swiftly in the sky, crashing down upon Electabuzz's head. The electric-type Pokemon froze momentarily, succumbing to fear. Is that an additional effect? What luck? Shiba grimaced. Yet, given Blissey's lackluster offensive capabilities, the damage would not sway the outcome of the match. However, while awaiting Electabuzz to regain its composure, Shigeru launched his next move. Now use Zen Headbutt. Blissey sprinted with all its might, leaping into the air to deliver a forceful headbutt. A blue aura of psychic energy enveloped Blissey's head like an eggshell before it struck Electabuzz with a fierce impact. Boom. This time, Electabuzz staggered backwards several steps, and amusingly, it was again gripped by fear. Is that the additional effect of Zen Headbutt? Kona exclaimed in surprise, her eyes lighting up. Could it be? Shigeru continued. Next, let us use Rock Slide again. Bam! Another boulder struck Electabuzz's face, leaving it frozen in place. Enduring the punishment. Seizing the opportunity, Shigeru shrugged at Kona. Indeed, this Blissey possesses the ability Serene Grace. Shigeru referred to this strategy as the Serene Grace Infinite Combo. As Electabuzz neared awakening, Blissey executed yet another Zen Headbutt, leaving Electabuzz imprisoned in its own inertia. Shiba clenched his fists in frustration. Shigeru had refrained from employing minimize tactics to annoy him. This was far worse. At least Kona's strategy was highly damaging and humiliating, but Shigeru's was purely degrading. As the match progressed, Shigeru even deemed Zen Headbutt too tedious, concerned it might push the opponent out of bounds, so he persisted with Rock Slide. One boulder after another, causing minimal damage yet continuing to irritate. Shigeru, might you consider switching tactics? Shiba inquired, exasperated. Absolutely not. Shigeru resolutely replied. Wait another 10 minutes, and I shall ensure Electabuzz meets a fitting demise. Shiba's face twitched as he abruptly tossed his Pokeball to the ground, turning to leave. Observing Shiba's retreating figure, Shigeru raised his hand, hesitating. You are one of the Elite Four, Master Shiba. You ought to exhibit some decorum. By the way, you want to take out your frustrations on me later, will you? The referee, equally at a loss, announced. Shiba concedes, thus Shigeru emerges victorious. Blissey continued energetically knocking on Electabuzz's forehead, surprised that the match concluded so abruptly. Wow, Shigeru, you truly astonish me. The combination of Serene Grace and Blissey is a brilliant strategy, Kona applauded from the sidelines. Shigeru scratched his head. Kona, do you think Master Shiba will still be willing to teach me about fighting types in the future? Kona rolled her eyes with playful disdain, given the current circumstances. It may be best to avoid him for a while. He is a black belt in Taekwondo, Judo, Jeet Kune Do, and Eastern martial arts. Shigeru swallowed hard. Perhaps I shall consult other fighting type experts in the future. But at least it's over now. Let us go enjoy some seafood. Korea City is renowned for its port, and its seafood rivals that of our 7 islands. Kona gently tugged at Shigeru's sleeve. A delightful fragrance wafted into Shigeru's nostrils, prompting him to focus intently, internally cautioning himself, stay composed, do not embarrass me. The two departed from the battle tower, making their way toward a seaside restaurant. However, upon arriving at their intended destination, they were met with an endless queue. Shigeru looked back at Kona. Kona, you did make a reservation, right? Kona slowly shook her head. a mixture of resignation and regret washing over her. I have never been one to make reservations. Surveying the throng, Shigeru sighed. I estimate we might wait 24 hours before our turn comes. Just as Kona contemplated solutions, her phone chimed. Oh, Ice Queen. I hear you triumphed over Shiba and snagged a handsome young man? Yulong-du. Kona's temper flared as she furiously typed. Yulong-du, you better watch it. Do you dare question me? I might just blow up your dragon lair. If you have the guts, come to the 7 Islands. I will deal with you. Upon receiving the reply, Yulong-du was left bewildered. He had merely made a jest. Did Kona truly need to react so vehemently? Such a capricious woman. Perhaps her monthly visitor had arrived early. Wrapping his cloak tightly, Yulong-du rode his Dragonite, bellowing, You two Team Rocket scoundrels. Get down on the ground and cover your heads, or I shall ensure your demise. The dragon glanced disdainfully at Edu, questioning why he lacked the audacity to speak so boldly to Kinna. Meanwhile, observing the sulky Kinna, Xiaomao couldn't help but chuckle lightly, offering a comforting suggestion. Well, the seafood market should still be open. Shall we procure some ingredients, and I could prepare a meal? Kinna's mood instantly brightened as she seized Xiaomao's hand, exclaiming, I'm off shopping with my brother. What can you do about it? Kinna declared, I am in my 20s, a blossoming beauty of Kanto, tirelessly managing matters in the region. Surely, I deserve to indulge in life's pleasures? Xiaomao, taken aback by Kinna's grip, calmly followed her towards the seafood market. As for the possibility of being photographed by the media and landing on the cover of an entertainment magazine, Xiaomao cared not at all. After all, one might jest and wonder how he acquired those 13 ex-girlfriends before he graced the cover of an academic journal. He had already been featured prominently in an entertainment magazine. He distinctly recalled the title, The Most Desired Teenage Idols in Kanto. Young Master Mao, due to his family background, career, and appearance, had triumphantly secured the top spot on that list at merely 8 years old, with countless young girls expressing their willingness to wait until he came of age. Thus, the entertainment headlines, well, that was simply the way it was. Chapter 25. I'll support you in a seaside villa belonging to Kona. Xiaomao was energetically preparing a majestic king crab. The most delectable parts of this creature were undoubtedly its legs. As for the contents of the shell, whether it be crab roe or flesh, Xiaomao showed little concern. After extracting the legs, he set them aside for a Japanese-style soy sauce hot pot. He then proceeded to open the crab's head, mixing the roe with a raw egg to create a silky crab roe steamed egg dish. Adding accompaniments such as chrysanthemum leaves, sweet scallions, tofu, shiitake mushrooms, konjac noodles, and A5 Wagyu beef into the seasoned hot pot, he placed the crab legs atop. The moment it was heated, an enticing aroma wafted throughout the space. Kona, now dressed in a white blouse and a light blue form-fitting skirt, sat quietly at the bar outside the kitchen, observing Xiaomao with admiration. If a man who cooks radiates light, then Xiaomao was positively glowing. After preparing the crab, Xiaomao placed a dozen oysters into the steamer. These were delightful treats, men's fuel stations and women's beauty salons. Faced with a choice of 2 large lobsters, he ultimately decided on one with spicy seasoning and the other with garlic. The leftover lobster and crab meat were combined with shrimp, scallions, and button mushrooms to create a pot of seafood congee, completing the meal. As he awaited a few minutes for the food to be ready, he couldn't help but chuckle at Kona's drooling expression. Xiaomao, why not stay a few more days? After tasting your cooking, I fear I might become picky, Kona remarked, tilting her head in genuine admiration. How about you cook exclusively for me? I'll take care of you, she suggested with a glimmer of hope. Oh, I'm just fumbling around. It's not that impressive, Xiaomao scratched his head. Besides, I have competitions to attend. So let us talk about that later. He laughed. Me a chef? That's exhausting and hot work, and the pay isn't great. With my looks, I could make a fortune just by charming people. He paused, realizing he had strayed off topic. All right, I'm hungry. Can we eat now? Kona shrugged, a hint of disappointment in her gesture. Yet she was pleased with her brother's ambitious attitude. After tasting the hot pot broth, Xiaomao nodded in satisfaction. Let us eat. He arranged the seafood feast on the table, wiping his long fingers clean. Kona, please take a seat. I'll feed the Pokemon. In the spacious living room, he prepared the food bowls for his Pokemon, including a special bucket for the Tyranitar and Scyther. He meticulously proportioned their food, berries, and necessary supplements. Then, he took out the Pokeballs and released a few of his little companions. Eevee. The moment Eevee emerged, it leaped into Xiaomao's arms, nuzzling against him. Eevee, I missed you so much in just 2 hours. Xiaomao chuckled, stroking Eevee as he assured. All right, it's time to eat. Such a darling. Scyther washed its food bucket, drooling slightly. Swish. Why isn't the food ready yet? Tyranitar and Houndoom sat side by side, calling for Eevee to return. Noticing the Wi-Fi signal had scattered, Charizard remained the most composed, sipping on some whiskey it had brought along. Hey, how did you sneak whiskey into your Pokeball? Is that even a valid item? Hand it over. Xiaomao extended his hand, exasperated. Charizard hiccuped and reluctantly surrendered the bottle. You little rascal. It's fine to drink, but moderation is key. If you turn into a drunk, I won't let you off easily, Xiaomao said, playfully ruffling Charizard's neck while grabbing its tail and shaking it. Charizard, caught between laughter and exasperation, pushed Xiaomao's face away. Stop it, boss. There are others watching Xiaomao banter with his Pokemon. Kona couldn't help but smile warmly. The bond between a trainer and their Pokemon could profoundly influence the latter's growth. Although some trainers treated Pokemon merely as tools for short-term success, those at the elite level understood that to continually surpass limits, a genuine bond was essential. The ability to form partnerships, friendships, and familial ties with Pokemon was the true measure of a trainer's potential. Kona recalled her first interview after becoming a member of the Elite Four. A passerby had asked how she managed to ascend to such heights using only simple Ice-type Pokemon. Her response had been, with love. When you genuinely care for your Pokemon, they will reciprocate. When bonds and emotions become a Pokemon support, even the most ordinary Pokemon can unleash extraordinary power. Gently smoothing her wine-red hair, Kona smiled softly, realizing that her little brother was indeed on the right path. Xiaomao, please feed my Mischievous and Hippowdon as well. Kona, ever eager for entertainment, summoned her two Pokemon over. Xiaomao shrugged. I can manage Hippowdon, but are you sure Mischievous won't try to kiss me? As he looked at Mischievous, who was opening its arms and pouting, he instinctively recoiled. Most cute Pokemon possessed a move called Sweet Kiss, while Mischievous was notorious for its demonic kiss, leaving its victims haunted by nightmares. Don't worry, Mischievous really likes you. Xiaomao, Kona laughed lightly. Xiaomao thought for a moment and conceded that it was better than facing the White Sea Lion and Shelmet, who would eye him suspiciously, as if to say, dare to woo Kona, and we'll make you regret it braving the risk of an unwanted kiss. Xiaomao prepared special Pokemon meals for Mischievous and Hippowdon. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he finally returned to the dining table. All right, let us dig in. I can't wait any longer, Kona exclaimed, rubbing her hands together in excitement. Let us eat. Xiaomao cheered in response. Just then, a sudden flicker of lights enveloped the coastal buildings, plunging them into darkness. How strange. Why would there be a power outage? Kona frowned. I'll get the backup lamp. No need, Xiaomao interrupted, moving to the window and opening it. The gentle sea breeze accompanied by the luminous moonlight flowed into the room, casting a soft glow that accentuated Kona's exquisite profile. Xiaomao found himself momentarily mesmerized. Kona, noticing his stare, playfully asked, Am I beautiful? Xiaomao's cheeks flushed crimson, and he inexplicably recalled a romantic song, The Crescent Moon, so enchanting. You appear especially lovely under its glow amidst the enchanting atmosphere. They continued their meal. Meanwhile, in the Corolla gym, Majishur, wearing sunglasses and chewing a large cigar, chuckled, Keep charging. Tomorrow, that kid will be a tough opponent, having defeated Shiba in the rental battles. How exciting. Boss, we can't overload the power anymore. It's caused a blackout throughout the coastal villa area, a young thug in a leather jacket replied helplessly. The apprentices and staff at Majishur's gym had once been local ruffians but, after being reformed by Majishur, had become dedicated members, showcasing his commitment to maintaining harmony in the city. Observing the three Pokemon before him, shimmering with electric brilliance, Majiji nodded thoughtfully. Let us pause here for now. I sincerely hope that tomorrow will bring me yet another delightful surprise from that individual. Chapter 26. The Peculiar Psyduck at the entrance of the Leafy City Amusement Park. A conspicuous sign declaring closed for business was prominently displayed. As the sole visitors within the park, Xiaomao could not help but express his astonishment. He never anticipated that the park would be closed today. Fortunately, Kana had connections. Well, I don't have any special acquaintances. Just booked the place for the day, Kana replied lazily, a smile playing on her lips. Given my unique status, venturing into such a crowded venue could potentially lead to chaos. Xiaomao raised an eyebrow. Despite being a privileged heir, he could only marvel at Kana's wealth. Following their moonlit dinner the previous night, Xiaomao intended to bid farewell to Kana, as he was eager to continue his journey. However, upon reviewing her itinerary, Kana excitedly discovered that she had an additional day off before returning to the Indigo Plateau for her duties. Thus, with her black sunglasses perched on her nose, clad in a white shirt and a fitted black skirt, she leaned on the kitchen counter, pleading with Xiaomao to accompany her for just one more day. I can't recall the last time I had a day out. Xiaomao sighed, unable to resist her charm. After all, who could deny a lovely, mature lady her wish to visit an amusement park? Naturally, he agreed, resulting in their adventure that day. All right, everything here is ours for the day. Which ride shall we embark on first? Kana exclaimed, and with a swift turn, all the amusement park attractions lit up. Xiao Mao tilted his head in thought, questioning if he had forgotten something important. Oh well, never mind. I want to ride the roller coaster first. Meanwhile, at the Leafy Gym, Ma Jisher was surrounded by a sea of cigarette butts, raking his hands through his hair as he bellowed, "That little brat, Demusho, actually dared to stand me up. Where is he? With whom? I'm going to kick that kid's rear right now." One of his underlings chimed in, that kid is currently at the Leafy City Amusement Park. The four Heavenly Kings Kana has rented out the entire place, and they are enjoying themselves. Ma Jisher's expression darkened. Shut your mouth. As a gym staff member, how could you act so irrationally? You wait at the entrance. Once that young master concludes his fun, inform him of the Leafy Gym's invitation. His underling stood dumbfounded. Huh, boss, when did we start being so reasonable? Ma Jisher's lips twitched, and he swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his underling, displaying his bicep adorned with a new tattoo bearing the character for reason in the Eastern Emperor dialect. He growled, I have always operated on principles. Do you understand? The underling, feeling wronged, covered his face, fearing he might burst into tears. Got it, boss. I'll head out now. As the underling left, Ma Jisher finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Kana goes wild, even the Dragon King can't stop her. I won't seek trouble. Suddenly, a high-pitched scream from Kana and Xiao Mao's cheers filled the air as the roller coaster soared skyward. Ugh, the girl seated behind Xiao Mao, known for her alluring lips, lost her lunch on the first loop. Yay, that was exhilarating, Kana exclaimed, her excitement reminiscent of a little girl. What do you say? Shall we go again? Xiao Mao glanced at the pale-faced girl and shook his head. Let's try the free-fall ride instead. The girl stiffened, then promptly retrieved her treasured Pokeball and dashed headlong into the fray. All right, it seems she's not keen on the rides. Just the two of us will have fun. Kana chuckled nonchalantly, pulling Xiao Mao along to relish the day. As the centerpiece of Leafy City, the amusement park boasted a plethora of attractions. They tackled the free-fall ride, the pirate ship, and the log flume. Honestly, in the log flume's pool, I saw those little tadpoles deliberately aiming a water gun at my back. After a morning filled with merriment, they paused for a simple lunch of the park's signature caramel-filled cotton candy cookies and sipped lattes by the artificial lake, fishing leisurely. Ah, this is delightful. I haven't felt this relaxed in ages, Kana purred, languidly perched on her stool. Is your work as one of the four Heavenly Kings quite busy? Xiao Mao inquired, casting his line into the water. Well, to some extent, most of the paperwork is handled by dedicated administrative staff. However, the Kanto region is uniquely challenging. The rampant Team Rocket requires our intervention, and with the annual tournaments and championship leagues, we seldom have the chance to unwind. Kana calculated her workload. You seem busier than champions in other regions, Xiao Mao remarked with a grin. Indeed, Kana sighed. Each of the four Heavenly Kings in Kanto possesses the potential to challenge for the championship title. Yet, the intricate dynamics prevent any one of us from dominating the others. Consequently, Kanto operates under a shared governance among the four. No single champion reigns supreme. From what I gather, champions in other regions lead much more leisurely lives. The champion of Hoenn even has time to dig for stones, while the champion of Kalos is a renowned actress. That's quite the grind, Xiao Mao chuckled, shaking his head. It's not so much hard work as it is a tough fate. Kana waved her hand dismissively. When will a prodigious talent emerge? One who possesses both strength and intellect, capable of defeating us all and seizing control of Kanto? Then, we four Heavenly Kings can finally enjoy some peace. Xiao Mao raised an eyebrow, his tone calm. Oh, it will happen. Trust me. Gazing at Xiao Mao's twinkling eyes, Kana felt an inexplicable conviction that this young man might indeed realize that prophecy. Suddenly, Xiao Mao felt a tug on his line. I've got a bite. Pull it up, Kana exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Mao chuckled. Given the artificial lake's fauna, it's likely just a Magikarp, not a Gyarados. Come on, come on. Let's see, Kana urged, patting Xiao Mao's shoulder. All right. Just stand back, so you don't get splashed by the Magikarp's flailing, he warned, recalling a time in his youth when he had witnessed Ash being slapped repeatedly by a Magikarp. As a peculiar Pokemon surfaced from the water, Xiao Mao found himself momentarily dumbfounded. A plump, yellow duck with 3 tufts of hair waved at him, even throwing him a flirtatious glance. What on earth? Did that Psyduck just flirt with me? Xiao Mao exclaimed, astonished. It seems so, Kana replied, equally intrigued by the Psyduck before them. As Xiao Mao stood frozen in disbelief, the Psyduck, hanging from the fishing hook, began to flail about. Then, its eyes glowed blue, enveloped in a shimmering aura as it floated toward Xiao Mao, with one hand behind its back and the other placed on its chest. The Psyduck executed a perfect noble bow. Quack, are you my destined trainer? Xiao Mao was utterly stunned. Was that a telepathic communication? This can't be real. Telepathy is a skill typically reserved for Pokemon with extraordinary mental capabilities and high intelligence. Why on earth would a Psyduck possess such abilities? Observing the astonishment etched on Xiao Mao's face, the Psyduck, displaying a remarkable semblance of humanity, shrugged its shoulders. Once again, a voice echoed in Xiao Mao's mind. I believe I can elucidate. For the moment, could you procure a Pokeball for me? I would like to take a brief respite. Kinna nodded at Xiao Mao, recognizing that this child was undoubtedly exceptional, and capturing him would yield no detriment. Xiao Mao shared this sentiment. Thus, he retrieved an empty Pokeball and placed it before Psyduck. The Psyduck glanced at Xiao Mao, nodded in satisfaction, and gently tapped the button, allowing itself to be enveloped within the Pokeball. This left Xiao Mao and Kinna exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 27. Heading to the Withered Leaf Gym in Konoha's residence, Shiro sat at the dining table, facing a lively Psyduck. So, not only did you resolve your headache, but you've also acquired extraordinary mental prowess? Shiro inquired uncertainly. Indeed, that is the essence of it, Psyduck responded, gulping down a blue-orange fruit from the table. Moreover, you little one, hailing from the Seven Islands, Konoha remarked while packing her belongings. That's right, madam. In the vicinity of the Seven Islands, I have a dear friend, a sagacious Slowking. As you may know, Slowking possesses a modicum of foresight, and thus I sought his guidance for my future path. Psyduck's eyes gleamed with a cerulean light. Adeptly employing psychic abilities. I have an inkling of which one it might be, Konoha nodded, affirming. But why me? Shiro still found it puzzling. Psyduck sighed with exasperation. Gazing earnestly at Shiro, my esteemed trainer, you are inherently exceptional, destined to ascend continuously, and I am worthy of that position. You understand, amongst the 6 at the pinnacle, I shall be one. That sounds promising, Shiro chuckled. Then let me witness your prowess. Psyduck smoothed its 3 tufted hairs. No problem, you'll see. Hey, mischievous little girl. Don't bite my tail, Psyduck exclaimed as Eevee playfully stuck out its tongue behind it. What an adorable little creature. I think I ought to capture an Eevee as well. I plan to stay a few days at my ancestral home on the Seven Islands. Perhaps I could acquire a beautiful glacian. Ever since Konoha learned that her hometown's ice island provided ample conditions for Eevee's evolution, she was eager to expand her team. Are you leaving? Seeing Konoha finish packing, Shiro stood up. It's all right. You can rest here for a while, Konoha suggested, glancing at the afternoon sky. Not quite, Shiro shook his head. You know, that soldier Majishi. I'd rather not be chased down the street by him wielding a rocket launcher. All right then, Konoha chuckled, handing Shiro a small USB drive. Shiro took it without hesitation. It's my insights on training ice-type Pokemon, containing some commonly used skill teachings, like Ice Beam, Konoha casually explained. Shiro paused for a moment, then accepted it. Safe travels, Konoha. Observing the boy's somewhat touched expression, Konoha approached and gently ruffled Shiro's hair. Don't be so sentimental. We'll have opportunities to meet again. The most difficult to bear is the favor of a beauty. This was no ordinary gift. It was the training insights of a champion-level trainer, specifically from Konoha, a master of her type. If this knowledge were to be sold, it could conservatively fetch a 7-figure sum. Yet, Konoha effortlessly gifted such a priceless treasure to Shiro. Feeling a surge of emotion, Shiro quietly exchanged 100 achievement points for an ice gem from the system store. Although this item was consumable, it was rare in Kanto, making it a valuable find. Pretending to pull the gem from his pocket, Shiro smiled as he presented it to Konoha. Here, a gift in exchange. Don't worry, it's not something useless. Taking the cool ice gem, Konoha smiled, subtly tucking it into her dimensional storage. Thank you, Shiro. I truly appreciate this memento. After a gentle, polite hug, the two departed from Konoha's villa. While Konoha headed to the port, Shiro made his way to the Withered Leaf Gym. Thus, they parted ways. One to the left and the other to the right. Shiro stood at the crossroads, listening to the sound of high heels gradually fading away. Not bad. Truly deserving of being my trainer. The Pokeball at Shiro's waist automatically opened, and Psyduck appeared behind him, resembling a seasoned romantic. Shiro, perplexed, remarked, How did you manage to get out? Psyduck proudly glanced at Shiro. Was it difficult? It's my own door. How could I not open it? Next time you run out on your own, I'll have Eevee bite your backside. Shiro twitched his mouth in annoyance. All right. Stay calm, young man. A woman can only influence the speed at which you draw your sword, especially one of such caliber. You need a better status, like becoming a champion. Do you understand? Now, let us find a gym and give the leader a good thrashing. Psyduck shrugged, unleashing a psychic wave before transforming into a red light and returning to its Pokeball. Shiro rubbed his forehead in exasperation. This duck seemed to house a mischievous spirit within, creating a sense of dissonance. Taking advantage of the setting sun, Shiro first visited the Pokemon Center before heading directly to the Electro Gym in Withered Leaf City. The heavy metal, Death Metal DCOR featured a massive lightning bolt as the sign, inducing a sense of paralysis just by looking at it. 2 delinquent boys guarding the entrance approached, sizing up Shiro with a casual demeanor. Hey, kid, This isn't a place for weaklings like you. Scram. Shiro chuckled in amusement, replying, I thought Majishi would maintain a more orderly environment here. I must say, this style is quite disappointing. What did you say? The two boys, sporting brightly dyed hair, were instantly enraged, brandishing bats and clubs as they closed in. Hey, are you serious? Unfazed, Shiro sneered, flipping his wrist to reveal two Pokeballs held between his slender fingers. Should these two fools dare to advance another step? Shiro vowed to let his Tyranitar and another horned Pokemon create two holes in their backsides to teach them a lesson. Hey, you two, stop right there. Fortunately, before Shiro could take action, the gym's door swung open. The assistant of Majishi, whom Shiro had encountered earlier that day at the park, emerged. A man with the words loyalty and righteousness tattooed on his right arm approached. It was said that this rogue leader, born in the Unova region, was once a lazy good-for-nothing until he crossed paths with the soldier Majishi, who set him on the right path. With a swift motion, he slapped the two young guards on the back of their heads, revealing a grin with 8 gleaming white teeth. Mr. Shiro, Majishi has been waiting for you all day. Please come in. These two little rascals are new to the gym and are unaware of the rules. Please don't hold it against them. Shiro shrugged. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. He was not inclined to make things difficult for two young ruffians who meant no harm. I'll give you some face, Mr. Aku. Now, let us hasten to the battle arena. I hope Mr. Majishi doesn't have a habit of retiring early. Right this way. Opening the door and giving the two young delinquents a fierce glare, Mr. Aku guided Shiro through the corridor to the battle arena of the Withered Leaf Gym. Under the bright lights of the stage, Majishi looked up, exuberantly drinking, and upon seeing Shiro, immediately leapt to his feet. Hey boy, I've been waiting for you. Shiro glanced at the bottle in Majishi's hand. I hope you haven't had too much to drink. Majishi shrugged, tossing the bottle aside. I was drinking soda, young Shiro. Alcohol impairs one's judgment. Shiro, somewhat impressed, nodded. This burly man, with the visage of a drunkard, was actually a soda-drinking soldier. How wonderfully peculiar. I sincerely apologize. I had some matters to attend to. Is it still possible to challenge you now? Shiro asked earnestly. Of course, boy. I am waiting for you. Majishi exclaimed with excitement. Xiao Mao furrowed his brow and declared, I am not a boy. I am a man. Ah, you can speak the dialects of various regions. Ma Jishi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The mandatory courses at Rainbow University encompass, but are not limited to, the languages of the United Regions. If you wish to hear more, I can also speak the dialects of Dongwang, Alola, and Galar. Bonjour. Hello. Xiao Mao effortlessly switched between several languages. Ma Jishu, perplexed, thought to himself, all right. I despise overachievers. Let us settle this with a proper contest. If you emerge victorious, I shall acknowledge you as a true man, a formidable warrior. Xiao Mao flexed his fingers. No problem. You have your badges ready, I presume? Haha, of course. Aku, summon Pixis to observe, commanded Ma Jishu. Aku nodded and swiftly departed. Soon, a girl with sun-kissed skin and well-defined muscles, sporting short white hair, rushed and holding a Pikachu. Indeed, she was grasping it by its tail, running with a distinct lack of grace. To everyone's surprise, Pikachu offered no resistance and even attempted to perform pull-ups with its tail. This is my apprentice, Pixis. Hailing from the same United Regions as I, may she serve as the referee, if you don't mind? Ma Jishu inquired. I have no objections, Xiao Mao shrugged. All right, Pixis. Put off your training for now and take your place as the referee, Ma Jishu bellowed. Yes, sir. Pixis saluted sharply, setting Pikachu aside before sprinting to the referee's position. Remarkably, this girl was the most soldier-like apprentice in the dojo. Casting a curious glance at Xiao Mao, Pixis furrowed her brow, wondering if her master had truly empowered 3 Pokemon just for this man. With the referee now in position, Xiao Mao prepared his Pokeballs. Standing firm alongside Ma Jishu, Pixis, with her somewhat deep and commanding voice, announced, Next, we shall commence the Kuluo Gym Challenge. The rules are as follows. Each participant may use up to 3 Pokemon. The battle is won when all Pokemon of one side lose their combat capability. Only the challenger may substitute Pokemon during the match. Let the battle begin. Xiao Mao nodded in satisfaction at Pixis. At last, there was a competent referee. In this respect, Kuluo Gym was superior to Nibi Gym and Hualan Gym. Ma Jishu eagerly tightened his grip on his Pokeball and hurled it with vigor. Come forth, young Xiao Mao, and demonstrate your prowess. First up is this fellow. Aliable. A fierce electrode, crackling with electricity, appeared on the battlefield. Xiao Mao shook his Pokeball and then swiftly tossed it. You've absorbed the Moonstone. Let us see what skills you've acquired from my grandfather. Step forth. Nidoking. With a resounding roar, a robust, muscled behemoth with a sharp horn atop its head emerged from the dust. It was indeed the Nidoking that had returned from studying abroad, once Xiao Mao's ace in the hole. The battle officially commenced. Chapter 28. The Withered Leaf Gym Match. The battle at the Withered Leaf Gym between Shigeru and Masashi officially commenced. Pix, Masashi's apprentice, gazed in astonishment at Masashi's Raichu. It is worth noting that Masashi typically refrains from using Raichu in standard gym matches, as it serves as a substitute in his primary team. Far too advanced for novices challenging the gym. However, when Shigeru's Nidoking appeared, Pix understood. What kind of novice enters the fray with a Nidoking right off the bat? Raichu, use Thunder. Masashi initiated with a courteous display of power. The sky roared as a formidable bolt of lightning descended, but Nidoking stood resolute, absorbing the thunder with its horn, channeling the energy harmlessly into the ground. For a ground type like Nidoking, electric type moves were utterly ineffective. Enough with the tricks. Nidoking, use Horn Attack. Shigeru seized the initiative. Launching a counteroffensive, Nidoking crouched slightly, then charged at Raichu with remarkable speed. Raichu, use Quick Attack. Masashi's expression shifted. He was taken aback by Nidoking's sudden burst of speed. Raichu unleashed a flurry of golden stars to hinder Nidoking's advance, but the creature charged forth like a formidable tank, unstoppable in its momentum. With a resounding impact, Shigeru noted that Nidoking's assault was executed with astounding finesse, using its horn to inflict damage while its elbow struck Raichu as well. Look at that. The old man claims to be an upright scholar, yet the Pokemon he raised shows none of that virtue, Shigeru quipped, bemused. From the referee's seat, Pix gasped in amazement. Goodness, this challenger is fierce. Masashi, too, was drenched in cold sweat. Shigeru, the tactical genius, was delivering an onslaught that was anything but clever. Nidoking. Earth Power. Seizing the moment while his opponent was off balance, Shigeru pressed the attack. With a mighty leap, Nidoking slammed its fist into the ground. The earth trembled violently as fissures radiated outward, sending a plume of dust skyward and launching Raichu into the air. Outstanding effect. Raichu, don't cower. Use Iron Tail. Masashi, a soldier at heart, never lacked in determination. As Raichu descended, it swung its metallic tail down with ferocity. Quick, evade. Shigeru furrowed his brow. With nimble footwork, Nidoking danced back and forth, executing a classic sidestep to avoid Raichu's Iron Tail. Did this guy just dodge like a boxer? Masashi thought, bewildered. But the encounter was far from over. Having evaded the attack, Nidoking returned to its optimal stance. With a radiant flash, Nidoking unleashed a powerful right hook. Shigeru raised an eyebrow. Indeed, the Nidoking at home was quite adept in combat. Unfortunately, it could not master the classic move, the Hypnosis Punch. With a single powerful strike, Nidoking sent Raichu crashing into the ground, then followed up with a brutal kick to the head. Shigeru couldn't help but cover his face. Goodness, how ruthless. As Raichu lay motionless, Pix quickly raised her hand. Raichu has lost its fighting capability. Nidoking is victorious. Well done, Nidoking, Shigeru commended, recalling his Pokemon. Nidoking cast a regretful glance at Raichu, wishing it could have executed a follow-up kick. This is truly unexpected, Masashi thought gravely. The man who could roam amusement parks with Kono was indeed no ordinary opponent. Excuse me? What does this have to do with my fighting abilities? Come back, Nidoking. You performed admirably. Shigeru returned Nidoking, eagerly awaiting the next round. Isn't he in prime condition? Why not continue using him? Masashi inquired, puzzled. One must allow opportunities for other companions as well. As a trainer, it's only fair to distribute chances evenly, Shigeru replied with a shrug. Next time. You won't be so fortunate. Masashi tossed another Pokeball. Go Raichu. Masashi's second Pokemon was the very Raichu that had once bested Ash's Pikachu. Raichu displayed a boastful grin, taunting Shigeru with a beckoning gesture. Pix's eyes brightened. Her Pikachu had been trained in the ways of Raichu. She intended to observe this match closely. Unfortunately for her, Shigeru had no intention of granting Raichu any opportunity to shine. Tyranitar, time for some rehabilitation training. Shigeru casually tossed his Pokeball. With a resounding pop, the ball opened, and amidst the white light, Tyranitar made a commanding entrance, the ball rebounding back into Shigeru's hand. With a mighty thud, Tyranitar struck its armored chest, producing a resonating metallic sound. Thunder. Raichu's confidence wavered significantly. Young man, you are quite rude, Masashi retorted. His lips twitching. While encountering type disadvantages is common for gym trainers, Masashi had never experienced such direct targeting as Shigeru presented. Your Raichu seems to be a pure electric type variant, Shigeru remarked with a smile. Masashi rolled his eyes, affirming that his Raichu specialized in electric type moves, mastering nearly all powerful electric attacks. Conversely, it hardly practiced any other types of moves. How about unleashing a Thunderbolt to test your might? Shigeru suggested tentatively. Tyranitar, with its robust frame, signaled its readiness. To be honest, Shigeru had nearly laughed upon reviewing Raichu's skill set, aside from an array of electric type moves. Raichu's proficiency extended only to a few physical techniques. Imagining Raichu attempting to engage in close combat with a steel behemoth was amusing. Raichu, don't let them underestimate you. Use Volt Tackle. Masashi gritted his teeth and commanded a reckless charge. Raichu. With eyes closed, Raichu's body surged with electricity, gold sparks enveloping it as it charged headlong at Tyranitar. Is it because you were too eager to evolve that you skipped learning Volt Tackle before using a Thunderstone? Shigeru lamented, shaking his head. This exemplified his belief that Pokemon should not evolve too early. Certain skills become unattainable post-evolution. For instance, Pikachu must master both Quick Attack and Thunderbolt simultaneously to achieve Volt Tackle. Once evolved, that skill could never be learned again, as Raichu could never reach Pikachu's peak speed. While Volt Tackle is indeed a powerful electric move, it pales in comparison to Volt Tackle's finesse. Enough chatter, brace yourself. Masashi retorted, now frustrated. Meanwhile, Pix contemplated the implications of Masashi's approach. She had been taught that electric-type Pokemon must master all potent electric moves. Evolving Pikachu early would enable it to store more electricity and enhance its power. Yet, after hearing Shigeru's words, Pix hesitated. Was early evolution truly beneficial for Pikachu? On the other hand, Shigeru spared no leniency for Masashi. With a focused gaze, he commanded, bring it on. With a thunderous impact, Tyranitar slammed its powerful arms down. Raichu, engulfed in electric currents, collided with the ground like a vehicle crashing into a mountain, furious yet unable to advance an inch. As the last flicker of electricity gradually faded, Raichu collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Tyranitar, you stomp, commanded Xiaomao without a hint of mercy. Tyranitar suddenly lifted its right foot and ruthlessly stomped down towards Raichu. Quick! Dodge, Raichu! Jump! Majishur exclaimed in a moment of desperation. Raichu rolled swiftly, then, with a powerful swing of its tail, launched itself into the air. With a resounding crash, Tyranitar missed its target, causing the entire arena to sway violently as the ground fractured beneath them. Is this stomp? Are you attempting to shake my gym to its foundations? Majishur's face turned pale. Raichu, use Iron Tail. Grab it. Xiaomao raised an eyebrow. Although Raichu was a formidable Pokemon, it was still relatively agile compared to Pikachu. It was somewhat challenging for Tyranitar to ensure a perfect hit, and Xiaomao sought nothing less than absolute precision. With a resounding crack, Raichu's shimmering iron tail struck Tyranitar's left arm, causing it to instinctively grip Raichu's tail tightly with its right hand. Now it's yours, Xiaomao shrugged. Tyranitar displayed a hearty grin, then suddenly exerted its strength. With a flail, it began to swing Raichu in a circular motion, repeatedly smashing it against the ground. After several rotations, Raichu, once electrifyingly defiant, succumbed to fatigue, its eyes losing their spark. Watching Raichu huddled on the ground, Tyranitar tilted its head. Oh, what a feeble opponent. Xiaomao nodded in satisfaction. Tyranitar's physical strength had nearly fully recovered, and he could now reduce the protein intake. Raichu has lost its fighting spirit. Tyranitar is victorious, Pix announced. Somewhat perplexed, this battle had shattered her resolve. Well done, Tyranitar. Next up is this fellow. Xiaomao recalled Tyranitar and summoned Psyduck. Majishur's forehead throbbed with veins of frustration. Who do you think you're looking down on? Psyduck shrugged. Hey, I feel somewhat offended. Xiaomao politely inclined his head. I meant no disrespect. I merely wish to see what this Pokemon is capable of. If it falters, I will revert to my previous Pokemon for battle. Majishur retrieved his final Pokeball and hurled it into the arena with force. Wobbuffet. Show him what you're made of. Xiaomao shrugged towards Psyduck. Come on, let us see your prowess. Chapter 29. The Duck God in the final round of the Evergreen Gym Battle. Shigeru found himself both anxious and determined as he faced off against the fierce gaze of Majishur. Psyduck, you better handle your opponent well. Otherwise, if you end up as roasted duck, I promise to give you a grand burial. Psyduck merely rolled its eyes at Shigeru and shrugged. Relax, my esteemed trainer. Although I am a water type, I possess alternative methods of combat. Just watch. Majishur, unable to contain his excitement, waved his hand and declared, Wigglytuff. Transform it into roasted duck with Thunderbolt. He had completely lost his composure. The Wigglytuff, grinning with its large teeth, crackled with electric energy. Boom. A powerful bolt of lightning struck directly towards Psyduck's head. Shigeru's mouth twitched in concern, his hand subtly resting on the Pokeball of his Tyranitar, ready to intervene if necessary. After all, while boasting may be momentarily satisfying, he had forgotten to bring the ingredients for roasted duck. Nothing to worry about. Psyduck said with a gentle wave of its hand, enveloped in a shimmering blue energy shield that dissipated the Thunderbolt instantly, leaving it standing firm. Impossible. Majishur gasped. His mouth agape. It was worth noting that his Wigglytuff had just been charged the previous day, and the potency of that Thunderbolt could make even a Nidoking cry out in pain. Shigeru was equally astonished. If he wasn't mistaken, That was a psychic-type barrier. A technique that didn't even qualify as a skill, but rather an advanced application of psychic power. The key was that such a technique was not easily mastered, even by the likes of Hudi. How could a seemingly simple-minded duck achieve this? Shigeru recalled Psyduck's earlier explanation. The Psyduck species inherently possessed immense psychic abilities, which often caused turmoil within their minds, leading to frequent headaches. Most Psyducks would relinquish a portion of their psychic power before evolving to maintain clarity and ensure a successful transformation. Unlike other Psyducks, Shigeru's Psyduck possessed an intellect akin to that of a Golduck, allowing it to master its mental energies even in its current form. What potential lay hidden within the Psyduck species would soon be revealed. With its arms crossed and eyes glowing brighter, Psyduck prepared itself. I refuse to believe this. Wigglytuff. Use Supersonic to disrupt it. Majishur finally remembered that today was meant for strategic sparring with Shigeru. However, the situation was spiraling out of Shigeru's control. Psyduck was now in command. The Wigglytuff opened its mouth, unleashing a wave of piercing sound towards Shigeru. Psyduck, impatient, pointed a finger and declared, "Silence. That is unbearable." A blue wave of psychic energy flickered around the Wigglytuff, causing it to abruptly close its mouth in frustration. "What are you doing, Wigglytuff? Keep going," Majishur urged. "I believe that was a form of petrification," Shigeru explained with a mix of amusement and disbelief. "How infuriating. Wigglytuff, use rollout." Majishur was grasping at straws now. Wigglytuff obediently morphed into a rapidly rolling red and white sphere, charging towards Psyduck. Yet, Psyduck remained unmoved, its eyes glowing intensely, releasing a torrent of psychic energy. Before Wigglytuff could even approach, it was abruptly halted by an invisible force. Psyduck even had the leisure to wave at Shigeru in a display of triumph. Majishur's face flushed crimson with anger. That insufferable duck is taking this too far. Wigglytuff, unleash explosion. Shigeru was taken aback. Majishur was clearly desperate. Wigglytuff began to gather energy, glowing brilliantly in preparation for the impending blast. Psyduck shook its head in disapproval. Why resort to such extremes? Then, in a swift motion, Psyduck clapped its hands, causing Wigglytuff to suddenly collapse, unconscious. Pixis approached to check on Wigglytuff and shook his head. "It's asleep. Is that how hypnosis works?" Shigeru asked with curiosity. Psyduck confidently returned to Shigeru, swaying its hips. "With a clap of my hands, thoughts become reality. Is hypnosis really that difficult?" Shigeru replied. "Are you certain you want to develop some peculiar grass-type skill one day?" "Of course, I have little interest in grass types," Psyduck retorted with a dismissive expression. Pixis returned to the referee's stand, extending his right hand to announce, due to Wigglytuff losing its fighting spirit, the victor of this match is Shigeru from Masera Town. Shigeru retrieved his boastful Psyduck and nodded apologetically at Majishur. Majishur sighed and approached Shigeru, accepting the orange badge from Pixis, though the process was a bit chaotic. "I believe I have successfully passed the gym battle," Shigeru ventured cautiously. Majishur remained silent, merely staring at Shigeru. Just as Shigeru prepared to slip away to claim his badge, Majishur finally burst into laughter. "Ha! The heroes of youth. It has been ages since someone defeated me so thoroughly, Shigeru. You are a true man, and it was exhilarating to battle you." Shigeru, intrigued, asked, "I thought you would be disappointed without a special strategy." Majishur waved his hand dismissively. "Save your strategies for others to enjoy. I prefer straightforward confrontations. However, next time, I want to be fielding a team of this caliber." Shigeru smiled. "Of course, I will bring an even stronger lineup. Here, take this orange badge. It is yours now. Defeat the Indigo Plateau soon and give those at the top a run for their money." "I have faith in you," Majishur said, handing the orange badge to Shigeru. "I certainly will," Shigeru replied solemnly as he accepted the badge. Pixis, admiringly, remarked, "This is the first time I have encountered such a formidable challenger. I believe I will train my Pikachu with you as my goal." Shigeru, contemplating future encounters, nodded earnestly. "Pixis, right? I hope we can have an official match at the Evergreen Gym sometime. But until then, the stronger you train, the better." Pixis enthusiastically agreed, "Of course. Before I avenge my master, I will crush all other opponents." Majishur, shaking his head in amusement, interjected, "Hey, Pixis, I'm not old yet. I don't need you to avenge me." Thus, having earned Majishur's respect, Shigeru left the Evergreen Gym in high spirits. The sky had grown dark, prompting him to decide to stay at the Pokemon Center for the night before departing from Evergreen City the following day. Chapter 30. Welcoming Gardevoir at the port of Dry Leaf City, Xiao Mao gazed in bewilderment at the departing ferry. Do not misunderstand. He was neither late nor had he missed his ticket. Just 10 minutes prior, when he was about to board the ferry to Rainbow City, he received a call from the esteemed Professor Oak. According to the professor, The Unova region had suddenly decided to send one of the Elite Four to visit the Kanto region. It was said that the visitor would be a young girl, and at his age, he felt ill-equipped to entertain her. Dear grandson, you have quite the way with young ladies, don't you? I beg of you. Please assist me in hosting her. Professor Oak had nonchalantly passed the responsibility on to him. Xiao Mao felt an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Please, the Unova region, the Elite Four, and a girl no less. If all went as anticipated, it would indeed be Gardevoir, this SSR-level psychic powerhouse. To host such a formidable being could very well be a matter of life and death. Since the establishment of the League, only 2 SSR-level psychics had emerged, Nessa from Goldenrod City and this esteemed lady. Nessa had a family legacy of training methods. When she was upset, she might turn you into a toy for a couple of days. However, if Gardevoir were to become enraged, her overwhelming psychic force could easily topple an entire city. Surely, I must have been adopted, Xiao Mao muttered, nearly on the verge of tears. Hey, my handsome and charming grandson, have a bit of confidence. No young lady would dare to harm a delicate flower such as yourself, Professor Oak expressed with remarkable nonchalance. Just tell me, what isn't it for me? With a sigh, Xiao Mao felt as though he had been relegated to mere entertainment. Well, my Dragonite has recently bloomed, so to speak. I wonder, are you interested in the offspring of a near god? Professor Oak confidently sipped his tea. I demand dragon scales, fangs, claws, and a full set of breeding resources. Don't say you don't have them. Dragonite needs to replace them every year. Xiao Mao retorted in one breath. Not a problem. By the way, Gardevoir has already begun to control her powers. She has only recently started to engage with society. So, be gentle. So take care of her, my little tiger. Professor Oak raised an eyebrow. Exasperated, Xiao Mao thought to himself, now I understand why Professor Oak was relentlessly pursued by Ms. Kiku in his youth. Let us forgive the youthful indiscretions of Professor Oak. He was merely a free spirit. Ha ha ha, do not mind that. It's merely a humorous anecdote from Unova. Professor Oak waved off with a knowing smile. Gardevoir's ship will dock before sunset, so do ensure she is well received. We cannot afford to lose face for the Kanto region. As Xiao Mao hung up the phone, he stared skyward, tears of sorrow streaming down his cheeks. The offspring of a near god, how utterly delightful. With half a day remaining until sunset, Xiao Mao sought out a nearby bench and settled down to contemplate. Suddenly, his Pokeball sprang open, and Psyduck, with a wise expression, perched beside him. Hey, buddy, I warned you that if you ran out again, I would make your tail practice biting Eevee. Xiao Mao rubbed his temples in frustration. Quack quack. My trainer, I have already conversed with Miss Eevee. She is not at all interested in my alluring posterior and tail, Psyduck chuckled, patting Xiao Mao on the back. So, why the long face? Xiao Mao replied, Hey, Psyduck. Do you happen to know how to host a 14-year-old, highly esteemed young lady who possesses the power to obliterate me in an instant? Psyduck's expression changed. Gazing at Xiao Mao with admiration. My trainer, you truly play with fire, don't you? Stop. You can call me Xiao Mao, young Master Xiao Mao, or simply Master Mao. I wonder why you, a Kanto native, speak with a Unovan accent. Xiao Mao couldn't help but retort. Also, I seek your advice. Spare me the irrelevant chatter. Psyduck shrugged. All right, first, you should change into something more stylish. Xiao Mao sighed. Ugh, what a hassle. On board the SS St. Joan, departing from the Unova region, there was an unusual stillness. The entire vessel had been booked exclusively. Gardevoir, at the tender age of 14, had already swept through the Unova League and ascended to the Elite Four, now sat quietly in the luxurious cabin, on a massive round bed. She swung her bare feet and played with a gaming console. This level is ridiculously difficult. She glared at the screen displaying the words game over in frustration. I hope Kanto has something interesting in store for me. After receiving a warm cocoa from Miss Gothitelle, Gardevoir took a couple of delicate sips. Lady Gothitelle, I specifically requested my coffee with double milk. Gardevoir feigned maturity. With an elegant bow, Miss Gothitelle turned to fetch the milk, in an effort to appear more grown-up. Gardevoir had exchanged her hot milk for hot cocoa and referred to it as chocolate-flavored coffee. Miss Gothitelle merely smiled with resignation. It was rather endearing, was it not? It was because of Miss Gothitelle and her other Pokémon companions that Gardevoir had not become a twisted psychic criminal. On the contrary, this young girl had blossomed into the jewel of Unova, adored by all as a psychic prodigy. Finishing her cocoa, Gardevoir gently stifled a yawn. I'm a bit sleepy. Please wake me upon arrival. After instructing Miss Gothitelle, Gardevoir nestled into her velvet pillow, quickly drifting into a tranquil slumber. Miss Gothitelle clapped her hands, and a round, fluffy dream eater floated in. It would monitor Gardevoir's dreams, devouring nightmares and preserving pleasant ones. At Dryleaf Port, the night was ablaze with lights as Junsha led a squad of officers to clear the area. Ma Jisher himself took charge, accompanied by his followers to clean the streets. Any wild Meowth or Rattata that lagged behind was promptly met with a jolt of electricity. Xiao Mao donned a black short-sleeved collared shirt, light gray casual pants, and a pair of white high-top sneakers. Clutching Eevee and accompanied by Psyduck, he awaited Gardevoir's arrival at the port. Initially, Psyduck had suggested that Xiao Mao wear a formal suit and slick back his hair. Quack quack. You know, I'm quite the professional at being a duck. Psyduck started, only to be promptly kicked by Xiao Mao. I'm not here to be a dancer. A gust of wind swept by, and a chubby, adorable Dragonite descended gracefully. The imposing figure of its rider, draped in a red cape, leapt down from its back. The Elite Four's Dato. Xiao Mao exclaimed. Dato furrowed his brow. Are you Professor Oak's grandson? Xiao Mao nodded. Ahem, you must be Mr. Dato of the Elite Four. Dato's lips twitched as he silently screamed. The Elite Four of GTM, this damned Kanto Elite Four. I've had more than enough of this. And those who whispered that he was merely a flying-type master. Just wait. Once the merger process with Johto is finalized, I shall ascend to the throne in Johto, and then I will be the champion of both regions. Do you understand? Kanto and Johto, I shall conquer both in one fell swoop. That is the essence of wisdom. Ignoring Dato's rich inner monologue, Xiao Mao ventured to ask, since you are here, may I take my leave? Dato crossed his arms defiantly, replying, No, my time is limited. I merely came to make an appearance. Afterwards, I will engage in a one-on-one friendly match with Gardevoir on the Quartz Plateau. Before that, I must trouble you with the task of welcoming Gadelia. Xiao Mao, very well, let us change the subject. Regarding the expenses incurred during the reception, Yulong Du majestically flicked his cape and produced a black dragon-patterned credit card. Charge it to my card. Xiao Mao raised an eyebrow. In that case, I shall gladly comply. Chapter 31. Only one room left, here she comes. Look, she is descending. A stir erupted among the crowd, as the officers, under Junsh's direction, stood in two straight lines. Suddenly, the space around Xiao Mao cleared, and he found himself the center of attention at the harbor. How awkward, he muttered quietly. You'll get used to it. Young Master Mao, said Psyduck, ruffling the three tufts of hair atop its head. Individuals like us tend to attract attention. I believe they merely wish to observe which brave soul has the audacity to welcome an SSR-level superpower user, Xiao Mao replied, shaking his head. Eevee, I'm counting on you. If the atmosphere turns uncomfortable, please let Gardevoir give you a pat to break the tension, he whispered, leaning closer to Eevee. Reluctantly, Eevee nodded, thinking that for his master, a little head pat from another woman wouldn't be too bad, though it was unthinkable to suck in his belly. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed from the end of the corridor. A girl with cascading golden locks, clad in a pink spaghetti-strap dress, a white Chanel shawl, and white shoes, emerged with a look of innocent curiosity. Following her was Miss Goth, trailing slightly behind with a delicate suitcase in hand. This was none other than Gardevoir, one of the Elite Four. Only the Valkyrie of Sinnoh, champion Cynthia, could rival her illustrious achievements. As Gardevoir stepped out, her deep blue eyes scanned the surroundings. Are you Mr. Shigeru Okido? She asked, tilting her head slightly, her voice cool and composed. Xiao Mao glanced at Ryo, who looked skyward, nudging Xiao Mao's back. Fortunately, Psyduck, being quite sociable, waddled up to Gardevoir and, turning to Miss Goth, bowed graciously. Beautiful Miss Goth, may I invite you for a cup of coffee? Miss Goth looked at Xiao Mao, utterly bewildered, while Gardevoir tilted her head in confusion. I'm sorry, my Psyduck has been watching too many romance dramas, Xiao Mao said. Pulling Psyduck back, his face flushed. I told you to welcome Gardevoir, not to flirt with her Pokemon. Miss Goth's eyes glimmered with a blue light. And Gardevoir understood, smiling gently at Xiao Mao. It's all right, Mr. Okido. My Lady Goth doesn't mind, but she is not particularly fond of yellow ducks. So I apologize that she cannot join Mr. Psyduck for coffee. Embarrassed, Xiao Mao looked at Eevee, who nodded, gallantly being placed into Gardevoir's arms by Xiao Mao. My Eevee's fur is incredibly soft. You can pet it to relax, Xiao Mao generously offered. Oh, thank you. This feels wonderful, Gardevoir said, stroking the fur around Eevee's neck, a look of contentment gracing her features. Seeing that Gardevoir adored Eevee, Xiao Mao finally exhaled in relief. Well done, Eevee. Having just been rejected, Psyduck sulkily used its psychic powers to return to its Pokeball. As the atmosphere seemed to warm up, Ryo cleared his throat. Ahem. Welcome to Kanto, Miss Gardevoir. Our exhibition match is scheduled for 1 month from now at the Quartz Plateau. Until then, Professor Okido's grandson, Xiao Mao, will be your host. If you need anything, feel free to speak with him. Well, if there is nothing else, I have work to attend to. So we shall meet again in a month, Gardevoir replied, watching as Dragonite swiftly took to the skies, becoming a mere silhouette against the horizon. Xiao Mao grimaced, thinking, Rhea, just wait until I don't max out your credit card. Confirming that Xiao Mao had taken charge of Gardevoir, Junsha blew her whistle, signaling the team to disperse. Suddenly, the brightly lit harbor was left with just Xiao Mao and Gardevoir. "Shall we head to the hotel?" Xiao Mao asked, momentarily taken aback by his own words, feeling they were rather presumptuous. All right, Mr. Okido," Gardevoir softly agreed, nodding. "Just call me Xiao Mao," he suggested. "Shall I summon a vehicle?" "I'd prefer to walk," Gardevoir said eagerly. Having lived in a castle with only superpower Pokemon and an elderly butler until she was 10, she had developed a slight social anxiety, though it had improved significantly since then. Under normal circumstances, the arrival of an Elite Four trainer in Kanto would warrant a grand procession, complete with police escorts and numerous staff. However, Gardevoir had insisted on a simple arrangement with just one escort and expressed a desire for someone younger and more entertaining. "Well then, let us walk. A stroll sounds pleasant," Xiao Mao said, feeling soft-hearted as he observed Gardevoir's eager expression. After all, she was a genuine elite trainer. Who could possibly harm her? "That is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Okido," Gardevoir replied joyfully. "No need for Mr. Just call me Xiao Mao," he reiterated. "All right, Mr. Okido." Xiao Mao surrendered. "You may also call me Young Master Mao, since everyone else is okay." "Young Master Mao." Gardevoir laughed, narrowing her eyes with a smile as she stepped closer to him. "Let us set off then," he acquiesced, resigned to his fate. A waft of fragrance filled the air, and Xiao Mao was surprised to find a soft little hand in his. "What is this?" he exclaimed, looking at her in astonishment. Beneath her golden hair were sparkling eyes, long eyelashes, a delicate nose, and translucent peach-pink lips. "Grandpa Sherlon said to hold hands with your companions when out, so we won't get lost," Gardevoir explained earnestly. Xiao Mao paused for a moment, then smiled gently. "Very well, let us hold hands, Miss Gardevoir." "You don't need to call me Miss Gardevoir," she reminded him. "All right, Gardevoir," he said. Thus, on the streets of Korea City, Xiao Mao held the hand of a golden-haired girl, with Eevee perched atop his head and Miss Goth trailing behind. It truly resembled a family of four in a corner alley. Majishir puffed on his cigar, musing, "This kid is like Cupid's target." It's truly enviable having started drinking milk and doing height enhancement exercises at the age of 5. Xiao Mao stood a full head taller than Ash. Yet the 14-year-old Gardevoir was still taller than him. Official records indicated that Gardevoir was only 5 centimeters shorter than Cynthia. However, in terms of physique, Gardevoir's flatness suggested that Cynthia would undoubtedly prevail nevertheless. Passers-by on the street cast envious glances at Xiao Mao. Golden hair, pale skin, and beauty, the security guard at the hotel's entrance seemed to radiate admiration. Impressive. Feeling somewhat shy, Gardevoir quietly followed Xiao Mao. Once he released her hand, she naturally grabbed the strap of his backpack. "Excuse me, I'd like 2 of the finest champion sweets," Xiao Mao declared, producing Rio's card and handing it over to the receptionist without hesitation. The receptionist glanced at Gardevoir and quietly inquired, "Not from around here?" "Indeed," Xiao Mao replied. The receptionist, with a knowing grin, winked at Xiao Mao. Sighing in fatigue, Xiao Mao said, "Could you please hurry?" The receptionist adopted a look of understanding. "I'm sorry, sir, but we're fully booked. We only have 1 champion suite available." Xiao Mao's eyes widened in shock. "Wait, that's not what I meant." The receptionist waved dismissively, mouthing, "Don't thank me. That's fine, we'll take it. The champion suite." Gardevoir beamed, her eyes sparkling. The champion suite undoubtedly exudes a superior elegance compared to the king suite. Xiao Mao covered his face, imploring, "Please, do not treat me this way." Thus, the hotel attendant escorted Xiao Mao and his companion to the prestigious champion suite located on the top floor. Chapter 32. Traveling with the champion. As Xiao Mao stepped into the splendid champion suite in the heart of the city, he felt a twinge of unease while surveying the opulent chandelier and the enormous circular bed in the bedroom. It was only when he spotted the secretary's exclusive business lounge that he sighed in relief. Thank heavens, the suite has a second bed. The first-time traveler, Jaidelia, contentedly strolled around the suite before settling onto the grand bed. "Do you usually stay in places like this when you travel?" she inquired curiously. "No, of course not." Xiao Mao shrugged, chuckling at the absurdity of the notion. Although he hailed from a wealthy family, he certainly did not indulge in the luxury of 5-star suites on a daily basis. The nightly rate for such extravagance easily soared into 5 figures. Typically, we lodge at the Pokemon Center, where free dormitory accommodations and meals are provided for all Pokemon trainers. "That sounds amazing," Jaidelia exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. "So one could effectively retire there?" Xiao Mao grimaced. "Of course not. If a trainer fails to participate in any official Pokemon competitions within 3 years, their trainer's qualification gets suspended." "Oh, I see." Jaidelia nodded, initially contemplating returning to the Unova region, where she could enjoy free lodging and meals while gaming, seamlessly stepping into a life of leisure. Little did she realize that as a member of a distinguished family from Unova, She could easily slip into such a lifestyle without lifting a finger. Given the fatigue from our journey, should we switch to some slippers? Xiaomao asked, glancing at Jaiodelia's petite white shoes. Oh, it's fine. Lady Ged will assist me, Jaidelia replied, looking towards Miss Ged. The latter waved her hand gently. And with a surge of psychic energy, Jaidelia was levitated onto the bed, her shoes unfastening automatically as a pair of soft slippers slid onto her feet. Psychic powers are indeed quite convenient, Xiaomao mused, clicking his tongue. Young Master Mao, do you require assistance? Jaidelia tilted her head in inquiry. Ahem, no, thank you. I can manage on my own. Xiaomao awkwardly waved his hand. Suddenly, with a pop, a Pokeball opened and Psyduck emerged. No worries. I can handle this small task. No need to trouble Miss Ged, Psyduck boasted, waving a hand as blue psychic energy swirled around its eyes, lifting Xiaomao off the ground and swapping his shoes for slippers. Jaidelia observed Psyduck's display with surprise. This Psyduck appears to possess remarkable psychic prowess. Though I sense some issues. May I take a look at it through meditation? Xiaomao glanced at Psyduck with an inquiring gaze, and the creature nodded, reassuring him. It then floated over to Jaidelia. Please, feel free, beautiful lady. Jaidelia nodded, her eyes flickering with blue light as Psyduck closed its eyes and began to levitate slowly, suspending itself in midair. The intense psychic energy could expand Psyduck's brain capacity, beneficial rather than harmful, prompting Xiaomao to stand by as Jaidelia and Psyduck engaged. Miss Ged finished organizing the luggage and retrieved a bottle of cola from the fridge for Xiaomao. Oh, thank you. He nodded politely, reflecting on how extraordinarily kind Jaidelia's Pokemon were. Unlike the stubborn Shelmet from the Kinna family, which seemed intent on pinching his head off every time they met. Moments later, beads of sweat began to form on Psyduck's forehead, yet through Xiaomao's discerning eye, he noticed that its energy levels were rapidly escalating. With a clap, Jaidelia broke their connection, and Psyduck plummeted from the air. Quick as a flash, Xiaomao caught it. Phew, all done, Jaidelia declared with a proud smile. This child's brain activity is astonishingly high, higher than any psychic-type Pokemon I have encountered. While it grants immense power, it also creates an insurmountable barrier, preventing it from evolving. So, Psyduck, it's not that you find Psyduck unattractive, but rather that you cannot evolve? Xiaomao remarked, gazing down at the creature in his arms. He had suspected that Psyduck's boastful demeanor belied a lack of interest in the more impressive form of Golduck. The day after their initial encounter, Xiaomao had performed an appraisal on Psyduck, which had startled him with its level 52. In the Orange Archipelago, such a level was near the apex of the food chain. He had been puzzled as to why this Pokemon refrained from evolving, only to discover that it was unable to break through its own limitations. Psyduck wiped its forehead. Communicating telepathically, indeed. Initially, I believed that even without evolving, I could confidently become one of your strongest Pokemon, young Master Mal. However, I never anticipated that someone could possess such formidable psychic strength. Now, I shall no longer hide. I reveal my true intentions. The strongest Psyduck is about to become a relic of the past. I am destined to be the mightiest Golduck. With a resounding surge of psychic energy erupting from Psyduck, Xiaomao was enveloped in Jaidelia's psychic aura, gently pushed back a few steps. Psyduck's energy began to manifest as a blue flame ascending, illuminating its form in radiant white light. With a blinding flash, Psyduck transformed, its body morphing into a deeper blue and growing taller. As the brilliance faded, a sleek blue duck adorned with a red gem atop its head and elongated limbs stood before Xiaomao. Golduck gives a thumbs up to Xiaomao. Impressive, isn't it, young Master Mao? Xiaomao nodded, albeit begrudgingly. It's decent, though still a notch below me. Unabashed, Golduck rushed towards Miss Ged, thrusting out a thumb. Beautiful lady. May I join you in exploring the continuity of life? Miss Ged gracefully curtsied, then turned away, elegantly ignoring Golduck's advances. Golduck knelt in disbelief, drawing circles in the air. Enough, don't embarrass yourself. Xiaomao shook his head in exasperation. It seemed his duck had been possessed by Xiaojang's spirit. With a firm grip on Golduck's neck, he recalled it into its Pokeball, feeling utterly drained. Glancing at the time, Xiaomao proposed, shall we eat something? Jaidelia, swinging her little feet while seated on the edge of the bed, replied, sure, anything will do. Xiaomao nodded. All right, my specialty is casual ordering. He picked up the phone and quickly ordered 2 servings of sizzling stir-fried noodles, a few puddings, donuts, oden, and fried chicken, all delightful street-level delicacies. Perfectly suited for a young lady of her stature. Before dinner arrived, he suggested, let me feed the Pokemon first. Sure, I appreciate your help, Jaidelia said, producing 5 Pokeballs from her small bag. Oh, all right. Xiaomao nodded, feeling a slight chill of apprehension. As the Pokeballs opened, both Xiaomao's 6 Pokemon and Jaidelia's 6 Pokemon made their grand entrance. Xiao Mao's current Pokemon included Eevee, Houndour, Charmeleon, Psyduck, Tyranitar, and Nidoking. Thankfully, the champion suite provided ample space. Otherwise, just Nidoking and Tyranitar alone would have filled a standard room to capacity. Meanwhile, all of Jyadelia's main Pokemon also appeared in full force. The charming artificial cell eggs, akin to delightful children, and the enigmatic totem symbolizing birds, serve as guardians of sweet dreams. Xiao Mao could not help but exclaim, "Kawaii." Indeed, they are delightful little beings that uplift one's spirits. However, before he could finish his sentence, a pink psychic blade was suddenly poised at his neck. Nidoking and Tyranitar, two colossal beasts, erupted in fury, encircling the Pokemon behind Xiao Mao. "Everyone, relax. They mean no harm." Xiao Mao hastily reassured his Pokemon. "Elekid, stand down." Behind him, Gardevoir's golden hair floated as if stirred by an unseen wind, her presence radiating an imposing aura with the blue psychic energy swirling in her eyes. Upon receiving Gardevoir's admonition, Elekid obediently retracted the blade protruding from its elbow, kneeling on one knee. Xiao Mao then noticed a second Elekid and a meditating Alakazam behind him. Both Pokemon, capable of instantaneous movement, fixated their vigilant gazes on Xiao Mao. The palpable aura of hostility conveyed to him that these two were undoubtedly formidable combat machines at the pinnacle of their power. They were all part of the same team. Why had these two suddenly adopted such a fierce demeanor? Eevee, frightened, revealed its airplane ears, anxiously glancing at Xiao Mao. These two Pokemon appeared to be quite formidable. What if they genuinely intended to harm their master? No matter, even if they couldn't win, he must at least take a bite at them. Allowing his master a chance to escape, Eevee bared its fangs, resolutely contemplating. Charizard, though motionless, could not conceal the flames flickering from its tail or the ferocity in its gaze. While the tail of Growlithe was tucked in a rather apologetic manner, it stood resolutely beside Eevee. Should Eevee attack Alakazam, it would not hesitate to pounce on Elekid. Loyalty was an inherent belief etched into Growlithe's very being. As the most powerful Pokemon in the team, Golduck's ruby forehead began to glow. Even against a 1-to-6 odds, victory was not assured. Nevertheless, Golduck was confident in its ability to facilitate Xiao Mao's and the other Pokemon's escape against a foe of such caliber. Observing the tense atmosphere, Gardevoir pouted, tears welling in her eyes. "What do you intend to do? Xiao Mao and his friends are allies. Do you wish to scare them away?" Alakazam and Elekid were suddenly startled. "Oh no, the little one is about to cry." They hurriedly suppressed their hostility, clumsily grasping Xiao Mao's hand to convey friendship. Other Pokemon, except for Miss Gothitelle, erupted into chaos, some making faces, others singing. The most amusing was Dream Eater, who, in a fit of panic, fainted. All right. No more tears. I believe everyone means well. Let's coexist harmoniously," Xiao Mao said, gently patting Gardevoir's head as he stepped past the myriad of Pokemon. "Well, this feels nice. What shampoo does this girl use?" With Xiao Mao's gesture, Gardevoir gradually ceased her sobbing and looked up with a pitiful expression. "Really? Of course it is. Get ready to witness my performance." Xiao Mao replied with a confident smile, to which she nodded in agreement. In truth, despite Gardevoir's formidable prowess, her prolonged lack of social experience rendered her childlike in her interactions with Xiao Mao. Elekid and Alakazam exchanged knowing glances. "Elekid, I'll chop off his claws." Alakazam, "No way. The master would be devastated." Elekid, "Then what should we do?" Alakazam rolled its eyes. "Let him eat and drink, and when the opportunity arises, we can chop him then." The two battle-hardened Pokemon nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Xiao Mao rummaged through his backpack for Pokemon food. Muttering, "What do you think prompted my arduous study of Pokemon husbandry? Come on, let me show you the power of food." He expressed respect to all the ingredients and declared, "Now, let your appetites be fully unleashed." Soon, vibrant Pokemon food, sprinkled with crushed berries and Xiao Mao's secret sugar powder, appeared before all the Pokemon. Xiao Mao clapped his hands, declaring, "Time to eat." His Pokemon, unable to contain their eagerness, immediately bowed down to feast. Gardevoir's Pokemon initially nibbled delicately, but upon finishing a bite, their eyes sparkled with delight. Maintaining their elegant demeanor, they devoured their food at an accelerated pace. "Wow, they eat so deliciously," Gardevoir exclaimed. Aside from the meals prepared by Grandpa Sharana, this is the first time I've seen them enjoy their food so thoroughly. Xiao Mao, with a proud stance, replied, "Of course, I am a professional." Even Alakazam and Elekid regarded Xiao Mao with softened gazes. Elekid mused, "If he prepares 5 meals for me, no, 10, I might just forgive him and spare his hands." Alakazam retorted, "You dare to touch my chef, and we'll see." The two elite Pokemon nodded in agreement, sensing the potential for collaboration. Listening to the thoughts of his Pokemon, Gardevoir curiously inquired about the food. "Did you prepare all of this?" Xiao Mao nodded. Of course, crafting your own Pokemon food is the best way to nurture them. Gardevoir nodded, observing the reactions of Elekid and Alakazam, affirming the food's deliciousness. The little girl, clutching her stomach, looked at Xiao Mao. Now I'm hungry too. Xiao Mao broke into a cold sweat, fearing she might also wish to eat Pokemon food. Fortunately, at that moment, a voice rang out from the doorway. Hello, delivery. Open the door quickly, or else it'll be a soggy mess. Xiao Mao shrugged, walking to the door to collect the large delivery bags. Returning to the living room, he handed a portion of fried noodles to Gardevoir. She awkwardly glanced at the chopsticks in her hand, prompting Xiao Mao to chuckle and exchange them for a fork. Gardevoir twirled a portion of noodles and stuffed it into her mouth. The aroma of the iron plate combined with the pure fragrance of the sauce captivated her, causing her eyes to light up as she entered full-on consumption mode. After the main course, they savored QQ pudding, delectable donuts, succulent odin, and delightful fried chicken, complemented by the joyful taste of fizzy drinks, leaving Gardevoir's belly pleasantly round. This is so good. I'm so satisfied, she exclaimed, patting her tummy as she blissfully sipped her drink. Xiao Mao, tidying up the leftovers, patiently asked, So, Gardevoir, do you need anything before bed? Gardevoir's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having just finished a meal, she pulled out her gaming console. Do you know how to play pushbox? Xiao Mao replied, Huh? Thus, under Gardevoir's admiring gaze, he effortlessly progressed to the 99th level of the game. As the morning light gradually brightened the sky, Xiao Mao rubbed his neck, astonished that he had spent the entire night playing games with Gardevoir. Reflecting on her visit, he washed up while reminding her, Gardevoir, do you have any plans? What do you intend to do next? Gardevoir, sitting up energetically on her bed and swaying side to side, responded, No, I just slipped out to see the world during my visit. Aside from battling with Yulong, I don't have any special arrangements. What about you, young Master Mao? Xiao Mao splashed cold water on his face and dried his hair as he replied, I am still on my journey to collect badges. And I have to attend an academic conference in Rainbow City along the way. By the way, Rainbow City is famous for its perfumes. You can choose a few you like when we get there. That sounds much more interesting than staying at the hotel playing games. I'll travel with you. After all, it's just a month. I want to enjoy life to the fullest. Gardevoir exclaimed, clapping her hands in determination. Xiao Mao scratched his head, accepting with a somewhat incredulous smile. What is this called? Traveling with the Celestial King? Chapter 33. The Dark Shop of Blamperky. After resting for a night in the City of Withered Leaves, the following morning, Xiao Mao took Jaidelia for a stroll around the Pokemon Center. After trading Nido King and Nido Queen, Xiao Mao continued their journey. Jaidelia's small suitcase was exchanged for a white travel handbag, trailing behind Xiao Mao like a little tail. Under Xiao Mao's suggestion, Miss Gothita was returned to Jaidelia's Pokeball. How could one truly experience the life of the common folk while accompanied by a maid? Initially, Xiao Mao worried that this young lady might struggle to keep up, until he noticed that she seemed to float effortlessly, suspended in midair, which alleviated his concerns. Psychic abilities are indeed quite convenient. Upon returning to the port, Jaidelia watched with interest as Xiao Mao purchased tickets. Where are we going? She inquired curiously. To Golden City. After acquiring the badge there, we will head to Rainbow City. If we miss Golden City, we'll have to backtrack, which is rather troublesome, Xiao Mao shrugged. What is this ticket for? Jaidelia tilted her head, questioning. Isn't it just a matter of boarding the ship directly? The one you mentioned is a private passenger vessel. We are taking a ferry service. Don't worry. I bought first-class tickets. It's all on the same fare card, so I'm not being overly frugal, he reassured her. Oh, I see. Jaidelia nodded, learning yet another tidbit of daily life. Speaking of which, Naz from Golden City is quite formidable. If we lose the competition, she might turn us into dolls. Xiao Mao remarked with a hint of concern. Turn into dolls? Jaidelia gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. Is that Naz a psychic? Xiao Mao nodded. Not only is she a psychic, but she is also a top-tier psychic beauty. Jaidelia raised an eyebrow. A psychic beauty? Indeed, her psychic ability ranks SSR, just like yours. Xiao Mao gestured. Jaidelia puffed her cheeks adorably, assuring Xiao Mao, Don't worry, I will protect you. But you must admit, I am cuter than her. I am the super-powered beauty, here to guard you in the name of the moon. Yes, Miss Jaidelia is indeed the true super-powered beauty, Xiao Mao chuckled, bemused by Jaidelia's sudden touch of whimsicality. Had he known, he wouldn't have watched the Magical Girl anime during breakfast. Before long, the ferry arrived at the port, and Xiao Mao guided Jaidelia through the throngs of people boarding the ship. His primary concern was the sheer volume of the crowd. He feared Jaidelia might get lost. It wasn't that he feared for her safety, but rather the thought of some oblivious fool trying to flirt with her, only to be met with her formidable powers. It was akin to walking a large dog on a leash. Wearing a white sun hat, Jaidelia and Xiao Mao stood on the deck. admiring the exquisite view of the sea. "The ocean is so beautiful," Jaidelia exclaimed, her joy reminiscent of a child. The Unova region is predominantly inland, rich with rivers and mountains, yet coastal cities like Kanto are not as common, Xiaomao explained with a smile. After all, Kanto and its cities are enveloped by ocean currents, with nearly every city having an outlet to the sea, resulting in abundant marine resources. This was also why Lugia settled in the Orange Archipelago. With the sea breeze blowing and the inquisitive Jaidelia by his side, the journey was anything but dull. By noon, the ship docked at a new port. "Amazing. Did we arrive so quickly?" Jaidelia exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Not really. This is a transfer station, Blamperky Port," Xiaomao clarified. "The ship will stop here for half a day and will continue its journey in the evening, reaching Golden City by tomorrow afternoon." "Are we getting off the ship?" Jaidelia asked, gazing longingly at the azure waters, white sands, and bustling coastline. "Of course. Do you want to swim?" Xiaomao inquired with a smile. "I can swim, and I brought my swimsuit." Jaidelia cheered, tugging Xiaomao down the deck. At the port, they found a beach house where Jaidelia and Miss Gothita changed into their swimsuits. Xiaomao donned his swimming trunks and rented a sun umbrella, preparing to take a nap. With the sea breeze, the beach, sunbathing, and the allure of bikinis, it was the perfect time for a slumber. After a night of gaming, Xiaomao felt that as soon as he closed his eyes, sleep would come easily. Letting his Pokemon frolic on the sand, Xiaomao reclined on a lounge chair, sipping a refreshing juice. Perhaps he should take a glance at Jaidelia's swimsuit. Ding, ding, ding. Soon enough, Jaidelia appeared, clad in a white one-piece swimsuit. A pink unicorn flowed around her waist, her long, glowing legs gracefully striding towards him. Taken aback by Jaidelia's schoolgirl-inspired swimwear, Xiaomao was at a loss for words. It looks great. Please be careful while swimming and rest under the sun if you get tired." He pointed to a nearby lounge chair. "I have sunscreen," he began, only to swallow the words as he caught a glimpse of the dangerous glare from A. Laredo. Observing Jaidelia rush towards the ocean, accompanied by A. Laredo and Miss Gothita, Xiaomao resignedly leaned back in his lounge chair. Eevee climbed onto Xiaomao's chest, licking his cheek. My dear Eevee is the best." Savoring the moment with his Eevee, Xiaomao gently patted its little head. Charizard and Houndoom lounged lazily under the sun, yawning. The hotter the sun, the more active their fire-type energy became. Indeed, fire-type Pokemon, alongside grass types, are among those who relish basking in the sun. Nidoqueen lay somewhat shyly to the side, behaving obediently where Xiaomao could see her. Tyranitar struck a coconut on its head, creating a perfect hole, and then handed it to the bashful Nidoqueen. She nodded her thanks, sipping the coconut juice and comfortably squinting her eyes. Meanwhile, Golduck was having a blast, its eyes darting around. Sister. So many sisters. Golduck was in a state of bliss, and Xiaomao feared it might have a nosebleed. In the kitchen of the beach house, a burly chef with a scar across his chest was energetically stir-frying noodles on a hot plate. Suddenly, the communication device in the corner emitted a series of 3 long and 3 short red signals. The chef frowned and picked up the communicator. "SOS. This is the St. Anna. We are sinking. Please, nearby Team Rocket members, proceed to rescue immediately." Listening to the sounds of water over the communicator, the chef scoffed. "A bunch of useless fools. Captain Scheibing, should we lend a hand?" The young waiter at the front desk ventured to ask. "Rescue? At such a distance. We'll just end up as a recovery team. Keep working hard and earn money for Team Rocket." Captain Scheibing continued to wield his spatula, flipping the stir-fried noodles with great flair. "Yes, sir." The waiter saluted, returning to the dining area to call out takoyaki, ice cream, and fresh fruit juice, hot off the grill. After playing for quite some time, Xiaomao and Jaidelia entered the restaurant. Xiaomao snapped his fingers, 1 serving of takoyaki, 2 ice cream fruit pies, 1 glass of iced fresh juice, and 1 topped coffee, please. Right away, the waiter enthusiastically called out. After splashing around in the sea for so long, Jaidelia was already hungry. As soon as the food arrived at the table, the little girl immediately picked up her utensils and began to eat. Xiaomao smiled indulgently, taking a sip of his topped coffee. A peculiar aroma blossomed at the tip of Xiaomao's tongue, prompting him to furrow his brow slightly. He discreetly seized a napkin and quietly expelled the coffee from his mouth. Delicious. Meanwhile, Jaidelia savored her meal with great delight, and after finishing, she shook her head, remarking that perhaps too much sleep powder had been added, resulting in a strange aftertaste. Xiaomao nearly lost his composure, it must be said. The 4 heavenly kings truly lived up to their reputation. Although their social experience might be somewhat lacking, their prowess in other realms was not easily underestimated. As twilight descended, the last batch of diners in the seaside establishment succumbed to slumber, their heads resting on the tables in peaceful repose. Xiao Mao and Jaidilia engaged in a playful contest to see who could feign sleep more convincingly, enveloping the restaurant in a profound silence. It was evident that only a certain organization would dare to operate such a clandestine establishment in a bustling tourist destination. Alas, these unfortunate souls had crossed paths with Jaidilia. Chapter 34. The storm against Team Rocket. Not far from the port of Lampworky lies a newly developed resort beach, flourishing since the establishment of the new port. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the ferries at the harbor prepared to set sail. The captains issued stern warnings that no one was to approach the beach after dusk. Gazing at the dark figures loitering near the sea house, the captain of the ST, and took a deep drag from his cigarette, reluctantly exhaling a few puffs. Those figures belong to Team Rocket. Do not misconstrue. They are not the foolish lot who are perpetually defeated, but rather ruthless criminals, capable of merciless violence at a moment's notice. Ever since the new port's inception, this place had transformed into a den of iniquity. Veteran sailors frequently witnessed the staff of the establishment disposing of suspicious sacks into the ocean after nightfall. A few well-meaning sailors attempted to report these incidents to the authorities, only to mysteriously vanish the following day, their homes consumed by flames, their families reduced to ashes. Consequently, the seasoned crew members tacitly agreed to steer clear of the sea house, choosing to observe in silence. This resort attracted a considerable influx of visitors, and the nefarious group displayed remarkable restraint, conducting their illicit dealings only before sunset, resuming normal operations the next day. Thus, despite their presence for several months, they had managed to remain undetected. The captain noted the absence of the young trainer and the girl aboard the ferry named Shirley, and the first mate expressed his concern. The captain, feeling a twinge of compassion, furrowed his brow and replied, "Let us wait a while longer. If they do not return before dark, we shall set sail." The first mate, eager to counter, reminded him that many of the sailors were trainers, and the sight of several powerful Pokémon standing together could be quite intimidating. "If they were to rush us, we might have a chance," he suggested. The captain shook his head. "Think of your family, and of the sailors' families. We have no right to put them at risk." The first mate, frustrated, pounded his fist against the cabin wall. "What a predicament!" he exclaimed. "We can only hope that one day, these wretched members of Team Rocket will provoke someone formidable, like one of the Elite Four, who will come and deal with them." The captain sighed. Meanwhile, in the Sea House's restaurant, several waitstaff, alongside the chef Jubiai, emerged holding sacks and daggers, flanked by 2 Abra and 3 Tentacle. It must be noted that these individuals were exceptionally audacious, daring to obliterate an entire restaurant of patrons with just a handful of them. "Boss, where do we start?" asked a sleazy waiter, reminiscent of a small rattata, his gaze drifting toward the table occupied by the golden-haired Gardevoir. Jubiai grinned. "You filthy scoundrel. Looking to indulge in some mischief, are you? Start with that table over there. Don't create any fuss. Just slit their throats and take their precious pockballs. Then we can proceed." The rat-like waiter, a hint of regret in his eyes, responded, "But boss, if we let out blood, they'll die." Jubiai shot him a sidelong glance. "In that scant few seconds? Relax, they won't perish." The other rockets chuckled at this exchange. "Hey, just wait and see. I'll show you something today." The sleazy waiter adjusted his pants and made his way toward Xiao Mao's table. Noticing the avaricious gazes of his companions directed at the blonde Gardevoir, Jubiai sneered, "A bunch of scoundrels. Fine, line up, but don't spill blood just yet. We'll finish her off last." The small thugs whistled eagerly as they followed suit. Xiao Mao, feigning sleep at the table, revealed a cold smirk. "Heaven has a path you refuse to tread. Hell has no gates, yet you dare to intrude." It seemed that Miss Junsha would only be tasked with mopping the floors later. Previously, under the naive filter of Team Rocket's ineptitude, Xiao Mao had no intention of escalating the situation. Now, however, he felt no psychological burden whatsoever, as he observed the sleazy waiter's filthy hands inching toward Gardevoir's collar. Xiao Mao finally shed his pretense. With a resounding clap, he slammed his palm on the table, rising abruptly. And then, there was no further action required. 2 crescent-shaped blades of psychic energy shot forth, severing the waiter's hand and arm in an instant. "Ah!" the waiter screamed in agony, while the others recoiled in terror. "Damn it, that's sharp." Jubiai quickly ducked behind his tentacle. However, this was of little consequence. Facing one of the most formidable psychics known to humanity, the group found themselves ensnared, unable to resist. Alakazam's gaze was icy as he assessed the thugs before him. As a master of emotional perception, Alakazam discerned their violent tensions with clarity, and thus, he spared no mercy in his response. Had it not been for the fear of Gardevoir witnessing too gruesome a scene, the waiter's head might have been cleaved in two. Xiao Mao, reluctantly retracting his hand from his Pokeball, realized that seizing the glory was now out of reach. "Xiao Mao, could you kindly close your eyes?" Gardevoir's cool voice broke the tension. Observing the golden-haired figure levitating gracefully, her eyes shimmering with blue light, Xiaomao shrugged helplessly. I'll step outside to call Miss Junsha. Hudi, go handle those accomplices wandering outside, Gardevoir instructed quietly. Hudi's Pokeball opened automatically, and in a flash, he vanished from sight. Xiaomao nodded and exited the sea house. Gardevoir's psychic energy surged as her delicate hand rose, then clenched tightly. With a resounding explosion, several clouds of crimson mist erupted within the restaurant. Furrowing her brow, Gardevoir teleported away. As an Elite Four member, she was no innocent girl sheltered in an ivory tower. The malice harbored by these lowlifes was transparent to her mind-reading abilities. To entertain thoughts of harming someone like Gardevoir would come at a bloody cost. She had restrained herself. Had it been a few years prior, this place would have likely been reduced to rubble. Outside the sea house, Xiaomao watched as Gardevoir emerged, shaking his phone. I've notified Miss Junsha. The police will take care of the aftermath. With a hint of concern, Gardevoir grasped Xiaomao's sleeve. Can we leave now? I'm tired. Xiaomao, feeling a pang of guilt, gently ruffled her hair. All right, let us return to the ship. Rest well. Are you afraid of me? Gardevoir asked, her expression tinged with worry. Xiaomao chuckled softly, realizing that this was her concern. Fear not. I would never. You acted rightly. These scoundrels deserve this fate. Had you not intervened, I was prepared to step in myself. Really? Gardevoir asked, her grip on her sleeve tightening with uncertainty. Indeed, Xiaomao replied, feigning nonchalance. I am a man of honor. When faced with such ruthless brigands, one must act decisively. In this territory, who would dare morally bind me? This statement bore truth. Professor Oak had once boasted to Xiaomao, intoxicated, about the number of Team Rocket members he had dispatched, enough to form 2 football teams. That incident could not be attributed to Professor Oak's ruthlessness. It was more a consequence of the misfortune befalling Butch, who had crossed paths with the young Professor Oak. Seeing the sincerity in Xiaomao's eyes, Gardevoir finally relaxed, covering her mouth as she yawned. Let us go. I'm feeling sleepy. With a flash, Xiaomao and Gardevoir appeared on the deck of the liaison ship. Thank heavens, you've returned safely. The first mate exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. Yes, we're back. And there should be no further danger here, Xiaomao assured. Xiaomao casually replied, glancing at the yawning Gardevoir, nodded to the second officer, and returned directly to the lounge in the cabin. The second officer, elated, hurried to report to the captain. The captain, a seasoned veteran, nodded in disbelief. All right. Let us set sail. Accompanied by the sound of the liaison ship's horn, the sherry slowly departed from the port. Leaning back in the captain's chair in the cockpit, he took out a photograph depicting several spirited sailors. All right, you can rest easy now. As night deepened, Xiaomao leaned helplessly against the glass window of the cabin. On the bed in the lounge, Gardevoir, blissfully asleep, tugged at the hem of Xiaomao's clothing. Dream Eater opened its mouth, extracting the purple negative energy from Gardevoir's dreams, glancing toward the other end of the cabin. Whereas Aileredo was sharpening its claws and watching him warily, Xiaomao could not help but twitch his lips. Shaking the fabric caught in Gardevoir's grasp, what use am I to you? Where else could I possibly go? Aware of its own shortcomings, Aileredo turned its head away, avoiding the sight of Xiaomao's distressed expression. Meanwhile, in the Quartz Plateau, at the Alliance headquarters, Chairman Damalanki was venting his frustration at Yolongdu and Shiba. With Kona on holiday at the Seven Islands, the elderly Damalanki dared not confront her and thus turned his ire towards these two. Useless, all of you, Damalanki exclaimed, his left hand on his hip, while his right waved in circles, pointing furiously at Yolongdu and Shiba. How long will Team Rocket continue to occupy Kanto? It has been years, like a malignant tumor. Wildfires cannot burn it all away. The spring wind brings it back to life. Can't you put in some effort? Not satisfied with his words, the old man took a couple of quick steps and leaped, delivering a fierce blow to the knees of Yolongdu and Shiba. The old man's strength was not to be underestimated, as Shiba grimaced, rubbing his knee. Enjoy your little victory while you can. If he were just 2 centimeters taller, where do you think he could strike? Yolongdu rolled his eyes and muttered quietly. And you dare to bicker with me? Damalanki's beard bristled in anger. Now it's a disgrace that has reached the United Regions. What will the champions of the United think? They come here for an inspection, only to encounter such a situation? The United is a rising star in the Alliance, showcasing unparalleled potential in both economic and technological development. In the next 2 years, the Alliance needs the United to advance, thereby pulling along the historically established regions of Kanto and Hoenn. If we cannot guarantee safety, how can they trust us to assist in development? I don't care. Whatever methods you employ, I want Team Rocket to pay the price. Ideally, eradicate Saki's stronghold. He must not appear in the official systems of Kanto again. After venting his anger, Damalanki sat heavily in his chair, laying down his demands. Shiba and Yolongdu exchanged glances, sighing helplessly. In truth, Team Rocket was not a secret organization in Kanto, although the public largely viewed it as a mysterious and malevolent entity. Team Rocket's enterprises were prevalent throughout Kanto, making them significant contributors to the regional economy. This very reason emboldened Sakuagi to openly occupy the position of the leader of the Tokiwa Gym. The critical factor was that Sakuagi was quite formidable. Neither Yolongdu nor Shiba could guarantee victory against him in a one-on-one battle. The only potential threat to Sakuagi's high-end power was perhaps Kona, who excelled in water and ice types. However, due to her cold demeanor and aversion to entangling herself in troublesome matters, she had been procrastinating until now. Well, I concur with Chairman Damalanki. We can no longer indulge Team Rocket. The nature of this incident is exceedingly severe. Finally, the composed Kikuko, sipping tea, spoke up. Kikuko-sensei, you know that Sakuagi is not easy to deal with, Yolongdu responded, somewhat troubled. As a staunch hawk within the alliance, Yolongdu was perhaps the most vehement opponent of Team Rocket. For many years, he had relentlessly pursued Team Rocket to uphold the dignity of the alliance. However, maintaining balance between the two factions had already left him overwhelmed, let alone completely eradicating Team Rocket. First, eliminate a few of their smaller bases. Some key commercial companies can be temporarily nationalized. Then, I will talk to Kona. Before this year's Quartz Alliance begins, we must rally the police forces, anti-explosion police units, and at least 2 of the Elite Four to take control of this situation in one fell swoop. In this way, all major strongholds in Kanto will return to our grasp. Kikuko pointed to the location of Tokiwa City on the map with her cane. Unbeknownst to the leader Sakuagi, far away in Tokiwa City, a storm targeting Team Rocket was about to unfold due to the misbehavior of a few unruly subordinates. Chapter 35. The 3 treasures of Zun Town. After a night of rest, Gadelia returned to her lively self, embodying a carefree spirit, to expedite their journey. Xiaomao and Gadelia did not disembark at the Maiden Gorge, but instead proceeded directly to Zun Town, a mere 5 kilometers from Golden City. As they surveyed the dilapidated streets, enveloped in a thick fog even during the day, with the town's spirit tower faintly visible in the distance, Xiaomao couldn't help but grimace. This truly resembled a ghost town. Why had its status as a town not been revoked? Gadelia floated behind Xiaomao, her excitement palpable as she rubbed her hands together. How thrilling. It resembles a haunted house more than the quarters of a brachiosaurus. Xiaomao felt a surge of exasperation. What nonsense is this? Why would a girl's room resemble a haunted house? An R&T psychic supposed to abhor ghost-type Pokemon? Why are you so exhilarated? Who says psychics don't like ghosts? Gadelia replied, her small hands flitting about as she hovered next to Xiaomao. Essentially, souls are a collection of spiritual entities, and psychic abilities and ghost types are inherently intertwined. That's why I get along so well with Brachiosaurus, the ghost-type Elite Four member. However, neither Brachiosaurus nor I can stand that dark fellow, Blueberry. He dabbles in the dark types. Xiaomao scratched his head in confusion. So, because of the existence of dark types, the Unova Elite Four members and ghost types are united against a common enemy? This aligns with the League's selection style for the Elite Four, as their specialties include fighting, dark, psychic, and ghost. Fighting counters dark, dark counters psychic and ghost harm each other, and ghost counters fighting. Though it is not entirely precise, it forms a coherent cycle. This structure ensures that even if one member faces an issue, another can effectively counterbalance. Are you not heading to Golden City? Why have you diverted here? Gadelia inquired curiously, following Xiaomao as he made his way through the thick fog towards the Spirit Tower at the town center. As they approached the entrance of the Spirit Tower, a sinister cackling echoed ominously. Gadelia turned to Xiaomao, saying, "Shall we enter?" Xiao chuckled and shook his head. "Not so fast. I wouldn't want to trip suddenly or be struck by a chandelier, resulting in my soul leaving my body. Come forth, Eevee." Cradling Eevee in his arms, Xiaomao affirmed, "We are ready." "Oh, I see. Your Eevee must possess the ability to see through this," Gadelia exclaimed, her realization dawning. "Indeed. Let us seek out some ghost types to play with," Xiaomao declared as he pushed open the grand entrance of the Spirit Tower. A chilling breeze swept through, causing Gadelia, dressed lightly, to shiver. Though ghost types can be quite adorable, this temperature is rather unbearable. Xiaomao chuckled. On the bright side, we can save on air conditioning in the summer. They stepped into the first floor of the Spirit Tower, which served as the banquet hall, offering a vast expanse. Xiaomao surveyed the cracked flooring, skeptical that a single misstep could lead him plummeting to the basement below, where the ghost types resided, surrounded by amusement facilities and televisions. "Gadelia, could you use your psychic abilities to float us over to that door at the end of the dining area?" Xiaomao pointed toward the entrance of the dining hall. "There's no need for such trouble. Gardevoir raised her small hand and snapped her fingers. With a sudden shift, Xiao Mao found himself standing in the dining room. A long table, set for dozens, was adorned with pristine tablecloths and meticulously arranged cutlery. The grand chandelier above sparkled brilliantly, leaving Gardevoir momentarily speechless. This place is so tidy. Even cleaner than Brachiosaurus's home. Xiao Mao pondered, could it be that the Ghastly family possessed a talent for housekeeping? At the entrance of the Spirit Tower, where Xiao Mao and Gardevoir had just been, the space twisted unexpectedly, revealing a Ghastly, tongue lolling, bewildered as it stood still. Who were those two? Did they just vanish with a snap? Are they ghosts? Ghastly's eyes widened in terror. Wait, I'm the ghost here, everything is fine. Relieved? Ghastly chuckled at its own folly. Suddenly, a Jengar floated up from below, wielding an enormous fan made of white paper, and struck Ghastly with a casual attack. Smack. Ghastly, its features comically distorted, was sent flying far away. Hee. Another Ghastly appeared beside Jengar. Both mischievous spirits erupted into laughter. Jengar pointed toward the dining room, and Ghastly nodded. The two ghostly figures once again became translucent, drifting toward the dining area. Sitting at the table, Gardevoir swung her little feet, reveling in her amusement. Xiao Mao, how are you going to summon Ghastly and the others? They haven't played any pranks yet, and it's so boring. Xiao Mao wore a mischievous grin as he produced a ball, not a Pokeball, but a toy that Eevee and Arcanine often played with. Watch closely as I toss this. He hurled the ball toward the entrance, executing a perfect straight throw. Eevee's eyes sparkled with excitement as it kicked its legs, ready to leap. However, the ball suddenly hovered in midair due to an odd distortion in space. Ha. A Ghastly rolled its eyes, clearing its throat before spitting the toy ball out. The ball landed on the floor, damp and oozing with a hint of purple venom, igniting Eevee's fury. Eevee. With fur bristling, Eevee leaped into action, launching a shadow ball at Ghastly midair. The Ghastly thought Eevee was merely playing, vanishing once again. Meanwhile, the entire room began to sway, the dining utensils flying about chaotically. In the corner, Jengar, covering its mouth, was thoroughly amused. Scaring others was simply delightful to it. As a sole Pokemon that had existed for centuries, most of its kind, except for a few notorious ones like the malicious Mimikyu or the notorious Trevenant, typically refrained from harming humans. Particularly, the Ghastly family was known for their humor. They were the playful tricksters of the ghostly realm, enjoying scaring others, wreaking havoc, and possessing uniquely whimsical thought processes, unable to endure solitude. While there were rare instances of them becoming incensed and causing harm, this family indeed harbored the least animosity toward humans, often referred to as the adorable and foolish ghosts. Gardevoir, caught up in her playful spirit, summoned a radiant aura, and with a wave of her psychic power, settled the entire dining table and its utensils back into perfect order. Jengar, frozen mid-dance, paused in confusion. What? I've never fumbled before. As Gardevoir teased Jengar, Xiao Mao clapped his hands. Eevee, use your ability to reveal their presence, our three treasures. Eevee's eyes gleamed with two beams of red light, and in an instant, the Ghastly and Ghastly family, who were making faces at a distance, became entirely visible. Jengar, cornered and spinning in circles, realized its prank had failed as it caught sight of Xiao Mao and Gardevoir's focused gazes. Oh no, we've been discovered. In a panic, the Ghastly darted about, dragging Ghastly with it, eager to escape. As Jengar turned, it was met with the friendly gaze of Eevee. Oops. The little creature, unreservedly, took a decisive bite, sinking its teeth into the rear of the Gingawe. Jenga. The Gingawe immediately yelped in pain, dashing about in a frenzy, with a determined Eevee clinging to its backside. Incredibly carefree, the two Guis and Gistong found the situation amusing enough to pause and laugh at Gingawe's predicament. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mao quickly assessed the situation. Among the trio of ghostly Pokemon, two were elite, and one was a champion. Indeed, the potential of this Gingawe, which had evolved naturally, far surpassed the norm. Alright, Eevee, let's give his rear a break, Xiao Mao called out to Gingawe. The latter, somewhat puzzled, obediently dragged Eevee over to Xiao Mao. Don't be anxious. While we do wish to capture a ghost-type Pokemon, I have no intention of engaging in battle with you, he said, gently removing Eevee from Gingawe's posterior. Gardevoir watched with keen interest from the side, observing Xiao Mao's actions. Having been saved by him, Gingawe and its ghostly companions sensed that Xiao Mao and his companion bore no ill will and appeared to be quite playful. Intrigued, they approached. Xiao Mao presented some Pokemon treats, and one ghost shared a portion. Then, clapping its hands, it suggested, there's plenty of time. Why not lead us to your secret base for a bit of fun? I believe we can have a conversation. Upon hearing that Xiao Mao wanted to play, the three lively Gingawe immediately soared joyfully around the area, tugging Xiao Mao and Gardevoir towards the basement. Curious, Jia glanced at Xiao Mao, who nodded reassuringly. It's fine. Their secret base is a great place for fun. Just relax. Tilting her head, Jia then nestled atop Gungue's head, as its plump body cheerfully led the way, grinning widely with its prominent fangs. Chapter 36. Arrival at Golden City. In the subterranean level of the Spirit Tower in Ziyuan Town, the air resonated with a melodious laughter, accompanied by Gangxi and Jingxitang. Jia was thoroughly enjoying herself. Indeed, these two little creatures possessed an undeniable talent for amusement. Xiao Mao and Gungue lounged on the sofa, munching on popcorn while watching a comedic performance, bursting into hearty laughter at the most entertaining segments. Xiao Mao's Pokemon also joined in the merriment, riding a miniature train and a carousel, occasionally erupting into fits of laughter at Gungxi's playful antics. Even the Tyranitar discovered a gigantic balance ball, reveling in its newfound toy. What a delightful experience it was. Jia nestled into the sofa beside Xiao Mao, expressing her contentment. Indeed, these three little rascals thrived on playtime with others. Xiao Mao playfully tugged at Gungue's ears, who responded with an array of amusing expressions. I've made up my mind. Jia clapped her hands together, wrapping her small arms around Gangxi and Jingxitang. I wish to capture them. Xiao Mao was not surprised at all and turned to Gungue. What do you think? Shall we embark on a journey together? It promises to be filled with thrilling adventures. When we tire, my backyard is home to many Pokemon eager to play. Gungue, unusually contemplative, pondered Xiao Mao's words. Meanwhile, Jingxitang slyly stuffed the bomb he had taken back into his mouth. Observing the three little spirits whispering among themselves, Xiao Mao found it amusing and interjected, actually, it's quite simple. Capturing entails two choices. The three spirits looked up at Xiao Mao. First, he raised a finger. You must acknowledge that you enjoy being with us. I needn't elaborate. Jia will inevitably explore many places, and accompanying her means you will travel the world. Gungxi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Gungue and Jingxitang hesitated but nodded. Indeed, both Xiao Mao and Jia were excellent companions. Secondly, Xiao Mao raised an eyebrow. If you wish to resist capture, then we must resort to a battle. He clapped his hands. Jia, SL Rado, and Hudamo stepped forward, exuding an overwhelming presence befitting a champion. They had long been irked by these little spirits attempting to charm their trainer. El Rado brandished its dual blades, its icy gaze seemingly questioning Jingxitang on how many pieces it desired to be cleaved into. Hudamo began to spin its spoons, ready to unleash a psychic shock at the slightest provocation. Jingxitang and Gingxi felt a wave of cold sweat trickle down their brows, immediately adopting a sycophantic demeanor as they extended their long tongues towards Jia. With a flourish, Jia produced two Pokeballs, which were promptly licked by the tongues of Jingxitang and Gungxi. In a flash of crimson light, the Pokeballs secured themselves without a tremor. And according to the protocols of trainers capturing Pokemon, the small teleportation system within the Pokeballs activated, transporting them to the nearest Pokemon Center, then dispatching them to Jia castle in the distant Unova region. The elderly butler, Gulen, was diligently polishing the Pokeballs in the storeroom when the teleportation device lit up beside him. As the white light descended, the two Pokeballs appeared in his hands. My, the young lady has captured new Pokemon. How splendid. The old butler wiped away a tear of joy before opening the Pokeballs. Jingxitang enthusiastically spat out a bomb with a lit fuse. Boom. Three dark faces emerged in the storeroom. Jingxitang and Gungxi exchanged glances, their laughter echoing mischievously. The old butler wiped his face, unfazed by the corrosive venom dripping from the tongues of Jingxitang and Gangxi, which had left small holes in the carpet. Ah. Just as expected from the young lady's Pokemon. So lively. Come, I have prepared treats for you. Gangxi and Jingxitang gazed wide-eyed at the opulent surroundings, their astonishment palpable. Their master truly lived in luxury. Meanwhile, observing the surrender of the two brothers, Gungue scoffed. How ungrateful. Xiao Mao retrieved a Pokeball. Smiling at Gungue, let us venture forth and explore the world. It's quite fascinating. Gungue contemplated before pulling a face at Xiao Mao, and then confidently pressed the button on the Pokeball. As the Pokeball gently swayed, its warning light gradually extinguished, and Xiao Mao nodded with a smile. I look forward to working with you, Gungue. Now equipped with 6 Pokeballs. Xiao Mao's Pokédex emitted its characteristic beeping. He pondered for a moment and selected Tyranitar's icon, sending it back to Professor Oak for a thorough health check and to learn a few new techniques from the Elder Dragonite. Having captured the desired Pokemon, Xiao Mao and Jia made haste to restore the Spirit Tower to its former state before departing. Perhaps in the future, new ghostly Pokemon would inhabit this place. Upon exiting Ziyuan Town, the surrounding fog dissipated, revealing the blinding sunlight, as if they had stepped into another realm. Despite spending an extensive period in Ziyuan Town, It was only just noon. They hastily devoured the sandwiches purchased earlier for lunch and continued their journey towards Golden City. Along the way, Eevee and Houndour led the way, while Jyadelia languidly floated beside Xiaomao. Houndour had been diligently training lately, and Eevee was determined not to be outdone. To challenge Naji, Xiaomao had devised a targeted training regimen to enhance the bite move. This technique proved especially effective against Psychic-type Pokemon. Throughout their journey, whether it was a Geodude or a Oddish, any Pokemon spotted by the duo inevitably bore the marks of 2 bite impressions. As Xiaomao trained and progressed, the two meandered leisurely throughout the day. Finally, as dusk enveloped the land, they arrived at the outskirts of Golden City. Just before reaching the city's entrance, a young girl's laughter rang in Xiaomao's ears. Hee, come play with me. Dressed in a lovely Lolita dress with cascading long hair. An ashen complexion and blood-red eyes, the girl caused Xiaomao's lips to twitch. This is far more terrifying than the spirits in Ziyuan town. Unperturbed by Xiaomao's demeanor, the girl stepped forward again. Suddenly, the air visibly warped. 2 streams of rainbow-colored energy clashed in midair. Jyadelia, intrigued, chuckled. This is amusing. But a mere doll lacks the qualifications to engage with me. Boom. A brilliant blue aura enveloped Jyadelia, and a shockwave radiated outward from her center. Thud. The doll lost its power and collapsed to the ground, only to vanish in a flash of light. Xiaomao felt a gust of wind sweep past him, finding himself dangling from a high tree branch. At the Golden City Gym, a girl with long black hair gazed at the doll with keen interest. This was the first time someone had bested her in psychic prowess. Although she had been somewhat careless, the sensation of encountering a kindred spirit left Naji trembling with excitement. I can't wait to meet them. Meanwhile, Xiaomao, still hanging from the tree, sighed in exasperation. Could you please let me down? Oh dear. I completely forgot. My apologies. Jyadelia's cheeks flushed as she waved her hand, gently lowering Xiaomao to the ground. How convenient. Xiaomao expressed his envy, feeling utterly exhausted. With the obstacle of Naji's doll removed, the pair smoothly entered Golden City. However, the moment they stepped into the city, Jyadelia frowned and, with an unhappy wave of her hand, enveloped both herself and Xiaomao in a sphere of blue psychic energy. What is happening? Xiaomao wondered, perplexed. The entire city lay under the influence of that woman's mental prowess, and I am not accustomed to being watched. Jyadelia shrugged. Well, let us find a hotel to rest for the night. We can visit the dojo tomorrow. Following the suggestion of Xiaomao, the two took residence in the most luxurious hotel in Golden City. This time, Xiaomao had indeed booked 2 opulent suites. However, after freshening up, upon seeing Jyadelia sitting on her bed with a pillow in her arms, Xiaomao found himself quite flustered. Jyadelia raised the gaming console. How about a match? Xiaomao gritted his teeth. All right. Watching the two of them sprawled side by side on the bed, controllers in hand, engaged in a shooting game. Duck looked up at the moon and sighed sadly. Oh, the lament of unrequited love has lingered since time immemorial, a sorrow that endures without end. Chapter 37. Equality is the best way to coexist. Ohio. With a pair of panda eyes, Xiaomao lethargically held a toothbrush, gazing at the golden-haired girl before him. Good morning, young Master Xiaomao. With her fluffy golden hair cascading over her shoulders, Jyadelia floated in midair while Miss Gid waved gently beside her, utilizing her psychic powers. Various grooming and skincare products were summoned in succession, and in a matter of moments, a youthful and impeccably dressed girl had undergone a remarkable transformation. I have grown weary of expressing envy. Spitting out the mouthwash, Xiaomao took out a concealer to cover his dark circles. Yesterday, while playing League of Legends with Jyadelia, the two of them repeatedly found themselves ambushed, only to be eliminated in the final circle. Unwilling to accept defeat, they continued to play until the early hours of the morning before returning to their respective quarters. Jenga Gingue, with its tongue lolling, busily rattled around in the hotel kitchen. Soon returning with 2 cups of coffee, gliding effortlessly to Xiaomao's side. Thank you. Taking the mug, Xiaomao examined it. Astonished that this Gingue could brew coffee, what an unusual skill. Here is a cappuccino for you. I'll take a strong black coffee. He handed Jyadelia the milk and cocoa disguised cappuccino. Xiaomao gulped down the bitter black coffee in one go, his entire body jolting. Giving a thumbs up to Gingue, he exclaimed, It's quite effective. I feel invigorated. Jenga Gingue bounced with joy, resembling a lively ball. Breakfast consisted of buttery croissants provided by the hotel, filled with cheese, perfectly paired with coffee. A standard English breakfast. Jyadelia, however, wrinkled her nose after eating a small piece and set down her bread. Ugh, this is not to my liking. I would rather have wonton noodles or tofu pudding with sesame cake. Beads of cold sweat formed on Xiaomao's forehead. Could it be that she had taken too much medicine? Coughing, he corrected himself. I should say, perhaps she has indulged too much in commoner fare. as this little princess of England has developed a slight accent from the countryside of Kanto. How about we go for Chinese food after the match? I've heard there's a restaurant in Jinwang City that specializes in China cuisine. Xiaomao proposed. Hooray! Let us hurry and set off to defeat that woman. Then enjoy some delicious food. Gardevoir cheered, raising her little hands. With Gardevoir's mood lifted, Xiaomao and she proceeded towards the Jinwang Gym located in the city center. The venue, shaped like a giant egg, served as the home of the Jinwang Gym and a training camp for Kanto's psychics. Here, various levels of psychics gathered. The stronger ones could manipulate objects from afar and teleport, while the weaker ones could only bend a spoon. In any case, these psychics came together to explore ways to enhance their mental powers, all of whom were admirers of Naz. Upon reaching the entrance of the gym, Gardevoir couldn't help but pout. Why are there so many weak mental energies radiating from here? It's quite unpleasant. Xiaomao shrugged. Perhaps those psychic apprentices are training. The strength of psychic abilities is determined by brain region. It's innate. Who says it can be enhanced through training? Gardevoir responded incredulously, coughing. A man dressed in orange sanitation worker attire appeared, sweeping the street before them. Young people shouldn't speak so harshly. Psychic abilities can certainly be trained. What? Are we not allowed to speak the truth? Gardevoir retorted, not one to be easily cowed. Hey, you'd best not provoke this girl, Xiaomao kindly warned. Humph. Are you here to challenge the gym? I advise you not to be too arrogant. Psychic powers are incredibly formidable. The man's eyes glinted with a dangerous scarlet light as he gazed at Xiaomao and Gardevoir. Xiaomao rolled his eyes. Just so you know, I did warn you. In an instant, Gardevoir stepped in front of Xiaomao, unleashing a powerful psychic wind that rebounded the man's mental attack. With a crash, the man's eyes widened in shock as he was sent flying, crashing into a nearby sapling before flickering away to a safe distance. This power exceeds even Naz's psychic strength. How is this possible? The man coughed up blood, staring incredulously at Gardevoir. I warned you beforehand. You were the one who insisted on provoking Gardevoir, Xiaomao explained, shaking his head. How can this be? It's terrifying. Naz's talent is rare, appearing only once in a century. This girl looks to be of similar age, yet she possesses such terrifying abilities? The man continued to mutter in disbelief. Xiaomao, unable to listen any longer, interrupted. Can you refrain from your incessant rambling? Can't you see Gardevoir is upset? Gently stroking Gardevoir's silky long hair, Xiaomao smiled warmly. Don't worry, no one will fear you. Everyone loves superpowered beauties, right? Yes, Gardevoir pouted, nodding in a pitiful manner. Incredible. You've managed to tame a psychic of this caliber. You truly are brave, the man gasped in astonishment. What of it? Are you not a psychic yourself? Why speak such words? Xiaomao scolded, furrowing his brows. Are those two empty sockets beneath your eyebrows merely for show? Both Gardevoir and Naz are simply delicate girls at heart. Despite their immense powers, if one engages with them sincerely, they can be gentle towards this world. Impossible. Such powerful psychics must have closed hearts. The man instinctively countered. That's only because you have not sought to understand them. Xiaomao retorted angrily. You fear their power, even though they have never harmed you. Yet you incessantly speak of how dangerous they are. Ask yourself, have you ever viewed them as equals, as fellow humans? You have not. Therefore, you are unworthy to comment here. It's all right, young Master Xiaomao. Let us go inside, Gardevoir said softly, having witnessed Xiaomao's rare display of anger. She gently tugged at his sleeve. Xiaomao responded with a warm smile. All right, let us go in. Observing the camaraderie between Xiaomao and Gardevoir, the man stood frozen in disbelief. Could SSR-level psychics truly live so humbly? Could they genuinely possess such innocent smiles? They, too, have hearts, souls, and emotions? What then have I done all these years? The man couldn't help but reminisce about his moments with Naz. Indeed, this man masquerading as a sanitation worker, who roamed daily before his own doorstep yet dared not enter, was Naz's father, the previous trainer of the Jinwang Gym. It seemed that ever since Naz had showcased her extraordinary psychic talents, he had been unable to suppress his dread. The man clutched his head in anguish. The expression of wariness and fear must have deeply wounded young Naz. That's why she resorted to her powers, to keep everyone close, sealing her heart away, finding solace only in her dolls. I hope you can treat girls like Gardevoir and Naz with equality, he murmured as he pushed the door open. What they need is fairness, not pity, not adoration, and certainly not fear. Watching Xiaomao and Gardevoir's retreating figures, the man sighed in self-reproach. Who would have thought that I, an older man, have yet to live with such clarity? Time to return home. With determined steps, he turned toward a villa on the back street of the gym, his home, which he had not set foot in for years. Chapter 38. The foolish superpower best friends upon entering the grand entrance of the Golden Gym. One is first met with a circular corridor. On either side of the corridor lie the library and classrooms. Nearly all the members don white lab coats. bustling about their respective classrooms with hurried expressions. Despite the numerous individuals present, the girl named Naji seems to live in solitude, prompting a sigh of mild frustration from Jaidelia. This underscores the significance of companionship and family. Xiaomon nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words. Indeed, if it weren't for the constant presence of the old butler Sherlon since her childhood, Jaidelia, who has always struggled with her overabundant superpowers, might have developed a distorted personality. If only Naji could find some inner peace. Xiaoma shrank back slightly, apprehensive. Logically speaking, that woman is quite formidable, should a confrontation arise between her and Jaidelia. Xiaoma would find himself caught in the crossfire, oblivious to his impending fate. Perhaps the cause of death would read, "This body succumbed to an unknown AoE." "Hello." Little sister Jaidelia, a frail voice called from the corner just as Xiaoma was lost in thought. An elderly woman, leaning on a cane, emerged from the shadows. "Grandma Kakuko." Xiaoma exclaimed in surprise. It was none other than Kakuko, one of the 4 kings of Kanto, appearing so unexpectedly. "Speak softly, I can hear you," Kakuko chuckled, appraising Xiaoma with a smile. You've grown taller and more handsome, though you increasingly resemble your grandfather in his youth, which is rather bothersome." "Grandma Kakuko, what brings you here?" Xiaoma asked with a wry smile. This lady could be considered a surrogate grandmother to him. Though she often chased Professor Okido around the lab during her visits, her affection for Xiaoma was genuine. Much of the toys and clothing from his childhood were gifts from her, as the meticulousness of Professor Okido, a rather oblivious old man, could hardly compare. "It's all your fault, you little rascal," Kakuko said, nodding at Jaidelia before poking Xiaoma on the forehead. "You were supposed to take that little girl out for fun. Yet you dragged her to the Rocket Team's shady shop. What were you thinking? Do you realize that because of this, that short fellow Damaranch summoned us for a meeting in the middle of the night? Sometimes I truly wish Gingue would drag him into the underworld." Xiaoma gulped nervously. "Damaranch, may you find your own salvation. It was an accident. I've been having a great time." Jaidelia interjected, clutching Xiaoma's sleeve in a flurry of concern. "Oh, really?" Kakuko scrutinized Jaidelia's expression before turning back and tapping Xiaoma lightly on the head with her cane. "Ouch. Grandma, what was that for?" Xiaoma exclaimed, innocently covering his head. Kakuko, exasperated, pointed an accusatory finger at him. "Just look at you. Why must you emulate your grandfather's bad habits instead of adopting something more commendable?" "I didn't do anything," Xiaoma nearly cried out, genuinely perplexed. He had merely been caring for Jaidelia, who resembled a younger sister. "Well then, you can explain yourself to Kina," Kakuko said, waving her hand dismissively. "Long time no see, Xiaoma," a familiar gentle voice chimed in. Xiaoma turned to see Kina adjusting her glasses, rising on her toes, hands clasped behind her back, gracefully approaching him. "Kina, aren't you on vacation at the 7 Islands?" Xiaoma's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Kakuko rolled her eyes at Xiaoma's reaction. The men of the Okido family really are a handful, she thought to herself. Fully aware of the truth behind that statement. "I just happened to run into Grandma Kikuko in Kanoko City. I heard you were here to challenge the Golden Gym alongside the esteemed Jaidelia, so I was curious to see for myself," Kina said with a mischievous wink, playfully linking arms with Xiaoma. Jaidelia quickly seized his other arm. "There's no need for the 2 esteemed trainers to worry. Xiaoma and I will find Naji on our own." Kina tightened her grip on Xiaoma's arm, and he immediately felt as though he were holding a fluffy cloud in his right hand. Yikes. Xiaoma broke into a cold sweat. "Please, is this really the way to test a guy?" Jaidelia and Kina exchanged glances, a spark of mischief igniting between them. Kikuko waved her hands in resignation. "You youngsters are giving this old lady quite the headache. Kina, remember, our guest is here. Show some grace." "All right." Kina smiled sweetly and released Xiaoma's arm. After all, our guest deserves some courtesy. Truth be told, the moment she let go, Xiaoma felt a pang of disappointment. "Xiaoma, is she planning to keep you from playing with me?" Jaidelia anxiously shook his arm. Xiaoma gently patted Jaidelia on the head, reassuring her, "Don't worry, Kina is a good person." "Indeed, I was just teasing you. Don't take it to heart," Kina said, slightly bending down to shake hands with Jaidelia. A necklace fashioned from glimmering ice gems sparkled brilliantly amidst the snowy peaks. Goodness, that was a heart-stopping moment, Jaidelia thought to herself as she glanced at Kina, then down at her own feet, feeling as though tears might spill forth. "All right, let us get down to business," Kakuko said, rubbing her temples. "Such a wonderful child like Xiaoma has been led astray by Professor Okido. I must pay a visit to the lab again." Kina's face flushed slightly at Kikuko's reminder. Why was she feeling this way? As if she were a little girl who had just lost her candy? Ahem, the matter at hand is this. Kina adjusted her glasses, adopting a more serious tone. Miss Jaidelia and Naji are both SSR-level superpower users. Any conflict between them could lead to severe consequences. This time, Both Kikuko and I will oversee the match, and Miss Jaidelia cannot intervene on your behalf. Should any issues arise, we will halt the match immediately. Xiaoma nodded in understanding. Rest assured, I will conduct the gym battle fairly and justly. He had no intention of allowing Jaidelia to assist him in cheating. He merely brought her along to safeguard against Naji potentially resorting to her superpowers out of desperation in the event of a loss. That's good to hear. Just focus on the match and don't be afraid. I will protect you alongside Grandma Kikuko. Kina stated earnestly. Are you still challenging? A sudden voice startled everyone present. Wow, impressive, to approach me so silently, Jaidelia marveled. Ahem, is that you, little sister Naji? Hello? Kikuko awkwardly cleared her throat. I apologize. When did you come out? Xiaoma curiously inquired, astonished that this severely socially anxious individual had ventured out. Naji gazed up with a hint of melancholy. I came out to greet you the moment you entered. It's just that you didn't notice me. Everyone erupted in a cold sweat. Was this child truly so inconspicuous? My apologies. I am here to challenge the Golden Gym. May we begin? Xiaoma scratched his head in inquiry. Naji glanced at Jaidelia, hesitating momentarily before turning away. Follow me. The group trailed behind Nazi, arriving at the deepest part of the Golden Gym, where a dimly lit battle arena awaited them. Flames flickered from candles and torches, transforming the place into an escape room-like setting. Naji took her place at one end of the battlefield, sitting down, her doll clutching a cherished Pokeball as she regarded Xiaoma with curious eyes. Jaidelia glanced at Xiaoma, then at Naji, and in an instant, she teleported to Naji's side. Boom. A collision of red and blue superpowered energy fields erupted, creating a cacophony of sound. Behind Kina and Kikuko, a flash of white light flickered, and the Pokemon Tenchi and Gungawei materialized before them, immediately erecting a verdant shield. Meanwhile, Xiaoma was saved by Kodak, who created a sturdy protective barrier, ensuring Xiaoma's safety. Kodak gave Xiaoma a thumbs up and raised an eyebrow. This maneuver was exceptionally smooth. Xiaoma gave a thumbs up. Meanwhile, the clash of superpowers between Naz and Jaidelia finally came to an end. Despite both parties exercising restraint, it was evident that they were fundamentally of the same caliber. Jaidelia nodded, acknowledging, indeed impressive. Naz slightly curled her lips, replying, You are not too shabby yourself. The subsequent events proved a profound truth. The friendship among women often requires just a single phrase. Naz remarked, Oh, your handbag is exquisite. Jaidelia responded, Indeed. Young Master Mao bargained it down to an 8/10 price. The two ladies' eyes brightened, their hands clasping together. Best friends. Just do me a favor and don't turn young Master Mao into your plaything. He is a good person, Jaidelia interjected once more. Naz offered a faint smile. I understand. I overheard your previous conversation. And, Jaidelia asked, her curiosity piqued. Can we remain friends forever? Naz hesitated for a long moment before speaking. Jaidelia beamed like a little angel, of course. Then I promise you, Naz nodded. But are you certain you don't want me to transform him into a keychain? That way, you could hang him on your bag, and no one could take him away. That sounds enticing, but let us refrain. Young Master Mao is quite interesting. He takes me to delightful meals and plays games. We could form a trio, Jaidelia said, counting on her fingers. All right. I shall defer to your judgment. Naz nodded in satisfaction. As the subject of their discussion, Xiao Mao felt profoundly moved. Could you two please regard me as an individual in your discourse? Ahem. Well then, let the competition officially commence. Jaidelia and I desire a cup of red tea. You may do as you please, Naz declared, grasping Jaidelia's hand. In a flash of light, the two departed the dojo. Xiao Mao raised his hand. Wait, my dojo match. Come play with me. The doll left behind by Naz spoke in human words. Xiao Mao then noticed that the badge was perched atop the little girl doll's head. The competition rules are one-on-one. If you win, you may take the badge. If you lose, simply discreetly take the badge afterwards, the little girl explained. The two towering figures behind her coughed. Xiao Mao, bemused, remarked. Such matters should be discussed telepathically next time. Go on, Casey. Observing the sleeping Casey, who had yet to enter combat mode and was merely level 20. Xiao Mao hesitated and drew forth a Pokeball. All right, Eevee, use Bite. With a decisive chomp, Eevee obeyed Xiao Mao's command, sinking its teeth into Casey's head. The next moment, Casey lay flat, continuing its slumber. You've won. Before Xiao Mao could fully comprehend, the golden badge appeared in his hand. Soon after, the blue superpower receded like a tide, and the little girl doll along with Casey vanished instantaneously. Xiao Mao turned to Granny Kikuko. Is Naz this easy to defeat without utilizing her powers? Granny Kikuko rolled her eyes. How could that be? Naz's main team had been sealed in the Quartz Plateau due to fears that her emotional fluctuations might cause issues. The Casey she used now was merely one she casually captured. Oh, I see. It seems I shall have to return for another dojo match in the future. This badge doesn't hold much value, Xiaomao sighed. Fear not. This is rightfully yours, Kona said with a twinkle in her eye, expressing a hint of relief. To unravel Naz's emotional knots and gain her acknowledgement is far more precious than any battle. Feeling touched by Kona's gentle gaze, Xiaomao nodded appreciatively. Well, since matters here have concluded, are you hungry? Shall I procure something for you? Granny Kikuko grimaced. We have other matters. Save your noodles for Jadelia. Kona shrugged, somewhat regretful. Sister has commitments. Perhaps next time. Certainly, Xiaomao nodded. As Kona turned to depart, Granny Kikuko cast a meaningful glance back at Xiaomao. Child, I have watched you grow. Whatever decisions you make in the future, I shall support you. However, do not let Kona feel sorrow. Understood? Xiaomao stood in place. Somewhat bewildered and sighed, let things unfold naturally. In matters of the heart, while the initial attraction is significant, a gradual approach reflects sincerity. After all, who can predict the future? Chapter 39. Journey to Rainbow City. In the city of Golden Yellow, at Naz's home, Xiaomao donned a pink apron. Busily stirring at the stove, a delightful breakfast was prepared. Stir-fried vegetables, shrimp and egg, spicy tofu pudding, and crab meat soup dumplings. Outside the kitchen, a golden-haired and a black-haired figure eagerly awaited their share. I feel quite embarrassed, Xiaomao, as you are our guest yet still cooking, Naz's mother said. Her presence marked by her wheelchair in the living room. It's all right, Auntie. You've just recovered and need time to regain your strength, Xiaomao shrugged. Besides, whether it's just me or the whole family, food needs to be prepared. After the dojo competition concluded yesterday, Xiaomao received an invitation to visit Naz's home with Jadelia. Naz's father finally gathered the courage to acknowledge his daughter's excellence, while her mother, transformed into a doll, regained her freedom. The family reconciled, and a warm atmosphere enveloped them. Upon seeing Naz's subtle smile, Xiaomao felt he had done a good deed. By the way, Naz's Pokemon were liberated from the Quartz Plateau last night. Her Alakazam returned to her side in an instant, carrying other Pokeballs. Naz and Jadelia immediately decided to engage in a sisterly battle for practice. Naz's father, startled by the impending duel, opened the training room from Naz's childhood. The chamber, fortified with chrome copper walls and various layers of bulletproof glass, was quite the spectacle. However, the clash between these two legally recognized young girls unfolded in a rather unexpected manner. With one hand covering her eyes, Naz struck a pose reminiscent of a magical girl transformation, declaring, Explode, reality, shatter reason, banish this world, Alakazam, illusion ray, Mwaha, evil overlord, behold my magical girl, Jadelia. As I defeat you, Jadelia responded, levitating in the air with her powers, shatter, evil. The moon's radiance grants me strength. Superpowered magical girl is here. Alakazam, use psychic blade. Despite the myriad of dazzling skill effects, after an extensive bout, the damage remained at 0. Xiaomao, watching the spectacle, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth before turning to leave. What a thick atmosphere of juvenile delusion. Later, at the insistence of Naz's parents, Xiaomao and Jadelia spent the night at Naz's home. As they nestled into their beds, the moment they were about to drift into slumber, a sudden weight pressed down on them. The two legally recognized girls, with shimmering eyes, brandished game controllers, eagerly anticipating a gaming session. Although both Naz and Jadelia had impressive figures, particularly their long legs, certainly fitting the leggy aesthetic, Xiaomao felt that such allure could become mundane with overexposure. After all, I must consider future generations. I should choose a partner with substantial potential. After breakfast, Jadelia and Naz began their bittersweet farewells. Meanwhile, Xiaomao took the opportunity to call Professor Oak. Life is meant for moments like this, he mused. Sporting panda-like dark circles under his eyes and 3 scratch marks on his chin, Professor Oak sipped his tea and placed a boiled egg on his eyes. What are you doing? Xiaomao asked, bewildered. Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally bumped into a tree, Professor Oak replied, his gaze evasive. Bumped into a tree. Xiaomao scoffed. Ahem, how was Jadelia's hospitality? Professor Oak quickly changed the subject. It was fine. We got along quite well, Xiaomao shrugged. By the way, how's the Dragonite egg? This was of utmost concern to Xiaomao. Don't worry, I'm keeping an eye on it. It should hatch in about a month. Dragonite will be ready to carry it for you, Professor Oak assured, waving his hand dismissively. All right, please take good care of it. Xiaomao nodded in agreement. By the way, how many days until you reach Rainbow City? Principal Monet called me about you, Professor Oak inquired. I'm leaving Golden Yellow City today and should arrive in Rainbow City by tomorrow, Xiaomao replied truthfully. Ahem, Xiaomao, you need to hurry. Xiaoqin and Xiaoyu have already arrived in Rainbow City and have spoken to me, Professor Oak added casually. What about Ash? Xiaomao countered. He went missing from Leaf City. It's been half a month now, Professor Oak sighed in resignation. He must have gotten lost somewhere. Xiaomao shrugged. Just then, Professor Oak leaned closer to the camera, raising an eyebrow and whispering, "Tell me honestly, dear grandson, have you been flirting with some girls from Unova?" I was caught off guard by QCon yesterday. Xiaomao broke into a cold sweat. Ahem, Grandpa, please don't say such things. Jadelia is a few years older than me. I see her as a sister. And what about Kona? Professor Oak inquired with curiosity. Rest assured, Grandpa is very open-minded. Age is just a number. As long as you like her, I will fully support you. Xiaomao covered his face, helplessly explaining, well, regarding Sister Kona, I'm not sure how things will develop. While I enjoy our time together, discussing that now feels premature. Professor Oak nodded. I understand. The men of the Oak family are indeed extraordinary. You've always had a preference for mature women. Xiaomao felt awkward, unsure how to respond. In any case, I doubt I will pursue any romantic relationships until I achieve my goals, he sighed. When I was young and naive, my past was filled with ex-girlfriends in Newtown. But honestly, how significant were those childhood crushes? Of the few so-called ex-girlfriends, he had merely held hands a couple of times. Well, you have your ambitions, and I won't hinder you. Just remember, once you've settled down, bring your girl home for a meal so I can meet her, Professor Oak said, glancing at the boiled egg in his hand and promptly eating it. That's settled then. I'll speak to you when I reach Rainbow City. After hanging up, Xiaomao finally exhaled in relief. His grandfather had become increasingly free-spirited over the past 2 years. After bidding a heartfelt farewell to Naz's family, promising to return when time permitted, Naz reluctantly watched as Xiaomao and Jadelia departed. Jadelia kept her gaze fixed on Naz's direction until they were out of sight. Take care, Naz-chan, she sighed. Come now, don't be so downcast. Parting is merely a prelude to future reunions, Xiaomao gently consoled, ruffling Jadelia's golden hair. Is that truly the case? But she is my first close friend in Kanto, aside from you and Cynthia, Jadelia reflected. That is the essence of travel, Xiaomao mused. Walking along the straight path in the countryside, observing the grass and trees flanking the road. For every Pokemon, there are countless encounters. We meet many and part from many, and from these encounters, new stories are birthed. That is the significance of our meetings. Your words sound familiar. Yes. They resemble something Cynthia would say. Jadelia clapped her hands, finally distracted from the sorrow of parting. What kind of person is the champion of Sinnoh? Xiaomao inquired with curiosity. Indeed, she is a strikingly beautiful and formidable woman, answered Jadelia with utmost seriousness. Xiaomao was rendered speechless. This descriptor is quite fitting. As the two engaged in conversation, they progressed along their path, and within a morning's time, they encountered a telephone booth and a signpost. 5 kilometers to Rainbow City. It appears we are not far from our destination. Shall we have lunch here? Xiaomao glanced at Jadelia, perched upon a large rock. Jadelia nodded in agreement. Very well. I happen to be quite hungry. Thus, let us all partake in a meal. Releasing their Pokemon, Xiaomao opened the portable cooking station and began to prepare lunch. Jadelia, no longer merely a bystander, opened Xiaomao's backpack and readied the Pokemon food for their companions. After all, this young lady need not lift a finger. With a flick of her wrist, the Pokemon food gracefully soared into each Pokemon's bowl. Xiaomao, meanwhile, retrieved some prepared bread, removed the crusts, and prepared ham, cheese slices, fried eggs, and shredded meat, ultimately spreading mayonnaise and honey mustard sauce, culminating in his signature sandwich. How about a milk tea for lunch? Jadelia, do you prefer black tea or oolong tea? Xiaomao inquired, producing 2 canisters of tea leaves alongside the spring water preserved from Crescent Moon Mountain. Jadelia tilted her head in contemplation. I would like black tea with 2 sugar cubes. Xiaomao nodded and handed the kettle to Miss Jadelia, who skillfully began to brew the tea. Before long, the fragrant aroma of milk tea wafted through the air. After finishing their meal, Gangue was tasked with cleaning the utensils. Observing the other Pokemon engrossed in their meal, Xiaomao sighed, surprised that the most diligent housekeeper among them was, in fact, Gangue. Should I perhaps commission a maid outfit for him? With the sandwiches and milk tea adorning the table, Xiaomao and Jadelia settled down to enjoy their meal. Suddenly, from the thicket, 3 or 5 shadowy figures sprang forth. With their rotund bodies, agile limbs, and comically pig-like snouts. They were the pig-monkey Pokemon, known as Monkate. Xiaomao's Pokédex automatically recognized them. Jadelia curiously observed the group of Monkate. I must say, this creature certainly puts both pigs and monkeys in an awkward position. Xiaomao wiped the sweat from his brow. It seemed this child had even learned to make sarcastic remarks. Chapter 40. A warm welcome to Rainbow University. Rainbow University, situated in the vibrant city of Rainbow, is renowned as the pinnacle of higher education in the Kanto region, celebrated for its rigorous academic standards and imaginative exploratory ethos. Although the Trainer Academy, one of its affiliated institutions, often attracts a majority of students from noble families, who are sometimes viewed as ineffectual, there are occasional gems among them, individuals of extraordinary talent. While the current Elite Four may not hold these academically inclined students in high regard, the prestige of the Noble Academy remains undeniably prominent, thanks in part to its substantial contributions to the league. In one of Rainbow University's lecture halls, a short-haired girl clad in a kendo uniform was elucidating the advanced training methodologies for grass-type Pokemon. This young lady is none other than Rika, the gym leader of Rainbow City, a master perfumer, and a traditional woman holding the title of associate professor at Rainbow University, a true embodiment of the new generation of Yamato Nadeshiko. As the male students below her struggled to stay awake, the last two rows of female students whispered among themselves. Have you heard? The senior faculty seemed to be welcoming some impressive professor. A bespectacled girl with a round face murmured conspiratorially to her companions. I know. Apparently. P.S. Professor Oak's grandson, about our age, and quite a handsome fellow, chimed in a freckled girl with a look of intrigue. Humph. How could someone so young and clearly having benefited from nepotism earn a professorship? Just wait until he arrives. I shall humiliate him thoroughly, scoffed a girl seated prominently, flipping her long hair dismissively. Perhaps her voice was a touch too loud, for at that moment, Rika's chalk snapped in her hand with a sharp crack. Yutaka enough? Rika admonished sternly. Yes, Professor Rika. Yutaka stood up awkwardly. You trainees from the Trainer Academy are fortunate to have this opportunity at Rainbow University. What are you doing, daydreaming during class? Rika reprimanded, her irritation palpable. Professor, I want tea. Yutaka retorted defiantly. We are here to acquire high-level knowledge and hone our abilities as trainers. I believe those who achieve professorship through connections, like some young individuals, do not deserve to enter the gates of this esteemed institution. Rika glanced at the clock, then collected her teaching materials, casting a disdainful look at Yutaka. I truly wonder where your sense of superiority stems from. The chief of the Trainer Academy? Does someone tell you that your skills are equivalent to those of a trainer who has earned 6 badges? Yutaka frowned. Isn't that the case? Rika shook her head with a smile. I must admit, your naivety is quite astonishing. Remember, as long as I choose not to grant you a badge, you will not even be able to claim a single victory against me. Not to mention against Professor Oak. Impossible. Yutaka's face flushed. You are blatantly biased towards Professor Oak's grandson. It is truly disgraceful. Rika, maintaining her composure, gathered her belongings while casting a sidelong glance at Yutaka. A frog in a well is not frightening. What is truly alarming is believing oneself to be correct. Although Professor Oak is young, he published a paper on the League's academic network at the age of 7. Had he been of age, his paper on the potential evolution of Eevee would have earned him a doctorate outright. Setting aside academic matters, Professor Oak once engaged in a friendly match with Elite Four member Shiba, resulting in a tie. Do you now comprehend the chasm between you? Out of fear of being pursued by Shiba for a challenge, Professor Oak claimed it was a tie. Young master, I am evenly matched with Shiba, understand? Yutaka, now crimson with embarrassment, stood defiantly to block Rika's path. I refuse to believe that your words are anything but one-sided. Even Rika's patience had its limits. She stepped forward. Do as you wish, but I must go to welcome Professor Oak. Step aside. The authority of a gym leader radiated from Rika, leaving Yutaka aghast. Stepping aside like a quail. Rika shook her head disdainfully. Is this the best the Trainer Academy has to offer? As Rika departed, Yutaka felt tears welling in her eyes. Gritting her teeth as she murmured, It's all your fault, Professor Oak. I shall expose your true nature. After lunch, Shigeru, who had engaged in a playful tussle with several mischievous monkeys, ambled towards Rainbow City when an itch struck his nose. Achoo. He sneezed several times, rubbing his nose. Strange. Who could be speaking ill of me behind my back? Young master, are you catching a cold? Would you like me to have Lady Gardevoir prepare some ginger tea for you? Gardevoir inquired with genuine concern. Cough, cough. I'm fine, perhaps just a bit chilly. It's not like my aunt is visiting. You can keep the ginger tea for yourself, Shigeru waved dismissively. Shigeru, you are the best. Shigeru, you are amazing. Suddenly, a familiar cheer erupted from afar. Shigeru looked up to see Principal Monet accompanied by several professors from Rainbow University, along with a group of female students wearing cheerleader outfits, all waiting for him with banners. Goodness. Shigeru couldn't help but cover his face. Please don't shout such embarrassing cheers so loudly. As Shigeru approached the group with Gardevoir, the old man stepped forward, grabbing Shigeru's arm. Shigeru, my most accomplished disciple, you finally arrived. Professor, this is Miss Gardevoir, an Elite Four member. She will accompany me to the seminar, Shigeru hastily introduced. Upon hearing this, Principal Monet's expression softened. Greetings, Miss Gardevoir. I am Shigeru's university mentor. If you don't mind, you may call me Grandpa Monet. Hello, Grandpa Monet. Gardevoir replied somewhat awkwardly. Ah, splendid. Welcome to you both. Monet beamed, his excitement palpable as he winked at Shigeru. Impressive, Shigeru, your charm remains undiminished. Even your grandfather never had your finesse. Shigeru forced a smile, too weary to retort, let it be as it may. Noticing Shigeru's lack of enthusiasm, Monet waved his hand. Let the music play. A lively dance tune erupted, and 2 rows of attractive female students surrounded Shigeru, launching into an energetic performance. Monet winked at Shigeru. Isn't this splendid? You're treating for supper. Shigeru rolled his eyes dramatically. How can you tarnish my reputation so carelessly? Gardevoir's cheeks flushed as she covered her eyes, peeking through her fingers to observe the alluring dance. Shigeru glanced around. Then his eyes widened as he recognized the lead dancer, Rika. Rika, blushing slightly, danced gracefully to the modern choreography she had learned that day, smiling breathlessly at Shigeru. Professor Oak, it's good to see you. Let us just chat normally. We don't need to dance right now. Ladies, thank you for your efforts. Let us wrap it up, Shigeru suggested, shaking his head in exasperation. After the blush-inducing performance concluded, Shigeru finally exhaled in relief, now dressed in a dignified traditional kimono. Rika approached Shigeru with a bouquet of flowers. He noticed her kimono was of a formal style, indicating the significance she placed on this occasion. Without further ado, let us return to the university, Principal Monet directed. This afternoon, I will require you to conduct 2 public lectures. You know the drill, we go all out. Shigeru pondered the materials on special evolution before nodding with a cunning smile. Absolutely. But what about the teaching props? Monet grandly waved his hand. Whatever you need. The school will provide it all. Xiao Mao raised an eyebrow, exclaiming, the principal is quite magnanimous. Monet stood tall, asserting, indeed, otherwise. How could I claim to be the principal? Li Jia stifled a giggle, for based on her previous understanding of Xiao Mao, it seemed the principal would once again have to invest in some costly props. Chapter 41. Practical training session with Li Jia upon returning to Rainbow University alongside Principal Monet. Xiao Mao found himself under the scrutinizing gaze of a group of formidable professors. A collective of exceptionally intelligent middle-aged scholars eagerly presented their research topics, seeking Xiao Mao's insights. However, many of these subjects seemed wholly inappropriate for academic discourse. Xiao Mao, bewildered, remarked, esteemed colleagues, let's refrain from such discussions. Please do not burden me with your doctoral dissertations, as I have yet to earn my own doctorate. The junior is being modest. It is merely a matter of time before you obtain your degree. One professor asserted. Indeed, the accomplished must guide the less experienced. How about my topic on the correlation between Caterpie and Rayquaza? Another chimed in. And mine examines whether a 9-tailed fox can metamorphose into a humanoid form, as well as the future ranking of beastly partners. All right. We shall postpone questions until the public lecture. Let Xiao Mao and Miss Gadelia rest for now. Principal Monet interjected with a warm smile, dispersing the eager faculty before leading Xiao Mao to the faculty office building. Room 303 on the first floor is your exclusive office, complete with a laboratory, training room, and lounge. Here's your key. Monet thoughtfully presented a key to Gadelia. Xiao Mao, puzzled, inquired, Principal, shouldn't you be handing the key to me? Monet shrugged. What difference does it make? You two are bound to reside together. Xiao Mao opened his mouth but ultimately chose not to argue. Gadelia, amiably accepting the key, nonchalantly lifted her chin, saying, it's quite all right. I never require a key to enter. In an instant, she vanished into Xiao Mao's office with a flash of light. Do superpowered individuals need keys? Xiao Mao turned to Monet, raising an eyebrow. Apparently not, the principal replied with an enigmatic expression. Xiao Mao rolled his eyes and entered the office, which featured a simple setup, a desk, an executive chair, a sofa for guests, a water bar, and a small round table. The office exuded a minimalist charm, with a suit and a white lab coat hanging on a rack in the corner, adorned with Xiao Mao's name tag. Xiao Mao Daiki, Professor of Theory. Impressive indeed, Xiao Mao chuckled. Principal Monet stroked his chin with satisfaction. Of course. I believe in thorough preparation. I certainly do not wish to incur the ire of that old scholar, Yamanashi. Xiao Mao changed out of his coat and donned the suit jacket, layering the lab coat over it. The transformation into Professor Xiao Mao is complete, he declared. Monet nodded approvingly. It fits you perfectly. You truly embody the researcher aesthetic. Indeed, I concur. Xiao Mao looks splendid in this attire, Gadelia added, offering her praise. With Xiao Mao settled, Monet prepared to return to his duties, reminding him not to forget the public lecture in the afternoon before hurriedly departing. Turning to Gadelia, Xiao Mao asked, have you explored the other rooms yet? She shook her head. Not yet. Then let us proceed and discover the wondrous training area for Pokemon. Leading Gardevoir through the laboratory, they arrived at the indoor training room. Wow, there are so many fitness equipment and even swings, Gardevoir exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Indeed. The indoor training room at Rainbow University is exceptionally luxurious. Xiaomao retrieved his Pokeballs and released his Pokemon. Come out, everyone. Eevee, Charmeleon, Houndour, Scyther, Tyranitar, Jengar. This was the current team accompanying Xiaomao. The Pokemon gazed wide-eyed at the array of equipment. During our stay at Rainbow University these next few days, this will be your training area, where professional breeders will assist you with your training, Xiaomao explained. Eagerly, the Pokemon began preparing for an energetic session. Now, you may enjoy yourselves here while I prepare for the lesson plan. Xiaomao gestured to the soft sponge mats in the corner. If you grow tired, you can rest here. There are energy drinks and energy cubes in the cabinet, so please, indulge yourselves. Scyther immediately took off, soaring into the air. Xiaomao, I wish to play here too, Gardevoir said, looking at him. Of course, I'll be in my office, and when I have free time this afternoon, we can visit Li Jia's perfume shop. Until then, feel free to relax and enjoy yourselves here. Gardevoir nodded enthusiastically, releasing her Pokemon before joyfully leaping onto the swings. After reminding everyone to stay safe, Xiao returned to his desk. Twirling a pen in his hand, he began to contemplate. Judging by the timeline, Dr. Yamanashi's visit was likely to announce the latest discoveries regarding the evolutions of two Pokemon, the Dusknoir and the Electabuzz. These two Pokemon, considered fully evolved in the Kanto region, had experienced a new transformation with the assistance of the latest technological marvels in the Sinnoh region, the electric and magma drivers. The strength of the Dusknoir and Electabuzz was indeed impressive. The most significant aspect was that this evolutionary method was neither natural evolution nor communication evolution. Instead, it represented a unique item evolution influenced by human inventions on the Pokemon themselves. Given this, conventional evolutionary theories would undoubtedly face scrutiny and discussions. The natural evolution of Eevee through evolution stones would pale in comparison. Bond evolution? Xiaomao shook his head. The difficulty of such evolution aside, even if a theoretical framework existed, there was currently no empirical evidence to support its existence. Mega evolution? Presently, various evolution stones remained elusive, rendering that impractical as well. Thus, Xiaomao focused on his Scyther and Tyranitar. The latter required heavy armor, while Scyther necessitated a metallic coating. Though these materials were not as intricate as the electric driver, they too represented a resonance between man-made products and Pokemon, culminating in an evolutionary process. The critical point was that both items were currently quite valuable and needed to be imported from the Hoenn region. Xiaomao chuckled, since it's the principal's expense, I shall not hold back. With a flurry of strokes, Xiaomao composed a list: 2 metallic coatings, 1 heavy armor, 1 exquisite firestone, 1 electric driver, 1 magma driver, 1 sharp fong, 1 sharp claw, and 2 royal badges. That should suffice. Xiaomao raised an eyebrow and picked up the phone. Hello. This is room 303 in the faculty office. I require some materials for upcoming teaching and academic exchanges. Ah, Professor Daiki. The principal has already informed us. Please send your list to the logistics department, and we will promptly fulfill your request and deliver it to your laboratory, the logistics director replied courteously. Thank you very much. Xiaomao concluded the call, nodding in satisfaction. This was a worthwhile endeavor. Such is the nature of academia. Many items and materials that trainers find difficult to acquire are but a word away in the scholarly world. At that moment, a knock echoed at Xiaomao's office door. He opened it to find Li Jia accompanied by a few demure young ladies standing outside. What's this? Xiaomao's lips twitched. He suspected Principal Monet had orchestrated this situation to keep him tethered to Rainbow University, shamelessly pulling strings. This group of bespectacled, unassuming girls was precisely the type Xiaomao would notice. These individuals are graduate students from the breeding department. The principal mentioned that they would be responsible for the comprehensive care and nurturing of your Pokemon over the next few days. Subsequently, they will receive corresponding credits based on your level of satisfaction, explained Li Jia. Oh, right. The teacher did mention that to me. Xiaomao nodded, stepping aside. Everyone, please come in. The group of young women followed Li Jia into Xiaomao's office, standing gracefully in front of the desk. Xiaomao donned a serious professor's demeanor as he sat behind his desk. Now, please introduce yourselves and share your areas of expertise. Li Jia encouraged, clapping her hands lightly. There's no need to be formal. Professor Oki is quite amiable. The first to step forward was a brave girl in denim overalls, a straw hat perched on her head, and twin ponytails bouncing as she spoke. I'm Ding Xiang, a first-year graduate student in the breeding department. I specialize in preparing Pokemon food and soothing their emotions. With that, others began to introduce themselves. I'm Xiaoxua, a first-year graduate student in the breeding department, skilled in Pokemon massage and the cultivation of their 6-dimensional abilities, chimed in a girl with waist length, soft green hair, and a gentle demeanor. And I am July, a soon-to-be graduate student pursuing a dual degree in breeding and coordination. I excel in energy cube creation and Pokemon physique shaping, proclaimed a confident girl in a black OL outfit, hands on her hips. Xiaomao nodded with satisfaction. In that case, I entrust my Pokemon to you over the next few days. Feel free to utilize all your knowledge. And you may request any necessary materials under my name from the logistics department. I hope to see my Pokemon vibrant and lively rather than listless after this period. At the end, I will grant you credits based on the progress and transformation of the Pokemon. Let us uphold the professional spirit of Rainbow University. Is that clear? Understood. The 3 female graduate students nodded earnestly. Now, you may proceed to the training room to meet the Pokemon. This afternoon, I have a gym teaching match with Ligia, so please ensure the Pokemon are in optimal condition beforehand. Xiaomao clapped his hands. The 3 girls nodded and hurried off to the training room. Ligia, a bit excited, inquired, Professor Oki, are you going to compete against me this afternoon? Xiaomao smiled. After all, I still need to collect badges. This way, both teaching and competition can be fulfilled. Wonderful. I'll head back to the gym to prepare. And I'll see you at the school's main playground this afternoon, Ligia replied eagerly. All right, see you at the playground. Xiaomao bid her farewell. But suddenly he realized something. System? Little system? Xiaomao thought to himself. Ding. Speak your mind, or let it out, the system replied. Xiaomao grumbled. Did you just swallow my reward from the Golden Gym? I didn't hear the notification sound. Ding about that match. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, forget it. Ding dong. Kanto series task, Journey to the Quartz Plateau, commenced. Current progress, 4 out of 8. Current task, obtain the Golden Gym badge. Reward, 50 achievement points, skill disc, Miracle Eye. Xiaomao rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. 50 achievement points? Are you treating me like a beggar? At least the skill Miracle Eye is somewhat useful, considering that Naz was likely to give up during the competition. Xiaomao could only console himself internally, thinking that this round wasn't a total loss. Chapter 42. I am the background within the exclusive training room of Rainbow University. Gardevoir eagerly observed the training of Xiaomao's Pokemon. 3 female graduate students conducted a thorough evaluation of his Pokemon. First was Eevee, a perfect hexagonal warrior, embodying an ideal model in terms of physique, for color, stamina, intelligence, and explosive power. Charizard, also a prodigious talent, exhibited impressive muscle mass and bone density, boasting a fire affinity of 90, allowing it to master dual wielding with finesse. Although late to the team, Houndour possessed commendable qualities, with a perfect fire affinity, showcasing exceptional innate talent. Scyther displayed excellent agility and flexibility, alongside remarkable speed, albeit with a slightly elevated body fat percentage. Lingxiang suggested a dietary adjustment to low-fat, high-protein Pokemon food. Tyranitar exhibited superior muscle density but had a lower bone mass, with average health points. Its endurance and stamina were exceptional, and it possessed top-tier explosive power. Xiaoxue recommended increasing the use of supplements and consuming more nutrient-rich energy cubes. Gengar demonstrated good mental strength, explosive power, and satisfactory speed, with excellent short-term acceleration. The 3 researchers unanimously agreed that this newly captured Pokemon required special attention and care. Oh my! It truly lives up to being Professor Xiaomao's Pokemon. Their cultivation is remarkable, Xiaoxue couldn't help but exclaim while holding the report. Indeed, aside from Gengar, the other Pokemon have limited room for growth, July remarked, shaking her head. However, our credits are at stake, Lingxiang reminded them, igniting a spark of determination in their eyes. Very well, let us proceed with the specialized training regimen that we excel in, July declared, adjusting her black-rimmed glasses. I shall handle the energy cube portion and physical strength balance training. Xiaoxue nodded in agreement. I'll take charge of post-training recovery, Lingxiang added. I will oversee emotional guidance and data recording, Lingxiang asserted, demonstrating her professional demeanor. Xiaomao entered the room, producing several Pokeballs. Don't rush. I have these additional Pokemon that I entrust to you. Earlier, he had spoken with Professor Okido and had brought home the remaining Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Golduck. They would be temporarily housed at Rainbow University. Eevee, Charizard, Houndour, Scyther, come with me. We have a match this afternoon. After retrieving these Pokemon, Xiaomao casually reviewed the reports prepared by Lingxiang and her colleagues. One could not help but admire the reports crafted by such high-caliber professionals. They were aesthetically pleasing to read. This is what it means to let specialists handle specialized tasks. By the way, Nidoqueen is ready to evolve. I have also brought the Moonstone. I leave this task to you, Lingxiang, and hope you can maximize her potential, Xiaomao said, handing over the Moonstone, to which Lingxiang nodded enthusiastically. Professor Okido. I believe Houndour's fire affinity has reached its maximum level. You might consider allowing it to evolve. I have also applied for a Firestone and Charcoal. I am confident that Houndour can evolve into a magnificent Houndoom, July asserted earnestly. Xiaomao raised an eyebrow. Then I entrust this to you. The specific work begins tomorrow. I need to take Houndour to the match this afternoon. July nodded, affirming her complete readiness. Looks like we're getting started. Excellent. After briefing the 3 graduate students, Xiaomao exchanged a few words with his Pokemon. Listen up, everyone. Rainbow University is a highly professional training base. Seize this opportunity to enhance your abilities as much as possible. We will face numerous tough battles ahead, so let us give it our all. Nidoking and Tyranitar nodded earnestly in agreement. Gengar glanced around, wondering, are all of you working this hard? No way, I cannot fall behind. I must establish good relations with the trainers. Resolutely, Gengar approached Xiaoxue with a grin, exclaiming, I lick. This tactic, learned from Houndour, was a way to express affection. Reportedly infallible. Xiaoxue shivered, completely paralyzed. Gengar's expression faltered. If she doesn't like it, why is she still scolding me? Xiaomao awkwardly explained, Gengar, when you lick someone, try not to use the licking tongue move. It can paralyze them. She didn't scold you. Gengar covered its face, acknowledging its blunder. It had inadvertently misfired its flattery. Gardevoir couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ahem, by the way, Gardevoir, are you coming to my match this afternoon? Xiaomao quickly changed the subject. Yes, but you must buy me ice cream afterward, Gardevoir declared cutely, hands on her hips. Having grown familiar with Xiaomao, her true personality began to emerge. Absolutely, I won't settle for anything less than the finest, Xiaomao nodded, knowing he was using Dato's card for the purchase. Oh yay, Gardevoir cheered, waving her hands joyfully. Lingxiang, could you fetch some Aceri watergrass juice from the cupboard for Xiaoxue? You all should take a break as well. I'll be on my way, Xiaomao said, hoisting Eevee onto his shoulder and swiftly departing. Bye-bye, he called out. The ladies, Gardevoir adjusted her skirt and instantly teleported to catch up with Xiaomao. Lingxiang and July exchanged glances and shrugged. To be able to socialize with the Elite Four so well, Professor Okido must possess remarkable strength, Lingxiang expressed with admiration. Indeed. I wish I could see Professor Okido's main team, July echoed longingly. Little did they know, what they were witnessing was indeed Xiaomao's current core team. Meanwhile, Xiaoxue lay on the ground. Are you all going to rescue me or not? After leaving the office, Xiaomao and Gardevoir headed to the university's grand playground. As the battle venue for Rainbow University, the facilities were exceptionally well-equipped, with various elemental terrains that could be seamlessly switched. The arena Xiaomao had reserved was designated for faculty use, generally not open to students. Only high-level competitions would rent it out. What the heck? Gardevoir frowned at the throng surrounding the battle area, feeling overwhelmed by the crowd. Xiaomao scratched his head in confusion. This isn't what I expected. Excuse me. Could you tell me who is using this area? Xiaomao inquired, stopping a bespectacled passerby. It seems to be a group of younger students from the Trainer Academy. I've heard that even the security guards who tried to chase them away ended up in tears, the passerby scoffed. How outrageous, Xiaomao frowned. If they were merely occupying the area, he could easily switch to another, for there were plenty of battle arenas available. However, to occupy a venue and assault the staff was simply unreasonable. I'm sorry, Professor Okido, I'm late. I will immediately disperse these unruly students. Li Jia rushed over, having just received the notification. At that moment, the crowd parted, revealing a girl who was the center of attention. With her flowing brown hair, striking features, an exquisite JK uniform complemented by white stockings, she was undeniably captivating. As Xiaojing had once remarked, her appearance was worth anticipating 8 years into the future. Weighing side-eye, this is a faculty-only arena. Are you attempting to rebel? Do you believe I want to give each of you a demerit? Li Jia confronted her angrily. Calm down. Teacher Li Jia, side-eye replied nonchalantly, playing with her hair. The Trainer Academy receives 30% of its sponsorship from my family each year. Are you certain the principal would dare give me a demerit? You. Li Jia was enraged, as Side-Eye's remark was a blatant provocation. All right, Li Jia. After calming Li Jia, Xiaomao stepped forward. Little girl, you've come for me today, haven't you? What do you wish to do? Shindai coldly smiled, raising her voice. I've heard that you are the youngest professor at Rainbow University. I believe that someone who has gained entry through backdoor means is unworthy to teach and nurture others. Therefore, I, Yuding Shindai, have decided to challenge you. If you can defeat me, we shall forget this matter. If you lose, you will kneel and admit that you do not deserve the title of professor, and you must crawl out of Rainbow University. Xiaomao smirked, stepping closer and gazing coldly at Yuding Shindai. What is the matter? Do you dare? Shindai proudly lifted her chin, having grown accustomed to exerting her influence over others. If something displeased her, she would simply destroy it. In the next moment slap, Xiaomao unceremoniously swung her right hand, delivering a resounding slap. Covering her face, Shindai was bewildered. You dare strike me? Xiaomao smirked, surveying the assembly of inept individuals clad in the Trainer Academy uniform. What is wrong with me striking you? This slap is for your disrespect towards teachers. The sponsors of the Trainer Academy are impressive, are they? How can a mere second-tier business family from Kanto like the Uding family inspire such confidence in challenging me? You're finished. How dare you hit me? My family has business sponsorship from the 4 Heavenly Kings. Prepare for their retaliation. Shindai screamed frantically, even attempting to rush at Xiaomao to claw at her face. Uft, get Aaliyah. Standing behind Xiaomao, covered her mouth, desperately stifling laughter. Don't say Xiaomao merely struck you, even if he were to bury you. I bet that woman Kino would help cover for him. Oh, so this is your reliance, Xiaomao shook his head, observing the clawing Shindai, and retaliated with another slap. Let me ask you, where do you hail from? Do you think that because your family has some wealth, you can act with impunity? Let me tell you, in this world, one relies on their background, and I am that background. The boys from the Trainer Academy, frightened by Xiaomao's fierce demeanor, stood frozen, not daring to come forward to save their goddess. Let me make this clear. Xiaomao raised his voice, addressing them directly. Go back and ask Sister Kina if she would be willing to oppose me for your sake. You can also inquire with your father if anyone in Kanto dares to challenge me, the great Xiaomao. Not to mention the friendship between Kina and Xiaomao. The illustrious academic career of Professor Oki, whose students span the entire league across various levels, cannot be shaken by a mere businessman. Observing Shindai's face flushed with an odd redness, her gaze fixed intently on him, Xiaomao was taken aback. Did this woman truly lack self-awareness? Little did he know. Shindai was now in an extreme state, trembling incessantly, her mind roaring. Oh yes, this is it. Lord Xiaomao, insult me more, oh. As more students gathered to watch, Xiaomao realized he must establish his authority, thus he spread his arms. All right, since you desire the opportunity to challenge, I shall grant it to you. But remember, if you lose, you will not just receive a demerit, I will directly revoke your student status. You will experience what it is like to grow as a traveling trainer. In 1 minute, if any student from the Trainer Academy remains here, they will all be expelled. Do you understand? With a decisive command, a throng of young students fled the scene. Woohoo! Professor Oki is incredible. I've long found these rascals displeasing. Professor Oki is eternal. The remaining students from Rainbow University erupted in cheers. Xiaomao waved to the students and stepped onto the battlefield, beckoning Shindai with his hand. Come. Let me witness what the so-called top of the Trainer Academy is capable of. Shindai, her eyes gleaming with excitement, stepped into the arena. Please take care of me. Xiaomao-sama no. Professor Oki. Xiaomao's mouth twitched. What was wrong with this woman? Suddenly, a terrifying realization struck him. Could she be a Yandere masochist? Chapter 43. Arrival of the Sinnoh delegation. The venue was cleared, and Shigeru and Cinda took their places at the trainer's command seat. Apart from a few students from the tactical theory department, the surroundings fell into a sudden hush. Ligia ascended to the referee stand and announced, I will serve as the referee. Is there any dissent from either party? Cinda nodded affirmatively, no objections. Shigeru also confirmed, of course not. Now, Professor Okido. For the participant Cinda, the battle rules are one-on-one. Please, Professor Okido, release your Pokemon first. Ligia gestured with her hand. It was customary for the teacher to initiate. A concession considering the first Pokemon would be vulnerable to type disadvantages. Shigeru smiled and produced a white commemorative ball. Well then, Eevee. Go and have some fun with her. Eevee. With a graceful roll, Eevee entered the arena, lowering its body into a defensive stance. As if my Eevee could be countered by type. Unless you bring out that Arceus alpaca. Cinda squinted. Ah, so it's an Eevee. Pretty but ineffective. She clapped her hands, and a student promptly presented an attaché case filled with an array of Pokeballs. With slender fingers gliding over the case, Cinda smiled slightly. Against a normal type, this will suffice. She hurled a Pokeball into the air, and with a flourish, a round, rotund Sudowoodo emerged onto the battlefield. Oh? Shigeru shook his head. If you had chosen a fighting type, I might have regarded you with a bit more respect. But using a rock-type Sudowoodo? That's quite a questionable tactic. Cinda proudly lifted her chin. Eevee, despite being a normal type, possesses numerous powerful moves. However, against my Sudowoodo, its skills will amount to mere tickling. Overestimating yourself. Shigeru shook his head. Then go ahead. Sudowoodo, use magnitude. Cinda declared, launching an unprovoked attack even before Ligia could issue a command. Eevee jump. Shigeru's command followed suit. Boom. Sudowoodo slammed down onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. However, Eevee soared above the ground. Despite the commotion, it suffered no damage. How could this be? Cinda gasped in disbelief. Oh, it's nothing. You were too predictable, Shigeru shrugged nonchalantly. Truly impressive, Professor Okido, Ligia nodded, noting that battles between trainers often involve countering moves and adapting strategies. Shigeru had gone a step further, discerning his opponent's tactical intent from Pseudo-Wudo's initial action and Senda's psychology. This ability to anticipate is termed reading ahead in professional jargon, typically resulting in a dominant outcome only between trainers of significantly different levels. Eevee, use water gun, Shigeru continued lazily. Pseudo-Wudo, use rollout. Senda envisioned a flawless execution, believing that sheer level superiority would overshadow any type disadvantage, leading to an easy victory. Eevee grounded itself, compressing water elements within its mouth. Boom. The high-pressure water gun shot forth, striking Pseudo-Wudo as it rolled towards it for a critical hit. Squeal. The sound of sliding filled the air as Pseudo-Wudo spun helplessly in place. With the persistent force of the water pressure, Pseudo-Wudo finally halted its movement, sent flying to the edge of the arena. The critical water gun had knocked Pseudo-Wudo into a daze. How is this possible? Pseudo-Wudo's rollout should withstand even a water-type's attack. This Eevee is extraordinary. Senda knelt in disbelief. Shigeru shook his head, lifted Eevee in encouragement, then approached Senda, raising an elegant finger. Firstly, your tactical intentions were too obvious, allowing the opponent to easily predict your attack. Secondly, verbal provocations are a form of trash talk. I merely stirred you slightly, and you lost your composure. That's a cardinal sin in battle. Thirdly, did you not observe the battlefield before the match? The muddy ground, once slightly dampened, became slippery muck. How could Pseudo-Wudo, being so heavy, not slip? Now tell me, are you truly a qualified Pokemon trainer? Senda lowered her head, shaking it in confusion. Ligia sighed. The child has some talent, but she has been too pampered by her family. Then, as I suggested, embark on a journey. Experience the world of commoners. Shigeru replied with a shake of his head. If you can earn 8 badges and qualify for the Indigo League on your own, I can advocate for your reinstatement in school and ensure your graduation. Thank you, Professor Okido. Senda nodded, her face flushed, then walked away from the battlefield with an awkward gait. Go, Shigeru. Gardevoir cheered, taking on the role of the atmosphere creator, rallying support for Shigeru from the sidelines. Shigeru smiled, glancing at Ligia. The teaching match can commence. The students should be finishing their classes soon. Ligia checked her watch, 5 minutes remaining. Just enough time to prepare the venue. Shall we use the grass-type arena? Since it's a gym teaching match, of course, we should use the arena you're most adept at. Shigeru shrugged. Ligia clapped her hands, and staff members promptly approached the arena's edge, pressing the button for the grass-type setting. A resounding rumble echoed as the previous rocky terrain slowly descended, while lush green grass began to converge from the edges of the arena. It ultimately transformed into a complete grass-type battleground. Truly impressive, Rainbow University. The infrastructure is on par with the Indigo Plateau, Shigeru marveled. I think it could even rival the Elite Four's castle in Unova, Gardevoir chimed in, clutching an ice cream cone that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. Shigeru felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. When did the Unova champion's castle become the Elite Force? You truly don't regard Alder as a person, do you? Before Shigeru could ponder further, the school bell rang, and a throng of clear-eyed university students poured out of the academic building. They gathered in groups, making their way toward the competition venue, quickly surrounding it in layers. However, it was comforting to see that the students exhibited more order. The first row sat on the ground, the second row occupied the spectator seats, and the third row stood. Upon surveying the scene, Shigeru could not help but admire the organization displayed by the students of Rainbow University, ensuring that everyone had a clear view of the battlefield. Wow, so many people! Gardevoir exclaimed, nervously hiding behind Shigeru. Don't worry, university students are quite amiable. Just look at their expressions, how? Foolishly wise. Shigeru stammered. The students' innocent expressions were almost overflowing with naive enthusiasm, clearly embodying the essence of traditional university students. Gardevoir tilted her head. Are you trying to say they look a bit silly, not like bad people? Shigeru coughed awkwardly. Ahem. Ligia-sensei, have all the students arrived? Ligia's expression was peculiar. They have. Perhaps a bit too many have shown up. Even students from the theory department are here. Shigeru scratched his head. Huh? Go, Professor Okido. We are from the theory department. A group of students on the sidelines cheered, waving flags. Professor Okido is formidable. Let the battle department see the power of our scholars. Indeed, when we in the theory department get serious, we are also quite strong. On the other side, students from the battle department protested, that's absurd. Professor Okido is a bona fide tactical theory professor. He should be one of us. Exactly. You merely dabble in theory. Professor Okido excels in both theory and practice. Enough. Stop arguing. Shigeru groaned, pressing his forehead in exasperation. What is there to debate? Classmates, strategy is the pathway to enhancing battle proficiency. Practical experience is the ultimate goal of battle theory. If you can set aside your prejudices and assist one another, I firmly believe that you will all acquire a wealth of knowledge, Li Jia articulated. After hearing her words, the students on both sides turned their gazes towards Xiaomao, seemingly awaiting his final commentary. Xiaomao rolled his eyes. Are you all waiting for me? A collective nod of agreement arose from the group of university students. Well then, just wait, Xiaomao smirked. I can hardly be bothered to comment. It is crucial to understand that one's knowledge of Pokémon forms the foundation of all battles. Pokémon are enigmatic, formidable beings brimming with untold possibilities. Attributes, traits, hidden abilities, hundreds of distinct forms, and thousands of unique skills all necessitate a robust theoretical foundation. Thus, theory and combat are not opposing forces. Rather, they should complement one another, fostering mutual growth rather than disdain. A clever trick may win a single match, but cannot secure an entire season of complex tournaments, let alone the fiercely competitive league championships. Combat is not merely a technical directive, it is an art of guidance. Next, Li Jia and I will dissect a complete gym match. And I hope you will engage earnestly in your studies. A wave of enthusiastic applause erupted from the sidelines, with the students' eyes sparkling with anticipation as they turned towards the battleground. Li Jia clapped excitedly. As expected of Professor Okido, I have truly learned much. Xiaomao smiled modestly, then. Shall we commence? The esteemed referee from the academy solemnly ascended the judging platform and raised his hands. The gym demonstration match is about to begin. Both sides, prepare yourselves. Not far from the crowd, an elderly gentleman with a square face, sporting two prominent mustaches and impeccably styled hair, donned a gray trench coat. He stood alongside Principal Monet, observing from a short distance. Humph, that Okido fellow has quite the remarkable grandson, Dr. Yamanashi commented solemnly. Of course, just look at who taught him, Principal Monet replied. His delight, evident as his mustache, seemed to flutter with joy. The Sinnoh academic delegation has arrived at Rainbow University, led by Dr. Yamanashi along with a cohort of esteemed scholars bearing the latest academic findings. Oh, it appears that Gardevoir is enjoying herself here, a scholar with flowing golden hair, clad in a black trench coat and wide-legged trousers, mused with a slight smile. Monet discreetly glanced at the striking blonde. She was none other than Gardevoir, the renowned historian and mythological researcher of Sinnoh, and the most formidable woman in its history. Suddenly, Gardevoir turned her head, her smile blooming like a flower upon seeing her friend, Cynthia. The two golden-haired maidens exchanged joyful glances. Xiaomao, taken aback, turned around as Dr. Yamanashi and his group of scholars approached. We intended to attend one of your lectures, Professor Xiaomao, but the principal informed us that you would be conducting a demonstration match this afternoon. Would you mind if we joined? Of course not. It is my honor. Xiaomao replied politely, bowing slightly. After all, Dr. Yamanashi was a predecessor of Professor Okido, and a bow would not diminish him. Dr. Yamanashi nodded, and the group of scholars settled quietly to the side. Thus, amidst the gaze of many, Xiaomao's demonstration match officially commenced. Chapter 44, Practical Demonstration Match on the battlefield of Rainbow University's Grand Playground. Xiaomao and Li Jia had taken their positions. With the arrival of distinguished guests Dr. Yamanashi and the Sinnoh champion, Sharona, the competition officially commenced. Even the battle-hardened Li Jia swallowed hard at the sight of the audience. It was only natural to feel a bit anxious in the presence of the Elite Four and the Sinnoh champion. Li Jia, do not panic. Just play as you usually do. Remember your original intention of becoming a gym leader, Xiaomao reassured her. I understand. Let's go, Victory Bell. Li Jia steadied her mind and summoned her Pokémon. Xiaomao then turned to explain, Li Jia specializes in grass-type Pokémon. Does anyone know why gym leaders focus on a single type? A bespectacled student from the theoretical studies raised his hand. Yes, this student, Xiaomao acknowledged him. Because gym leaders exist to train novice trainers preparing for the Pokémon League. Therefore, separating the types facilitates learning how to counter each type effectively, the boy explained timidly. Excellent, Xiaomao nodded. It is essential to remind everyone. Do not harbor resentment for losing, nor complacency for winning. The purpose of gym leaders is to assess your true capabilities. Many of them possess a myriad of strategies to defeat you. For instance, if it were not for this gym match, I would not be facing a Victory Bell, but rather a Venusaur. Ah, so that is how it is. I thought gym leaders were rather weak. With average team levels between 25 and 35, a battling student realized, only to be met with disdainful glances from his peers. You didn't know that gym matches do not involve the gym leader's main team? How clueless. Tossing his Pokeball, Xiaomao continued. So, what is the most effective type against grass? Certainly flying type. A student shouted. Fool, it should be fire type. Another student interjected, clearly favoring a more straightforward approach. The theoretical student analyzed further. It should be ice type. Poison type is also a good choice. Xiaomao threw his ball. Come forth, Scyther. With a whoosh, Scyther entered the arena. Its scythes poised for battle. Indeed, bug type is also relevant. Murmurs spread among the audience. Everyone's points are valid. Xiaomao nodded towards Li Jia, who patiently awaited her turn. In a teaching match like this, there are many facets to discuss. These attributes are more advantageous against grass types. However, this is merely a preliminary assessment. In practice, one must consider whether the opponent possesses dual types. For instance, Bulbasaur is both poison and grass type. Thus, using poison-type moves would yield average results. Similarly, if a Pokémon has a grass-water dual type, fire-type moves would not be effective. He continued, if grass is combined with poison, it would be weak against psychic types. Grass and flying would increase vulnerability to ice-type moves. In summary, various combinations necessitate diverse tactical responses. I urge everyone to think on their feet. Dr. Yamanashi observed Xiaomao with keen interest, realizing the young strategist had hidden depths. It appeared that pressing him further could lead to new research opportunities. As the pre-match explanation concluded, Xiaomao looked at Li Jia. You may begin. Li Jia nodded, her expression turning serious. Victory Bell, use growth. Victory Bell trembled, expanding in size as a reddish glow signifying increased ability enveloped it. Look, Teacher Li Jia has taken the initiative to bolster her Pokémon. What will Professor Okido do? Xiaomao's calm voice resonated. Use Shadow Clone, then Rapid Movement. In an instant, the field was filled with phantoms as Scyther transformed into multiple images, darting about erratically. Li Jia frowned. If she couldn't trick Scyther, there was no other option. Victory Bell. Use Vine Whip. In a flash, several vines shot forth from Victory Bell, obliterating the shadow clones that dissipated into puffs of smoke. A chilling breath echoed as Li Jia looked up sharply. Above, Victory Bell's eyes tracked the movement, but its body could not react in time. Scyther, aerial attack. Xiaomao revealed his strategy. Boom. The silver wings of Scyther sliced through Victory Bell, sending it flying. Now a flurry of strikes. Xiaomao seized the opportunity, unleashing a series of rapid blows. With each strike, Scyther glimmered with a pearly light, transforming into a flurry of slashes that relentlessly assaulted Victory Bell, leaving it unable to land safely. In the final blow, Scyther executed a crescent-shaped slash, sending Victory Bell hurtling towards the edge of the battlefield. Victory Bell, its eyes swirling, collapsed to the ground. Quite intriguing, Sharona remarked from the sidelines. A hint of interest gracing her lips. Do not bully young Master Xiaomao. Gardevoir warned her friend. If you wish to battle, I shall fight you. Sharona looked at her friend in astonishment. Are we really friends? Gardevoir waved her hands anxiously. Wait until young Master Xiaomao's main team grows stronger. Only then shall you fight. Not now. Fine, fine, no fighting, Sharona chuckled, ruffling Gardevoir's hair. My little doll has grown up. Humph, not at all. Gardevoir pouted, turning away. As the first match concluded, Li Jia breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaomao's precise opportunism and relentless execution had indeed placed her under considerable pressure. Xiaomao patiently began to analyze the match for the students. In facing the highly mobile Scyther, Victory Bell's most plausible countermeasure would have been to use Sleep Powder. Li Jia's initial growth was, in fact, a bait to draw Scyther in close. Correct? Li Jia nodded. Indeed, but Professor Okido saw through it, forcing me to attack. Xiaomao continued. This leads to my second point. Victory Bell possesses one of the highest counts of Vine Whip among grass-type Pokémon. Therefore, I had Scyther create numerous targets, inducing a visual distraction. During the moments of Scyther's shadow clones moving about, Victory Bell would inevitably be distracted, oblivious to Scyther's true form taking flight. Finally, with a decisive strike, I capitalized on the speed gained from rapid movement to finish the match before the opponent could react. The students listened in awe, realizing the depth of strategy involved in just a few minutes of battle. Goodness, did they engage in several rounds of mental chess? Some battling students widened their eyes, steam seemingly rising from their heads, likely overwhelmed by the complexity of the tactics. These students were likely the brash type, akin to Ash, charging forward with sheer fervor, believing that if strategy failed, they could simply outlast their opponents with tenacity. However, the truth remained that Ash, through his experiences across various regions, had often displayed remarkable and unexpected maneuvers despite his still fiery combat style. However, the individual in question has made significant strides in the realms of common sense, judgment, and analytical abilities. Do you genuinely believe that Xiaoji remains the same underachiever he once was? In the World Championship, Xiaoji exhibited an unparalleled mastery of the system. Once the students have absorbed enough knowledge, Xiaomao presented a second Pokeball, signaling to Li Jia that the second round could commence. It is worth mentioning that in gym battles, Gym trainers are not permitted to switch their Pokemon. Thus, if the situation is unfavorable, one may immediately exchange their Pokemon. Even if you were to utilize a rotation of 3 Pokemon to gradually deplete your opponent's health, that is entirely permissible. Xiaomao raised an eyebrow, remarking that if you could manage to outmaneuver the gym leader through frequent substitutions, I would concede that your speed is indeed impressive. Ligia, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied, well, Professor Okido, that tactic seems rather underhanded. Xiaomao shrugged apologetically, I couldn't help myself. I've learned something new and will certainly experiment with it at the Rainbow Gym. The students observing this exchange perked up, hastily jotting down notes. It is needless to say that there would inevitably be a horde of unscrupulous challengers rushing to the Rainbow Gym, eager to test the limits of Ligia's defenses. Ligia, somewhat irritated, smoothed her chest, while the nearby old principal felt a parched throat, reminiscing about his youthful days. Doctor. Yamanashi twitched at the corners of his mouth and delivered a swift reprimand to Principal Monet. With so many students present, please maintain decorum. Hey, Yamanashi, you old grouch. Can't you handle a surprise attack? If you had the guts, face me head on. Principal Monet retorted, his anger evident as he puffed out his cheeks. Doctor. Yamanashi narrowed his gaze. Who are you calling an old grouch? Principal Monet promptly subdued his demeanor, retracting his neck and offering a beverage. Senior. Would you care for some tea? Dr. Yamanashi finally nodded in satisfaction, choosing to overlook the old man's indiscretions. Chapter 45, Practical Demonstration Match. Part 2. The demonstration match between Xiaomao and Ligia was still in progress. Although some were dissatisfied with Xiaomao's bold maneuvers at the Rainbow Gym, Ligia could only cast a sidelong glance at him and proceed to summon her second Pokemon, Oddish. Prepare for battle, she declared, adjusting her sleeves. Xiaomao cleared his throat and continued his commentary, seemingly oblivious to the tension. Attention, students who haven't challenged the Rainbow Gym yet. Oddish is also one of Ligia's frequently used Pokemon, a grass poison type. We can speculate its ability might be chlorophyll. Ligia nodded helplessly. That's correct. Thus, to enhance Oddish's speed, it will undoubtedly employ Sunny Day. At this moment, our best choice, of course, is a powerful fire-type Pokemon. Herdier. I entrust you with this task, Xiaomao announced as he released his Pokemon. Although Oddish's speed would be significantly boosted by chlorophyll, if the opponent dared to initiate Sunny Day, a single fire-type attack would spell catastrophic damage. For fire types, even if they endure 2 grass-type attacks, the trade-off is still worth it. Xiaomao raised an eyebrow. Woof. As Herdier entered the fray, it immediately bared its teeth and let out a fierce growl. Oddish trembled in fear, shrinking back as a blue aura enveloped it, reducing its attack power. I see. Herdier's Intimidate ability, observed Sharona from the sidelines. Compared to the Blaze ability, the Intimidate trait is generally more versatile. When a physical attacker is intimidated upon entry, it truly affects their performance. May we commence? Li Jiao frowned. The match hadn't officially started, yet they had already incurred a negative buff. While it didn't inflict direct damage, it certainly disturbed the mental state. Please, go ahead. Xiaomao replied with a shrug and a slight smile. Oddish, use Sunny Day. Even though Xiaomao had anticipated this move, Li Jia still chose to activate the weather skill for the sake of the subsequent battle. See, if I don't activate it, it would be akin to self-sabotage. By using it, we can both share the benefits of sunny weather, Xiaomao explained with a grin. Wow, Professor Okido is indeed clever. Not only did he predict the opponent's move, but he also required you to execute it according to his plan. It's quite frustrating, murmured the students. Li Jia regained her composure. Indeed, in a formal match, one cannot allow oneself to be so easily led by the opponent. Truly, Professor Okido excels in psychological warfare. Realizing this, Li Jia took a deep breath and calmly faced Xiaomao. I see through your tactics, Professor Okido. Do not think you can disrupt my judgment with psychological tricks. Xiaomao tilted his head awkwardly. All right then, go for it, Herdier. Use Bite. With eyes aflame, Herdier fixed a menacing gaze upon Oddish. Oddish's expression quivered. On the verge of tears. Oh dear, family, who understands? I was startled by this snarling dog, and now it's glaring at me. So terrifying. Li Jia's voice faltered. Now the match had barely begun, and both offense and defense had been weakened. Herdier, Ember. Xiaomao commanded without hesitation. Boom. Under the auspices of Sunny Day, a bright orange pillar of fire erupted from Herdier, soaring towards Oddish. Oddish, use Vine Whip to evade. Li Jia reacted swiftly. Oddish lashed out with its vines, securing itself to a nearby tree, and with a strong tug, propelled itself away. Chlorophyll is indeed troublesome, but... Xiaomao snapped his fingers. Herdier, can you lock onto its position? Herdier nodded in agreement. Then, do not hold back. Use Flame Wheel. Xiaomao gestured emphatically. Herdier surged forward, engulfed in flames. resembling a fiery wheel as it barreled towards an unoccupied area. Boom. In the next instant, it appeared as if Oddish had collided with Herdier head-on. The flame was striking true. Oddish fell to the ground, barely clinging to consciousness, yet managed to twist its body just enough to evade a fatal blow. Observing the opponent on the ground, Herdier cautiously approached. Wait, Herdier, fall back. Xiaomao frowned. The opponent had not fully lost combat capability. One should not approach to inspect in such a situation. Oddish, use sleep powder. Li Jia seized the opportunity. However, due to Xiaomao's foresight, Herdier had already retreated 2 steps, escaping the range of the sleep powder. Ember. Xiaomao continued his assault without hesitation. Boom. The flame struck true, and Oddish's eyes rolled back as it fainted. The referee immediately called for a halt. Oddish has lost its ability to battle. Herdier is the victor. There was nothing more to discuss. This was simply the basic operation of fire against grass types, where firepower overwhelmed, coupled with a preemptive read of the opponent's movements. After recalling Herdier, Xiaomao sighed. Li Jia glanced at the persisting sunny day, her brow furrowing with concern. Judging by Xiaomao's character, his next Pokemon would likely be another fire type. She secretly wished she could summon Gloom or Venusaur to swiftly conclude the battle. On the other side, Xiaomao solemnly reminded the surrounding students, it is crucial to note the importance of finishing off your opponent. Remember, matches are practical battles. You must ensure complete victory over your adversary. As long as the referee has not called for a halt, you must continue your assault without granting the opponent a moment's respite, nor an opportunity for a comeback. Li Jia took a deep breath. Truly, Professor Okido is ruthless. Reluctantly, she steeled herself to finish the match she had committed to. I will now summon my last Pokemon. Generally speaking, in a best of 3, Professor Xiaomao has already secured victory in this gym battle. However, for the sake of everyone's learning experience, let us complete the final round. Come forth, Weepinbell. A Pokemon with a round flower but atop its head and drool dripping from its mouth entered the arena. Upon noticing the crowd surrounding it, Weepinbell felt an inexplicable, anxious scent wafting through the air. Oh no. A biochemical weapon. Help, I'm about to lose my composure. Professor Li Jia, we're on the same side. Don't shoot. The students stumbled about, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma. Li Jia chuckled darkly, glancing at Xiaomao. Xiaomao casually donned a gas mask he had retrieved from nearby, taking his time to secure it. Thank you for your efforts, Gardevoir, he nodded. Gardevoir gave a thumbs up. No problem, young master Xiaomao. Li Jia's lips twitched. What is this? Xiaomao shrugged and turned to the students. This is one of the key points I wanted to make. Always research strategies before challenging a gym. Li Jia's signature Pokemon, Weepinbell, could deter most Pokemon merely with its unusual odor. I prepared gas masks in advance, and that solves the issue. Li Jia shook her head with a smile. But this only renders you immune to Weepinbell's odor. What about the Pokemon? Wait. As she watched Xiaomao delicately open the Pokeball, a Charmeleon entered the field with rubber plugs stuffed in its nostrils, leaving Li Jia utterly dumbfounded. The Charizard, with its mouth agape, flexed its jaw and flared its nostrils, standing proudly with its arms crossed. Can we really do this? Li Jia herself was uncertain. The crowd collectively directed their gaze towards the referee in the center, who was now lying on his workstation, gasping for oxygen due to the overwhelming fumes. Observing the eager expressions of the audience, the head referee struggled to rise and elucidated. In Pokemon battles, one item is permitted and only one. As long as it is not a hazardous weapon, it is allowed according to the rules. Professor Okido's Pokemon fully complies with the regulations. Thank you for your clarification, head referee. Shigeru smiled and nodded. Do you have anything else to add? The referee nodded. I need an ambulance. Thud. After uttering this, he collapsed, unable to recover. Ultimately, another professional referee, equipped with a gas mask and protective suit, ascended to the judging platform. Ahem. So, for the final match, let us proceed swiftly, shall we? Begin. The referee signaled the start of the match with a swift hand gesture. Stinky Flower, Sunny Flame. Li Jia, losing her previously confident demeanor, did not hold back and launched her ultimate move, Dragon Rage. Shigeru faced it head-on. Mainly, there was no need for defense. He could not withstand the attack. Boom. The golden flames of Sunny Flame clashed violently with the blue fire of Dragon Rage, resulting in a tremendous explosion at the center of the arena. Seizing the moment amid the billowing smoke, Shigeru decided to take advantage. Charizard, use smoke screen. Whoosh. The thick black smoke mingled with the dust from the explosion, enveloping the arena in darkness. Stinky Flower, use Lucky Chant. Li Jia initiated a rather uncommon move. A circle of blue glyphs surrounded the Stinky Flower before merging into its body. What skill is that? The battling students looked bewildered towards the theoretical department. The theoretical students puffed out their chests and explained, Lucky Chant is a normal type skill that, once used, Prevents direct critical hits for a period of time. Oh, the battle-hardened students nodded, somewhat clueless, observing the Charizard still valiantly exhaling smoke. Shigeru snapped his fingers with satisfaction. All right, let's finish this. Fire burn. The Charizard abruptly closed its mouth, igniting sparks between its sharp teeth. Boom. The pervasive smoke was instantly ignited, transforming the arena into a sea of flames. On the stands, Cynthia stood up. I can't believe it can be used this way with smokescreen. I eagerly anticipate his growth and strength. To be honest, after constantly battling Wusong and Day, Cynthia had grown somewhat weary. What? Ailu? That's even worse. That bug-type miscreant would be terrified to even face her. She craved more intense and unpredictable battles. At this moment, it seemed Shigeru possessed the potential to become a worthy opponent recognized by the Valkyrie. Thanks to Lijia's sunny day. The flame's power surged, and the stinky flower, engulfed by the inferno, fainted. Whether from the heat or fear remained uncertain. Observing that it was adequately roasted, Shigeru nodded. The Charizard opened its mouth, drawing in all the flames. Producing a bottle of vodka from its rear, the Charizard gulped down a couple of swigs, letting out a satisfying belch, and forcefully expelled 2 nasal clogs that landed squarely on the stinky flower's face. All right, come back, Charizard, Shigeru said. His face flushed with embarrassment, wondering where this creature had pilfered the vodka from. It couldn't possibly be diluted medical alcohol, could it? Ligia recalled her stinky flower. Casting a complex glance at Shigeru, the demonstration match has concluded. Everyone should take their time to review. I'm a bit tired. Ligia. Thank you for your hard work. Shigeru scratched his head sheepishly. Ligia shook her head. A match is a match. I have that much awareness. As she handed over the badge, Shigeru graciously accepted it. Principal Monai approached with a warm smile. Tonight, there will be a banquet in the Grand Hall, welcoming the scholars from the Sinnoh delegation. Shigeru, you will accompany me. Shigeru nodded. Of course, I will be there. Ligia-sensei, will you join us? Ligia sighed wearily. I think I'll rest. I won't be attending tonight. Shigeru tilted his head, watching Lijia's retreating figure, unable to refrain from muttering. Sigh. Not enthusiastic about food. Is there something wrong, or is it just a relative visiting? The students nearby rolled their eyes, thinking, Professor Okido. She probably just needs some time for mental preparation. After all, it's hard to continue idolizing you after battling. Chapter 46, A surge of evolutionary resources. A sharp pain coursed through Xiaomao's head, as if he had been struck head-on by a Snorlax. The wet sensation against his cheek stirred him from his stupor, and upon opening his eyes, he discovered that Eevee was perched atop the head of a magnificent hound. Wait a moment. A big dog. Woof. The swift hound eagerly licked Xiaomao's face, invigorating him further. Its front paws rested on Xiaomao's chest, and he realized that he had dreamed of a Snorlax just moments ago. Goodness, your evolution has come to fruition, Katie Dog. Xiaomao mused, somewhat dazed as he patted the hound's grand head. Woof. Katie Dog flicked its tongue again, leaving Xiaomao's face thoroughly drenched, finally rousing him from his slumber. Yes. He recalled attending the welcome banquet for the Sinnoh delegation the previous night. Initially, he had expected an elegant dinner accompanied by discussions of scholarly matters. Instead, Professor Monet had banged the table, declaring, bring out the drinks. Xiaomao, who was merely 10 years old, felt that despite being considered an adult, it was still too early for him to indulge in alcohol. However, Professor Monet had reassuringly commented, can champagne even be called alcohol? It's merely sparkling grape juice. Rubbing his forehead, Xiaoma sat up on the ship and reflected, from now on, anyone who claims that academics are genteel will find themselves at my mercy. They are nothing short of a band of ruffians. Who was it that forcibly made me drink last night? Oh yes, it was you, Dr. Yamanashi. You sly student. As if orchestrated, Xiaomao felt as though he had been force-fed without having tasted a single dish. He vaguely recalled being escorted back to the office building by Gardevoir after handing over his Pokemon to the 3 graduate students. The last memory he had was of falling into unconsciousness. Wait. Suddenly, Xiaomao remembered something important. He pulled back the covers and sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was still there. Gazing at Eevee and the swift hound sitting at the foot of his bed, Xiaomao tousled his hair and got dressed. After completing his morning routine, he opened the bedroom door to find 3 bustling figures. Professor, you're awake, Xiaoxue exclaimed, approaching him with documents in hand. Ah, thank you all for your hard work. I was quite intoxicated last night. Xiaomao waved his hand dismissively. You mean Professor Monet, right? Xiaoxue chuckled awkwardly, beginning her report. Yesterday afternoon, all the materials you requested were delivered by the logistics department. Since you mentioned before sleeping that your Pokemon breeding work was to be handled by us, we utilized evolution stones on Nidoqueen and Katie Dog. The results of their physical assessments are outstanding. Here is the report. Xiaomao glanced at the report briefly. Excellent work. Everyone. It was evident that the 3 graduate students had put in considerable effort, utilizing what appeared to be perfect-grade evolution stones. Both Nidoqueen and the Swift Hound had shown significant improvements across various metrics. Additionally, there were 2 Pokémon that had already been equipped with evolution items but showed no immediate signs of evolving. July led the 2 to Xiaomao. Xiaomao gazed at the brass-colored Scyther and the heavy-armored Tyranitar, unable to suppress a twitch of his lips. Scyther, why do you look like an African chicken? Xiaomao sighed. Whoosh. Scyther glared, pointing at July. This woman said that applying a metallic coating would allow for evolution. Tyranitar scratched its head in a daze, the heavy armor causing it discomfort. Well, both of these will serve as examples for the upcoming seminar, and if they can evolve in the next few days, that would be splendid, Xiaomao contemplated aloud. After this period of nurturing, Xiaomao's team had generally reached an average level of 35. The evolution of all Pokémon could now proceed without excessive pressure. The remaining unused evolution materials had been placed in the materials cabinet, readily accessible for him. July adjusted her glasses, dressed impeccably in a black professional outfit, complete with a fitted skirt and high heels. She looked every bit the diligent secretary. For some reason, the image of Kona flashed through Xiaomao's mind. Indeed, she was the epitome of office elegance. Suddenly, Gardevoir appeared, materializing with 2 crepes in hand. Young Master Xiaomao, I brought you breakfast. Gardevoir and I spent 30 minutes choosing the perfect crepe filling. Gardevoir proclaimed proudly, presenting the crepes to Xiaomao. Thank you, Gardevoir. I'm quite hungry, Xiaomao replied, taking a generous bite of the crepe. The sea salt cheese base, paired with banana, almond slices, bean powder, and rice cake, delighted him. As he savored his meal, Gardevoir proudly hovered beside him, hands on her hips. I must tell you, young Master Xiaomao, you were quite tipsy yesterday. Thankfully, my psychic abilities were sufficient to carry you back. I even helped with, your outerwear. Xiaomao felt a flush of embarrassment. I truly fell for Professor Monet's tricks this time. He will never drag me to another drinking party again. Thank you, Gardevoir. Of course, Gardevoir replied, exuding confidence. At that moment, Psyduck waddled over, holding a spoon, and mischievously chimed in, my foolish young Master Xiaomao. If I hadn't shown up yesterday, Gardevoir's wicked little hands would have reached your abs. Cough. Xiaomao's face turned crimson as he nearly choked. Are you alright, Professor Oak? Have some tea, Dingxiang, who had just finished with the Pokémon work, came over with a warm cup of barley tea. Gulping down the tea, Xiaomao shot a glare at Psyduck. This creature, while undeniably talented and formidable in battle, had an insatiable nature. He wondered how such a personality had developed. According to Psyduck's reasoning, it was simply due to his high intelligence, making it difficult to control certain emotions. Do you think Hippowdon is easy to deal with? That old fellow just has a harmless-looking face, Psyduck explained. By the way, Professor Oak, the principal left you a message. The academic exchange will commence at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please ensure your punctuality, July dutifully reminded. Gardevoir, who couldn't comprehend such troubles, nibbled on her crepe, eyeing Xiaomao's cup of tea. That barley tea seems quite delectable. Xiaomao pondered for a moment, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. Professor Monet, since you set the stage, don't blame me for playing my part. He picked up the phone, adjusting his tone to one of seriousness before dialing. Who is it? Let us discuss this in 2 hours. I'm recovering from last night. Xiaomao grimaced. Professor Monet, you're hungover as well. Xiaomao, I understand. Just go to the breeding grounds and look for Director Rob. Tell him I approved it. Whatever Pokémon you need, you can take, Professor Monet replied, still groggy. Xiaomao smiled, having anticipated this response. Hanging up, he turned to Gardevoir. Would you like to visit our university's breeding grounds? Gardevoir's eyes lit up. Yes. I'll call Gardevoir. And we can go together. Xiaomao shrugged. 10 minutes to prepare. Let us meet at the entrance. Understood, young Master Xiaomao. Gardevoir cheerfully agreed, before disappearing in a flash. Chapter 47. Seized the opportunity early after tidying up his attire, Xiaomao stylishly adjusted his hairstyle. Today, he was to attend a district-level academic seminar, where he would be in the presence of world-class figures like Sharona. Naturally, he had to pay attention to his image. He donned a light blue shirt paired with a deep blue blazer and casual trousers, complemented by a white tie and brown leather shoes. He casually styled his tousled brown hair with some gel, achieving a look that was neither overly formal nor too casual, exuding an air of refined elegance. Accompanied by his beloved Eevee and Charizard, Xiaomao set off, leaving behind his other Pokémon, who were engaged in scheduled training sessions. In order to maximize his time and take advantage of every opportunity, he brought along only his 2 hexagonal warriors. Upon arriving at the entrance of the faculty building, he found Gardevoir and Sharona waiting for him. Sorry to keep you waiting, Xiaomao said with a smile as he approached. Well, Gardevoir exclaimed, dramatically swiveling her head like a child, You look so handsome today, young Master Mao. Xiao Mao playfully tousled his hair. Just kidding. When am I not handsome? Gardevoir giggled behind her hand, trying to suppress her laughter. Hello, I am Sharona, Gardevoir's close friend. The striking blonde in a black trench coat and wide-legged black trousers stepped forward to extend her hand to Xiao Mao. Hello, I am Daiki Mao, he replied politely, shaking her hand briefly. It's worth noting that while both Sharona and Gardevoir were blondes, their styles were entirely distinct. Gardevoir's hair had a warm, sunny hue, reminiscent of a Barbie doll, and her demeanor radiated a gentle, princess-like charm. In contrast, Sharona's hair was a more assertive dark golden shade, and her aura was strikingly different. She appeared adorably innocent at times, yet her occasional sharp glances revealed a formidable edge that left an impression. All right, everyone is here. Let us go, young Master Mao. We must seize the opportunity. Gardevoir began, only to be silenced by Sharona covering her mouth. I apologize, my friend speaks without thinking. Sharona said with an embarrassed smile. Xiao Mao shrugged. It's fine. We are indeed here to seize opportunities. Professor Monet actually had the audacity to ply me with alcohol yesterday. I must recover some interest. Haha, Professor Daiki is quite humorous, Sharona chuckled lightly. Since you are Gardevoir's friend, you're also mine. If you don't mind, you can just call me Xiao Mao, or like Gardevoir, young Master Mao. I can handle it, Xiao Mao suggested thoughtfully to Sharona. Sure. Professor Xiao Mao, Sharona nodded. Young Master Mao, let us set off. We must ensure we plunder Professor Monet's resources. Gardevoir eagerly pulled Xiao Mao forward. Ahem, Gardevoir. Let us discuss this topic through telepathy next time. Remember, when encountering any school staff, we are here to prepare for the seminar, Xiao Mao said earnestly. Yes. Young Master Mao, Gardevoir grinned mischievously, subtly pointing at Xiao Mao as telepathy ensued. You're quite the rascal, young Master Mao. Xiao Mao raised an eyebrow. Am I? Hee hee. Yes, but it's quite amusing. Gardevoir laughed as she floated happily in the air. Sharona followed behind, sporting a sweet, maternal smile. It had been a long time since she had seen Gardevoir so joyous. What kind of magic did this young man from the Daiki family possess? The trio chatted and laughed their way to the entrance of the Rainbow University's breeding facility. Though referred to as a breeding facility, it was, in fact, a colossal greenhouse covering an area exceeding 10 football fields, equipped to accommodate nearly all types of Pokemon habitats. Professor Daiki, you've arrived, greeted Director Rob, who had been waiting at the entrance. Thank you for your hard work, Director Rob, Xiao Mao responded, walking alongside the two golden-haired beauties, drawing the attention of onlookers. As rumors spread among the students about Xiao Mao's prowess in matters of romance. After exchanging greetings with Gardevoir and Sharona, Director Rob led the three of them into the breeding facility. I've heard that the breeding facility at Rainbow University is quite famous, but I never expected it to be this expansive. Sharona marveled as they entered the vast, climate-controlled greenhouse. Director Rob puffed out his chest proudly. Of course, this enormous greenhouse spanning over 1,000 acres is a point of pride for Rainbow University. Every year, graduates from the breeding program intern here. Additionally, many esteemed faculty members' powerful Pokemon also reside here. Bear in mind, our breeding facility consumes 30% of the school's budget annually. Yet it generates 80% of the department's output, Rob continued. Xiao Mao nodded inwardly, recognizing that breeding Pokemon was indeed a costly endeavor. Even the simplest Pokemon food expenses were burdensome for ordinary individuals without the support of the League's trainer allowances. This was why the League enforced a regulation limiting trainers to 6 Pokemon. Exceeding this number could impose significant financial strain. For affluent individuals like Xiao Mao, however, requests to lift this limitation could be made following an asset review. In fact, Xiao Mao had already submitted such a request, though it had yet to be approved. Generally speaking, aspiring trainers like Ash, who had little to their name, often entrusted any Pokemon beyond their 6th to acquaintances who were professors, allowing them to serve as subjects for research while ensuring they received a meal in return, thus saving a considerable amount of money. Young Master Mao, does Professor Daiki's backyard also span such a vast area? Gardevoir inquired curiously. I recall my grandfather's backyard seems to encompass an entire mountain behind his house. Perhaps 4 or 5 times larger than this, Xiao Mao pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Rob twitched his lips, thinking, damn rich kids. Don't casually spout such envious remarks. The 4 of them continued their conversation as they ventured deeper into the facility. Rob then inquired about business matters. Professor Daiki, what kind of Pokemon do you require? Xiao Mao produced a list, contemplating as he responded, I need a Scorpy and a Nuzleaf, specifically bred here at the Rainbow Breeding Facility. Additionally, I'm looking for a Geodude and a Froakie that are on the verge of evolution. If any of the faculty members have their Pokemon housed here. Rob nodded. Scorpy is in the cave area, while Nuzleaf is in the glacier zone. I have Froakie and Geodude that meet the evolution criteria. You can take them as you please. That sounds wonderful, rest assured. I will return a powerful Steelix and a rare Greninja to you later, Xiao Mao assured him. Steelix and Greninja. Rob's eyes brightened. So Steelix is indeed correct, Xiao Mao affirmed, noting that wild Steelix and Greninja had been discovered in the Johto region, though no formal academic reports had yet established their evolutionary connection. As for Greninja, a scholar had previously speculated it to be a powerful Pokémon that does not evolve within its singular species. It just so happens that frogs appear in places where mosquito-repellent frogs gather. The Steelix is even more amusing. The academic community still generally believes that Steelix and Onix share little connection, apart from their similar size. These two Pokémon even possess different facial structures. Indeed, Onix has an angular face, while Steelix has a round visage. Is this reasonable? Not in the least. It seems that Professor Oak is destined for another moment of glory. Curator Robert nodded in admiration. Once the connection is established, not only will two new evolutionary chains be discovered, but the evolution of the bullfrog could also be directly equated with that of the Hippowdon. An evolutionary chain of a regal Pokémon could easily make headlines on the Kanto Science Network. So, let us visit Nulla and Scorpius. I wish to personally select them. Smiled Shigeru. Certainly, I promise to point out the finest specimens to you. Robert patted his chest, indicating that it was time to showcase those champion-level Pokémon offspring. Shigeru shrugged and tapped his temple. No worries. My eyes are the standard for discerning Pokémon quality. I have considerable expertise in this regard. Just kidding. My discerning eye is merely for venting. If I were to rely on evaluating Pokémon for a living, I would undoubtedly starve. Cynthia, do you think the breeding house at Rainbow University has exceptionally good Pokémon? Gardevoir exchanged glances with a slowpoke for a while, then looked towards Cynthia with some concern. You need not worry about this. Cynthia smiled and nodded. The reputation of the Rainbow University breeding house is nearly on par with that of the original breeding house at the Quartz Plateau's Alliance headquarters. The Pokémon here are said to possess a unique trait. What trait? Shigeru inquired with curiosity. Cynthia smiled slightly, revealing her pearly teeth, untamed, with a fiery spirit. Unlike the traditional breeding methods of the original breeding house, Rainbow University employs the latest breeding techniques and cutting-edge training philosophies. Pokémon born here are almost universally competitive. Though not particularly friendly for novices, trainers like Shigeru thrive on such spirited ones. Quite intriguing, Shigeru remarked with satisfaction. A combative Pokémon is no issue. What is worrisome is the lack of fighting spirit. Pokémon that lie around like a salted fish should remain at home as pets. After all, in formal competitions, there is a rule against losing the will to fight. Even if you are powerful enough to defeat Arceus if you lie still, the referee will still declare you the loser. Do you not recall how Ash lost at the Quartz Conference? Charizard, despite the immense disparity in strength, fell asleep and handed victory to his opponent. If it were Shigeru in that situation, he would likely be infuriated on the spot. Chapter 48. The Mischievous Scorpion and the Disguised Neuro. While conversing with Director Robert, Xiao Mao and his companions first arrived at the Rocky Mountain area. Scorpions predominantly inhabit the caves within. The sound of thunderous roars echoed through the air as a colossal fan generated strong upward currents. 6 or 7 scorpions danced in the wind, their membranous wings either shimmering with a silvery light or their tails glowing with brilliance. Amidst the chaotic convergence, metallic vibrations erupted in a symphony of sound. 2 trainers, clad in protective arm guards, intermittently separated 2 scorpions that were entangled in a fierce tussle. This is the most talented group of scorpions, Robert explained. They practice daily in these turbulent winds. I see, Shalona nodded, acknowledging, constantly battling in such erratic gales. These scorpions' flying and endurance abilities surpass those nurtured in natural environments. But that was only the beginning. Suddenly, 2 larger scorpions leapt from the group, crashing into each other. One displayed crossed pincers, emanating a cyan cross slash, while the other, enveloped in a golden-purple spiral, charged forward relentlessly. Scissor cross punch and super impact. Xiao Mao raised an eyebrow, noting the impressive techniques learned within the breeding facility. They must either be of exceptionally high level or possess extraordinary talent. Well then, Professor Xiao Mao, choose one. Robert generously waved his hand. Xiao Mao nodded, gently tapping his temple. Identification. A swirl of purple filled his vision, and he silently acknowledged Robert's astuteness. This batch of scorpions all possessed king-level qualifications. However, to be frank, Xiao Mao found himself in a quandary. Each scorpion exhibited similar talents, making it difficult to discern a standout. What's the matter? Are you not fond of any? Robert inquired, puzzled by Xiao Mao's hesitation. Not exactly. I can see that they all possess excellent qualifications, yet I'm still somewhat conflicted. Xiao Mao stroked his chin. Shalona's eyes lit up. Exactly. I understand that feeling of indecision. Xiao Mao rolled his eyes, thinking that his dilemma was not quite the same as mere indecision. Suddenly, Robert jumped up, clutching his backside. Xiao Mao and the others turned to see a well-proportioned scorpion stealthily standing behind Robert, its purple tail glowing ominously with a crimson hue. Poison tail, Xiao Mao exclaimed in surprise, instinctively sending an identification command. Wow, a golden legend. To his astonishment, amidst so many king-level scorpions, there was indeed a champion level 1 hidden within. You little rascal, hurry back to training, Robert exclaimed, feeling his dignity as a director was compromised. The mischievous scorpion smirked, sticking out its tongue and winking playfully. So adorable, exclaimed Gardevoir, her eyes sparkling. Honestly, you little rascal, you've once again pranked the director. The male trainer nearby sighed. Oh dear. It seems my bonus this month is saying goodbye. Come here, you two, accompany the little rascal for practice. The trainer clapped his hands. The two largest scorpions immediately performed a mid-air turn, diving toward the mischievous one. With a playful flick of its tongue, the little scorpion swayed its body rhythmically, wings folded, and tail gently touching the ground. Just as the two larger scorpions approached, the little rascal suddenly propelled itself upward with a swift flick of its tail. Bang! The two larger scorpions collided, spinning dizzily for 2 rotations. In the air, the little rascal twirled its tail, its tongue flicking out as it reveled in its delight. This is becoming increasingly entertaining, Xiao Mao smiled, positioning himself at the front as a spectator. The two larger scorpions, frustrated by their failure, soared back into the sky, simultaneously preparing their ultimate moves. With a flash of white lightning, the little rascal abruptly raised its pincers, and red and blue lights enveloped it in a dazzling display. Boom! Faced with the dual onslaught of the two larger scorpions, the little rascal confidently extended its pincers, bracing itself against the powerful moves. As the dust settled, Shalona, standing behind Xiao Mao, couldn't help but take a closer look. Indeed, the little rascal had successfully withstood the formidable attacks from the strongest scorpions in the group. This child loves to be mischievous, but it is quite strong, isn't it? Robert shook his head in resignation. Clap. Xiao Mao struck the railing with determination. I want that one. The little scorpion glided gracefully to Xiao Mao's side. Without hesitation, he extended his hand. How about it? Shall we go tease others? The little scorpion's eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of a playful puppy, as it eagerly extended a glowing purple pincers. Be careful, Robert gasped, recognizing that the skill it possessed was undoubtedly toxic. Yet, to his surprise, Xiao Mao merely chuckled and grasped the pincers. The scorpion stumbled back in astonishment, its toxic energy dissipating as Xiao Mao firmly held on. Shalona smiled faintly, understanding that building a connection with Pokemon begins with trust. Seeing Xiao Mao grasping it without hesitation, the scorpion's large eyes glistened with emotion. Suddenly, a large caterpillar Pokemon wrapped itself around Xiao Mao's head. Haha. All right, I understand. You can join me from now on. Unfazed, Xiao Mao gently patted the scorpion's back. It finally calmed down, bashfully perching on the railing, awaiting Xiao Mao's Pokeball. Xiao Mao produced a Pokeball and effortlessly tapped it against the scorpion's forehead. The scorpion eagerly leaped into the ball, becoming Xiao Mao's Pokemon. Indeed, a worthy apprentice of Principal Monet. I'm impressed. Xiao Mao's actions were something even professional breeders might struggle to surpass. Mischievous children often lack security and affirmation, so it is essential to be steadfast in their presence, Xiao Mao explained with a shrug. What if the scorpion couldn't retract its energy in time? Gardevoir asked curiously. Xiao Mao hesitated. Well, the infirmary is just next door. Regardless, the first one is done. Robert sighed in relief, glad to see this little rascal off. Xiao Mao felt elated, having acquired a champion-level scorpion with inherited strength, a trickster-esque prowess, a toxic tail, and a cross-poison skill. This child's future was limitless. All right, let's head to the glacier zone next, Robert urged, seizing the momentum. Xiao Mao nodded, removing his coat and tossing it to Gardevoir, who looked bewildered. Put it on. The glacier zone is quite chilly, Xiao Mao instructed nonchalantly. Today, Gardevoir wore a short-sleeved pink princess dress, while the others were in long sleeves. Okay then, Gardevoir replied, obediently donning Xiao Mao's coat. Shalona inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort in her teeth, perhaps from too many sweets. As they traversed the sandy region, Xiao Mao curiously glanced at Shalona, noting the few dragon babies at Rainbow University. It is well known that there are 2 types of Garchomp, the ordinary one and the one belonging to Shalona. The ordinary Garchomp was often overpowered by Aelin's Mega Charizard, while Shalona's Garchomp mercilessly slaughtered opponents regardless of their types, scratching itself with the hardened plants of its foes and polishing its claws with the Electro Ball. There was only one like it, and that was Shalona's Garchomp. In a single sentence, as long as the health bar is visible, I shall demonstrate my prowess. Why is there such a stark contrast when it comes to the fierce Garchomp? Little Mal pondered curiously, Could it be that the bond is simply too profound? After much contemplation, this reasoning seemed to be the only plausible explanation. It was indeed the potent bond that allowed the Garchomp to transcend its type disadvantage, establishing itself as the undisputed ace of the champion, Cynthia. As the group ventured into the glacial zone, a chill enveloped them. Looking up, they beheld the expanse of the frozen ground, interspersed with artificially crafted snowfields. This habitat, teeming with ice-type Pokemon, was a marvel of technology and ingenuity. On the snowy terrain, several Sneasels sharpened their claws, each guarding their own territory. Unlike the sociable scorpions, Sneasels exhibited a pronounced territorial instinct. Among the numerous Sneasels, Little Mouse's gaze was immediately drawn to one that was dozing off. The reason was simple. This particular one possessed a uniquely clear gaze. Are you trying to say it seems a bit foolish? Gardevoir whispered. Little Mouse, bemused, shook his head. If the Sneasel were truly foolish, do you think it could dominate such a vast expanse of snow? He gestured towards the delineated area on the snow. It was evident that the other Sneasels deliberately avoided that zone, indicating it was the domain of the sleeping Sneasel. Just watch, Little Mouse said as he picked up a Pokeball and tossed it towards the napping Sneasel. With a resounding crack, the Pokeball had not yet reached the Sneasel when a swift shadow cut through the air, cleaving the ball in two. Sneasel? Hey, who just attacked? The still drowsy Sneasel abruptly flipped over, its claws raised defensively. Nice reflexes, little one, Little Mouse chuckled. The Sneasel's gaze regained its clarity as it regarded the sky at a 45-degree angle. All right, no more pretending. I'm interested in you. Would you like to join me? Little Mouse stated plainly. The Sneasel looked intently at him, recognizing that he could see through its disguise. It was indeed a formidable character. Approaching Little Mouse, the Sneasel inspected him carefully. What a curious human. There seems to be a comforting energy within him, albeit latent. This wise individual is truly worthy of being my trainer. The Sneasel closed its eyes, and without hesitation, Little Mouse captured it in a Pokeball. After all, one must be cautious. Any hesitation might lead to misunderstandings. And he certainly did not wish to be mistaken for a creep. Beside him, Robert was thoroughly impressed. Professor Oak indeed had an eye for talent, effortlessly selecting this particular Sneasel without any introduction. While Robert might not be fully aware of the origins of other Pokemon, he recognized this Sneasel, whose mother was none other than Principal Monai's own Mischievous. It was with this Mischievous that Principal Monai once held an advantage over Professor Oak's Dragonite in a fierce battle. Had it not been for Monai's sudden discovery of his true passion for academia, Professor Oak might have been the runner-up in the Quartz League all those years ago. Having secured the desired Pokemon, Little Mouse did not linger. After expressing his gratitude to Robert and reminding him to bring Onyx and Krogunk to the exchange meeting on time, he set off with Cynthia and Gardevoir for a meal. Who knows how long the seminar would last? For the sake of precaution, dining first seemed imperative. Today, the treat is on me. Gardevoir, Cynthia. Is there anything special you wish to eat? Little Mouse inquired as they walked. I want stinky tofu. Extra spicy and with chili, Gardevoir exclaimed, waving her little hands. Little Mouse, puzzled, thought to himself that he must have taken too much medicine. Had Gardevoir's taste become so bold? Stinky tofu did not sound particularly appealing. Cynthia hesitated as well. Don't worry. It tastes divine, especially when paired with garlic. It's absolutely delightful. Gardevoir insisted, pulling Cynthia along towards the snack stall by the school gate. Little Mouse shook his head in resignation, deciding he would buy some mouthwash instead. He wasn't particularly concerned for himself, but the thought of the two stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauties emitting the aroma of stinky tofu and garlic was too much to bear. The imagery was simply too exquisite for him to contemplate. Chapter 49, Academic Exchange and the Productive Young Master Mao in the Lecture Hall of Rainbow University, the largest auditorium on campus. A gathering of scholars from Sinnoh and professors from the university's Theoretical Evolution Department had commandeered the space for an academic exchange. Dr. Yamabuki, adjusting his tie with a serious expression, awaited the commencement of the conference. As he contemplated the electric creature and the fiery duck dragon he had brought with him, he couldn't help but stroke his impressive mustache. Regardless of the fact that these Pokemon were first discovered in the Kanto region, they had flourished under his guidance. Truly, I'm a paragon of Pokemon research. Principal Monet cast a displeased glance at Dr. Yamabuki, who was seated in the front row, fondling his mustache. That old fellow, still so full of himself at such an age. By the way, where's that boy, Mao? They're here. Professor Oak and his assistants have arrived. Suddenly, an associate professor from the back of the auditorium shouted. They arrived, but there is no sense of decorum, Monet thought, his expression brightening with amusement. The two vice principals beside him couldn't help but smirk, their expressions betraying their amusement at his barely contained excitement. As the doors swung open, Mao stepped into the hall first, impeccably dressed in a blue suit with a refined bow tie, topped with a pristine white lab coat. What a strikingly handsome young man. Dr. Yamabuki's eyes lit up. As someone who meticulously groomed his own appearance daily, he was undoubtedly a connoisseur of aesthetics. His critiques of Professor Oak stemmed from the latter's relaxed approach to attire in his old age, frequently donning a red shirt paired with khaki trousers that had seen a week's wear. Each time Yamabuki laid eyes on him, he would internally shout, "Bring back that youthful and refined lad." Trailing behind Mao were his secretary, July, and 2 other faculty members, carrying a dozen file boxes. Monet beamed with pride at the sight. While Yamabuki had only 2 files, "Look at my apprentice. This fellow is well prepared." Lastly, Jetalia entered, accompanied by the similarly clad Cynthia. Mao nodded towards Principal Monet, signaling that they could begin. Monet couldn't resist taking a sly glance at Dr. Yamabuki. "Well, I won ramble on. This exchange meeting is officially underway." Reporters from Sinnoh Now and correspondents from Kanto and Johto set up their equipment, ready to document the proceedings. Student assistants at Rainbow University powered up their computers to publish the conference outcomes on various academic forums in real time. Mao approached the front row and politely shook hands with Dr. Yamabuki. "Esteemed Dr. Yamabuki, as a senior, would you like to go first?" Yamabuki nodded in satisfaction. He greatly appreciated Mao's humble demeanor. This lad is commendable. Thankfully, he hasn't been led astray by that old rascal, Oak. With the projector activated and 2 Pokeballs in hand, Yamabuki ascended the podium. "Today, I present my latest findings. These 2 remarkable Pokemon, the newly evolved Electric Beast and the Fiery Duck Dragon, achieved through artificial devices." He rapped the blackboard and then opened the Pokeballs. A flash of white light illuminated the stage as 2 imposing Pokemon materialized. "Ah, so this is the evolved form of the Electric Beast. It appears extraordinarily powerful," murmured the audience. The Fiery Duck Dragon was already an exceptional Pokemon. It was astonishing to witness its further evolution. Whispers of intrigue and surprise rippled through the Kanto scholars, revealing the impact of these discoveries on their understanding. The Sinnoh region is dedicated to exploring the origins of Pokemon and uncovering new possibilities. These 2 newly evolved Pokemon utilize the Electric Driver and the Magma Driver. Our latest innovations from the Sinnoh region, Yamabuki's assistant, a young man with green hair, added. They proceeded to showcase videos of the evolution and various parameters, affirming that the findings were nothing short of exemplary, significantly enhancing the evolutionary expectations of the Electric Beast and the Fiery Duck Dragon. Yamabuki descended from the podium, satisfied, and turned to Mao. "Young man, I hope you will make this journey worthwhile." Mao smiled gently. "I look forward to your guidance." As Mao took the stage, July thoughtfully displayed the prepared slides on the computer. The title Branches of Evolution and Evolutionary Dynamics elicited a stir among the Sinnoh scholars. "That is quite a bold title," one murmured. "Indeed, even our Sinnoh scholars hesitate to publish under such a title," another remarked, as Yamabuki frowned. Principal Monet held his breath, concerned. "Scholars, please maintain your composure. If you wish to engage, kindly wait until I have finished speaking," Mao asserted, his confident demeanor signaling a shift in atmosphere. "Stand back. I am about to impress you." The study of Pokemon evolution has always been a focal point in our academic community. As we know, completing evolution is akin to a transformation in life, with evident benefits and enhancements. So, what does the current landscape of evolution research look like? Allow me to elucidate. Mao proceeded to cite various evolution methods: natural evolution through level advancement, emotional evolution through affection, item-assisted evolution, location-based evolution, and communication evolution. The scholars' initial skepticism transformed into earnest engagement, their expressions shifting dramatically. Beyond the commonplace level evolution, the emotional evolution had real-world examples like the Sun and Moon Pokemon, leading to discussions on daytime versus nighttime evolution. The theory of location-based evolution was corroborated by findings in Sinnoh and communication evolution, one of the earliest branches discovered, received only a brief mention. Item evolution, Mao announced, tapping the large screen. "I categorize it into 3 branches. 1. Natural item evolution. 2. Artificial item evolution. And 3. Biological item evolution." The Sinnoh delegation was taken aback. Did we not come here for a casual exchange? Why does it feel like a lecture? However, the scholars were too eager to care. They were keen to hear Mao continue. Natural items include sharp fangs and sharp claws, along with rarer items like the Sovereign Proof. Cynthia, sitting attentively with her glasses, admired Mao's presentation, nodding in acknowledgement. He truly is the grandson of Professor Oak, a genius in his own right. Mao then proposed to conduct live experiments. Clapping his hands, he signaled for Rob, who entered with his Froakie, accompanied by several staff members from the breeding house. Excitedly placing the Sovereign Proof atop Froakie's head, Rob instructed the staff, "Begin feeding it experience." Several employees skillfully released small Geodudes into the arena. These are exclusive sparring partners from the breeding house, seasoned performers. The mosquito frog is equally unreserved, unleashing a formidable barrage of water jets. At last, after the final small onyx dramatically collapses, a dazzling white light of evolution erupts. As the radiance dissipates, a clapping king frog emerges before the audience. This is the illustrious Pokemon, King Frog. Professor Yamazaki rises suddenly. His eyes ablaze. It is astonishing that it is indeed an evolutionary branch of the mosquito tadpole. One could argue that this discovery by Shigeru is on par with the re-evolution of Electabuzz. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Shigeru claps his hands. But wait. We have the next performer, cough cough. Pokemon, take the stage. Rob is beaming, his grin nearly stretching to the back of his ears, as he produces a Steelix once more. Thankfully, the lecture hall is spacious, otherwise, the Steelix would have to curl up. The Steelix, now coated in a metallic sheen, rapidly absorbs experience and the metallic layer with the assistance of a host of fire-type performers. Soon enough, a formidable steel snake makes its grand reappearance. The Sinnoh delegation gasps, words caught in their throats. Well, Shigeru has managed to astonish them again. All prior hypotheses regarding the evolutions of these two Pokemon have been overturned, and the papers detailing their evolutionary paths will undoubtedly bear the name of Professor Shigeru Okido. With the confirmation of two entirely new Pokemon evolutionary chains, Shigeru has effectively leveled the playing field for Rainbow University. The faculty surrounding them dutifully congratulates Principal Monet, truly a remarkable disciple of the principal. Old Monet, stroking his beard with pride, nods repeatedly. Ha ha ha, you flatter me. After all, this is the only skill I possess, and the children are truly exceptional. Professor Yamazaki's lips twitch for the first time. He feels a twinge of envy towards Professor Okido. Why isn't this my grandson? Just as everyone believed Shigeru's presentation was nearing its conclusion, he once again produced a Pokeball. As everyone has just witnessed, King Frog evolves through natural means, while Steelix undergoes artificial evolution. Other Pokemon capable of utilizing artificial evolution include Scyther and Tyranitar. Rob claps his hands again, and a new batch of sparring partners enters the classroom. The Scyther, painted like an African rooster, is eager to complete its evolution. It can no longer endure the foul yellow paint. Tyranitar, having been showcased by Shigeru, is swiftly recalled, as its physique is not suited for such hasty evolution. After a series of maneuvers, Shigeru nods in satisfaction as he observes Scyther donning its crimson armor. It has finally evolved. As one of Shigeru's most competent fighters, the development of Scyther is indeed crucial. Noticing the Sinnoh delegation, now utterly flabbergasted, Shigeru offers a polite smile. Next, we shall discuss the final type of evolution. Biological evolution, which can also be understood as symbiotic evolution. As a comical slowpoke and a Shelder residing in a tank are wheeled into the classroom, the scholars are thoroughly taken aback. Professor Shigeru Okido, are you aware that you are rather prolific, akin to a Mother Blaziken? Professor Yamazaki continues to grumble inwardly. Why isn't this my grandson? Meanwhile, Professor Nishiomori V, far away at Binyahai Beach, sneezes. Whether it is due to being caught slacking off while compiling the Pokédex, he must quickly clarify the evolution chain of Slowpoke. That way, he can become as esteemed as his ancestors. Professor Nishiomori rubs his nose and glances at the photos on the wall, lost in pleasant reverie. Chapter 50 My rival is a cross-dressing master. The academic exchange conference at Rainbow University concluded splendidly. While President Monet felt victorious, Dr. Yamanashi described it as a carnival in the academic realm. The day after the conference, all the papers were uploaded to the academic forum according to their authors. A paper titled Evolutionary Branches and Prospects, attributed to Honorary Professor Shigeru Omuki of Rainbow University, swiftly ascended to the top of the rankings. Numerous scholars lamented. The Omuki genes are truly remarkable. Before the paper's publication, President Monet approached Shigeru with some hesitation, wishing to have Rainbow University placed before Shigeru's name on the paper. Shigeru, being respectful and caring towards his elders, readily agreed, stating, Rainbow University is my alma mater. Such a request, of course, requires compensation. Consequently, President Monet waved his hand grandly and bestowed upon Shigeru a sum equivalent to 13 months of a professor's salary, which Shigeru reluctantly accepted with tears in his eyes. Moreover, Dr. Yamanashi expressed his respect for Shigeru and sincerely invited him to further his studies in Sinnoh. In Dr. Yamanashi's own words, should Shigeru choose to come, he would be granted a dedicated research institute where he could decide on his research projects. Each year, he would receive a blank check for research funding, allowing him to fill in the amount he utilized. To be honest, Shigeru was quite tempted, although he was not in need of money. Compared to the PhDs of his grandfather's generation, his resources seemed insufficient. Accepting Dr. Yamanashi's offer would undoubtedly elevate him to a realm where wealth was of no concern. After all, who would bother about specific figures when they could simply fill in whatever they wished? However, in pursuit of his dream to become the strongest in the world, Shigeru chose to exercise restraint. Some opportunities could be pursued later, but dreams do not wait. Despite not joining Dr. Yamanashi's team, Shigeru still gained significantly. He acquired a cutting-edge product, the electric drive unit, which would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Additionally, he secured a substantial amount of materials and berries from Rainbow University. It could be said that Shigeru's journey was far from fruitless. He not only amassed a wealth of cultivation materials but also received a 7-figure check. The only downside was the departure of the young girl, Gadelia. Although he had enjoyed his time, her responsibilities as one of the elite called her away. Coincidentally, Sharona was preparing to confront Drayden, and Gadelia boarded Sharona's private plane to depart. As she left, the young girl's eyes brimmed with tears, almost as if she were casting a curse upon Shigeru. He stuffed her small bag with snacks and candies and arranged for a bottle of perfume to be sent to Unova, which finally pacified her. Over the course of his stay at Rainbow University, Shigeru's Pokemon experienced considerable growth. Now, aside from the unique Psyduck, the rest of his team stabilized at an average level of around 35. Furthermore, due to systematic scientific training, the improvements in his Pokemon went beyond mere levels. Only his rivals could truly comprehend the extent of their enhancements. Upon leaving Rainbow University, Shigeru first visited the Pokemon Center to transfer his surplus Pokeballs back to Professor Omuki's lab. He then video-called Professor Omuki to report his situation. Once connected, he saw Professor Omuki happily eating a steaming hot pot of sukiyaki, equipped with chopsticks. "Grandfather?" Shigeru called, bemused. It seemed the old man had moved on from instant noodles to sukiyaki hot pot. "Isn't this the perfect weather for sukiyaki?" Professor Omuki said, swallowing a piece of marbled beef dipped in raw egg. "Grandfather, I am preparing to leave Rainbow City and continue my journey. Please take good care of the Pokemon at home," Shigeru requested. "Not a problem," Professor Omuki replied, distractedly poking at the pot. "Remember the Dragonite egg?" Shigeru reminded him, his lips twitching. "Ah, I knew you would bring that up." Professor Omuki sipped some beer before responding. "Don't worry, it should hatch in a few days. The baby dragon Pokemon has a longer incubation period, so you might miss it for the Quartz Conference. I'll have Dragonite look after the baby for you. Once you return home after the Quartz Conference, you can train it." "All right," Shigeru shrugged. The young dragon's abilities were indeed limited. It would be better for it to learn from Dragonite at home, where it could grow faster. After reiterating a few points to Professor Omuki, Shigeru ended the call. Adjusting his team, he set off with Eevee, Charmeleon, Houndoom, Psyduck, Nidorino, and Scyther. Shigeru then left the Pokemon Center and made his way to Lijia's perfume boutique. Before he could enter, he witnessed 2 hapless souls being ejected by the staff. Bang! One of those thrown out tumbled forward and landed squarely on his knees in front of Shigeru, causing no sense of incongruity. "Isn't that just Ash, the perennial underachiever?" Shigeru chuckled. "Indeed, it is Ash and Brock, the 2 who were unceremoniously expelled," he confirmed. "Damn it, Misty, mark my words. And you staff members, I will not let this go." Ash gritted his teeth as he stood up. "You wouldn't be in this situation if you hadn't blurted out that perfume is an absurd scam," Brock sighed. "Young Master Shigeru, what brings you here?" Ash asked curiously. "I was working part-time at Rainbow University, and now that it's concluded, I'm preparing to head to the next city," Shigeru explained, shrugging his shoulders. "Have you challenged Lijia yet?" Brock interjected. "Of course," Shigeru replied as he opened his badge collection box, revealing the latest edition, Lijia's Rainbow Badge. "Wow, I want that too," Ash exclaimed, nearly drooling. "Shigeru, do you think Lijia will accept Ash's challenge?" Brock asked with a sigh. "That essay given. But you'll likely have to wait until Lijia cools off," Shigeru chuckled, shaking his head. "Ash, you big mouth. Don't you know that aside from her gym, Lijia values her perfume brand above all else? Criticizing her perfume? I doubt you'll be getting that Rainbow Gym badge anytime soon." "Humph. Exactly. Perfume is something you cannot eat or drink, and she refuses to let me challenge her. I will find a way," Ash pouted, beginning to engage his limited brain power. "Well, I think I'll head to the friendly shop to restock," Brock said resignedly as he nodded to Shigeru before wandering off to shop. Shigeru paid no heed to Ash, who was as dense as a brick, and turned to enter the perfume store behind him. "Sorry, we do not serve gentlemen who cannot appreciate perfume," a young female staff member exclaimed as soon as he walked in. Shigeru, bemused, pointed at himself. "I came to buy perfume. Are you certain you want to chase me away?" "I'm sorry, but our manager is quite upset. And we are not serving any gentlemen for the next couple of days," another, more mature female staff member explained. "Oh, these perfumes are so delightful. What should I do? I want to buy them all." Misty exclaimed from the sofa, excitedly clutching several bottles of expensive perfume. Then buy them all. A girl can never have too much perfume. One of the staff members chimed in. But, at this price. Misty hesitated, aware of the constraints of her wallet. The store accepts credit cards and installment payments, the female clerk continued. With a determined bite of her lip, Xiaya slammed her hand on the table and declared, I'll buy it. Just deduct it from Xiaoji's meal allowance. Xiao Mao silently rolled his eyes, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that this woman was not destined to be with Xiaoji. All right, sir, please leave. At that moment, another clerk issued an eviction notice to Xiao Mao. Don't rush me, let me make a phone call, Xiao Mao said as he took out his mobile phone and dialed Li Jia's number. Hello, this is Li Jia. Please speak. A calm voice emanated from the other end. I'm at your store buying perfume. But your clerk is trying to kick me out. Could you come and assist me? Xiao Mao spoke helplessly. Professor Oki? Li Jia's voice brightened with surprise. I thought you had already left. Not yet. I wanted to purchase a few bottles of perfume as gifts for friends, so I came to ask for your help. Xiao Mao replied with a smile. Li Jia immediately became enthusiastic. For her, if you love perfume, then we are good friends. Moreover, with Xiao Mao recently making waves in the academic world, her admiration for him reignited a spark of excitement. So, can I shop in your store now? I feel like your clerk is about to chase me away with a broom, Xiao Mao said, exasperated yet amused. Please don't worry. I'm in the dojo behind the store, and I just finished making a batch of the latest fragrance. You can come directly to the dojo, Li Jia suggested. All right, understood. Xiao Mao nodded and ended the call. Meanwhile, Li Jia promptly called her store. Upon receiving the instructions, the clerk's demeanor shifted dramatically, and with utmost respect, unlocked the store's password-protected door, allowing Xiao Mao to enter through the back entrance of the Rainbow Dojo. Are you Professor Oki? Teacher Li Jia is preparing for her grass-type Pokemon breeding class. Please head straight to the botanical garden. A tall apprentice with a ponytail awaited at the back door. Thank you. Xiao Mao replied as he followed the apprentice to the lush indoor botanical garden. Suddenly, a faint gasp reached Xiao Mao's ears. He looked up to see a figure clad in a pink dress with golden hair, GZ. Goodness. Xiao Mao's lips twitched as he surveyed the sight of this cross-dressing figure. Xiaoji, you're really going all out for the dojo competition. Chapter 51. The rival in education at the Rainbow Gym. A group of girls attending class were thoroughly astonished. The dashing Mr. Shigeru Okito walked in and promptly exposed the cross-dressing Ash. Subsequently, he pulled 3 members of Team Rocket out of the crowd. It was impossible for Shigeru to pretend he didn't recognize them, given their distinctive red and blue hair and Meowth's peculiar accent. Just as Team Rocket showcased their unique ability to change outfits in a heartbeat, Shigeru's Psyduck sent them flying with a swift slap. This was due to Shigeru's harshness. Rather, the presence of so many girls had ignited Psyduck's desire to perform. Shigeru felt a sense of nostalgia watching Team Rocket soar through the air. Meanwhile, Ash, trembling in place as one of the only 2 boys amidst a sea of girls, was feeling quite flustered, especially since he had been publicly dismissed by the gym leader. In this moment, Shigeru took action, whispering to Rika, "What do you say? Could you do me a favor?" Shigeru grinned mischievously. Rika covered her mouth. As expected of Professor Okito, "I will heed your request." Seeing the mischievous glances exchanged between them, Ash's anxiety escalated. He clutched his skirt, shrieking, "Don't come any closer." Yame chide. Minutes later, amidst a crowd of giggling onlookers, Shigeru held his phone in one hand while positioning Ash into various embarrassing poses with the other. Enough already, Shigeru. It's one thing to be defeated, but this is humiliation, Ash exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment. Raising an eyebrow, Shigeru teased, "Do you still wish to challenge the gym?" Rika, standing beside Shigeru, secretly snapped photos. Ahem. Indeed, only in this way can you realize the folly of cross-dressing. I'll accept your challenge once Professor Okito is satisfied with the photos. Lady, I am a man. Help me, Pikachu. Ash lamented, on the verge of tears. Pikachu, adorned in a bow and a little dress, struck a pose but could only respond with a helpless expression upon hearing Ash's call. Psyduck, accompanied by a Nuzleaf, arranged Pikachu perfectly, inhaling deeply. The fragrance of fresh Pikachu is delightful. Having gathered a trove of Ash's embarrassing moments, Shigeru smugly put his phone away. Ash, you understand, don't you? When you see the young master, you must greet him properly. Otherwise, I'll make you an online sensation, the cross-dressing sensation. Understood. Can I take off this outfit now? Ash looked utterly defeated. No way. Rika decisively rejected his request. Today is a female-exclusive event. So, if you wish to challenge the gym, you must remain in this attire. Oh, the suffering. Ash wailed skyward. Ultimately, Ash completed the gym challenge with tears in his eyes. Witnessing Ash's complete roster of starter Pokemon, Shigeru nodded in appreciation. It's still you. Ash, The starters never rely on others. They forge their own paths. After observing the intense gym battle, Shigeru suggested they grab coffee, chat, and perhaps buy some perfume. Rika waved her hand graciously. What is there to buy? Help yourself to the latest products from my lab. Ash, with no shame, inquired of Shigeru. Are you nervous or envious after seeing my lineup? Shigeru shrugged, waving his hand. Do you want me to beat you now, or wait until the Indigo League? You spoiled your starters. Shigeru rolled his eyes. By now, you should have at least 1 or 2 Pokemon evolved to their final forms. Look at all those little ones. Are you their spokesperson? Ash was ready to retort. Whether they evolve or not is up to the Pokemon. As long as we work hard together, even without evolution, we can triumph over evolved forms. However, Shigeru interrupted, the evolution of Pokemon depends on the situation. For a speedy attacker like Pikachu, it makes sense to remain unevolved to maintain an advantage. But for a defensive powerhouse like Squirtle or Bulbasaur, allowing them to waste their time without evolving is a failure on your part as a trainer. Ash nearly choked on his words. All right then, since you say so. Let us have a battle. With a resigned sigh, Shigeru asked Rika, may I borrow your arena? Rika smiled, of course. I'm very interested in watching a battle featuring you, Shigeru, as long as you're not participating yourself. Shigeru raised an eyebrow, sensing a hidden message in her words. Let us go, he replied. Let me show you the bond one share with my partners, one that transcends theory. Ash shouted passionately. While such potential existed, Shigeru remained nonchalant. But can each of them truly unleash their full power? As Ash's first-generation partners, these starters were truly unfortunate. In Ash's final tournament, the highest level and longest-trained first-generation Pokemon, besides Pikachu, didn't even get a chance to battle. In harsh truth, the ultimate reason was that Squirtle and Bulbasaur simply couldn't compete at a world level. Even Charizard, who had once triumphed over the legendary Articuno, could not escape the fate of becoming just another face in the crowd. The timing for their second evolution was off, and their levels and stamina were never prepared for it. The consequences of forcing an evolution through anger led to underdevelopment, despite training for so long in the Charizard Valley and achieving immense battle prowess. They ultimately couldn't adapt to the high-intensity battles and chose to return to Professor Okito's backyard as mere slackers. All of this resulted from the trainer's negligence. Pokemon are akin to a trainer's own children. Sometimes they do not understand the direction they should take, and it is the trainer's responsibility to guide them. In his early days, Ash's affection for Pokemon was somewhat indulgent. Now, let me see your skills. Stepping onto the battlefield, Shigeru beckoned. Go, Pikachu. Without hesitation, Ash commanded a Thunderbolt, his signature move. Scyther, engage him. Shigeru gestured, and Scyther quietly set aside the freshly picked berries, eager to step into the battle arena. Let us go. Scyther's icy gaze fixed on Pikachu, who shivered slightly. The rules are simple. It's a 3-on-3 battle. The match concludes when one side's Pokemon can no longer fight. Let the battle begin, Rika announced as the referee. Pikachu, quick attack. Ash called, sticking to his old strategies. Scyther, close your eyes and use your hearing to sense him. Then unleash a Fury Cutter. Shigeru instructed casually. Let us go. Scyther assumed its battle stance, lowering its body slightly. A mist erupted from its mouth, surrounding it in a glowing white aura. Pikachu darted left and right, surrounded by crackling electricity, rushing toward Scyther. In the next moment, with a flash, Scyther swung its right claw, and a pristine energy blade extended from its scythe, slicing through the air with precision. Pika! Pikachu cried out in pain, soaring backward and crashing into the wall, eyes rolling back in defeat. An instant knockout. Ash exclaimed in shock, rushing over to cradle Pikachu in his arms. Unable to believe his eyes as he gazed at his incapacitated partner, this can't be happening. How about it? Want to continue? Shigeru beckoned again. Let us go. Ash returned to his position, placing Pikachu aside. If Pikachu can't win, then I'll use Squirtle. Squirtle. The little turtle Pokemon took its place in the battle. Let us go. Xiaomao beckoned with his finger, while Xiaoji, though perhaps destined for greatness in the future, would do well to remain modest during this phase. Confronted with an entirely hands-off upbringing and an opponent who had not even engaged in basic training aside from roadside battles, it was imperative that Xiaomao's Pokemon demonstrated undeniable superiority. Otherwise, the Rainbow University's breeding department might as well close its doors. Squirtle, use Water Gun. Xiaoji, undeterred by the odds, pressed on with his assault. Xiaomao, with reckless abandon, empowered his Pokemon with Swords Dance. The Scyther, raising its formidable pincers, spun rapidly, redirecting the force of the Water Gun effortlessly. In addition, the already powerful Scyther received an enhancement to its physical attack. Damn it! If Water Gun won't work, then go in hard. Squirtle, use Rocket Headbutt. Xiaoji was becoming increasingly reckless. Catch it with Metal Claw. Without even devising a strategy, Xiao Mao adapted on the fly. Boom. The little bald-headed Squirtle soared forward, propelled by a surge of energy towards Scyther, only to be ensnared by the creature's cross-extended pincers. Squirtle? The little turtle was bewildered, trapped with its head caught, and unable to retract into its shell. With a snap of his fingers, Xiao Mao commanded Scyther, whose pincers erupted in a brilliant metallic glow. Squirtle, came the anguished cry, followed by a swift loss of consciousness. Do we continue? Xiao Mao sighed, genuinely feeling a pang of sympathy for the effort put forth by his opponent. Come back, Squirtle. You did well. Xiaoxi, his gaze resolute, turned to Xiao Mao. At the very least, I must secure a victory. I shall not concede until the very end. Xiao Mao nodded in acknowledgement. Very well. I respect your decision. Charmander. Though you've already exerted yourself once, I must call upon you again. Xiaoxi summoned his final Pokemon with renewed courage. Xiao Mao shook his head. Its coat is vibrant, yet the flame at the tip of its tail is merely average. Brock is an adept breeder, but its battle training lacks depth. Enough talk. Charmander. Show him our spirit. Use Flamethrower. Xiaoxi roared. Charmander opened its mouth wide, releasing a robust yet unfocused column of fire towards Scyther. Swoosh. Scyther's right claw swung down abruptly, dispersing the flames effortlessly. Xiao Mao regarded the scene with pity. Sometimes, mere fervor is insufficient. To pit an unprepared Pokemon against an opponent vastly superior in both level and strength is akin to encouraging a child to confront a terrorist. Enough. Charmander. Attack with your claws. Xiaoxi shouted in anger. Use the back of your blade, Xiao Mao sighed. Scyther sidestepped, bringing its right hand down with precision. Boom. The claw struck Charmander squarely on the back of its head, causing its eyes to roll back as it fell to the ground, incapacitated. 3 down. Xiaoxi knelt, stunned by the overwhelming defeat, having never experienced such a harsh reality before. Return, Scyther. You performed admirably. Xiao Mao approached Xiaoxi, extending a hand. Loving Pokemon is never a mistake. Since you cherish them, strive to enhance both your and their strengths. If you do not abandon them, if you do not give up, your Pokemon will surely respond in kind. I understand. Xiao Mao rising with Xiao Mao's assistance. Xiaoxi wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. I will not surrender. I will challenge you again at the Indigo League, alongside Pikachu and everyone else. We shall surpass you. Then you must work diligently, Xiao Mao replied with a slight smile. You have much ground to cover. Damn it. Don't be so arrogant. Just wait until Pikachu, Charmander, Squirtle, and I train together to enhance our strength, then you shall witness our true power. Xiaoxi declared defiantly. If I do not defeat you, how can I ever become a Pokemon master? Now that's a claim I never made, Xiao Mao chuckled pleasantly. In any case, do your utmost, you underdog. Humph, we're leaving. Just you wait. With Pikachu in his arms, Xiaoxi turned away, pridefully striding off. Xiao Mao waved behind him. I'll be waiting, my friend. Let us have a grand battle. Without turning back, Xiaoxi walked forward, silently raising a defiant finger. Chapter 52. The cat inexperienced grinding as Ash departed. Green settled into a recliner at the botanical garden, idly toying with his coffee cup. Young Master Green, are you not setting off yet? Legia asked, having sent 3 bottles of specially formulated perfume on behalf of Green. 1 to the Unova Battle Castle, 1 to Ice Island in the 7 Islands, and 1 to Leaf City. Green perused a recent newspaper at a leisurely pace. No rush. Let me see what interesting places are nearby. While rapid advancement is exhilarating, neglecting Pokemon training would inevitably lead to setbacks. If you're looking for training spots, I think you might consider this, Legia suggested, handing Green a flyer. Fighting tournament? No thanks, Green scoffed. The value is too low, and I have no powerful Pokemon ready to evolve. Then perhaps continue challenging gyms? Legia proposed. That is indeed my plan, Green replied, resting his chin on his hand. The shallow red gym is situated deep in the mountains, so I want to level up my Eevee and the others first. Although Aji, the gym leader, would soon become one of the new Elite Four in Johto, his gym's lineup was not particularly formidable. A Scyther would suffice. Currently, Green placed significant emphasis on his Charmeleon, who was not only quiet but also leveling up at an impressive rate. It must be said, the innate talent was remarkable. With just a final push, Charmeleon could evolve once more. The transformation from Charmeleon to Charizard would be a substantial leap. Speaking of which, it was time to treat this fellow. Green resolved to give Charmeleon a Firestone to consume daily before his evolution. On the outskirts of Rainbow City, numerous grass-type Pokemon congregated. While en route to Shallow Red City, they would pass through Black Cloud City, where the abandoned power plant was home to many electric-type Pokemon, including Magnemite. Why not train there? Legia suggested, somewhat resigned. Excellent idea. Green's eyes lit up. Grass-type Pokemon would be a breeze to handle. With that, he decided to set off joyfully. Upon spotting his target, Green eagerly stood to take his leave. Ligia quickly halted him. Wait, there's something else. What is it? Green inquired, turning with curiosity. It's about Xiaoxue. She recently opened a massage parlor on Beauty Street and asked me to let you know that if you have time, you should pay a visit, Ligia said, seizing the moment. Massage, huh? Green nodded. This skill would indeed be useful. It would be nice for Eevee and the others to relax. He agreed to the suggestion. As Green walked further away, Ligia shook her head. That's Xiaoxue. I wonder what she's thinking. Beauty Street lay in the heart of Rainbow City, bustling with Pokemon grooming shops. Their primary business was enhancing the beauty of Pokemon. Green scoffed at this notion. Beauty radiates from within. Adorning with accessories or dyeing fur is merely a tax on intelligence. Entering Xiaoxue's massage parlor, Green was taken aback. Xiaoxue sat in a swivel chair, weeping with her head bowed, while a blonde youth floundered, desperately trying to explain something. Xiaoxue, listen to me. The technology in Sinnoh is cutting edge. You should come with me. The blonde youth insisted animatedly. No, I can't. I haven't graduated from Rainbow University. I can't let years of study go to waste. Xiaoxue lamented, her voice tinged with desperation. Do you want me to leave for now? Green awkwardly interjected. Professor Oak. You're here. I apologize for the wait. Xiaoxue's face flushed with embarrassment as she stood upon noticing Green at the door. Hey, who are you? Xiaoxue and I have matters to discuss. I'll return for a massage later. The blonde youth frowned. Shut up, Xiaoxue exclaimed, urgently grasping the youth's arm. This is my university professor. I specifically invited him. With that age, he can't possibly be a professor. At least come up with a more convincing excuse. The youth grumbled, shaking off Xiaoxue's grip and stepping towards Green. This blonde youth appeared underdeveloped, older than Green by several years yet notably shorter. I told you to scram. Did you not understand? He declared arrogantly, tilting his head defiantly. Let me tell you, Xiaoxue is my girlfriend, and she is soon going to Sinnoh with me. We're not afraid of you. Xiaoxue's face paled, nearly dripping with anguish as she shouted, Stop messing around. I'm not going. Humph. I think you've been seduced by this pretty boy. I'll teach him a lesson, the youth proclaimed, charging towards Green with a fist raised. Green observed the blonde youth, clenching and unclenching his fist several times before ultimately losing restraint. With a swift motion, he seized the youth's head and thrust his knee upward. Thud. The impact of his knee struck the youth's nose, and Green exhaled in relief. Ah, that feels good. You dare hit me. Do you believe I won't call the police? The youth whined, collapsing to the ground while clutching his nose. Professor Oak. Xiaoxue gasped in astonishment, preparing to rush forward to protect her boyfriend. You better think it over. If you come at me, I'll just leave. I'm not getting involved in this mess. Green rolled his eyes. Xiaoxue hesitated, remaining rooted in place. The thought of Brock potentially losing to such a pathetic blonde youth made Green's hands itch again. Grabbing the youth by his collar, Green swung his other hand, delivering 2 resounding slaps. Tell me, who the hell did you just tell to scram? The youth glared at Green with resentment, sneering, I understand now. You're after Xiaoxue, right? You two must have been together for a long time, huh? Ha. Let me tell you, she was mine first. I was already tired of her, and you're just picking up my scraps. Xiaoxue stood frozen, stunned by his words. She had never imagined that the man she loved so dearly, who she almost followed away to another land, was such a person. Green scoffed dismissively, casting a pitying glance at Xiaoxue. So this is your choice? I must say, your taste is quite poor. Xiaoxue sat on the ground, pale and tearful, unable to contain her sorrow. Green paid her no mind, tossing the blonde youth into a corner before summoning Charmeleon and Psyduck to his side. What's up, young Master Green? Psyduck inquired, curiously eyeing the youth in the corner. Nothing much. This guy provoked me, so take care of him. Green pointed decisively at the youth. Oh, what is the procedure? Psyduck asked with interest. Let me think. Just beat him up until he smokes. Green waved his hand nonchalantly. Smack. Charmeleon raised a bottle and brought it crashing down on the youth's head. Where did you even get that bottle? Psyduck, more refined, delivered precise slaps to the youth's face. Soon, the youth lay on the ground, transformed into a colorful mess. Observing Xiaoxue still in shock, Green shook his head. There must be a reason for their misfortune. Were it not for this encounter today, she might have still fallen into the blonde youth's embrace. It appeared there would be no massage service today. I'll take my leave now. Remember to call the police to clean up the mess, Green said, kicking the youth a couple of times before departing the massage parlor with Charmeleon and Psyduck. Xiaoxue lifted her head, gazing at the corner where the youth lay, unable to suppress her hatred. Hello, Ms. Junsha. I'm at my shop. Someone tried to assault me, but was defeated by a passing trainer. They're currently here. Facing the once charming man who had deceived her, Xiaoxue gritted her teeth, raising her high heel. Smack. On the other side, Xiao Mao had departed from Rainbow City. In the lush meadows beyond the city limits, he rode upon his swift canine companion, flanked by a Scyther and a Charizard. Producing the delectable honey he had procured from Rainbow University, a gleeful smile illuminated Xiao Mao's face. He would not spare a single one. The Charizard and Scyther exchanged sinister chuckles and slipped into the nearby underbrush. Soon, an unsuspecting Oddish, drawn by the enticing aroma, wandered close. With a rustle, the undergrowth trembled, and Xiao Mao, along with his swift dog, Charizard, and Scyther, sprang into action. King's Judgment. In an instant, flames surged forth. Boom. The first victim collapsed, having barely glimpsed the assailants. Xiao Mao waved his hand, dragged them away, and continued waiting. The Scyther, filled with exhilaration, seized the Oddish and tossed it into the thicket nearby. Yes, this is the exhilaration. I have braved the rain, and thus, I shall shred your umbrellas. The Scyther roared internally. Meanwhile, Charizard remained composed, crouched in the foliage, awaiting the next opportunity for experience. Chapter 53. Joy in the City of Black Clouds. The formidable power of the dragon surged upwards as Xiao Mao's fire dinosaur reached its critical point after defeating the last pitiful trumpet bud. He promptly tossed a piece of black charcoal into the mouth of his fire dinosaur. Instantly, a brilliant white light erupted, with its wings unfurled behind, horns sprouting from its head, and powerful limbs exuding strength. The fire dinosaur had finally completed its second stage evolution, springing forth as a reliable ace within the team. Feeling the immense power coursing through it, the fire dinosaur could not resist unleashing a jet of flame towards the sky. The roaring flames drew a satisfied nod from Xiao Mao, who felt proud of his fire dinosaur. If you dare to spray fire at me, I'll have my brother teach you a lesson. How to be a dragon. The fire dinosaur adjusted to its new form and beckoned Xiao Mao to climb aboard. Xiao Mao recalled his speed dog and Eevee, leaping lightly onto the broad back of the fire dinosaur. Ah, it's warm and quite soft, Xiao Mao exclaimed, savoring the moment. The fire dinosaur tilted its head, rolling its eyes in exasperation. How could it not be comfortable? This is genuine leather. Finally, there was a Pokémon capable of carrying him through the skies, and Xiao Mao was exhilarated. He patted the fire dinosaur's back, his spirits high. Let us go. Next stop, the City of Black Clouds. Show me your flying prowess. With wings spread wide and exerting its legs, the fire dinosaur ascended like a jet, lifting Xiao Mao into the azure sky. Not bad. Though still adjusting to its newfound flying capabilities, the fire dinosaur relied on instinct and exceptional stamina. Soaring steadily with Xiao Mao atop, the wind rushed past, and Xiao Mao, well prepared, donned his sunglasses. Let us set off. The fire dinosaur eagerly flapped its wings, launching forward with a burst of speed, creating a shockwave that rippled outward, followed by a sonic boom. However, the next moment, Xiao Mao was taken aback as he saw the fire dinosaur drinking while in flight. He lay flat on its back, shouting, "What on earth? Fire dinosaur, are you kidding me? Slow down. Drinking and flying is a no-go." After finishing its last sip of vodka, the fire dinosaur licked its lips, puzzled. Did the boss say something? The wind was too loud. It drowned out his words. With a sigh, Xiao Mao abandoned his sunglasses and, feeling somewhat disheveled, reassured himself, well, at least it can fly steadily while carrying me. That is already quite commendable, certainly better than Ash's Pokémon. All he hoped for was a smooth landing. He would forgive the drinking and flying incident if that happened. Outside the City of Black Clouds, a thunderous sound echoed as if a meteor had struck the earth. Xiao Mao and the fire dinosaur found themselves staring at each other in a mud puddle. You should have thought this through, right? Xiao Mao remarked. The fire dinosaur chuckled, just a little joke. Let me clean myself first. Then you can wait your turn for a bath. Xiao Mao rolled his eyes in exasperation. Bath? No way, protested the fire dinosaur. Ignoring the protest, Xiao Mao recalled the fire dinosaur and limped towards the Pokémon Center. After all, it had landed face first. Xiao Mao had exerted all his effort to remain aboard. It seemed he needed to send the fire dinosaur home for some rigorous flight training with the Dragonite. Despite its seemingly unimpressive little wings, the Dragonite flew both swiftly and steadily, dragging his weary body into the City of Black Clouds. Xiao Mao couldn't help but frown at the foul stench permeating the air. Industrial waste had almost entirely obliterated the city's natural environment, leaving only murky green water and putrid sludge. In such an environment, only poison-type Pokémon would thrive, Xiao Mao thought, shaking his head. Upon reaching the Pokémon Center, Xiao Mao pushed the door open. There, at the counter, Miss Joy was yawning while on duty. There was no warm greeting or gentle smile. Xiao Mao's lips quirked. The Joy family was indeed peculiar. Hello, I need accommodation. Please restore my Pokémon's energy, he said, approaching the counter and presenting his Pokeballs. Miss Joy, without a hint of enthusiasm, handed him a tray. Here is your room key. Water supply is cut off on odd-numbered days, and on even-numbered days, it's intermittent. What? Xiaomao was taken aback. Are you a landlord or something? I feel like I should offer you a cigarette. Miss Joy shrugged. That's just how the water system works in the city of black clouds. There's no clean natural water source available, so water is quite scarce. With a resigned sigh, Xiaomao walked to the corner, picked up the tray for his pokeballs, and returned to hand it over to Miss Joy. The Blissey is on duty. She yawned, calling out behind her. A smiling Blissey approached, apologetically accepting the tray from Xiaomao. Thank you, Blissey, he said. Tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. You are truly an angel in white, Blissey, akin to Miss Nightingale. Noticing Xiaomao's dirty black cloak, Miss Joy reminded him. If you wish to take a bath, you should hurry. Water supply ends at 5 o'clock. You only have an hour. And please, no washing clothes. It uses too much water. Ah, okay, Xiaomao sighed, turning to ascend the stairs. Upon reaching his room, he filled the bathtub with water and, without hesitation, jumped in fully clothed. After a thorough scrub, both he and his clothes were clean. Changing into dry attire, Xiaomao felt a sense of relief. With his travel clothes washed away, he donned a blue casual suit he had purchased in Rainbow City. The white high-top sneakers paired well with the light blue ensemble, creating an unexpectedly harmonious look. Just then, a knock resounded at the door. It was Blissey, holding a pokeball. Xiaomao nodded gratefully. Thank you for your hard work. Blissey, the pink, round figure with a bright smile, was truly the eternal goddess of nurse partners. Gurgle. His stomach growled. Xiaomao patted his belly. Time to grab a bite. Entering the trainer's cafeteria, he was met with empty seats and cold stoves in the kitchen, leaving him in disbelief. How foolish of me to expect hot food in a place where the Joy staff are so lackadaisical. He buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed with despair. For food. There are instant noodles at the counter. Miss Joy floated by, carrying a cup of milk tea. Xiaomao frowned. Is there no proper food? I'm still growing. Noticing Xiaomao's height nearing 1.75 meters, Miss Joy raised an eyebrow. You can still grow? Forget it. If you want something done right, do it yourself. Xiaomao entered the kitchen, donned an apron, and gathered ingredients. Carrots, onions, potatoes, green peas, and steak. The ingredients are sufficient. Resolutely, he turned to Miss Joy. Curry. Is that all right? Miss Joy's eyes lit up, and with a mouthful of milk tea, she nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Totally fine. Xiaomao grinned with a crooked smile. Scyther. Chop the ingredients into cubes. I want them perfectly square, no cutting corners. Understood. Chef Scyther is ready. Speed Dog, accompanied by Psyduck, went off to buy some bottled water and curry blocks. Psyduck raised an eyebrow, giving an okay gesture. With a mischievous grin, he prepared to climb onto Speed Dog's back. Speed Dog growled, try climbing up and see what happens. Psyduck awkwardly chuckled, patting Speed Dog's mane before scampering off to fetch supplies. With everything in place, Xiaomao arranged the seasonings as needed. Let us heat the oil. Before long, the rich aroma of curry mingled with the buttery scent wafted from the kitchen. Xiaomao's Pokemon had already lined up, eagerly awaiting their meal. Beside them, Joy swallowed hard, gazing at the nearby Eevee. Goodness, this is simply too fragrant. Do you usually eat such delectable food? The proud Eevee raised its head, seemingly amused by the woman's apparent naivety. Soon, Xiaomao emerged from the kitchen. Having removed his apron, it's time to eat, everyone. Hooray! Ms. Joy exclaimed, joining the Pokemon in their cheerful celebration. As Xiaomao prepared the Pokemon's food, generously drenching it with golden-hued curry, the flavor intensified remarkably. The Scyther had already begun to salivate in anticipation. All right, let's dig in. After feeding the Pokemon, Xiaomao served himself 2 plates of rice, pouring curry over them before bringing them out. Ms. Joy eagerly picked up a spoon and took a bite. This is absolutely delicious. Her eyes sparkled as she began to rave about the meal. Satisfied, Xiaomao enjoyed his steaming rice but couldn't help but remind Ms. Joy, don't rush, there's still more in the pot. Joy nodded enthusiastically, continuing to devour her food. After the meal, Eevee and the others had round bellies. And even Ms. Joy leaned back in her chair, clutching her stomach while consuming the digestive tablets provided by Chansey. After brewing a cup of hot tea for Joy, Xiaomao tidied up and prepared to head out with his Pokemon. Taking a sip of her tea, Miss Joy inquired with concern, Hey, where are you off to? Xiaomao shrugged and explained, I'm going to the nearby unmanned power plant to help the Pokemon digest. All right. Joy replied nonchalantly, take this with you. With a swift motion, a bag of antidotes was tossed into Xiaomao's hands. Given the prevalence of poison-type Pokemon around Black Cloud City, it was wise to be prepared. Joy turned her back to Xiaomao, her tone light yet brimming with confidence. If luck doesn't favor you, and you get hurt, hurry back. As long as you're not dead, I can heal you. I'll manage that. Xiaomao chuckled as he turned to leave, unaware that Ms. Joy harbored a hidden talent for healing. Such absolute confidence could only stem from profound skill. Perhaps all geniuses possess a touch of eccentricity. This Ms. Joy was certainly not ordinary. Watching Xiaomao's departing figure, Joy smiled faintly, opened her computer, and resumed her leisurely pursuits. Meanwhile, Chansey displayed an expression of helplessness, pondering how a lazy person could conceal such remarkable medical talent. Chapter 54. The Power of the Evergreen and Sakaki. The power station in the city of Heiyun, a desolate human forbidden zone, lay in the corners of the city. This already remote ruin was further haunted by formidable electric-type Pokemon, rendering it a truly eerie and silent structure. Billy, an Electabuzz wildly flailed its arms, unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning descended, striking a towering figure who merely scratched his chest, seemingly feeling a slight itch. Enough of the theatrics, Tyranitar. Dispose of it. A deep, commanding voice resonated. Roar! A massive rock wrecker was launched, and Electabuzz leaped into action, its right hand gathering white fighting energy. Crack! The enormous rock was split in two. However, before Electabuzz could revel in its triumph, a second rock wrecker followed swiftly. Boom! Electabuzz was struck head-on, crashing to the ground. Billy! Gritting its teeth, Electabuzz struggled momentarily before succumbing, collapsing in defeat. Behind it, a Magnemite and a Magneton lay similarly vanquished. A golden flash ricocheted among them, finally coming to rest at the feet of a shadowy figure. Well done, remarked the man in a black suit, stroking his slicked-back hair with a sinister smile. See, Tyranitar? This is what I call professionalism. Sakaki, according to the accurate intelligence from the reconnaissance team, this Zapdos is likely around level 90. Should we notify the nearby officers, like Beast has, to come? Asked the composed secretary, Zhen Yao, adjusting her glasses. Sakaki cast a cold glance at Zhen Yao, who immediately fell silent. The four commanders were far away at the Johto branch, following the elders in their conquest, with only the masked Bishaz remaining in Kanto. However, the insubordinate demeanor of Bishaz was almost palpable, making Sakaki hesitant to entrust his back to him. There's no need for further discussion. Ensure the external task force secures the perimeter and prepare the helicopter for immediate evacuation. Gazing at the fallen electric-type Pokemon around him, Sakaki's eyes darkened. I refuse to believe you won't come to their rescue. Come forth, Zapdos. Thunder rumbled over Heiyun City as thick rain clouds began to gather, golden electric serpents swirling within the darkened sky. What? Jin Yao's complexion darkened as she answered a phone call. Sakaki, the outer troops have been annihilated? Sakaki's eyes gleamed with excitement. Excellent. Let me witness your strength. Power of thunder. Crack. Lightning shattered the surrounding darkness as a golden bird, surging with electricity, descended upon the factory's rooftop. Jin Yao wisely retreated outside the factory. With a wave of his hand, Sakaki summoned Nidoking, Nidoqueen, and Tyranitar, three colossal Pokemon standing before him. Come, Zapdos. Submit to me. Zapdos, eyes crackling with electricity, dove down with ferocity. A golden figure suddenly shot out from the side. Screech. Zapdos cried out in pain, a deep wound appearing on its back. Sakaki's eyes narrowed. How do you like my welcoming gift? Zapdos glimmered with electric energy, surrounding itself in a golden field of lightning. Sakaki's expression shifted. Eliminated. Screech. Zapdos, enveloped in golden plasma, transformed into a divine bird of lightning, diving once more. Nidoking and Tyranitar charged forward to confront it head-on. Boom. Waves of shockwaves expanded outward as Sakaki commanded, Meowth, use Protect. Shielding himself. The energy blast persisted. And as he witnessed the Protect shield cracking, Sakaki's eyes widened in disbelief. 3 level 85 ground-type Pokemon could not overpower a single Zapdos. The realization dawned upon him. He had underestimated the situation. Crack. Thunder roared again, and amidst overwhelming power, 3 figures enveloped in smoke fell. The factory plunged into silence. Departing from the Pokemon Center, Xiaomao was filled with zeal, determined to gain experience at the power plant. Despite the inclement weather, heavy thunderclouds loomed ahead. Observing the stormy skies and fierce winds, he donned his cloak. Just a minor inconvenience. Consider it practice for battling in the rain. Riding his Arcanine, Xiaomao scoffed dismissively. Woof. Suddenly, Arcanine halted, gazing with trepidation at the nearby abandoned factory. What's the matter, Arcanine? Xiaomao frowned. Arcanine, a symbol of bravery and fearlessness, would boldly face opponents of a higher level. Yet, Xiaomao sensed its fear. What is happening to me? He wondered, curiously observing his hand. Just moments ago, he had placed his hand on Arcanine's head and felt its emotions clearly. Boom. A golden beam shot skyward, visible even from hundreds of meters away, leaving Xiaomao in awe. Arcanine, do not fear. Let us investigate, he urged, his brow furrowed. Arcanine raised its head and whimpered, then steeled itself. sprinting towards the energy center with Xiaomao in tow. Upon entering the factory, the exaggerated signs of battle left Xiaomao bewildered. Goodness, what transpired here? The air crackled with a paralyzing static as he dismounted from Arcanine, surveying the dark ruins. With a loud crash, a pile of debris exploded, and a battered Beedrill crawled out, only to collapse immediately. Xiaomao surveyed the chaos, noting the fallen electric-type Pokemon and the 3 colossal figures, charred and lifeless, leaving him in shock. Clearly, a fierce battle had unfolded here. Buzz. A new green light glimmered from the hole where Beedrill had emerged. Xiaomao cautiously approached the remains of the rubble. Thump. Suddenly, his heart raced as a refreshing energy coursed through him. Xiaomao watched intently as a stream of green energy emanated from the debris, converging back into his heart. Ah, he couldn't suppress a moan of delight. Arcanine, with its tongue lolling, nestled close to Xiaomao, squinting in comfort. Only when the light from the rubble faded did Xiaomao regain his composure. Phew. Though uncertain of what had just transpired, he hoped it was a positive omen. Xiaomao continued forward, peering into the rubble. To his astonishment, a disheveled man lay within the debris. It was the unconscious Sakuagi. Could it be that sensation I felt earlier? Xiaomao froze in place. While he had heard tales of Sakuagi receiving the blessing of the Evergreen Forest and acquiring the power of Evergreen, encountering him and unexpectedly receiving this power left Xiaomao bewildered. Why had the power of Evergreen abandoned Sakuagi, and why had it chosen him? Yet, those were not the pressing concerns. Gazing at the fallen Sakuagi, Xiaomao found himself conflicted. Logically, a notorious villain like him lying unconscious before him meant that with a little effort to bind him, the conclusion of Kanto would be within reach. But was it truly that simple? Uncertain of whether Sakuagi was alive or dead, Xiaomao sighed and leaned closer to check for breaths. Fortunately, though weak, there was still a pulse. What should I do now? Xiaomao scratched his head, contemplating that while it might feel gratifying to eliminate Sakuagi, who would inherit his position, would it be someone even more deranged? After all, compared to causing trouble, Sakuagi preferred to amass wealth. For this reason alone, Mu felt it was only fair to spare his life. Moreover, regardless of the circumstances, he had just inherited Sakuagi's extraordinary power, an ability that transcended superpowers and was on par with the 3 great extraordinary forces, the Tokiwa power. It felt rather uncouth to take his life now, especially after being granted such a gift. Well, matters of the future could be addressed later. It was not in my nature to abandon someone in peril. Mu retrieved a bandage and began to tend to the wounds of the man before him. The numerous electric burns were pervasive, forcing Mu to wrap him extensively, ultimately encasing him like a mummy, even fashioning a charming bow atop Sakuagi's head. Observing the increasingly absurd appearance of the great Sakuagi, Mu clapped his hands in satisfaction. He produced a potion used for Pokemon healing and administered it to Sakuagi, finally halting his ministrations. After locating the Pokeballs in Sakuagi's pocket, Mu returned his 4 Pokemon into their spheres, feeling he had done his due diligence, just as he intended to contemplate the Tokiwa power he had acquired. A heavy breath nearby startled him. Who are you? Despite being unable to move, Sakuagi immediately directed his gaze toward Mu. Mu shrugged. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Aoi, and I happened to pass by and save you, Mr. Sakuagi. You know me, Aoi? Sakuagi partially closed his eyes, sensing the situation. Indeed. It seems I have been abandoned. Cautiously, Mu stepped back. Ah, the great Sakuagi, the underground emperor of the Kanto region. I possess a modicum of knowledge about you. Observing Mu's demeanor, Sakuagi sighed. There is no need to fear. I am currently incapable of causing you harm. Mu casually sat beside Sakuagi. So, how did you end up unconscious here? Sakuagi gazed at the ceiling, exhaling deeply. It was due to the Zapdos. You encountered Zapdos. Mu's mouth fell open. Was this not a commonly seen legendary Pokemon? How did it leave Sakuagi in such a state? My information was mistaken. I encountered a Zapdos that wielded divine power, and my Pokemon were gravely injured. I was fortunate to find you. For a moment, Sakuagi's gaze softened. Well then, Uncle Sakuagi, I have matters to attend to. Since you have survived, I shall take my leave. Who knows when Team Rocket might arrive to retrieve their leader? Mu was not inclined to be the scapegoat. Haha, what an interesting trainer you are. Here's the deal. Help me find the emergency communicator in my pocket and retrieve the remaining items. True to his nature, even in his incapacitated state, Sakuagi exuded authority. All right, uncle, just don't repay kindness with malice. My Arcanine could easily crush your head before you could react. Mu reached into Sakuagi's pocket. Soon, a button-shaped transmitter, a dark golden Team Rocket emblem, and a small notebook appeared in his hand. Is this it? Mu shook the transmitter. Indeed, pressing this will summon my subordinates within 10 minutes, Sakuagi explained calmly. As for the other 2 items, consider them my token of gratitude. The emblem? What is this? Mu frowned, examining the two items. That is the leader's emblem of Team Rocket. Possessing it allows you to meet me at any time with the local Team Rocket members. As my savior, I shall grant you 3 requests within my capacity, Sakuagi stated earnestly. Mu raised an eyebrow and pocketed the emblem, lifting the notebook. And what about this? Haha. It is my trainer's notebook, but I shall have no further use for it. I gift it to you, Sakuagi said with a nostalgic smile. The Earth's Sakuagi will no longer be this legendary trainer. Without further ado, Mu mounted his Arcanine, activated the communicator, and left it beside Sakuagi. Uncle, farewell until we meet again. As he watched Mu's silhouette fade into the distance, Sakuagi smiled. What an intriguing individual, Aoi. Haha. Truly a name worthy of the Tokiwa forest. On another note, as Mu departed the power plant, he casually flipped through Sakuagi's notebook. The Secrets of the Earth. This was quite the predicament. Mu shook his head in exasperation. Whether he liked it or not, he was now half a disciple of Sakuagi. Chapter 55. The Power of Eternity and Catnip at the Pokemon Center in Black Cloud City. Nurse Joy was frantically working at an unprecedented pace. Who on earth was the fool that dismantled the unmanned power plant? With so many Pokemon in need of treatment, I am going to lose my mind. While charging a Magnemite, Nurse Joy vented her frustrations. Cheer up, said Lucky, the Chansey, patting Joy gently. Just then, Little Mao, who had just returned from the power plant with a Pokeball in hand, hesitated to speak. Say it. Joy glared at him with reddened eyes. Would you like some milk tea? Little Mao discreetly tucked the Pokeball back into his pocket and asked sweetly. No, I want a coconut latte, no coconut, no sugar. Double latte, Joy replied while attending to the busy tasks at hand, alongside Chansey. Oh, all right. Shaking his head. Little Mao approached the vending machine to buy 2 cans of hot coffee, observing Nurse Joy as she rushed to save other Pokemon. He placed the coffee on the counter and reluctantly returned to the lounge. What a peculiar day it has been. Sitting on the floor by the bed, Little Mao let out a sigh of relief. On the bed lay an Electabuzz, perfectly still. This child was rescued by Little Mao before leaving the unmanned power plant. His discerning eye had caught sight of it. It was neither the traditional purple elite nor the golden champion. The Pokemon's potential was surprisingly a deep crimson. Electabuzz, son of Thunder, originally deceased, has accepted a fragment of the divine power from Zapdos. Potential, rising current stage, elite, ability, divine, static level, 30 height, 0. 6 meters, weight, 25 kilograms. Skills, Glare, Quick Attack, Thunder Punch, Low Kick, Brick Break, Thunderbolt, Swift, Electro Ball, Light Screen. Inherited skills, Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Focus Punch, Learned skill, Thunder Kick. To be honest, Little Mouse seriously suspected that this child's father was Zapdos from the Galar region. It possessed more melee skills than electric-type skills. Sigh, Nurse Joy is too busy to attend to you right now. I'll take care of you myself. Taking out a healing spray from his backpack, Little Mao muttered to himself. Unlike other severely injured Pokemon, this child's physical wounds would have been fatal for others. However, at this moment, a powerful energy protected its life, merely presenting frightening external injuries. Holding the bandages, Little Mao found himself at a loss. The wounds were too numerous to know where to begin. As his hand approached the Electabuzz, a surge of green energy miraculously flowed from its heart and appeared in Little Mao's hand. Encased in this green energy, Little Mao gently pressed his hand against the Electabuzz. To his astonishment, the external wounds began healing at a visible rate. Of course, I am a walking spring. How could I forget? Little Mao raised his head in realization. After being an ordinary person for 10 years, he was still adjusting to the power of eternity. Ding. Acknowledging the host has acquired a transcendent power. Reward. Title, Green of Eternity. With the power of eternity, healing ability doubled, emotional calming ability doubled. Hearing the system suddenly announce its operations, Little Mao scoffed. Where were you when I met Sakamoto? And what about my reward from the Rainbow City Gym? Are you an updated version, or just stuck? Ding. The reward has been automatically deposited into the backpack. If you don't check your system backpack, don't blame me. Are those 2 holes beneath your eyebrows for venting? System, you're going down a narrow path, you know? Those holes are from your identifying eye. Blaming me for venting is your fault. Little Mao retorted without hesitation. Ding. That was careless. Think you can compete with me? Little Mao disdainfully rolled his eyes. Beep. The Electabuzz slowly opened its eyes. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Little Mao thought he saw golden currents within its gaze. You're awake. How do you feel, young man? Little Mao clapped his hands and kindly leaned in to ask. The Electabuzz looked down at its wounds, now fully healed. That was close. I'm glad I found you. Little Mao smiled and said, so, how about joining me? Electabuzz instinctively wanted to refuse but was stopped by Little Mao's hand on its head. The Electabuzz, known for its fiery temperament, raised its arms, prepared to unleash an electric attack on Little Mao. Little Mao, confident, let the power of eternity quietly flow through him, gently stroking the Electabuzz head. A refreshing sensation permeated from its head to its body, making the Electabuzz feel so good that it almost lay down. Little Mao raised an eyebrow. This was no mere power of eternity. This felt like catnip. At the abandoned power plant, other Magnemites and Magnezone were saved by Miss Junsha. They would be adopted by new power plant workers, no longer needing to wander. So, you can stay, you know? Little Mao understood that this creature would worry for its former companions, so he gently explained. Electabuzz nodded and then grinned, showing its teeth. Having endured a life of hardship, it was content with the prospect of a new home. Now, let us introduce you to our companions. Little Mao smiled slightly, pulling out other Pokeballs. Eevee, Scyther, Psyduck, Nidoran, and Arcanine. This was the current lineup in Little Mao's possession. Charizard had been sent back to Professor Oak's lab to study flying techniques. Little Mao had specifically instructed the old Charizard to discipline this child if it still dared to drink and drive. Eevee leaped into Little Mao's arms, nuzzling against him. She felt her master looked even more handsome today and exuded an irresistible charm. Arcanine's eyes sparkled, its tongue hanging out, fixated on Little Mao, with a droplet of sparkling saliva slowly dripping. Nidoran, too, had abandoned its cool demeanor, leaning against Little Mao's back, stretching its body freely. Thoroughly enjoying the attention from its human today, Psyduck curiously touched Electabuzz's arm. Zing! A jolt of electricity coursed through it, causing Psyduck to shudder before reaching out again. The sensation of tingling and numbness was inexplicably delightful. Scyther looked at Little Mao, intrigued by the delicious aroma emanating from him, convinced he must have hidden snacks. Otherwise, why would the other companions be so eager to charm him? One must admit, the thought process of a foodie is rather hard to comprehend. Watching everyone affectionately nuzzle against him, Little Mao couldn't help but chuckle. This was akin to having bathed in catnip. Noticing Nidoran's increasingly infatuated expression, Little Mao felt his lips twitch. Ahem, everyone, let us keep it together. This is our new companion, Electabuzz. Let us all greet him. From now on, we'll be like brothers and sisters. Eevee raised a paw, acknowledging the newcomer. Arcanine affectionately licked Electabuzz, who awkwardly waved in response. Meanwhile, Psyduck exchanged a fist bump with Little Mao. Nidoran. Well? Nidoran had completely lost itself in Little Mao's charm. Electabuzz waved its arms, giving a thumbs up. In the future, I will protect everyone. A flash of green appeared in Little Mao's eyes, and Electabuzz's emotions manifested in his mind. How fascinating. I wonder if this ability has a switch? As I venture out now, what distinguishes my movement from the sweetness of it all? Scratching his head in bewilderment, SHM silently extracted Saki's notebook. Uncertain if Uncle Saki had recorded anything, he opened to the profound truths of the earth. The first sentence caught his eye. Only by grounding oneself in the grace of the earth, the power of Tokiwa, can one truly harness the might of the land. Ah. So that is it. SHM fell into contemplation. No wonder Uncle Saki had entrusted this notebook to him. He was no longer the favored child of the earth. The power of Tokiwa is a transcendent force. Only through daily practice can one master its ebb and flow. SHM rolled his eyes. It was as if that statement conveyed nothing at all. The breeding plan for the super iron Tyrannosaurus, copper, iron, chromium, and nickel mines, alongside coal and magma from the Earth's core. Well then, how on earth was he to procure such an abundance of mines? SHM finally grasped Uncle Saki's predicament. This extravagant breeding method was bound to demand a fortune. Never mind, he would address it later, if all else failed. Perhaps he could enlist Uncle Saki's assistance. Pondering, SHM mused. Or perhaps I could engage in some under-the-table work. At the Tokiwa gym, in Saki's office. Saki smirked as he perused the report in his hands. Kido Shigeki, a prodigious scholar and tactical genius, how intriguing. Meanwhile, his secretary, Jim, continued to provide updates. Dr. Fuji has pressed us again, stating that the cloning of Mew is at a critical stage and requires more Pokemon materials. Then let us supply him. Sitting back in his executive chair, legs crossed, Saki's gaze was sharp, even with thick bandages wrapped around him. I require power, divine power. Only with sufficient force can we attain ultimate wealth. We shall conquer the world. Indeed, Boss Saki. Jim nodded in agreement before turning to depart. Chapter 56. The Adorable Ninja Count the badges. In the serene lounge of the Pokemon Center, Shigeru sat at a table, humming a tune as he polished his Pokeballs and badge case. After all, the young master had a penchant for kissing his Pokeballs, so maintaining cleanliness was paramount. With fingers deftly tallying, Shigeru discovered he had acquired 5 badges. Aside from the final job badge, he needed just 2 more to participate in the Pokemon League Courts Conference. Ah, I am indeed a genius. Satisfied, He tucked away the badge case and calmly secured his Pokeballs back onto his belt. Yet, a pressing dilemma arose. With over 3 months until the court's conference, there was an abundance of time to fill. He needed to find some reliable activities, preferably those that were efficient and economical. Rubbing his chin, Shigeru contemplated. First and foremost, training must not be neglected. His team had already reached an average level of 35. If he adhered to a steady regimen, they would be well prepared for the league. Furthermore, with ample time remaining, he could engage in specialized training, especially since he possessed the Ice-type insights from Kina and the Earth principles from Saki, both invaluable resources not to be squandered. Lastly, since time was on his side, Shigeru believed he could embark on a little venture to save up some pocket money. Following Saki's notes, he knew that merely sitting idly would lead to depletion. If his Tyranitar and Nidoking at home continued their gluttonous ways, they might very well devour the entire hillside of Professor Oak's research facility. Enough of that thought. Solutions will present themselves when the time comes. Nodding to himself, Shigeru rose and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Eevee, could you please go outside and call everyone back for breakfast? We're about to set off, he instructed. After giving Eevee the task, Shigeru donned a pink apron and entered the kitchen. Meanwhile, Eevee scurried outside to summon the Pokemon who were exercising in the early morning. Since the Pokemon Center was a public place, Shigeru had sent Psyduck out with the younger Pokemon for training at dawn. Suddenly, a flash of red darted into the dining area. Where's the food? Just as Shigeru picked up the frying pan, he felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. I haven't tea even started cooking yet. Feigning calmness, the Scyther sat down and began practicing its charging technique. If your mouth wasn't tearing up with emotion, I might believe you. Before long, Eevee and Psyduck returned, leading the pack of Pokemon including Arcanine, Nidorino, and the newly joined Electabuzz. Remembering that Nurse Joy had worked late the previous night, Shigeru decided to brew a pot of coffee. Breakfast consisted of toast spread with cheese sauce. As a connoisseur of cheese, Shigeru's bag was stocked with cheese and mayonnaise. He adored any dish with a dairy flavor. For a side, he prepared a medley of oden. The broth, flavored with bonito flakes and nori, featured an array of ingredients: shiitake mushrooms, chikawa, fish cakes, kelp knots, konjac, mochi, stuffed fish balls, small sausages, and the soul of oden, daikon. Observing the ingredients, which had soaked up the broth overnight, Shigeru nodded with satisfaction and took a spoonful of the soup. Life is meant for this bowl of soup. Its refreshing flavor danced through his senses, warming his entire being. He placed the toast, coffee, and oden onto a tray and instructed Chansey to deliver it to Nurse Joy's room. Only then did he turn to feed the Pokemon. This morning, he felt particularly lazy, and since the Pokemon food had just run out, he resorted to energy cubes for breakfast. These were excellent, nutrient-rich, and capable of enhancing the Pokemon's happiness. Shigeru generously poured 2 cans for each Pokemon, catering to their favorite flavors. Eevee and the others began to eat with familiarity. After all, Shigeru had always been generous when it came to food for his beloved Pokemon. Since he could make energy cubes himself, they were a common treat. So the Pokemon showed little reaction to having them for breakfast. The new Electabuzz mimicked the others, sitting in front of its bowl. Shigeru rummaged through his bag for energy cubes and produced 2 cans of lime flavor. Electric types tend to enjoy a bit of sourness, don't they? Seeing the pale yellow, glistening cubes before it, Electabuzz cautiously picked one up and slowly placed it in its mouth. "Beezy's tea," exclaimed Electabuzz, overwhelmed by the delightful texture. With arms flailing, it gobbled down 6 or 7 energy cubes in one go, its cheeks puffing like a hamster. After a few chews, it swallowed the cubes and excitedly raised its hands. Electabuzz, so delicious. A dazzling white light erupted, causing Shigeru and the other Pokemon to stare in astonishment. Goodness, it's the first time I've seen a Pokemon evolve due to the sheer deliciousness of food. In a flash, Electabuzz transformed into a towering Electivire, its body adorned with bold yellow and black stripes. Shigeru chuckled, patting Electivire on the shoulder. "Young one, you've got quite the spirit. Trust me, great days lie ahead. Keep up the hard work." Electivire. It nodded, flexing its arms to showcase its muscles, signaling its determination to strive harder. Psyduck shook its head, feeling pressured by the enthusiasm of the younger Pokemon. Nidorino, on the other hand, began to eat even more vigorously, determined to nourish itself and study the ice principles. Hoping to evolve into a Mytiana soon, having transformed a companion during breakfast felt rather magical to Shigeru. However, upon deeper reflection, he deduced the reason. Electivire had been on the cusp of evolution already, and with the infusion of Zapdos's power, it possessed all the necessary elements for evolution. The delectable energy cubes had merely triggered a surge of emotion, leading to its transformation. After satisfying their appetites and noticing Nurse Joy still asleep, Shigeru bid farewell to Chansey and exited the Pokemon Center. Upon mounting Arcanine, Shigeru intended to head straight to the city of Shallow Red. However, as he left Cloudy City and hadn't ventured far down the wooded path, he encountered a man offering a bounty task, dressed in gray overalls and a white hard hat. A portly man with a scruffy beard immediately set his sights on Shigeru, drawn by the impressive appearance of his Arcanine. "Young man, are you a formidable Pokemon trainer?" The rotund gentleman inquired enthusiastically. Shigeru leaned forward on Arcanine's back, responding with a smile. "Well, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps you might want to test me?" "Ah. Please don't misunderstand." The man raised his hand awkwardly. "I merely wanted to ask if you'd be interested in taking on a job. We pay daily, and it's quite lucrative." Shigeru considered the early hour and agreed. "How much is the payment?" Standing tall with confidence, the man stated, "If you can assist in driving away the wild Pokemon affecting our construction team, I'll pay a hefty sum of 100,000 per day." "How does that sound?" Shigeru smacked his lips. Better than nothing, I suppose." The man nearly toppled over in disbelief. My goodness, does he truly regard money so lightly? Or is he simply too affluent to value my offer? "Well, regardless, since you've accepted the task, please hop on the bus." He gestured to a bus park nearby. "It will take everyone assigned to the task to the location." Shigeru frowned. A Pokemon trainer is not a common commodity. "Do you really need to transport us all like cabbages?" "Ah, well, it's a bit complicated. You see, our situation is rather tricky," the man shrugged. "I can manage on my own," Shigeru sighed, declining the offer. Smack. Suddenly, a shuriken flew out from the woods, impaling the poster in the stout man's hand to the ground. "Your mission has been accepted, and I require no assistance. You may escort me to meet the task's issuer." A young girl clad in crimson ninja attire, her face concealed by a red scarf and sporting a single purple ponytail, emerged slowly from the shadows. "A ninja?" Xiaoma glanced curiously at the unexpectedly appearing female ninja. Perhaps startled by her presence, the stout man turned and obediently ran toward the bus. Shortly thereafter, the bus shuddered, its engine roaring to life as it embarked down the distant mountain road. Xiaoma, riding his swift canine companion, glanced at the female ninja beside him. "It seems that man was quite intimidated by you." "Greetings, I am Xiaoma. Do you require a ride?" The ninja lowered her scarf to reveal a delicate visage, playfully sticking out her tongue. "Father instructed that ninjas must not reveal their names indiscriminately. I shall not disclose mine to you. You may call me a Xing." Xiaoma nearly laughed aloud. "But, haven't you already told me? A Xing? Ah, did I say that?" The girl covered her mouth, her eyes wide. "What should I do? But he is the only one who knows. It should be fine, right?" Observing the adorably naive girl, Xiaoma shook his head in amusement. With such a lack of vigilance, how could she possibly be a ninja? "Hey, if you don't make a decision soon, the bus will vanish from sight." Xiaoma reminded her, exasperated. "Oh no, I still have a mission to complete. I can't chat with you any longer." The girl opened a Pokeball, and a Zubat emerged, which she grasped by its feet and soared into the sky, heading toward the team. Xiaoma patted his canine companion's head. "Let us go. We must follow swiftly." With a roar, the fiery meteor ignited, its crimson figure enveloped in spiraling currents, transforming into a fleeting shadow as it pursued the girl. Chapter 57. If you cannot love, please do not hurt. Following the group into the depths of the mountains, Xiaomao and Xing lingered at the rear, engaged in conversation. Surrounded by towering peaks, how could a construction team possibly venture to this remote locale? Xiaomao grimaced as he listened to the incessant roar of machinery echoing around them. "I think, well, to be honest, I have no idea," Xing shrugged. On a makeshift platform, a burly man donned in a hard hat shouted enthusiastically. "The moles are a calamity. Due to their destruction, the reservoir project we intended to construct here has been halted. Therefore, esteemed trainers, your task is to resolve this issue. The one who captures the most will be generously rewarded." "Generously rewarded? How splendid. Once we complete this job, we'll have money." Xing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Xiaomao, observing the girl's avaricious demeanor, could not help but chuckle. "So, Xing, are you that short on funds?" With hands on her hips, Xing replied matter-of-factly. "Of course. I'm currently running away from home. If I earn enough, I can escape to another region. That way, my traditional father won't be able to force the gym onto me." "Are you referring to the Qianhong gym?" Xiaomao raised an eyebrow. "Indeed. Dad said it's a secret, and I mustn't tell anyone." Xing beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Ah, I let it slip." She froze mid-sentence. "Well, now I understand. You are Mr. Qian's daughter, correct?" Xiaoma smiled. "You know my father?" Xing patted her chest. "That's good. It should be fine to tell someone I know." Xiaomao admired her boldness. She was remarkably audacious. "Well, I don't personally know Mr. Qian, but he is quite well known. After all, experts in poison types are rare." and there are rumors he is about to assume the position of a member of the Elite Four in the Chengdu region. Yes, certainly in the spotlight lately. Exactly. That's why he wants me to inherit the gym, so he can run off to Chengdu, Xing replied, clearly displeased. Don't you want to inherit the gym? Xiaomao inquired curiously. It's not that I don't want to, Xing shook her head. But what I truly desire is to defeat my father in a legitimate battle and rightfully take over the gym, not to simply inherit it because he is leaving. TSK, the folly of youth. Xiaomao shook his head. Let us not forget, Mr. Qian is a recognized elite-level trainer. It's not something that can be easily accomplished. Well, we can discuss that stubborn old father later. Right now, we must focus on the task at hand. Xing raised her chin defiantly. Speaking of the task, Xiaomao frowned as he surveyed the crumbling mountainside. According to the foreman, in order to construct the largest reservoir nearby, they intended to blast the mountain and transform the area into a drainage lake. However, what would become of the Pokemon living within the project's range? No one was assisting them with relocation. Is there a problem with this task? Xing scratched her head, gazing at Xiaomao with wide, innocent eyes. This is a significant issue, Xiaomao sighed, looking toward the distant concrete road. The powerful mole's destructive actions had left construction machinery trapped in quicksand, immobile. Xiaomao was uncertain whether this project had received official approval, but it was evident that it had already begun to impact the ecological environment. Hey! The two trainers at the back stopped whispering. The foreman shouted from the makeshift podium. This is not your concern. Xiaomao rolled his eyes. What a lowly attitude. Shouting at me like that. Swish. Xing expertly hurled a shuriken, which clanged to the ground at the foreman's feet. Sorry. I admit I spoke a bit too loudly, the foreman said, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he raised his hands in surrender. Did I miss? Xing whispered to Xiaomao, her face flushed. I was actually aiming at his back. Goodness. Xiaomao's mouth twitched. You didn't T-miss. You simply didn't T-aim at all. If it had been off by just a bit more, you'd have pinned it to his foot. Let us just say, with that level of skill, perhaps you should reconsider your aspirations of being a ninja, he remarked. Seeing that Xiaomao and Xing were not angry, the foreman cautiously continued, in any case, the moles have become the biggest pest at this stage. Please, do your best to handle them. Xiao shook his head. Moles are not inherently aggressive Pokemon. Their destructive behavior must stem from some underlying issue. Is that so? Xing supported her chin with her hand, appearing to ponder while her mind drifted elsewhere. Suddenly, a rumble shook the ground, and the foreman dashed about in terror. They're coming. The moles are here. Hurry. Deal with them. As the ground began to rise, Xing snapped back to reality, her eyes sharpening with focus. Swish. A shuriken struck the ground, halting the movement of the rising earth. With a graceful flip, she brandished a Pokeball. Let us go, Furball. Boom. The Pokeball opened, and after 2 seconds, the white light of release transformed into the red light of recall. The Pokemon, not even having the chance to appear, returned to its Pokeball. Xing's face turned crimson upon landing. Her actions, though elegant, had yielded an empty throw. Xiaomao stood there, both amused and exasperated. How about you stop striking poses for a moment? Xing exclaimed, rushing back to Xiaomao, wrapping her scarf around her head. I can't face anyone now. Not really, Xiaomao waved his hand. Look at the others. I'll take a peek. Xing cautiously poked her head out. Indeed. Other trainers, spurred on by the foreman, had also thrown their Pokeballs, yet the results were the same. No Pokemon emerged. What is going on? Xing tilted her head in confusion. In response to Xiaomao's shrug, he explained, the Pokemon refused to engage in battle with the moles. How could this happen? Xing frowned at her Pokeball. For a Pokemon to disobey their trainer's commands under the constraints of modern Pokeballs was nearly inconceivable. Darn it. These creatures are relentless, the foreman lamented, clutching his head in despair as he looked at the helpless trainers. I'll give it a try, Xiaomao stepped forward. And the moles did not flee. Crouching down, he extended a hand, and the moles came rushing over, nuzzling against his palm. A greenish light began to glow softly from his hand as Xiaomao calmed his thoughts. Images of forests, homes, and the mole's desire for protection filled his mind. As expected, he stood up and addressed the gathered trainers. Since the Pokemon have unanimously decided not to fight the moles, I believe we should respect their choice. Gazing at the moles, Xiaomao declared loudly, this matter ends here. It does not require our intervention as trainers. Wait, then what are we supposed to do? The foreman asked nervously. I think it would be wise for you to consider abandoning this site, Xiaomao sighed. That is not possible. This is our dream, the largest reservoir. The foreman pleaded, grabbing Xiaomao's arm. I can pay you a lot of money. Xiaomao shook his head firmly. This place is unsuitable for a reservoir. Follow me. Leading the foreman, Xiaomao walked toward the back of the mountain. Xing, curious, jogged a few steps to keep pace with Xiaomao. The other trainers exchanged glances. eventually departing in small groups. After all, with the Pokemon refusing to battle, they had no other options. Upon reaching the rear of the hill, Xiaomao surveyed a meticulously maintained nursery. What do you see? So many small trees. Moreover, the terrain here is quite peculiar, as if it has been meticulously maintained, exclaimed Aixing. Indeed, this place has been cared for, responded Xiaomao, pointing to the nursery below. There are gophers, 3-striped gophers, and mole rats, along with walking grass and trumpet buds. Furthermore, the forest is home to unicorn insects, bobo, and small rata, all coexisting harmoniously. Could it be that these trees on the mountain were planted by Pokemon? The foreman inquired, astonished. Yes, the soil here is exceptionally loose. Without vegetation, it risks desertification or erosion. This can be said to be a sanctuary lovingly nurtured by Pokemon. If you were to blast the mountain, it would transform into a swamp. And thousands of Pokemon would lose their homes, Xiaomao stated with a serious demeanor. This world is not solely inhabited by humans. It is also the home of Pokemon. Humanity has no right to dictate their fate, nor to strip them of their habitats. What do you think? But after investing so much, sighing the foreman, he realized the project was likely doomed. In matters of environmental protection, the Pokemon Conservation Association would surely intervene. Moreover, he could never bring himself to render so many Pokemon homeless. I must depart. I cannot assist in this matter, he declared. Turning away with grace as Xiaomao mounted his Rapidash. Indeed, some money is not worth the price of integrity. Aixing, what do you think? Clenching her teeth, Aixing resolutely turned back. I will go with you. Xiaomao smiled warmly. Such a tender heart, always considering others. Pokemon and humans coexist equally on this planet. None is inherently superior to the other. If you cannot love, then please do not harm. Chapter 58. The adorable and starved ninja girl having departed from the nursery of Earth, Xiaomao rode his speedy canine companion, racing over mountains and hills. Alas, the Shallow Red Gym was not located in Shallow Red City. Hidden amidst the vast expanse of mountains, he pondered. Fortunately, he was adept at reading maps. As he traversed the mountain paths, he reflected on his journey. A woof. The speedy dog halted suddenly and let out a howl. What's wrong? Xiaomao inquired, gazing ahead to find a lush thicket obstructing their way. Did I take a wrong turn? He scratched his head in disbelief. That shouldn't be the case. I have never lost my way before. Surveying his surroundings and glancing at the map once more, Xiaomao found himself at a loss. With no landmarks in sight, even the map seemed helpless. As dusk approached, Xiaomao sighed. Well, I might as well prepare dinner. During such lonesome moments, how delightful it would be for a wild Pokemon trainer to appear unexpectedly, providing an opportunity for a battle. After setting up his tent, Xiaomao retrieved his travel cooking gear and commenced dinner preparations. Having accomplished little other than hiking that day, he decided against an elaborate meal, opting instead for ham and dried scallops to concoct a broth for some ramen. With olive oil sizzling, he sauteed scallions and garlic, added water, shiitake mushrooms, dried scallops, and aged ham. Since the ham was naturally salty, a mere sprinkle of light salt and sweet sake sufficed for seasoning. He then added the prepared char siu pork into the pot. Soon, the fragrant milky broth wafted through the air. The Pokemon lined up by size, noses raised, inhaling the delightful aroma. Hey! The Scyther stretched its neck long, and Xiaomao feared the creature might plunge headfirst into the pot, which would surely yield a delectable dish. Thanks to the inclusion of Electabuzz, Xiaomao finally enjoyed freedom from electrical constraints, no longer worrying about dead batteries. Electabuzz held a pair of electrodes atop its head, channeling currents through its horns. The lantern hanging at the tent entrance flickered a few times before illuminating the area. As the sun gradually set, the campfire, tent, and a warm light illuminated the surroundings, creating a serene and beautiful atmosphere. During the wait for dinner, Psyduck occupied itself with Xiaomao's laptop, watching the Ice-type Pokemon training tips provided by Kona, alongside Nidorina. Ah, so that is how Ice Beam is utilized, Nidorina exclaimed, while Psyduck was distracted by the attractive women featured in the video. After a while, as the broth thickened slightly, Xiaomao ignited the water once more. He took out the prepared ramen dough, placed it in a strainer over the pot's edge, and began cooking the noodles. Scyther, stop drooling and move a bit, he called, retrieving the prepared fish cakes, scallions, and some greens, tossing them into the air. Hey! With a swift leap, Scyther unleashed a flurry of slashes, elegantly turning. With a resounding clap, the ingredients were perfectly sliced in midair. Xiaomao deftly caught them on a tray. This entertaining method had become a new discovery for Xiaomao. Whenever it came to chopping vegetables, Scyther always exceeded expectations. With its claws pressed together, Scyther silently paid homage to all the ingredients. Soon, the ramen became slightly translucent. Grasping the strainer, he flicked his wrist backward. Clap. The quintessential action of controlling water while preparing Japanese ramen. He placed the noodles into his bowl, then proceeded to distribute the Pokemon-esque food. The specially crafted Pokemon cuisine was topped with the soul broth, completing Xiaomao's Pokemon soup rice. He then poured the broth over his ramen, adding slices of char siu, fish cakes, greens, and sealing it with seaweed, finally garnishing it with soul scallions. Tada! Xiaomao clapped his hands in satisfaction. This flavor was simply irresistible. Although it lacked the shimmering appeal, this bowl of noodles was undoubtedly worth the wait for culinary enthusiasts. Glancing at the eager Pokemon, Xiaomao nodded. Let us eat. The Scyther, unable to contain itself, dove headfirst into its food container. The sight of such unrefined eating made Electabuzz wince. Wow, Scyther, is there no dignity in this team? What about a warrior's honor? Scyther waved its claws. These are claws, not knives. While the other Pokemon did not exhibit such exaggerated behavior, they were equally swift in their consumption. Xiaomao chuckled at his food container and the quietly mocking Electabuzz. With the power of Tokiwa, Xiaomao often found himself eavesdropping on these inner dialogues, akin to a sitcom, which was particularly amusing. Just like that afternoon, when passing by a tree, he overheard a green caterpillar berating its wife for their son not having green skin and a horn on its head. Content, Xiaomao settled down, picked up his chopsticks, and ceremoniously declared, I shall begin. A rumble from his stomach interrupted him. Looking up, he spotted a sneaky female ninja crouching on a nearby branch, enviously eyeing his ramen. Aixing, didn't you leave? Xiaomao chuckled, setting down his chopsticks. Aixing jumped down from the branch, rubbing her stomach. I just wanted to support you, but I failed my mission. So I'm out of money. I was worried you might get lost in the mountains, yet here you are, enjoying such delicious food. Boo-hoo. Xiaomao was amused by this ninja girl's antics and grinned. How about this? If you promise me one thing, I'll treat you to dinner. Aixing took a cautious step back, crossing her arms. No way. Gurgle. Her stomach protested, causing her to blush. Well, not really. It's just. Xiaomao nearly lost his composure. Wait a moment. What on earth are you thinking? Boo-hoo. Don't deceive me. I once watched a movie where a girl was asked to do embarrassing things after getting a meal. Aixing lamented. You first feed me, then demand I partake in something scandalous. Xiaomao held his head, unable to resist the urge to mock her. Aju, what exactly do you want? How can a daughter discover her father's secret viewing habits? Clutching her belly, Aixing was torn. Xiaomao is so handsome. If it's for food, I might consider it. So, can we eat first? With a resigned sigh, Xiaomao replied, honestly, I just wanted to ask you to guide me to the shallow red gem. Huh? That's no problem. Aixing's eyes brightened at the mention, and she bounded over to sit opposite Xiaomao, snatching his bowl and eagerly began to eat. Slurping up a hearty mouthful of noodles, Aixing's eyes squinted with delight. Delicious. Xiaomao, if you don't become a Pokemon trainer, you could travel the world with a ramen cart and still be a hit. Xiaomao raised his hand. Those chopsticks are mine, but never mind. Watching the adorable ninja slurp her noodles, he felt too lazy to remind her about the dining etiquette. Taking out another portion of ramen, Xiaomao resumed the process of cooking, draining water and sprinkling scallions with soul. Observing Xiaomao's right hand curve as the vibrant green scallions fell into the bowl, Aixing cautiously sipped the broth. I really don't need to. Just another bowl wouldn't hurt. Xiaomao rolled his eyes. Another bowl, is it? No problem. But please refrain from mentioning any more about that movie. All right. Aixing pouted, feeling overlooked despite her alluring appearance. After a long night of labor, Xiaomao finally enjoyed his meal. Taking a sip of the broth, he couldn't help but sigh. So aromatic. Who would have thought that a slender girl could devour 5 bowls of ramen? Fully satisfied, Xiaomao replenished the campfire and, weary, crawled into his tent. As he glanced at Aixing trailing closely behind him, young Master Mao felt a twinge of anxiety. What more do you wish to do? He inquired. Aixing scratched her head sheepishly. Well, I hurried out and forgot my sleeping bag. Casting a fleeting glance at the inviting warmth of the bed, young Master Mao pressed his forehead in resignation. I shall lend you a blanket. I will sleep on the left, you on the right, and the speedy hound shall rest in the middle. Aixing nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. After recalling the Pokemon into their Pokeballs for slumber, young Master Mao embraced his Eevee and nestled into the sleeping bag. The speedy hound lay outside the tent, gazing at the narrow entrance, lamenting its predicament as it awkwardly maneuvered into the space, leaving its canine head exposed to the chaotic winds outside. Chapter 59. It was you who lured the trainer over a night devoid of dreams. Xiaomao enjoyed a restful slumber. The warm fur of his swift dog enveloped him like a plush pillow. With a yawn, he stretched, rubbing his eyes in preparation for the day ahead. But suddenly, his body froze in confusion. What was pressing against him? Yawning, the little girl with purple hair opened her eyes wide in panic. What are you doing in my tent? Xiaomao covered his ears, exasperated. I must have been half asleep. This is my tent. With a swift somersault, the girl bumped her head against the top of the tent and then squatted down, nursing her head, looking all pitiful. Wah, so we're both innocent, right? Xiao Mao rolled his eyes. Before you speak, perhaps you should consider getting off me first. Oh, I'm sorry. The girl's face turned bright red as she hurriedly dashed out of the tent. As Xiao Mao glanced at the tent pole, which now bore a rounded din of wisdom, he felt a mix of anger and despair. What kind of physique is this? Even a metal pole can be dented. After tidying up his clothes, he emerged from the tent, only to find the female ninja and the swift dog sitting obediently at the entrance. Swift dog. How did you sneak out last night? Xiao Mao questioned, frowning. About last night, I don't mind. Aixing looked up with a pitiful expression. I mind. Xiao Mao rolled his eyes. Woo. The swift dog stuck out its tongue, whining adorably. Master, that little girl drooled in her sleep. My leg is half soaked. All right, it's not your fault. Xiao Mao sighed. After all, as a fire-type Pokemon, it was indeed a hardship for it to be cuddled by a drooling girl all night. Seeing both the girl and the dog sitting at the entrance reflecting on their actions, Xiao Mao couldn't help but lose his temper. Fine, let's have breakfast first. Then we'll head to the shallow red gym. Aixing, you better remember the way home. Upon hearing this, Aixing's eyes lit up, her confidence restored. Don't worry, my lord. I promise to lead you to Aju's base. Xiao Mao remarked, forget it. Breakfast consisted of simple coffee and croissants. Aixing appeared particularly fond of the sweet, filled pastries, leading to Xiao Mao depleting his stock of bread. Satisfied after her meal, Aixing patted her little belly. So delicious. Young master, you truly know how to eat. Xiao Mao mounted his swift dog and waved his hand. Lead the way. With agility, the female ninja leaped into the woods, swiftly navigating through the trees. The swift dog followed suit, effortlessly keeping pace. Before long, Xiao Mao and Aixing emerged from the forest, revealing a canyon before them. Across the canyon stood an ancient architectural complex. Look, that's my home, the shallow red gym, Aixing declared earnestly, pointing across. Xiao Mao raised an eyebrow. Oh really? Wait, you've led me into a pitfall. Now that we're here, let us meet Mr. Aju. Crossing the narrow wooden suspension bridge, Xiao Mao and Aixing arrived at the front door of the mansion. Before Xiao Mao could knock, Aixing suddenly exclaimed, there's a murderous intent. Thud. 3 shurikens struck the ground right before Xiao Mao. Did I miss? A somewhat mature female voice called from atop the wall. Recognizing the familiar throwing style, Xiao Mao fell into contemplation. Surely, at Aju's residence, there couldn't be a single reliable ninja apart from him. Is this the hospitality of the shallow red gym? Ha ha ha. A chilling laughter resonated as a female ninja clad in red leaped down from the wall. Standing before Xiao Mao, I bloom from the shadows, much like a flower before dawn. I am Ninja Lingzi. She seductively licked her lips. As a ninja, I thrive in darkness, yet it is indeed difficult to perform under this sunlight. Madam, it seems you simply slipped up. Besides, who wears a pink night outfit with bright red socks at night? With such glaring colors, you stand out like a light bulb in the dark. Xiao Mao couldn't contain his sarcasm. If Aixing insulted traditional ninjutsu, then this woman had insulted the entire profession of ninjas. Auntie. Humph. Sharp-tongued as you are, what business do you have at the shallow red gym? How did you find us? The female ninja, now irritated, demanded. Aixing, you're back. Oh, so it was you who brought the trainer? Lingzi exclaimed, realization dawning on her. I just came back with young master to take a look. Aixing awkwardly replied. What? You already have a boyfriend? Lingzi gasped, her eyes ablaze with gossip. Both Xiao Mao and Aixing were taken aback. Wait here. I'll notify my brother that my son-in-law has arrived. With that, Lingzi vanished in a puff of smoke. Wait. Xiao Mao raised his hand, mouth agape. Completely stunned. Well, Auntie is always a bit eccentric. Perhaps her cycle is off. Aixing shook her head. Let me sneak you in. Xiao Mao's lips twitched. Given the current situation, entering might not be the best idea. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Aixing's father appeared, with a burst of smoke. A middle-aged man with a serious expression, whose deep-set wrinkles could crush a mosquito, materialized. This traditional ninja was none other than Aju, the soon-to-be member of the Elite Four, specializing in poison-type Pokemon. Daddy, Aixing awkwardly called, hiding behind Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao rolled his eyes, hoping not to be misunderstood any further. Aju scrutinized the two before suddenly tearing up, his voice choked with emotion. My girl, though I may have been a bit strict with you, you can't just find a guy to upset me. Xiao Mao was completely taken aback. Were they planning to suffocate him? Who said he intended to marry this girl? Sir, I'm just... Don't speak. Aju thundered, glaring at Xiao Mao. I'll deal with you later. Xiao Mao sighed, overwhelmed by the absurdity of the situation. My girl, as a member of a ninja family, you have a responsibility to uphold the family legacy. Even if you desire a spouse, it should be a ninja, not just any pretty face. In the Ninja 10 Commandments state, a long-winded lecture poured forth from Aju. Xiao Mao took a deep breath. The tone and vocabulary were enough to induce anxiety. Indeed, originally indifferent, Aixing became increasingly displeased with Aju's tirade. Her rebellious teenage spirit flared up. With a swift motion, she wrapped her arms around Xiao Mao. Her long legs draped over his waist and declared angrily, "You assumed without asking, huh? Fine, then we're together. Let whatever happen, happen." You're going to give me a heart attack." Aju clutched his chest, face pale. "All right." Xiao Mao interrupted loudly. "What else with you two? Can't you discuss this civilly? I'm merely here to challenge the gym, not to become a son-in-law." "What? You want to take my daughter away?" Aju glared at Xiao Mao, even angrier now. "Oh dear, this handsome lad is rather greedy." Lingzi returned, fanning the flames. "Shut it." With a sidelong glance at Lingzi, Xiao Mao continued his explanation. "I have merely come to challenge the dojo. I harbor no ulterior motives regarding your daughter." "What? On what grounds do you claim to be disinterested? Is my daughter not beautiful?" Aju exclaimed, taken aback. "Indeed, look how tightly you two are embracing." Lingzi continued to savor the unfolding drama. Xiao Mao, exasperated, tossed Xiang aside and ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. "In any case, let us proceed to battle." Ding. "A detailed task has been initiated." Ding. "The Kanto series of quests, Journey to the Quartz Plateau, has commenced. Current progress, 5-8. Current task, acquire the light red gym badge. Reward, 500 achievement points, skill disc, toxic." Aju nodded in agreement. "All right, I shall observe the extent of your abilities." Chapter 60. What is there to say about being instantaneously defeated in the courtyard of the shallow red dojo? The match between Xiaoma and Aju was set to take place. Initially, Aju believed that the competition ought to occur in a traditional venue, specifically on the second floor of the rented house. However, upon witnessing the wild gaze of Xiaoma's speedy dog, reminiscent of a husky, Aju hesitated. This creature appeared quite capable of wreaking havoc. Consequently, the two decided to settle their rivalry in the yard. "Go, my brother. Show him what for, daring to look down on our dear Aixing." Lingzi, seated on a rockery nearby, rallied Aju with vigor. "Gugu." Aixing, exasperated, tugged at Lingzi's sleeve. "Is it proper for a girl to be so eager for marriage?" Having regained his composure, Aju noted that Xiaoma and Aixing did not resemble a couple at all. However, the way their daughter gazed at this young man was certainly intriguing. "Listen, if I win, you must join our family. If I lose, I shall permit my daughter to marry you. What do you say?" Aju inquired tentatively. Xiaoma sighed in disbelief. "Uncle, I truly came here for the dojo competition. Besides, your daughter is so young. What is the rush?" You make a fair point." Aju exhaled in relief. At least this lad seemed devoid of ulterior motives. Suddenly, Aixing, her mind racing, proposed. "Here is an idea. If Xiaoma wins, Dad, you must give him the badge. If you win, I will agree to take over the dojo." Aju was taken aback. "All right. It's settled. Isn't that a bit hasty?" Xiaoma lamented, observing this father-daughter duo. Aixing dashed over to Xiaoma, raising her small fist. "Go. If you defeat my dad, I will give you a kiss." Upon uttering this, the young ninja turned a shade of crimson and darted behind the rockery, peeking out shyly. Xiaoma rubbed his temples. "Little girl, you are playing with fire." He glanced at Aju, who was fuming with indignation. "Damn it, you little brat. I cannot afford to lose," Aju exclaimed. Xiaoma shook his head. "Well, regardless, I am determined to obtain that badge. Let us commence." Lingzi, eager as a judge, waved his hands. "The rules are simple. It's a 2-on-2 match. If one side's Pokemon can no longer battle, the contest concludes. The dojo trainer cannot substitute Pokemon. Let us begin." Aju assumed a confident stance, declaring, "I shall uphold the dignity of the ninja. Mothim, prepare for battle. Go." "Speedy dog." Xiaoma clapped his hands, and the swift creature leaped into the arena. Aju, seasoned and strategic, refrained from immediate action, opting instead for a calculated approach. "Mothim, elevate your angle and use butterfly dance." Xiaoma scoffed. "That's old news to me." "Speedy dog, use roar." With a mighty howl, the speedy dog unleashed its power, causing Mothim to tremble before it vanished into a beam of red light and returned to its Pokeball. Bam! Now it's time for our second contestant, Zubat. Quick attack, followed by Thunderfang. The rapid barrage left Zubat with no opportunity to retaliate. The speedy dog surged forward, capturing Zubat by the wing with its jaws. Unleashing a torrent of electricity, Zubat was left smoking from the assault. Noticing the referee's silence, the speedy dog prepared to unleash another fiery attack. "All right. I admit it was my oversight," Aju conceded, furrowing his brow. Lingzi, reluctantly, acknowledged, "Fine, the speedy dog wins." Upon hearing the referee's pronouncement, the speedy dog released Zubat, allowing it to fall to the ground. With a disdainful expression, the speedy dog remarked, "Not tasty at all." Xiaoma shrugged. What is there to discuss about being defeated so quickly? Mothim, it's time to showcase the ninja's prowess. Step forth and use hypnosis. Aju's demeanor turned serious. Close your eyes and unleash flamethrower. Understood. Xiaoma responded promptly. With a howl, the speedy dog closed its eyes, its nostrils flaring, and then opened its mouth wide. Boom. A brilliant orange flame erupted, narrowly missing Mothim, who plummeted from the air. Oh no. Mothim. Aju's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated the strength of the trainer his daughter had brought home. The Pokemon designated for the dojo competition was utterly outmatched. Without declaring the match over, the speedy dog advanced, ready to deliver a decisive flamethrower. Lingzi anxiously urged Aju, brother, think of something. If we lose, Aixing won't take over the dojo. Just declare it. Aju sighed. The skill gap is too great. There is nothing more to say. But, Lingzi protested, still eyeing the speedy dog with dissatisfaction. I command you to declare it. Aju insisted. Xiaoma from Shinshin Town emerges victorious. Lingzi relented with a sigh. I accept my defeat graciously. There is nothing more to say. Approaching Xiaoma, Aju unfurled a scroll, revealing a pink badge within. Do not say such things. You did not use your full strength. I merely took advantage of the dojo competition. Xiaoma replied politely as he accepted the badge. Alas, I am growing old. Can this dojo competition truly educate novices and provide them with the necessary training? Aju lamented. Perhaps it is time to close the shallow red dojo. Upon hearing her father's disheartened tone, Aixing furrowed her brow, somewhat moved. Did she truly not wish to inherit the dojo? Or was it merely a desire to oppose her father? Please do not say that. Every dojo has its significance, especially one as historic as the shallow red dojo, which carries not only an educational responsibility but also a deeper historical meaning, Xiaoma encouraged. Thank you for your insight. Yet, as you can see, my daughter does not wish to take over, and my sister is foolishly innocent, Aju sighed. Lingzi interjected, brother, I believe Aixing will come to understand. If only you allow her some space for self-expression. With a smile, Xiaoma removed the badge from the scroll, preparing to tuck it into his pocket. Suddenly, a figure darted past, and Xiaoma felt a splash of moisture on his face, only to discover that the badge had vanished from his grasp. Aixing. Aju's face flushed red as he pointed a trembling finger at Xiaoma Yu. What are you doing? Aixing, her cheeks flushed, placed the badge on her scarf and covered her face, stating, I promised my father a kiss if I succeeded, and I have fulfilled my promise. However, I now declare that the dojo master has changed hands. The rules must also change. Unless you defeat me, the badge cannot be yours. Xiaoma smiled knowingly, very well. Aixing of the shallow red dojo, may I challenge you? Aixing, striving to appear more mature, nodded. Challenger, I, Aixing, the master of the shallow red dojo, accept your challenge. Aju, touched, wiped his eyes and cheerfully moved to Lingzi's position. Then I shall officiate. Lingzi, bewildered, pointed to himself. What about me? Aju, with a dismissive glance, replied. Go somewhere cool. You're dressed like a flamboyant butterfly. Chapter 61. The Wild Wilderness is a nature reserve Alitos. Unleash your silk. In the courtyard of the Aju family, the venomous spider Alitos was diligently spinning silk on an enormous web. Nwila, unleash Frostwind. Skillfully dodging the silk threads, Nwila turned around and opened her small mouth, releasing a chilling gust. The icy blue breath swept through, turning Alitos' silk into frozen sculptures. A flash of lightning. Then, it struck. Little Mouse pursuit was smooth as silk. With a sprint, Nwila dashed onto the frozen threads, quickly maneuvering behind, and with a swift motion, struck down. Crack. Alitos, exhausted of energy, succumbed to defeat. Sigh, I lost. Removing the badge, Aixing dejectedly handed it to Little Mao. You fought valiantly for so many rounds. You were quite strong, indeed. Little Mao remarked with a smile as he accepted the badge. Under the unintentional leniency of Master Mao, Aixing's muck and Alitos engaged in several spirited rounds with Little Mao. Little Mao triumphed narrowly. A Jew, with a sense of pride, gently patted Aixing's hair. You have grown up. You did well. Aixing's eyes glistened with tears. It had been ages since her father had praised her. I trust you with the shallow red gem. I can head to the city with peace of mind, a Jew encouraged with a smile. Little Mao discreetly tucked away the badge, glancing at the cheerful father-daughter duo before turning to leave. Brother, your son-in-law has fled, Lingzi reminded from the side. Huh? A Jew and Aixing turned their heads, only to see Little Mao escaping on his Rapidash. My goodness, even running slowly would be a disservice to Rapidash's four legs. This child is quite commendable. What a pity, a Jew shook his head regretfully. Daddy, Aixing stomped her foot and dashed out the door. Lingzi shook his head, saying one thing, but her actions betray her sincerity. Little Mao, go for it in the Quartz League. I will cheer for you. Aixing shouted loudly as she reached the entrance. Little Mao, with his back to the girl, raised one hand and gave a slight wave without uttering a word. Aju stood behind a Xing, shaking his head helplessly. Ah, such is the nature of adolescence. Lingzi tilted his head enviously. To encounter such a radiant figure during adolescence is quite delightful. Having successfully navigated through the deep mountains, Little Mao made his way to Shallow Red City. As a small city with its gym nestled in the mountains, the infrastructure was understandably rudimentary. He headed straight to the Pokemon Center, where he rejuvenated Rapidash and the others before embarking on a shopping spree at the friendly store. Bread, ramen, protein bars, various energy drinks, and some supplements for Pokemon. There was no choice. A Xing had nearly depleted his supplies previously, so this time he bought extra. Who knows if the next friend he encounters will also be a bottomless pit. Pushing 3 shopping carts, Little Mao returned laden with goods. Amidst the cashier's astonished gaze, Little Mao calmly presented his Yulong-Du card. Charge this. Ding. A notification rang on the phone of Yulong-Du, who was attending a meeting in the Quartz Plateau. He glanced across the table at Jyadelia, who was munching on snacks, his expression filled with deep confusion. Something feels off. Bang. Elder Damalanki slammed the table. Du, what are you daydreaming about? We're in a meeting. Yulong-Du scratched his head. Oh, I might have misheard. Please continue, old man. In Masera Town, upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Little Mao heard an announcement. Sai, to make a video call. I have to specifically go to the Pokemon Center. I really hope to play with a smartphone soon, he sighed. Little Mao approached the telephone. Ah, Little Mao. Professor Oak greeted him cheerfully. Grandpa, why are you so dirty? Little Mao frowned. Professor Oak was covered in a sticky substance, with purple gas wafting around him. Ah, this is because Ash caught a Grimer, and let me tell you, that thing is a blast. It landed right on me. Quite exhilarating, to be honest. Professor Oak animatedly narrated. Little Mao twitched his lips. Grandpa, have you awakened some strange hobby? Cough, cough. Let us not dwell on the details. Professor Oak replied earnestly. So, where are you now? Oh, I just arrived in Shallow Red City after finishing a gym battle. Little Mao shrugged. As expected of my grandson. Despite all the events along the way, you still arrived the fastest. Professor Oak nodded. I'm the fastest? Little Mao questioned in confusion. Indeed. Xiaoqin got stuck at the Rainbow Gym, and Xiaoyi has already given up, Professor Oak sighed. I see. Little Mao nodded, realizing that this year, only he and Ash from Masera Town would be able to participate smoothly in the Quartz League. By the way, do you plan to head to the Wild Wilderness area next? Professor Oak inquired curiously. I do have such intentions, Little Mao nodded. After all, the Pokemon in the wilderness area are of good quality, and I consider capturing a few. Wonderful. Then please make a stop at the Lala May tribe's base. Professor Oak clapped his hands joyfully. That nomadic tribe? Little Mao pondered and asked. Precisely. The elder of that tribe is an old friend of mine. He mentioned that a girl named Fuzi discovered an undocumented Pokemon and would like me to verify it. Professor Oak sipped some tea. Since you are quite knowledgeable about the world as Pokédex, I am entrusting this task to you. Oh, all right. I'll take a look. By the way, Grandpa, has my Pokeball unblocking application been approved? Little Mao asked with a nod. Yes, I was just about to tell you. It has been approved. Professor Oak pointed to the screen of the phone, placed the Pokédex in the card slot. Little Mao took out the Pokédex and placed it into the phone's card slot. Professor Oak performed a series of actions, and the Pokédex's indicator light flickered 3 times. All right, all set. You can now carry more than 6 Pokeballs. Professor Oak stood proudly with his hands on his hips. Good, Grandpa. Please send over Nidoking and Charizard. Satisfied after summoning his reliable companions, Little Mao finally ended the call. As night fell, he rested directly at the Pokemon Center in Shallow Red City. The next day, Little Mao departed Shallow Red City riding Charizard, wearing windproof goggles. He watched contentedly as Charizard soared through the clouds at high speed. After training with the old Dragonite at home, Charizard's flying abilities had indeed improved significantly. By the way, Charizard, I heard Grandpa's Charizard helped you quit drinking. Did you really quit? Little Mao patted Charizard's back, asking curiously. Wah. Charizard tilted its head, pouting and shaking its head. No way. Alcohol only gets better the more you drink. It doesn't tea hurt during battles. But I want tea drink while flying now. Charizard gave a thumbs up. Fly unsafely, and tears will flow. Well, that is good. Little Mao nodded in satisfaction. A little drinking is not a burden, as long as it doesn't lead to reckless flying. The buildings below gradually became sparse, and soon vast grasslands came into view. The wild wilderness. Little Mao nodded. This should be the wilderness area. Wait, is that a Kangaskhan? Little Mao's eyes brightened. Kangaskhan is not a common Pokemon, only found in limited numbers in the Kanto and Kalos plains. A true wild treasure, and most importantly, Professor Oak has one. How impressive. Ah, this is truly a blessing from the heavens. Charizard, dive down. Little Mao took out a Pokeball. Watch me capture it today. Oh, woo. Charizard eagerly responded. plunging rapidly into the grasslands. Here I come. In the next moment, with a sharp click, under the gunpoint of the skirt-clad policewoman, Xiao Mao obediently raised his hands and crouched down beside the fire-breathing dragon. Miss Junsha, I truly did not see it. The wild wilderness. There are also the words protected area behind. It's a misunderstanding. Chapter 62. Reverse scale in the wild Pokemon conservation area, Shigeru. The grandson of Professor Okido emerged from the temporary office with a downcast expression. Even though you are the grandson of Professor Okido, you must adhere to the rules. You cannot do whatever you please. Understood? Miss Junsha admonished him while packing local specialties. All right, I understand, Shigeru nodded submissively. After all, Miss Junsha, who oversaw the wild Pokemon area, was quite formidable. While others used their trusty canine Pokemon, she wielded a sniper rifle. Once matters were settled, Shigeru finally breathed a sigh of relief, thankful for his strong family background. Otherwise, he would have faced dire consequences for knocking out a precious Kangaskhan in the conservation area. Remember to bring these local specialties to Professor Okido. He needs to take care of his health, Miss Junsha whispered as she stuffed the items into Shigeru's backpack. Next time you wish to capture a Kangaskhan, make sure to inform your grandfather in advance. I'll turn off the cameras, and then you can go. Shigeru sighed. There is really no need for that. All right, get in the car. I'll drive you to the Laraim tribe. After giving her instructions, Miss Junsha brought out her off-road vehicle. You cannot roam around the conservation area riding your Charizard. Thank you for your help. Shigeru politely nodded as he settled into the passenger seat. With a sudden roar, the off-road vehicle sped off. Shigeru clutched his seatbelt tightly, swaying back and forth in the vehicle. One could only wonder if all female officers drove like this. It was terrifying. As they raced across the vast grasslands, Shigeru finally arrived at the Laraim tribe's settlement before catching sight of his great-grandmother. It was a small pastoral town with a sparse population. Miss Junsha, what brings you here? Are there poachers? A shadow passed by the vehicle, stopping steadily beside them. Nothing to worry about. This is Professor Okido's grandson, here to see you. Fuko, please take care of him. Miss Junsha smiled. Ah, hello. Shigeru waved awkwardly, glancing at the unsightly mess beside the road. You must be Shigeru Okido, the scholar. A girl with blue hair wrapped in a scarf approached excitedly. That would be me. Shigeru nodded. Welcome. Without you, I wouldn't know what to do, Fuko said, leading a small Ponyta nervously toward Shigeru. I've heard about the situation from my grandfather. We should not delay. Let us head to your ranch, Shigeru stated with professionalism. All right, let's go, Fuko replied, turning to express her gratitude to Miss Junsha before preparing to take Shigeru home. Suddenly, a cloud of dust approached, and a Dojuo appeared before Shigeru. He scrutinized it closely, pinching his chin. Its fur looks splendid, and its thigh muscles are robust. This Dojuo is quite exceptional. Heh, you have a good eye, a young man in a green shirt with long hair replied proudly. Dojuo, you mustn't be rude. This is Mr. Shigeru Okido, the grandson of Professor Okido. Fuko quickly explained, fearing her childhood friend would act foolishly. After all, he was talented in breeding but lacked in character. Shigeru Okido. The Dojuo's eyes lit up. Are you here to purchase Pokemon? My Dojuo is fantastic. Would you like to take a look? Apologies, but I already have a faster Pokemon, so I won't be considering Dojuo for now, Shigeru shrugged. You're joking. No Pokemon could possibly outrun Dojuo. Are you dismissing me? The young man retorted, clearly displeased. There's no need for that, Shigeru calmly replied. When it comes to endurance, Rapidash excels. And in terms of short-distance speed, no Pokemon can surpass the speed of an Arcanine. Do you think speed is just a game? Even in terms of ultra speed, only Mewtwo's psychic form and the bug-type gene sect can be deemed exceptional. Humph. If that's the case, are you daring to race me? Let us see your Pokemon in action, the young man provocatively challenged. Dojuo, don't be foolish. Mr. Shigeru is my guest. Fuko reprimanded with a frown. Do you think your Ponyta can compete with me? The young man scoffed. I see this fellow is merely a spoiled brat riding on his grandfather's reputation. With a snap, Shigeru's patience snapped. It's fine, Miss Fuko. Shigeru pulled her aside and approached the young man. Since you wish to race, I have no reason to refuse. However, if you lose, what will you do? Humph, lose? Me? The young man scoffed disdainfully. Let us make a wager, Shigeru smirked dangerously. If you win, I will allow you to use the name of the Okido Research Institute to sell your Dojuo. But if you lose, I want you to take your Dojuo. And from now on, you will bow your head and address me as young master whenever you see me. Do you understand? Ha ha ha. Consider it a free advertisement. Don't regret it. The young man excitedly nodded in agreement. Mr. Shigeru, although he may be unpleasant, he is indeed skilled. Fuko attempted to advise Shigeru. However, Aggravated Shigeru was not someone easily swayed by a newly acquainted young lady. Rest assured, I have some capabilities. Please lend me a set of reins and saddle. Shigeru cheerfully said, retrieving Arcanine Pokeball. Seeing Shigeru's cheerful demeanor, Fuko suddenly felt a twinge of danger. After receiving Fuko's saddle, Shigeru equipped Arcanine, pulling on its large ears. My dear, if we lose this race, I will be utterly humiliated. Thus, for our honor, run with all your might. Arcanine growled fiercely, flames flickering in its eyes. As one of the most honorable and just Pokemon, Arcanine was fully ignited. What an impressive aura. This Arcanine is extraordinary. Perhaps Dojuo should concede, Fuko suggested hesitantly. The young man, however, was oblivious to the warning. I see you're merely trying to monopolize the Okido Institute's endorsement. Dream on. My Dojuo will never lose. Fuko sighed, realizing she was wasting her breath on someone determined to face defeat. The target is the ranch beyond the hill. Whoever reaches the doorstep first wins. The young man pointed toward a blue house under a distant tree. I hope you run fast. I still have some tasks to assist Fuko with. Shigeru tilted his head, gently pulling on Arcanine's reins. Fuko removed her scarf and stepped between the two. Raising her right hand dramatically, go. With a loud cry, Dojuo launched into action. Full speed ahead. Shigeru commanded, pressing down on Arcanine's head. With a thunderous roar, Arcanine surged forward, creating a whirlwind as it accelerated instantly. Go faster, Dojuo. The young man cried in panic as he felt a powerful gust sweep past him. A red figure zipping by. Dojuo's long legs pumped furiously, but it was futile against the speed nearing 240 kilometers per hour. As the red figure grew more distant amidst the whirlwind, despair washed over the young man as he lay flat on Dojuo's back. Arcanine, tongue lolling, grew more exhilarated, its body radiating a warm red aura. With the emergence of thermal radiation energy, blue flames ignited from Arcanine's four legs, and its speed skyrocketed once more. Is this the reverse scale? Xiao Mao was astonished by the transformation of the Speedy Hound. This blue dragon flame was unmistakable. Both the Charizard and the Speedy Hound could utilize the move Dragon Rage. The flames of Dragon Rage were none other than this very blue dragon flame. Now, to see the Speedy Hound igniting its body with dragon flames suggested only one possibility. This child had mastered other dragon-type skills that enhance physical prowess. Among the dragon-type moves capable of augmenting physical strength and unleashing formidable attacks, it appeared that the Speedy Hound had only grasped the move Dragon Tail. Thus, the reason for the Speedy Hound surpassing its limits could only be attributed to the use of Dragon Tail. With a swift flick of its tail, the Speedy Hound came to a graceful halt at the entrance of the Fuzi household. Xiao Mao scrutinized the hound's clear eyes and inquired with curiosity, Speedy Hound, you are not disoriented. The hound turned and affectionately licked Xiao Mao's palm, its affectionate demeanor far from that of a creature in confusion. Gazing at his hand, Xiao Mao suddenly realized it was the power of Tokiwa. Previously, his abilities were limited to sensing the emotions of Pokemon through aura and restoring their stamina. Now, he could also remedy their abnormal states. It seemed that Xiao Mao's power of Tokiwa was maturing splendidly. This would save a considerable amount on healing items. He might even forego using universal potions in the future. Xiao Mao nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 63. The Sunlit Rainbow Pony Dolife departed. Having thoroughly worshipped Xiao Mao before covering his face and leaving, the Speedy Dog excitedly extended its tongue, lavishing licks upon Xiao Mao. For the Speedy Dog, life's three greatest pleasures were demolishing the house, running, and licking Xiao Mao. Recently, Eevee seemed preoccupied, often spending time in the ball. Thus the duty of licking Xiao Mao was perfectly inherited by the Speedy Dog. All right, wipe off the drool, Xiao Mao sighed. Fortunately, the Speedy Dog was not a mischievous spirit. Otherwise, such a relentless barrage of licks might have sent him away. Fuzi arrived shortly after, gazing enviously at Xiao Mao. The bond between the Speedy Dog and Mr. Xiao Mao is truly remarkable. He is indeed a man worthy of the esteemed own name. Xiao Mao scratched his head. Can this really be praised so highly? I certainly do not wish to become a scholar like my grandfather, constantly besieged by Pokemon. All right, let us discuss that later. First, let us examine the Pokemon you discovered. Xiao Mao interrupted Fuzi, who was preparing to continue his flattery. The young girl's face flushed, and she turned to enter her family's pasture. Xiao Mao followed closely behind, furrowing his brow in curiosity. Why the blush, like a teapot? Moo. A herd of toros galloped back and forth in the pasture, causing Xiao Mao's mouth to twitch at the sight. Feeling the tremors beneath his feet, Xiao Mao stood at attention, realizing that this might pose a considerable risk. Ahem, cattle dog, please quiet them down, Fuzi commanded as she noticed Xiao Mao's hesitation. Woof. Truly, the cattle dog was adept at herding. As soon as she intervened, the toros in the pasture fell silent, leading Xiao Mao to a pile of hay. Fuzi pointed at a Pokemon nestled within and sighed. It's this little one. Xiaomao leaned in curiously. How did this child appear in the Kanto region? Amidst the grass, a horse entirely white, adorned with a mane and tail of violet and azure hues, radiated a shimmering spectrum of colors. Is this the sunlit rainbow pony? Did you recognize it? Fuzi exclaimed in delight. Xiaomao regarded Fuzi's little Ponyta with a peculiar look. Indeed, I certainly did. This little one is, without a doubt, a Ponyta from the Galar region. This is a Ponyta? Fuzi was astounded, glancing between her dashing Ponyta and the exquisite creature resembling a rainbow unicorn before her. They don't even appear to be of the same kind. It is indeed a Ponyta, albeit a regional variant, Xiaomao nodded. The Ponyta from Galar possesses psychic abilities, hence its distinctive appearance. How fascinating. Fuzi couldn't help but marvel. Suddenly, the Ponyta, which had previously been cowering in the hay, stood up with a frightened expression. To Fuzi's astonishment, it approached Xiaomao and gently nudged his hand. This little one seems to be quite fond of you, Fuzi remarked, surprised. Xiaomao shrugged. Perhaps I have an appealing scent. My elusive power of Eternatus. Little one, how did you end up here? Xiaomao inquired curiously as he stroked the Galarian Ponyta's head. The little creature affectionately rubbed against Xiaomao's hand, appearing quite attached to him. May I take this child with me? I believe it may not adjust well here. And the care methods for Galarian Ponyta differ from those of ordinary Ponyta. I think it would be a splendid choice to accompany me, Xiaomao earnestly requested of Fuzi. Fuzi readily nodded. Of course, that is no problem at all. This child originally hoped you would take it with you. Thank you then. With Fuzi's consent. Xiaomao nodded and retrieved a Pokeball. What do you say? Will you come with me? Upon hearing Xiaomao's words, the Galarian Ponyta decisively tapped the Pokeball switch with its horn. Buzz. In a flash of red light, the Ponyta was drawn into the Pokeball. Xiaomao smiled. I've caught a Ponyta. It seems I can charm Pokemon with my looks. Fuzi clapped her hands in congratulations, Mr. Xiaomao. Now, it's getting late. I should take my leave, Xiaomao contemplated and suggested. Fuzi shook her head. It's quite late, and there's no Pokemon Center nearby. Why not stay at my house and sample my cooking? Seeing the eager look in Fuzi's eyes, Xiaomao reluctantly nodded. Then I shall trouble you. Not at all. The young girl beamed brightly as she turned to head to the kitchen. Goddess, this girl is quite something. I look forward to seeing her in 5 years, Psyduck remarked, raising an eyebrow at Xiaomao. Are you not busy? Go feed everyone dinner, Xiaomao scoffed, releasing the Pokemon and assigning the idle Psyduck some tasks. He then rose to assist in the kitchen. Noticing the newly arrived Ponyta, Psyduck paused. Gooba, this little one looks rather unique. Eevee jumped up and delivered a swift tail whip to Psyduck's face. Boo, do not bully the newcomer. Psyduck, sent flying by the tail, swiftly regained composure. Rubbing its face, Psyduck couldn't help but grumble. Why is she so irritable lately? Could it be that time of the month? Ignoring Psyduck, Eevee curled up in a corner, radiating flashes of white light when unobserved. Thanks to the efforts of Xiaomao and Fuzi, a table of rustic dishes was soon prepared. After dinner, Xiaomao shared insights on Pokemon care with Fuzi. He then picked up Eevee, who had scampered to his feet, and returned to his guest room, falling comfortably asleep. Thus, the esteemed Xiaomao, having captured a sunlit rainbow pony, spent a delightful night in the quaint town of Laum. Awakening early the next morning, Xiaomao stood at Fuzi's doorstep, brushing his teeth with a cup in hand. Such were the conditions of rural life. Blowing bubbles as he rinsed, Xiaomao gazed upon the boundless pasture. The scenery here is truly splendid, he remarked, wiping his mouth. At that moment, several heads popped out from the nearby houses. Hey, look at that at Fuzi's doorstep. Wait, Fuzi has a guest? Impossible. How could that be impossible? Look at that boy, toothbrush in one hand and teacup in the other. He wouldn't just stand there if it were his own home. The surrounding neighbors pointed and whispered about Xiaomao, who, startled, turned and hurried back inside. Oh my, the gossiping nature of the neighbors is absolutely terrifying. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Xiaomao shook his head in exasperation. Mr. Xiaomao, hurry. It's your Eevee. Fuzi's urgent voice rang out. Eevee. Xiaomao frowned and dashed into the bedroom. Eevee lay weakly on the bed, trembling and emitting flickers of white light. This is evolution resistance. Xiaomao slapped his forehead, realizing how he had forgotten this detail. System, exchange for a moonstone. Spending 500 achievement points, Xiaomao quickly placed the moonstone on Eevee's chest. Buzz. The moonstone quivered slightly, interrupting the evolution process as the light surrounding Eevee gradually faded. Phew. With the resistance to evolution concluded, Eevee sighed in relief. Collapsing onto the bed. Eevee, you've worked hard. It's my fault for not noticing your condition, Xiaomao said remorsefully, cradling Eevee. As their bond deepened, Eevee's emotional fluctuations triggered her predisposition to evolve, causing her to suddenly quiet down recently. For whether day or night, she felt the urge to evolve. To maintain her form, Eevee had to exert all her strength to resist the desire for evolution. Eevee rested gently upon Xiao Mao's shoulder, softly licking him. She bore no resentment towards Xiao Mao. It was merely her overwhelming affection for her master. With a soft thud, the little creature nestled in Xiao Mao's embrace, fatigue causing her eyes to flutter shut. As he stroked Eevee's head, Xiao Mao furrowed his brow. She was burning with fever. This was unusual. Typically, when the evolution process is interrupted, the energy should return to a state of tranquility. Yet, it was evident that Eevee's energy continued to simmer, seemingly in search of an outlet. "Mr. Xiao Mao, is Eevee all right?" Fuzai inquired cautiously from the side. "I apologize for alarming you," Xiao Mao replied, shaking his head. Eevee's resistance to evolution appears to have triggered a tumult within her energy, and the situation is not favorable. Then, would allowing her to evolve resolve this? Fuzai suggested. Xiao Mao suddenly paused, realization dawning upon him. Yes, we can channel this energy into evolution. Xiao Mao's Eevee possessed a more intricate genetic chain than the average Eevee, with a notably lower cellular stability. Even if she were to evolve into a new form, she could revert to her Eevee state due to her unique attributes. Thus, by utilizing a new evolutionary form to dissipate and absorb this energy, Eevee would be unharmed. In fact, it could be said that with each evolution, she would grow stronger. "It seems I require a substantial amount of evolutionary stones," Xiao Mao mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. "I believe I know where to find them, plentiful ones, in fact. If we traverse the grassy plains and the forest beyond, we will encounter a mountain known as Evolution Mountain, at the base of which lies Stun Town, replete with numerous evolutionary stones," Fuzai cheerfully reminded him. Chapter 64. The core of Evolution. Stun Town, nestled at the foot of Evolution Mountain, may be small in size, yet it exudes an air of opulence. After all, its residents dwell upon the mountain that bears the evolution stone, akin to having a piece of fine fabric draped overhead. Much like some individuals spend their lives seeking a path to Dubai, others are fortunate enough to be born in Qatar. Consequently, the inhabitants of this town are nearly all affluent. The most renowned among them are the four brothers known as the Eevee Evolution Quartet, residing in a lavish manner at the town's center. Their idle days are spent hosting extravagant banquets, scattering evolution stones, and courting young ladies. When funds run low, a quick excursion to the rear mountains for a few stones suffices, rendering these brothers truly indifferent to monetary matters, apart from their ostentatious displays of wealth. The trio of brothers take pride in maintaining their reputations, often engaging in competitive battles and fostering connections with prominent figures in the league. It just so happens that Professor Oak is among the elite of the league. Thus, when Ash contacted the four brothers to express his potential need for a considerable number of evolution stones, they eagerly responded, boasting their ample supply. Upon Ash's arrival, descending from a Charizard onto the manor grounds, he was greeted with fervent hospitality from the four brothers. "Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome," exclaimed the servants in attendance, forming two lines and clapping rhythmically. Ash, feeling somewhat awkward, smiled sheepishly at the young man with a striking tricolor hairstyle standing at the forefront. Are you the Eevee Evolution Quartet?" "Indeed, we are the Eevee Evolution Trio, and our immature little brother, the golden-haired leader, Lezong, stepped forward to clarify. "Ahem, dear brother. Let us not dwell on that. Mr. Ash has traveled a long way. Let us commence the feast." The second brother, Aki, with his fiery red hair, clapped his hands, prompting servants to set a lavish spread on the long table in the courtyard, rivaling that of a festive celebration. "Typically, we dine rather casually, Mr. Ash, so please feel free to indulge," said the third brother, Mizuki, a melancholic youth with tousled blue hair, his voice melodious. However, as Ash gazed upon the exquisite array of gourmet dishes, reminiscent of a buffet, he could not help but sigh. "Well, this does appear quite casual." As the wine flowed and various dishes were sampled, Ash inquired, "Might you possess the special evolution stones I mentioned?" "You seem genuinely eager," Lezong replied with a slight smile. Clapping his hands, a servant wheeled forth a cart bearing a circular platter. Approaching Ash, Lezong lifted the dome covering the plate, revealing 3 diamond-shaped evolution stones, quietly resting upon it. Unlike ordinary evolution stones, these were significantly smaller, glistening in hues of gold, red, and blue. "We refer to these as the core of evolution," Mizuki explained as he rose to introduce them. These typically emerge at the roots of large evolution stones. However, not all large stones produce such special stones. Currently, we possess only the thunder, fire, and water cores, Lezong added, nodding. Ash's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This is precisely what I need. The Eternal Evolution Stone, unlike the disposable ones, can be reused and is perfectly suited for Eevee." "Big brother, do you wish for Eevee to evolve as well?" inquired a small boy, quietly dining in the corner, lifting his head suddenly. "Tai, That is rather impolite, Aki admonished, frowning. My apologies, my younger brother is a bit immature. And I hope you can forgive him, Lezong sighed. Ash turned his attention to the small boy with interest. Tai, is it? You seem reluctant for Eevee to evolve. Am I correct? Clutching his little Eevee, Tai lowered his head to explain, because once it evolves, its form and attributes will change. Will it still be my Eevee then? Tai, as a member of the Eevee Evolution trio, how can you be so timid? Lezong scolded. Indeed, you aspire to become a Pokemon trainer too. Do you truly believe that you can win battles solely relying on Eevee? Aki added, frustrated as he educated his younger brother. I believe it is enough to simply be with Eevee. Tai murmured softly in rebuttal. Actually, that sentiment is quite commendable, Ash remarked with a smile. Releasing his own Eevee, the little creature yawned wearily, nuzzling Ash's cheek before settling contentedly in his arms. Big brother, is your Eevee unwell? Tai observed keenly. Yes. It is still recovering. Ash gently stroked Eevee's back. I failed to notice that it had reached the brink of evolution, forcing it to suppress its evolutionary instincts, which led to its illness. Ah, is that so? Tai exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. Indeed, as Eevee can naturally evolve once its bond with its trainer reaches a certain level, even without the use of an evolution stone, Ash explained. I know. It's the form that evolves through friendship, Sylveon and Umbreon. Mizuki chimed in excitedly. Ash looked at Mizuki in astonishment, nodding in agreement. That is indeed correct. Mizuki rubbed his nose and added, Hey, I've read your paper. Thus, regardless of whether or not it evolves, your Eevee will always be your Eevee. Even if its form and attributes change, your bond remains unaltered, Ash reassured Tai. However, I still wish for Eevee to delay its evolution, Tai persisted. Displaying a hint of stubbornness, Ash chuckled and shook his head. I believe this is not a matter you should dwell upon. Evolution is a personal journey for Eevee. Should it not have the autonomy to decide? Decide for itself? The Eevee Evolution trio furrowed their brows in contemplation. Indeed, I should heed Eevee's wishes. If it desires to evolve, then let it evolve, Tai declared, clapping his hands in resolution. This cannot be. Lezong sighed heavily. Mr. Ash, if my younger brother does not permit Eevee to evolve, he will be at a disadvantage in battles against others. Indeed, after all, Eevee's true potential can only be unlocked post-evolution, the two elder brothers echoed in agreement. Of course, this is your family matter. I merely offer a perspective. Ash raised his hands in a gesture of neutrality, stepping toward the evolution stones. Then, I shall accept these. Suddenly, Lezong closed the lid with a clap. Do not rush, Mr. Ash. Aki and Mizuki approached. Ash, arms crossed in calm defiance, inquired, What guidance do you offer? Lezong pointed toward the center of the courtyard. We, the three brothers, have no other interests aside from Pokemon battles. We heard you were Professor Oak's grandson. You must be quite formidable. Ash raised an eyebrow. So, must I defeat you to acquire the evolution stones? Oh, no. We merely wish to spar, Aki clarified. Indeed. We simply want to demonstrate to our younger brother which of us three is the strongest, Mizuki admitted candidly. Observing the bewildered Tai, Ash ruffled the boy's watermelon-like hair and nodded in agreement. If that is the case, let us engage in battle. The brothers nodded enthusiastically and immediately. Servants began preparing the battleground in the courtyard. Ash patted Tai's head. Watch closely. Evolution does not equate to strength. Eevee, and you must forge your own path. Tai, wiping his nose, gazed intently at the battleground with earnest determination. Chapter 65. A call from Gardevoir in Stun Town. The Ibushi brothers extended an invitation to Shigeru for a Pokemon battle. Naturally, Shigeru, filled with gratitude, accepted. What a kind soul. Not only did he provide evolution stones, but also experience packs. Upon arriving at the battleground, Shigeru did not rush into the match. Rather, he prepared to fulfill his own objectives first. Could I borrow an ordinary evolution stone? Any kind will do, Shigeru gently inquired, stroking the fur of his Eevee. Of course, these are but a small token. Please accept them all, Reizang replied grandly, producing a box of ordinary evolution stones for a servant to present to Shigeru. Raising an eyebrow, Shigeru remarked, Wow. To give a whole box for just one stone. This is the audacity of a true gold miner. As he opened the exquisite gift box, he found an array of evolution stones, fire, water, thunder, leaf, and others neatly arranged. Selecting a fire stone, he placed it before Eevee. Come on, Eevee. Let us showcase some advanced techniques. Eevee nodded gently, first returning the Everstone to Shigeru before resolutely placing its paw on the fire stone. See? Even Shigeru believes the fire type is the best. Achi boasted, glancing at his older brother. Reizang rolled his eyes. It's merely a casual selection. Don't flatter yourself too much, or I might just have to teach you a lesson. Suddenly, Eevee transformed into a blazing inferno. Emerging in a dazzling display of fiery brilliance was the Fire Pokemon, its body radiant and its mane golden. With a charming call, the Fire Pokemon inhaled the surrounding flames into its mouth. As the fiery energy coalesced, the crowd watched in astonishment as fiery evolutionary energy began to gather in its chest. Accompanied by the energy absorption, the Fire Pokemon radiated a brilliant white light. Ultimately, all traces of its previous form vanished, and Eevee reappeared, now adorned with a tuft of red fur on its tail. What is this? Did the evolution fail? The Ibushi brothers exclaimed in surprise. No, to be precise, Eevee has absorbed the evolutionary power, mastering the advanced abilities of fire, Shigeru explained with a smile. Originally, Eevee could only utilize multi-type abilities like Ember and Water Gun, but now, with the genetic lock broken, it could learn even more powerful moves, such as Flare Blitz and Hydro Pump. Next, Shigeru methodically fed Eevee the Water Stone, Thunder Stone, and Leaf Stone. With each addition, Eevee's tail sprouted blue, gold, and green tufts of fur. Having fully grasped the essence of evolution, Eevee cheered, illuminating once more, this time evolving into the Sun Pokemon. Subsequently, it reverted back to its Eevee form, now with a hint of pink on its tail. I suspect you are the most beautiful Eevee with that splendid tail, Shigeru remarked, affectionately ruffling Eevee's head. He could sense that without using evolution stones, Eevee could freely switch between forms, specifically between the sun and moon. However, to transform into other forms, the respective evolution stones were still necessary as keys. It seemed there would be an opportunity to teach Eevee the move Round Eye. Shigeru pondered quietly. The Fairy-type Pokemon also didn't require evolution stones to change forms. Having absorbed the energy of several evolution stones, Eevee felt invigorated. Leaping into the battleground and calling out to the Ibushi brothers, "Eevee, bring it on." Shigeru smiled. "All right, who will be first?" As the eldest, Zhang stepped forward. "Let me experience your techniques first. I was once among the top 64 in the Quartz Conference. Be careful." Shigeru's lips twitched. Top 64? You only won 2 rounds in the qualifiers. Thunder Pokemon go. With a flick of his Pokeball, Zhang unleashed his Pokemon, a spiky thunder type that appeared before Shigeru. "Let us go, Thunderbolt." Zhang exclaimed aggressively, revealing a fiery temperament. Shigeru snapped his fingers, used Dig. Eevee dove into the ground, swiftly creating a large pit in the yard. "Where is it?" Zhang anxiously looked around, more nervous than his Thunder Pokemon. Truly, this was the level of a top 64 contestant, Shigeru sighed. "Burst out and then use Swift." Boom. The Thunder Pokemon was suddenly struck in the abdomen by Eevee's surprise attack, sent tumbling before being engulfed by a flurry of golden stars. The Thunder Pokemon collapsed, unable to rise. "I only utilized Eevee's innate abilities," Shigeru winked at Taichi. Taichi looked on in surprise at Shigeru and Eevee, realizing just how formidable Eevee could be. "I concede. You are indeed the grandson of Professor Okido," Zhang admitted, shaking his head as he recalled his Thunder Pokemon and walked off in defeat. "Now it's my turn. Watch as I reclaim a victory with my Water Pokemon." The youngest, Mizuki, stepped up to challenge. "Let us go." Shigeru nodded. "Eevee, I want to lose to anyone now." Shigeru quietly utilized the appraisal technique and was astonished to discover that Eevee's level had surged by 5, now at level 41. The effectiveness of these evolution stones was remarkable. "Water Pokemon go? Use Water Gun. Don't you think to test the waters?" Shigeru sarcastically retorted. "Eevee, Thunderbolt." Long before the genetic lock was initiated, Eevee had already mastered electric-type moves. To simply use Water Gun was akin to offering oneself up. Sure enough, the current surged through the Water Gun. Crackling, the Water Pokemon collapsed, enveloped in smoke. The effect was stunning. Mizuki was already the weakest of the 3 brothers, but to be taken down in one move is rather embarrassing. "Hey, you two aren't much better. Just watch me," Achi gleefully proclaimed, finally ready to show off. Ember, Dig, then Water Gun. Achi, defeated in record time, couldn't help but cover his face, having fallen into the same pit twice, just like his elder brother Zhang. Shigeru rubbed his temples, realizing this was indeed fitting for the character of a wealthy family. After all, when wealth reaches a certain point, power can simply be bought. Thus, as per our agreement, these 3 evolution cores are yours. Handing over the evolution cores to Shigeru, the 3 brothers promptly saw him off with tea. Shigeru was unbothered, having acquired what he needed. "All right, now I should prepare for a trip to the Crimson Lotus Island." Upon returning to the Pokemon Center, Shigeru took out his notebook and began to contemplate. Before the competition at the Crimson Lotus Gym, further training was necessary. As a traditional, seasoned gym leader, Shaba likely had a standard match roster with an average level exceeding 40. To be safe, Shigeru felt it prudent to train further before challenging Shaba. Where could he find a plethora of Pokemon to gain experience? Shigeru's imagination wandered. Ding-ling. A private phone call interrupted his thoughts. Curious, Shigeru answered. Hello. This is Shigeru Okido. Shigeru. A delightful voice burst through the speaker, nearly overwhelming his eardrum. Ah, Gardevoir, could you lower your volume? I almost became hard of hearing. Shigeru held the phone at arm's length, expressing his frustration. Never mind the details. Where are you right now? Gardevoir's voice carried a hint of urgency. Oh, I'm at the Pokemon Center in Stun Town, Shigeru replied honestly. Great. Quickly turn on the television. I'm about to compete against Yolongdu. You must watch. The girl urged. All right. I'll cheer for you, Shigeru promised. Phew, that's a relief. Wait for me to unleash my fury upon that red-caped, expressionless man, Galadriel declared, her fists clenched in anticipation. Ahem, let us not underestimate him. Yolongdu's true prowess is likely to rank among the top 3 in the Master League. She cautioned. Suddenly, Xiaomao had a brilliant idea, by the way, regarding Yolongdu's lineup. Aside from the Dragonite, utilizing electric-type attacks against his other Pokemon could yield surprising results. Is that truly the case? Galadriel chuckled mischievously. Indeed, Thunder Wave can disrupt positioning, and a well-placed Thunderbolt can take them out without issue, Xiaomao stated earnestly. And what strategy do you propose for his ace, Dragonite? Galadriel inquired tentatively. You might consider utilizing your artificial cell egg. Begin by establishing a trick room with your other Pokemon. Then, lead with Toxic to secure the advantage. If it can't hold up, substitute dual screens. Yes, it should be manageable, Xiaomao advised in a hushed tone. Understood. I've learned a great deal. I shall now prepare to confront Yolongdu. Galadriel replied enthusiastically before hanging up. Leisurely, Xiaomao opened a can of sweet red bean wine, leaning back on the sofa as he gazed at the large television screen in the Pokemon Center. Life truly feels as lonely as falling snow, he mused, sipping his drink contentedly while watching the broadcast of the Master Challenge, where Yolongdu was about to face Galadriel. Chapter 66. Gardevoir vs. Draconis at the Quartz Plateau Stadium. The pinnacle of Kanto's competitive venues, the annual Quartz Alliance and Kanto Champion League events are held here. Furthermore, this location serves as the headquarters for the Pokemon League. The Pokemon Center is relatively quiet, allowing Shigeru to release his Pokemon. Observing the Masters tournament serves as a valuable learning experience for them. Eevee, ever so self-aware, nestled comfortably in Shigeru's arms, claiming the prime position. Galarian Ponyta rested on Shigeru's left, while Arcanine lounged on his right. Nuzleaf perched atop Arcanine's head. And Electabuzz and Psyduck each claimed a bottle of energy drink, casually enjoying the spectacle from the back. Scyther squatted nearby, discreetly tucking away 2 pomelo berries while munching and watching the screen. Charizard and Nidoking, both sizable creatures, could only sit at the back, peeking over. Gengar remained calm, floating at the ceiling, enjoying the best view. Nearby trainers glanced toward Shigeru, subtly distancing themselves. Shigeru, unfazed, savored his sweet wine, exuding an aura of affluence that could be intimidating. Suddenly, the screen displayed Draconis, donned in a crimson cape, entering the arena to the roaring applause of the audience. Draconis is a pride of Kanto, enjoying popularity that rivals even that of the esteemed Lance. Today's Masters tournament, featuring the fiercest Pokemon trainers, undoubtedly elevates the adrenaline in the air. The energetic commentary and the audience's fervent cheers showcase the grandeur of the event, leaving Shigeru's Pokemon awestruck. Pokemon battles, especially during major tournaments, test not only combat skills but also the ability to withstand the overwhelming cheers and fervor of the crowd. It is not uncommon for seasoned trainers to falter under such pressure, losing to less experienced opponents. Observing the throngs of spectators, Arcanine's tail wagged excitedly, revealing his enthusiasm. Eevee, unimpressed, turned up her nose and nudged Shigeru's hand, her expression pleading for attention. The other Pokemon, while not overly excited, at least displayed no signs of fear, which pleased Shigeru immensely. On the opposite side of the Quartz Stadium, the spotlight shifted to the entrance of Gardevoir. Let us welcome our challenger, the Psychic Queen from Unova, Elite Four member Gardevoir, the commentator announced passionately. The applause this time was even more fervent than for Draconis. Shigeru smiled. How could one not be enamored by such a stunningly elegant and innocent beauty with golden hair? Gardevoir sauntered into the arena, casting disdainful glances at the cheering men. Dressed in a pink gown, with cascading golden waves of hair and a haughty demeanor, the crowd erupted in even greater applause. Ah, that gaze, oh queen. Kill me with your beauty. Don't just stare. Use a whip. In the VIP box, Kakuko and Kona accompanied Cynthia. Observing the spectacle, listening to the audience's ecstatic cries, Kakuko rolled her eyes, remarking on the youth's lack of restraint. Everyone has a desire for beauty, Kona smiled. Noting that as a member of the Kanto Elite Four, she often received similarly enthusiastic cheers. However, true strength is what matters most. After all, we are Pokemon trainers. Cynthia remarked nonchalantly, sipping her luxurious sundae. Draconis is exceptionally strong. I wonder if this young lady can withstand him. Kikuko shook her head, unimpressed by Gardevoir's chances. Cynthia raised an eyebrow, a confident smile gracing her lips. I believe it's uncertain who will prevail. If Gardevoir becomes reckless, I can't guarantee my own victory over her. Seated at the edge, Shiba quietly sipped his tea, keeping his distance. He knew he couldn't offend any of these three women, especially Cynthia, who had engaged in a wild, unrestricted battle with Draconis on the very day she arrived at the Quartz Plateau. Although the outcome remained unresolved, Shiba discovered that the mountaintop where they had fought had been reduced by 5 centimeters, leaving the area scorched. From that day forward, Shiba resolved to maintain a low profile while working diligently, embodying the persona of a hard-working individual. My sundae is finished. Cynthia tilted her head. My tea is also gone. Kikuko coughed lightly. ID level 100 pure fruit juice. Kona sighed, her thoughts drifting to a certain boy. I adore 100 pure fruit juice. It's healthy and delicious. Shiba, unable to hold back any longer, slammed his hand on the table. What are you all doing? This is what you should be considering. Leave it to me. Shiba rolled his eyes at the chaos, grateful he had 4 hands to manage it all. In the arena, Draconis solemnly lifted his head. Come on, I'm eager to see what the psychic queen from Unova has up her sleeve. Gardevoir, with a cool demeanor, twirled a lock of her hair, her tone cool and unfriendly. You'll find out soon enough. The referee raised the flag. The match officially begins. Shigeru sat upright, gently stroking Eevee's fur, his attention riveted on the television. Despite frequently teasing Draconis as a flightless bird, he acknowledged that this man is a true champion-level trainer. Adapting to an unfamiliar version, he had retrained his second ace, Gyarados, into a top-tier powerhouse. He could even match Lance in battle. Mega Evolution and Dynamaxing, along with 2 waves of version advantages, did not benefit Draconis' Pokemon, Snorlax, yet he remained a world-class Pokemon trainer. That is Draconis. As for Gardevoir, while she ranks among the top 10 in the Masters division, her psychic abilities provide her with an advantage. It was uncertain who would triumph over the other. Even Shigeru hesitated to draw conclusions. Everyone, watch closely. This match will surely be intense. Shigeru exhaled. Psyduck produced a pair of glasses from seemingly nowhere, nodding seriously. Eevee, wide-eyed, focused intently on the screen. Even Charizard, who had been dozing, released 2 puffs of smoke, now fully engaged in the match. The competitors are ready. Who will shine at the Quartz Plateau Stadium? Let us await the outcome. The commentators shouted exuberantly. The audience's cheers crescendoed as the referee's hand came down sharply, and 2 Pokeballs were simultaneously thrown into the arena. Bang! A flash of red light illuminated the scene as Gardevoir and Draconis frontline Pokemon made their grand entrance. Roar! Emerging from the shadows, Draconis Aerodactyl appeared, a fearsome predator with its gray stone skin, menacing teeth, and sharp wing membranes. On the opposite side, the astonishing golden-haired beauty revealed an unexpected Pokemon. With its heavy metallic arms, supercomputing brain, and incredibly tough body, Gardevoir's first Pokemon was none other than Metagross. The commentator gasped in surprise. As the champion of Hoenn, Metagross' reputation is undeniably formidable. No one anticipated that Gardevoir would possess one as well. She certainly had a trick up her sleeve. Seated, Shigeru displayed a faint smile. In the Quartz arena, Gardevoir revealed a subtle smile. I have anticipated this. Although the ace of Yolongu is Dragonite, prior to this, both Aerodactyl and Charizard are Pokemon that possess inherent vulnerabilities to flying-type attacks. It remains to be seen how Gardevoir will navigate this challenge. Meanwhile, Shigeru, with one hand stroking his Eevee and the other gently rubbing the head of his Arcanine, speculated. Currently, Yolongu has yet to unveil a second ace, rendering their lineup rather unremarkable, due to a lack of better options. This individual has inexplicably included 2 Dragonair and 2 Dragonites in the primary roster. With a Dragon Lair at home, such audacity is hardly surprising. Chapter 67. Gardevoir vs. Dratini on the Quartz Plateau. The match between Gardevoir and Dratini officially commenced. The first battle featured the fossil Pterodactyl against the Metagross. The decisive move for fossil Pterodactyl should be its fiery physical attack. However, approaching recklessly could render it vulnerable to steel-type moves. What choice would Dratini make? Little Mouse stroked his chin, intently fixated on the television. Simultaneously, both sides proclaimed their commands. Fossil Pterodactyl, use Crunch. Metagross, Iron Defense. Gardevoir's expression was grave. Metagross's hardness could withstand the initial onslaught, and the bolstered defense was a tangible advantage. The fossil Pterodactyl dove fiercely, its jaws agape, sinking them into Metagross's arm. With a resounding clash of metal, Metagross remained unyielding. Gardevoir's eyes gleamed with determination as Metagross swung its other arm. Boom! The Comet Punch struck the fossil pterodactyl squarely on its head. Hit by an unexpected Steel-type move, fossil pterodactyl howled in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Dratini swiftly distanced itself. Fossil pterodactyl, ascend. Planning to flee? Chase it down with Bullet Punch. Gardevoir was unwilling to let the opponent escape. Metagross extended its metallic arms, unleashing a powerful gust, propelling its entire body towards the fossil pterodactyl. Use Fire Fang. Dratini instantly shifted from retreat to attack, the two Pokémon closing the distance rapidly. TSK. Dratini is quite cunning, Little Mao remarked, leaning back in his seat, unable to conceal a smirk. Fossil Pterodactyl, a Pokémon renowned for its speed, was effortlessly pursued by Metagross. This was clearly a ploy to draw the enemy in. Crack! The fiery fangs embedded deeply into Metagross's body, causing it to plummet from the sky. Metagross, use Psychic. Gardevoir's gaze remained fixated on the fossil pterodactyl, unwilling to concede defeat. Thanks to the initial buff, Metagross was not overwhelmed by the Fire Fang. Bursting with blue psychic energy, fossil pterodactyl was lifted by an invisible force, suspended in midair. Use Metal Claw. Gardevoir swiftly launched a counterattack. Flamethrower. Dratini retaliated. Boom. As Metagross's Metal Claw struck, the blazing flames simultaneously engulfed it. Both Pokémon collapsed to the ground. In the VIP room, Granny Kikuko raised an eyebrow. That was not a loss. Indeed, as Mr. Dratini's third offensive Pokémon, Fossil Pterodactyl had successfully taken down Metagross, which was sufficient. Kona nodded. It's a bit of a loss, he remarked. Little Mouse scratched his head, observing the Pokémon Center. Gardevoir's overwhelming desire to win had allowed Dratini to seize the opportunity. A high-speed attacker had replaced a tactical core, which was quite disheartening. The Psychic type's characteristic of retreating while fighting was entirely unutilized by Gardevoir in this round. Retrieving Metagross. Gardevoir frowned and summoned her second Pokémon. Come forth, Alakazam. Dratini similarly switched out. Now it's your turn, Charizard. Little Mao couldn't help but critique. Dragon-type champion. Both are flying types. Just look at that. It's absurd. To be fair, as Arceus's hidden favorite, Charizard was undeniably a favored lineage. Various enhancements had never been neglected. However, it was still the Kanto era, and Mega Evolution was yet to be seen. As Alakazam, Gardevoir's trusty guardian, exhibited unparalleled synergy. With a series of instantaneous moves, Charizard couldn't even graze Alakazam before being struck down by a single electromagnetic cannon. With both non-dragon-type Pokémon dispatched, Dratini unleashed its most proficient Pokémon, the bulky Dragonite. Dragonite possessed the Shed Skin ability and exceptional resistance as a pure Dragon type. It could be said that, devoid of Fairy-type threats, unless faced with a pure Ice type or another Dragon type, no other Pokémon could gain an advantage over it. Dragon Dance! Dratini commanded, executing a forceful Dragon Dance right before Alakazam. Oh, you think you're fast? Let us see how fast you really are. Gardevoir smiled slightly. You like to increase your speed, do you? I'll let you increase your speed. Alakazam, use Calm Mind. The atmosphere grew tense. Neither side paid heed to the other, each bolstering their own strength. Completing 2 consecutive Dragon Dances, Dratini grinned, believing he had secured an unassailable position. Dragonite soared through the air, moving with such agility that one could see its afterimages. Observing Dratini's relaxed demeanor, Gardevoir delicately covered her mouth. That speed is impressive, don't you think? Alakazam. Use Trick Room. With a flash, a blue energy wave unfolded, enveloping the battlefield in a square energy space. Dratini's expression changed, realizing the impending doom. Dragonite appeared to be ensnared in slow motion, as if trapped in a quagmire. Excuse me, Alakazam. Use Psychic, then Ice Punch. Gardevoir chuckled softly. Alakazam blinked, teleporting midair, and unleashed a burst of psychic energy. Dragonite was caught off guard and slammed down to the ground. Boom. It fell like a cannonball, groaning in pain. Alakazam followed up, raising its fist to deliver a series of icy ice punches, landing solidly despite lacking strong physical support. Dratini opened its mouth, reluctantly recalling Dragonite. Watching the blue glowing Trick Room, Dratini felt an ominous premonition. In the VIP room, Shiba discreetly glanced at Kona, her expression perplexed. Whether it was the fast Dragonite or the robust Dragonite, neither was slow. Now it was time to see how Dratini would choose to respond. Little Mal, relaxed, crossed his legs, noting that such a scheme was not easily unraveled. Dragonite. It's up to you, Dratini stated solemnly, releasing the second bulky Pokémon from his team. The sturdy Dragonite emerged, its demeanor serious and agile. Dragon Dance could no longer be used. It would only exacerbate the situation. What would Mr. Dratini do? Kona's eyes were deep with contemplation. As the trainer who had defeated Dratini the most in all of Kanto, he understood Dratini's prowess. Alakazam, Ice Punch. Gardevoir struck first. Oh no, Little Mouse shouted suddenly. Sure enough, in the next moment, Dragonite made its move. Dragon Tail, Dratini commanded confidently. Dragonite's powerful tail whipped around, ensnaring Alakazam and slamming it to the ground. Outrage. Boom. Dragonite's eyes glowed red, and with unrelenting claws, it struck down with ferocity. Alakazam trembled, collapsing to the ground. An explosive burst of energy. Little Mouse shook his head. Acknowledging Dratini's might, Dragonite's movements were not swift. There was even a sense of delayed build-up. However, first, Dragonite was not burdened by the negative effects of Dragon Dance. Secondly, its extensive battle experience had granted it the confidence to strike first. Anticipating Gardevoir's approach, Dratini had readied itself to counterattack, decisively eliminating Alakazam. Fortunately, Gardevoir still had other Pokémon to maintain the advantage of the Trick Room, but the initiative in the match had begun to tilt towards Dratini. Lucario, go forth. Gardevoir summoned her third Pokémon, renowned for its physical prowess. Dratini recalled Dragonite, dispelling its abnormal state, and released another Pokeball. After several rounds of fierce battle, with Lucario's elusive maneuvers, Gardevoir skillfully managed to take down the first Dragonite. As the second Haxorus made its entrance, the illusion space shattered. Dragon Dance! The battle was once again set in motion. Light Wall, Half Reflect. Gardevoir swiftly erected two protective barriers. Haxorus, Dragon God Dive. The onslaught from Yolongdu resumed. Azelf, Illusion Space. Gardevoir's gaze remained resolute. Azelf. With arms crossed, Azelf unleashed a brilliant azure radiance. Concurrently, infused with a formidable aura, Haxorus transformed into a majestic blue dragon and charged forth with fervor. Boom. Azelf knelt, succumbing to the battle's toll. As the azure glow enveloped the entire arena once more. The next moment was crucial. A nervous Shiro murmured to himself, Dream Eater, I entrust this to you. Gardevoir's lower-tier Pokémon regained the initiative. Hypnosis. Gardevoir's psychic abilities activated, amplifying Dream Eater's hypnotic waves exponentially, rendering the now sluggish Haxorus immobile. Dream Eater. This seemingly simple combination yielded unexpected results, with a staggering power of 100. Haxorus closed its eyes and did not open them again. The outcome is settled. Shiro sighed in relief. To be honest, hypnosis is a gamble. Its risks are truly significant. Trainers with less fortunate luck have countless tales of missing hypnosis. It seems fate favors the charming ones. Chapter 68. The Heart of the Ice Princess. As the competition cooled, a sense of foreboding enveloped Yolongdu the moment Hakuron fell. Indeed, facing his ace Dragonite, Gadelia commenced a prolonged ordeal. With the substitution of the artificial cell egg and the strategic advantage of the illusionary space, she launched a venomous assault. Yolongdu, aware that a protracted battle would be detrimental, immediately initiated a swift counterattack. However, to his chagrin, the artificial cell egg possessed magical defensive properties, immune to ranged attacks. How infuriating. There was no choice but to engage in close combat. Yet, Dragonite's claw strikes merely created puffs of smoke, while the opponent refused to engage at all, defending the substitute while maintaining its position, even managing to cast a mysterious guardian spell and having the reflection. Ultimately, the invincible Dragonite succumbed. Gazing at the mockingly protruding tongue of the artificial cell egg, Dragonite could only lament. The shame of Jinkong remains unavenged. When shall the minister's resentment be extinguished? If only I could land a single blow upon you. As the fallen Dragonite lay incapacitated, the chief referee's lips twitched. The victor is Gadelia. Breathing a sigh of relief, Xiaomao felt gratified that victory was achieved, his fervent encouragement to Gadelia not in vain. So, what do you all think? He inquired, gently petting Eevee's head. The speedy dog opened its mouth, declaring that upon encountering any psychic Pokémon employing illusionary space in the future, it would promptly sever their throats. Charizard nodded in agreement, empathizing with the sentiment. Eevee, brimming with enthusiasm, perched atop Xiaomao's head, eager to engage in a skill duel with Yolongdu's Dragonite to see who possessed more abilities. Scyther wiped its drool, looking perplexingly at Xiaomao. Is it time to eat? Though the rookie Ponyta did not possess the same courage as its predecessors, it too was eager to begin training. Ponyta, I must not disgrace my master and seniors. Psyduck adjusted its golden-rimmed glasses. I believe I too must enhance my skills. Jengar, lounging on the ceiling, grinned broadly. Having ample experience with psychic Pokémon, just lick them, and it's done. Satisfied, Xiaomao nodded, appreciating the benefits of possessing the power of Tokiwa. Even in silence, one could convene with the Pokémon. Having observed the match, they all grasped the gap between themselves and the top-tier trainers. Henceforth, they would dedicate themselves to more rigorous training. Xiao Mao encouraged his Pokemon. The upcoming Crimson Lotus Gym promised a wealth of valuable experience, with Psyduck expected to take the lead, while Nidoking and Nidoqueen would also partake. As for the slightly lagging members like Nulla, Galarian Ponyta, and Skorupi, they would be returned to Professor Oak's laboratory for nurturing. Once the first tier reached Xiao Mao's satisfaction, they would commence building the second tier S lineup. With the match concluded and everyone sufficiently rested, Xiao Mao collected his Pokemon, returning Ponyta and Nulla to Professor Oak, swapping them for Nidoqueen, and prepared to set forth again. A reporter announced that precious Pokemon fossils had been discovered in the Great Fool Valley, igniting a fervor for fossil excavation in the region. Suddenly, the television report halted Xiao Mao in his tracks. A wave of experience was upon him. He promptly picked up the phone. Cough, cough. This is Kikuko, came the voice from the other end. Grandma Kikuko, I need your assistance with something. Xiao Mao's sweet voice resonated. Oh, Xiao Mao, what is it? Kikuko's voice seemed a bit louder. Meanwhile, in the Quartz Plateau, having just concluded her match, Gadelia was in the VIP room flaunting her victory to Cynthia. Upon hearing Kikuko's voice, she instantly quieted down, stealthily inching closer to Kikuko. Kona adjusted his glasses and casually approached Kikuko's side, gently massaging her back. Yulongdu and Shiba exchanged glances and simultaneously muted their microphones. From Macampus' hands, they each took half a watermelon, beginning to eat seriously. Cynthia looked around, bewildered. Were they playing a game to see who would speak first? All right, I won T lose. Unaware of the unfolding scene, Xiao Mao continued. I possess crucial information regarding the Pokemon fossils in the Great Fool Valley. Is there anything special about this? You see, fossils hold far greater research significance than practical value. I want to be helping you cut corners, you know, and the League cannot possibly prohibit spontaneous excavation by the public. Kikuko replied with a smile. What if I told you that not only fossils exist there, but also revived ancient Pokemon? Xiao Mao calmly threw out the bait. What? Kikuko exclaimed. Are you certain, young man? Almost guaranteed. So, Kikuko, does this information suffice for your assistance? Xiao Mao asked earnestly. What do you wish for? Kikuko inquired with a peculiar expression. I want the League to ensure the entire Great Fool Valley is protected. If all goes well, the Pokemon there may have already awakened. I wish to personally explore and gather a wealth of experience, Xiao Mao stated sincerely. I can agree. But the League must send someone to accompany you. Furthermore, the ancient Pokemon must first be allocated by the League. Kikuko declared sternly. Agreed, Xiao Mao nodded. Apart from a single Togepi egg, nothing in the Great Fool Valley truly intrigued him. If he was correct, besides the few ancient Pokemon encountered by Ash, there must be a considerable number of fossilized Shelmet. Those creatures are social animals. It is highly improbable that only one or two exist. Moreover, fossilized Shelmet, while appearing fearsome, possess attack power potentially inferior to Beedrill, making them the perfect experience package. Then it is settled. I will notify local Jusha to secure the Great Fool Valley. Afterward, wait at the entrance for our personnel to rendezvous with you, Kikuko affirmed, ending the call. Ecstatic, Xiao Mao rubbed his hands together, envisioning a wave of experience beckoning him. On the Quartz Plateau, after Kikuko hung up, she smiled and announced, the Great Fool Valley may harbor an indeterminate number of ancient Pokemon. Which of the three young individuals will volunteer for the task? I will. I'll go. Gadelia immediately raised her hand. Cynthia chuckled. Gadelia, have you forgotten that you must return to the various regions? Aren't you scheduled to participate in the Unova Champion League next month? But sister, I haven't said goodbye to young Master Mao yet. Gadelia pouted at Cynthia. You will meet again. Professor Xiao Mao is so talented. He will undoubtedly tour various places for seminars in the future. You need not worry about meeting him again. Cynthia gently consoled as she stroked Gadelia's hair. All right, I will go. I'll have Doctor you work diligently to yield results, and then we can host an academic exchange conference. Gadelia nodded, formulating a good plan. Kikuko turned to Shiba. Shiba, would you like to go? Shiba's expression darkened. I'd rather not. Xiao Mao is too crafty. And I fear he might trick me out of my underwear. Who would even care about your underwear? Yulongdu rolled his eyes in exasperation. How about you, Kona? Kikuko tentatively asked. I think it's better to let Mr. Du go. Kona adjusted his glasses, speaking somewhat awkwardly. I'm quite interested. Yulongdu glanced at his watch. However, I have a police meeting shortly and must visit the Jada region afterward. So, well then, I shall go. Kona resignedly nodded, seeing everyone had made their stance clear. Granny Josie gently patted Kinna's shoulder and remarked with a knowing smile, Kinna, focus on your work and refrain from overthinking. You are still quite young. Kinna nodded in resignation and turned to leave the VIP room. After encountering Xiao Mao, this once aloof beauty had indeed experienced a shift in her mindset. To be precise, the icy maiden's heart had begun to thaw. once brimming with confidence. She now found herself plagued by thoughts of aging too swiftly, of losing her beauty, of not being attractive enough, of perhaps being overly alluring. Consequently, Kina had picked up the phone countless times during this period, yet she had never managed to dial that number. She had anticipated that the two of them would gradually fade from each other's lives, but unexpectedly, fate had conspired to bring them together once more. Let it unfold naturally. With a sigh, Kina shook her head, her gaze regaining its former shimmering brilliance. Chapter 69, together again on the outskirts of Big Fool Valley. Xiaomao stood with his hands on his hips, incredulously questioning his circumstances. I, Dama Xiaomao, the esteemed grandson of Professor Dama Xueqing, an honorary professor at Rainbow University, a brilliant scholar of the Quartz Alliance, and the discoverer of the ancient Pokemon of Big Fool Valley, am barred from entry. His face was a portrait of shock, utterly bewildered at being kept outside. My apologies, Miss Jusha stated firmly. According to the Alliance's precise instructions, you must wait for the Elite Four's leader, Kina, before entering the valley's interior. The entire area is currently under strict surveillance and access is prohibited. Well, all right then. Xiaomao, lacking any retort to Junsh's firm stance, settled for the time being at the nearby Pokemon Center. Fortunately, as a renowned geological park, the area boasted excellent infrastructure. Otherwise, Xiaomao would have been forced to pitch a tent and camp outdoors. Lying on the bed in the Pokemon Center, Xiaomao gazed absently at the ceiling. Eevee was curled up beside him, licking the evolution stone, becoming increasingly engrossed. It had been quite a while. He wondered how Kina was faring. Xiaomao, your grandfather is calling. A cheerful ringtone erupted from his pocket. Xiaomao grimaced. His grandfather was being quite the prankster today. Hello. Grandpa, where did you get that ringtone? It's rather childish, he remarked as he answered the call. Haha, isn't it delightful? I recorded it a while back in the city. A little girl named Hu Tao helped me with it. It's straightforward. One listen, and you know it's me calling. Professor Damu replied with amusement. What made you think to call me all of a sudden? Xiaomao inquired curiously. Well, I heard about your discoveries in Big Fool Valley. The Alliance is taking it very seriously and has organized an expedition team, of which I am the captain, Professor Damu explained with a chuckle. Really? So, will you be joining us? Xiaomao furrowed his brow. Not quite. We will primarily be providing technical support from the perimeter. We will only enter once you and the Elite Four ascertain the situation inside, Professor Damu clarified. Oh, that is good to know. Xiaomao nodded, relieved. Having a group of scholars witness him pursuing a fossil Pokemon might indeed induce hypertension. Just focus on your work. After I rendezvous with the expedition team from Nibi City, I will join you, Professor Damu instructed. Understood, Grandpa. Don't worry. I'll hang up now. After ending the call, Xiaomao shook his head. It seemed he had only one chance and needed to discuss it thoroughly with Kina. Ding. A message popped up on his phone. Xiaomao, I'll be arriving at Big Fool Valley shortly. Will you come to fetch me? The text was accompanied by a location pin. Xiaomao sprang from the bed. Let us go, Eevee. We need to pick up Kina. Eevee, having been fiddling with its evolution stone, nodded eagerly, stowed it away, and jumped onto Xiaomao's shoulder. After a quick glance in the mirror, Xiaomao adjusted his hair and patted his shoulder, thinking to himself, looking sharp today. Dressed in a black collared t-shirt, purple trousers, and white high-top sneakers. Topped with a white windbreaker, he appeared mature and tall. At this rate, I could easily pass for 18. Satisfied with his appearance, he stepped outside, cradling Eevee. At the rest area of the Big Fool Valley toll station, Xiaomao sat on a bench with Eevee in his arms. Soon, a stretch limousine rolled up, and the doors swung open to reveal a striking beauty with flowing red hair stepping out. Clad in classic half-framed gold glasses, a sleek black office uniform, and sharp high heels that accentuated her long, flawless legs, she emanated an aura of icy elegance. Kina, it's been a while. Xiaomao smiled as he approached. As their eyes met, Kina transformed from her frosty demeanor to a warm flow of affection. Indeed, it has been precisely 1 month and 13 days. It really has been a long time. Xiaomao scratched his head, surprised at Kina's precise recollection. Eevee perked up, having caught Kina's scent, and began to happily squeal. Kina smiled gently. What a clever little one. You can smell my Glacian's presence, can't you, Glacian? Xiaomao blinked in surprise. Yes, ever since I learned about Glacian. I also trained in Eevee. When I was back on Ice Island, that little one came into contact with a special ice and evolved. Kina explained with a smile. How wonderful. Congratulations, Kina. Xiaomao nodded, pleased. Thanks to you, Kina replied, her soft gaze lingering on him. Ahem, let us not linger here. You've traveled a long way. Let us head back to the Pokemon Center. Xiaomao coughed awkwardly. Kina shook her head. No need. I have a small villa nearby. Let us go there instead. Xiaomao was taken aback. Do all the Elite Four members own property everywhere? After a quick trip to the supermarket for some ingredients, Xiao Mao followed Kina to her villa. The two-story wooden cottage nestled in the woods was surrounded by a charming fence and a flower bed, exuding warmth. Upon placing the groceries in the fridge, Xiao Mao surveyed the simply decorated living room. This place is quite nice. Sitting on the adjacent sofa, Kina stretched, revealing a stunning glimpse of her waist that left Xiao Mao momentarily breathless. I prefer not to stay in dormitories, so whenever I can, I buy a small house. It's not too expensive and comes in handy, she explained with a smile. The environment is indeed lovely, Xiao Mao agreed. You can stay here for the next few days. I'll get you some blankets, Kina casually mentioned. Xiao Mao's expression froze. Bee bedding. Ahem, I meant, would you like some tea? I'll grab a cup. Kina's cheeks turned slightly rosy as she clarified. Oh, a cup? Yes, that is fine. Thank you, Kina. Xiao Mao nodded. After brewing some black tea, Xiao Mao rummaged through his bag for a few cookies, and they finally settled down for a chat. So, you want to leverage the vast number of fossil Pokemon there to accumulate experience for your Pokemon? Kina asked, holding her cup of tea with curiosity. Precisely. Hence, I need someone who can maintain order during the process. Xiao Mao replied with an awkward smile. Is that all right, sister? The term sister sent a delightful warmth through Kina's heart. She took a sip of tea, her right hand trembling slightly. No problem, after all. We need to clear the ancient Pokemon to allow the expedition team access. As an Elite Four member, I can certainly make that decision. Exactly. If such minor matters could hinder you, what is the point of being an Elite Four member? Xiao Mao thought, feeling touched as he observed Kina's self-assured demeanor. Then let us rest for the night and set off tomorrow. I'll prepare a delicious dinner, Xiao Mao declared enthusiastically. Kina's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded. I look forward to it. Chapter 70. Solo expedition to Big Fool Valley. After a restful night in a villa in Kona, Xiao Mao rose early, brimming with energy. Today, he was set to embark on a solo adventure to Big Fool Valley, necessitating an early start for preparation. Solo expedition. As the nominal main character, Kona was unlikely to yield even a penny's worth of experience. With this thought in mind, Xiao Mao diligently set to work on breakfast. There was no way to gain money or experience, and it was too soon to offer himself in exchange. Thus, he could only bribe Sister Kona's stomach with a hearty meal. In the living room, the enthusiastic Duck, engrossed in a wild Pokemon show, gave a thumbs up, proclaiming that to win a woman's heart, one must first fill her belly with delicious food. Xiao Mao grimaced. Could you not watch something more appropriate related to Pokemon? Duck pointed to a nearby laptop where Nulla was seriously watching Kona's ice mastery, her head adorned with countless question marks. Xiao Mao nearly lost his temper. With a better teacher available, why did she not ask? He scooped Nulla into the embrace of the dazed Hippowdon, calmly gesturing. Hippowdon, I entrust my incompetent Nulla to you. Please ensure she understands how to use Ice Punch. Nulla eyed Hippowdon skeptically. Was this reliable? Hippowdon appeared completely oblivious, suddenly performing a little shuffle, then unleashed 2 punches, sending a chilling aura that left Nulla's pupils trembling. Electabuzz was charging the power generator, brimming with enthusiasm as today he was the main character. Eevee and Sister Kona's Ice-type Pokemon were harmoniously strolling around the house. Although the Ice-type was a later addition to the team, it bore a commanding presence. Leading Eevee on a territory patrol, Charizard lay behind the sofa, resting and conserving energy, while Gengar floated on the ceiling, dozing lazily. And Nidoking and Nidoqueen admired the flowers at the door. Only the Scyther practiced concentration with meticulous precision. Noticing Xiao Mao's gaze, Scyther calmly closed its eyes, insisting, hurry up and cook. Xiao Mao could not help but roll his eyes. While Sister Kona's other Pokemon preferred the sea, could they not show a bit of courtesy? Did they truly consider this their home? Oh dear, my milk pot is boiling. With small hands behind his back, Xiao Mao hurried into the kitchen, his plush slippers scuffing on the floor. The breakfast menu featured cappuccino coffee topped with frothy milk, paired with tuna sandwiches and plum rice balls, emphasizing a hearty carbohydrate boost. Accompanying dishes included berry salad and pan-seared cod, with French toast for dessert. A sumptuous breakfast was soon laid out. As Xiao Mao prepared breakfast for Eevee and the other Pokemon, Kona returned from the lake where she had been feeding Cloyster. Wow, today's breakfast is so lavish, Kona exclaimed, smiling as she settled at the table. It might be a tiring day, so I made sure to include plenty of carbs, Xiao Mao replied with a grin. Will I gain weight? Kona worriedly touched her slender waist. Rest assured, Sister Kona, I am adept at calorie counting, Xiao Mao assured her. The bread is whole grain, and all the sweetness is replaced with 0-calorie sugar. I guarantee it will be delicious without the added weight. Oh, Xiao Mao, you are truly a savior for girls, Kona cheered, picking up the French toast and savoring it with delight. Xiao Mao smiled as he reached for a napkin to hand to her. Unaware, Kona pouted her lips and positioned her cheeks as she held the toast with both hands. Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment, gently wiping the cream from the corner of her mouth before resuming his meal with a composed demeanor. Kona sipped her coffee, her cheeks slightly flushed beneath her glasses. Oh dear, what was she doing? How bold of her. Xiao Mao bit into half of a sour plum rice ball, suddenly realizing, why did his mouth feel so sweet? The two exchanged peculiar glances before quickly averting their eyes. Goda Duck continued to eat from his bowl, stealing glances at Xiao Mao's antics, thinking, if I had known dog food was this tasty, I would have eaten less for breakfast. After finishing their breakfast in silence, Xiao Mao and Kona tidied up their Pokemon and made their way to the entrance of Big Fool Valley. Hello, are you Miss Kona, the Elite Four? Asked the official Jusha, approaching them with formality. Kona presented her prepared written order to Junsha, and the surrounding officers parted to create a path, curiously observing their surroundings. The two made their way to the heart of the canyon. Xiao Mao, are there really fossil Pokemon here? Kona questioned, gazing at the uneven, dog-scratched terrain with uncertainty. Rest assured, Sister Kona, my intel is reliable. This should be the spot, Xiao Mao reassured her, assessing the surrounding elevation, concluding that the center lay directly beneath their feet. Come forth, Nidoking Nidoqueen. With a flourish of his hand, he summoned the couple. Roar. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but today Nidoking appeared exceptionally imposing. Nidoqueen gazed at Nidoking with an affectionate hum. Kona remarked, a couple? Xiao Mao thought, how careless of me, feeding myself a mouthful of dog food. Enough showing off. My friends, give me a grand earthquake. Xiao Mao released Goda Duck once more, who used telekinesis to levitate both Xiao Mao and Kona into the air. Roar. Nidoking and Nidoqueen exchanged knowing glances, nodding in unison. With a resounding crash, the ground trembled under their powerful legs, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Xiao Mao smiled subtly. Consider this a knocking on the door, saving the ancient Pokemon below from claiming he ambushed them. A cacophony of collapsing ground echoed as Nidoking and Nidoqueen leapt to safety. In the wake of the earthquake's center, a dark, gaping entrance emerged. This is it. Let us proceed, Xiao Mao beckoned to Kona. She nodded, retrieving a Pokeball. Let us go. Goda Duck gently lowered them to the cave floor, where they found to their surprise that Big Fool Valley was a hollow cavern, relieved it did not require extensive excavation. Kona sighed. If this had caused a widespread collapse, it could have endangered lives. Eevee, Electabuzz, Charizard, prepare yourselves. Throwing out their Pokeballs, Xiao Mao scanned the surroundings warily. The power granted by the strength of nature had alerted him to the pervasive malice in the vicinity. Deep within the cave, pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life. Slowly approaching Xiao Mao and Kona. Mischievous, Hippowdon, be on guard. Kona released her protective Pokemon, then calmly faced the approaching threat. The sound of footsteps grew louder, revealing the silhouettes of unknown Pokemon. To their astonishment, there stood two Kabutops, one Scyther, along with two Ammonites and a Crinoid Pokemon. Indeed, ancient Pokemon. Kona frowned, they seemed quite ferocious. Xiao Mao nodded. Unlike the revived fossil Pokemon, these are true prehistoric creatures that existed hundreds or thousands of years ago. These Pokemon bear no goodwill towards humans and believe in the survival of the fittest. Observing the bloodshot eyes of these creatures, Kona had reason to believe they intended to devour them. How to tame them is a pressing issue. It's quite simple. Ancient Pokemon are drawn to strength. There must be a dominant ancient creature here. If we locate and defeat it, these lesser beings will no longer dare to provoke humanity, Xiao Mao explained calmly. Ah, I see. Then we shall not hold back. Kona adjusted her glasses, revealing a chilling smile. Let us engage without concern for face. Xiao Mao clapped his hands, then produced two pairs of sunglasses for himself and Kona to wear. Electabuzz, initiate with a flash, then follow up with Thunderbolt. Electabuzz excitedly swung its arms. Electabuzz. With a brilliant flash, the cave was instantly illuminated, followed by a blinding golden electric discharge that commenced a sweeping assault. After countless years spent dwelling within the cavern, the fossilized helmets were relatively unremarkable, their eyes diminutive. However, the other Pokemon with normal vision, such as the Ammonite and the Kabuto, were not so fortunate. At the very first flash of light, they instinctively shielded their eyes and collapsed to the ground, utterly helpless against the subsequent onslaught of thunder. Observing the complete annihilation of the ancient Pokemon, Shigeru adjusted his sunglasses, feeling a sense of ease. Chapter 71, The Hatred of Hair vs. Fossil Pterosaur. Within the depths of the Great Fool Valley, accompanied by Kona, little Momo embarked on a merciless endeavor to harvest resources. A multitude of fossil helmets was dislodged from the walls by King Nido and Nidoqueen, followed by Electabuzz unleashing a powerful thunderbolt. The efficiency was astonishingly high, and the methods employed were ruthlessly cruel. At long last, after gathering experience points from over 100 fossil helmets, Electabuzz erupted in a brilliant light of evolution. Indeed, as Momo raised an eyebrow, he realized that Electabuzz was not supposed to evolve through traditional methods. However, he had observed that this creature had recently taken to sparkling on its own, evidently after absorbing the essence of Zapdos. This magnificent being had acquired the ability to evolve independently through the accumulation of experience. Amidst the crackling brilliance of thunder, a Pokémon with sturdier limbs, adorned in stripes of vibrant colors and wielding two powerful black tails appeared before Momo. Electivire, Momo softly uttered. The newly evolved Electivire flashed a broad grin, its sharp fangs gleaming as it looked at Momo. Congratulations, Momo. Kona expressed her sincere joy. Thank you, Sister Kona, Momo replied, equally elated. With the ultimate evolution of his beloved electric-type Pokémon, Momo felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Now, it's time to attend to business. Accompanied by Electivire and Charizard, Momo ventured deeper into the cave. By the way, little Momo, is it really all right that I captured a spiky rock Pokémon? Kona inquired as they walked. These Pokémon must be quite precious for research, right? Momo waved his hand dismissively, explaining nonchalantly, Sister Kona, as the saying goes, rarity adds value. You've seen the vast numbers of these ancient Pokémon. My grandfather and his companions could probably feast on them for a month without finishing. I estimate that by the time artificial breeding yields results, these Pokémon will become as common as weeds. So don't hesitate. Take that spiky rock Pokémon. Very well, Kona nodded, cheerfully shaking the spiky rock Pokémon in her hands. This Navi creature had fortuitously escaped the area of Electivire's Thunderbolt during the scuffle. In a moment of whimsy, it directed a water gun at the gentle Mischievous, who, with her tender nature, not only refrained from punishing it but even bestowed a gentle kiss upon it. Just that one kiss rendered the spiky rock Pokémon unconscious. Suddenly, a cute voice echoed in Momo's mind. Instinctively, he glanced down to find a creamy yellow egg adorned with a red and blue triangle pattern at his feet. Watch out. Kona's anxious voice rang out. With a swift motion, a chilling gust swept past, prompting Momo to roll away, clutching the Pokémon egg he had discovered. Roar. At the same time, Charizard unleashed a furious roar, spreading its wings as it eyed the encroaching Pokémon. Electivire quickly positioned itself in front of Momo. An ambush. Momo gritted his teeth, realizing that a considerable chunk of his hair had been severed, leaving his scalp bleeding. Momo, do you need my assistance? Kona asked, her fingers cracking with suppressed anger. No need. Let Charizard handle it. Momo retorted, his temper flaring. You can injure my head, but you dare to shave my hair? Have you decided how you wish to perish? With energy surging in a deep green hue, Momo's fury was palpable, resonating with Charizard. Roar. Flames erupted from Charizard's tail as it locked its gaze on the nearby Pokémon. Not far away, perched on a stone pillar, a Pokémon with a gray, rocky hide, sharp claws, and a mouth full of vicious fangs yawned nonchalantly. It seemed entirely indifferent to the anger of Momo and Charizard. In the ancient era, it was the undisputed sovereign of fossils, believing itself unparalleled among all Pokémon. Charizard, if you can't subdue it in 10 minutes, I will resort to a group assault. The choice is yours, Momo declared, crossing his arms and exhaling deeply, maintaining his composure. Truly, little Momo, your ability to regulate your mindset is remarkable, Kona affirmed with a nod. Boom. Charizard illuminated its wings with a bright glow, launching itself towards the adversary. Steel Wing. This choice was undeniably astute, ensuring both safety during the sprint through the cavern and delivering a heavy blow to the opponent. The fossil pterosaur opened its mouth, letting out a strange laugh before taking flight. The aerial battle commenced. In response to Charizard's Steel Wing, the fossil pterosaur executed a swift 360-degree maneuver, evading Charizard's assault with ease. Simultaneously, its gaping maw lunged viciously toward Charizard's shoulder. Ack! Charizard bellowed in pain from the solid bite. As expected of a predator, its brutal tactics were akin to those employed during a hunt. Charizard, use your claws. Momo exclaimed angrily, realizing that this fossil pterosaur viewed him as mere prey. Roar. Enduring the pain, Charizard twisted its body, channeling immense energy into its claws, and struck forcefully at the fossil pterosaur's abdomen. Boom. An explosion erupted, causing the fossil pterosaur to recoil in pain and hastily distance itself from Charizard. Charizard immediately pursued with fervor. Suddenly, a stalactite struck Charizard's wing, causing its speed to plummet, while the fossil pterosaur thrived amidst the treacherous terrain of the dark cave. This won't do. We need to change the battleground. Momo frowned and turned to Kona. Sister Kona, we're nearly finished here. Let us head up. Kona nodded in agreement, and Momo commanded, Charizard, lure the fossil pterosaur to the entrance. Let us take the fight outside. Charizard nodded, unleashing a torrent of flames. Boom. The flames soared past the fossil pterosaur, which turned to observe. Charizard hovered momentarily, extending its claws, and gestured in a friendly manner toward the fossil pterosaur. Charizard, you can't catch me. The fossil pterosaur, incensed, pivoted, and gave chase. You dare to run. As Charizard dashed away, it teased, if you can catch me. Seizing this moment, Momo and Kona ascended to the surface with the assistance of Golduck. Boom. In the next instant, two figures soared into the sky, Charizard and the fossil pterosaur. In the vast expanse of the sky, Charizard immediately showcased its aerial prowess. Having trained extensively in flight with Dragonite, Charizard unleashed its full potential, leaving the fossil pterosaur momentarily overwhelmed. The fossil pterosaur opened its mouth wide, unleashing a wave of orange energy. Its hyper beam, Kona warned from the sidelines. Charizard, ascend and circle behind it. Momo instructed with clarity. In aerial combat, exposing one's back was an unforgivable mistake. Charizard executed a rapid ascent, then spun sharply to position itself behind the fossil pterosaur. Dragon Rage, Momo shouted. Boom. A torrent of blue flames erupted, striking the fossil pterosaur squarely in the back. Seize it, Momo urged, pressing the advantage. Charizard accelerated swiftly, its limbs exerting force to lock the fossil pterosaur's neck in a vice-like grip. Earthquake, Momo declared without hesitation, expressing his disdain for the fossil pterosaur's mockery of his hair. With a powerful spin, Charizard hurled the fossil pterosaur downward, spiraling through the air. Boom. The fossil pterosaur crashed violently into the ground as Charizard landed gracefully, sitting down triumphantly. Take this, Dragon Tail Impact. Boom. The ground shook, dust swirling, as Charizard nonchalantly shook its rear and rose to its feet. The fossilized pterosaur, reduced to mere wallpaper, foamed at the mouth, marking the end of its wicked reign. Observing the fossil Pokémon cautiously peeking out from the cave, Shiro raised his finger and shook it, then clenched his fist. Get lost. In an instant, the cave entrance lay completely vacant. With a sense of satisfaction, Shiro patted Charizard on the shoulder, exclaiming, Well done. You've brought me honor. I shall reward you with half a pound of sweet potato liquor. Charizard licked its lips, eager for the promised sustenance. Shiro, wincing as he rubbed his scalp, gasped. Damn that fossilized pterosaur. What a grudge it held. It's drawn blood from me. All right, let us move. We need to tend to your wounds first. We can deal with this matter later, Kana suggested, her concern for Shiro evident. Thank you for your help, Kana, Shiro replied, content, as he and Kana made their way out of the valley. Chapter 72, The Talented Young Master Mao. 2 days have elapsed since the solo exploration of the Great Fool Valley. Professor Oki's research team has completely taken over the area. Young Master Mao has been dutifully embracing his role as a homebody at Kona's residence for the past 2 days. Alas, despite the healing abilities of a Chansey, the wound on his scalp can only be staunched, making the prospect of hair regrowth within such a short span nothing more than a fanciful dream. Each day, Kona joins the research team for field investigations, while young Master Mao dons a white hat to prepare meals at home, content in his domesticity. On the living room table, a creamy yellow Pokémon egg rests securely on a soft cushion, with the magnificent mane of his Rapidash draped over it, as its large head helplessly lolls with its tongue out. Indeed, young Master Mao has pilfered a Bagon egg. As a Pokémon imbued with extraordinary luck, a Togekiss is also among young Master Mao's ideal companions. It is said that within the shell of a Bagon egg lies an abundance of happiness, which it may share with those it holds dear. Such a talisman must be kept close. After leaving the Great Fool Valley, young Master Mao returned the Nidoran couple to the laboratory. Unfortunately, upon seeing the egg, Nidorina transformed into a Pokémon version of a clingy partner, refusing to let go. Reluctantly, young Master Mao had to send her off, ensuring Nidoqueen was comforted in the process. Accompanying them back home was a Scyther, who salivated longingly at the egg, instilling a sense of unease. Originally, Professor Oki had provided young Master Mao with an incubator, but it was discarded in a corner, gathering dust due to young Master Mao's disdain. To hasten the egg's incubation, the warm body of a Fire-type Pokémon would serve best. After glancing at the empty bottle beneath Charizard's feet, young Master Mao decisively assigned the task to his Rapidash. Unbeknownst to Rapidash, this little male dog would suddenly find itself assuming the role of a father without a mate. Having prepared the ingredients for lunch, young Master Mao wiped his hands and returned to the living room. Aside from Rapidash, who was tasked with incubating the egg, and the hungover Charizard, who lay sprawled out, the rest of the Pokémon were peacefully resting. Nuzleaf had been diligently training alongside Hippowdon in practicing Ice Punch for the past couple of days, and had become quite proficient. However, the once sharp glint in Nuzleaf's eyes had gradually dulled, leaving young Master Mao somewhat disheartened. Such an expression could be quite misleading. Imagine a Nuzleaf with a blank stare suddenly unleashing a flurry of punches without a change in demeanor. Observing Nuzleaf and Hippowdon practicing Tai Chi outside the window, young Master Mao felt it was unfair to blame Nuzleaf. The Electrode had been on vacation, lounging on the windowsill and sleeping the day away, occasionally emitting sparks of electricity. It appeared to be absorbing the very essence of thunder within its body. Eevee remained ever attached to young Master Mao, while the most lethargic member of the household was Psyduck. Ever since young Master Mao had prohibited it from watching adult programming, Psyduck had taken to fantasizing about sneaking into Kona's room to find some intimate fabric or other such items. After receiving 2 sharp pecks from Kona's shelter, Psyduck had finally calmed down. Seated on the sofa, watching Psyduck, young Master Mao covered his mouth, unable to suppress a chuckle. A prominent red line across Psyduck's head was glaringly evident. Puff. Eevee erupted into laughter, rolling around on the sofa. Psyduck rolled its eyes. Cuba, laugh if you must. That shelter can wait until I reach level 80 to deal with it. Ha! I apologize, I simply cannot help it, my poor Psyduck. Young Master Mao roared with laughter, embraced by Eevee's infectious joy. The room of Pokemon, inspired by their trainer's mirth, began to smile collectively. After their training, Nuzleaf entered the room to find everyone laughing at Psyduck. Unable to resist a smirk, it calmly settled beside the coffee table. Today was a rare occasion to have time together with the Pokemon, and a spark of inspiration struck young Master Mao. He beckoned to the now-awake Electrode. Electrode, please retrieve the guitar from the wall. Electrode obediently fetched the guitar and presented it to young Master Mao. Strumming a few chords, the room fell into a peaceful silence. Eevee looked up with sparkling eyes, while Charizard inched closer, resting its head and tail over the back of the sofa. The other Pokemon gathered around young Master Mao, eagerly anticipating what would come next. Casting a soft smile at his Pokemon, young Master Mao gently strummed the strings, after bidding farewell to Pallet Town. I know not how much time has passed. Scrapes and bruises, the number of friends I've made fills me with pride. Those sneakers I bought in a frenzy have become the finest worn shoes, irreplaceable in this world. Unbeknownst to me, my beloved Pokemon have multiplied. My Pokemon, traveling without a suitcase or a guide. Yet the warmth of our encounters is something I shall cherish and carry back. And one day, I shall tell myself, hello, my dream. The warm melody echoed throughout the living room as Eevee nestled into young Master Mao's embrace, gently nuzzling him. Charizard rested its head on its hand, wearing a tender smile. Electrode and Nuzleaf leaned against young Master Mao, enveloping their trainer in affection. Rapidash's tail wagged cheerfully, producing soft whimpers. Psyduck gently rubbed its head, gazing wistfully into the distance. How wonderful it is to meet you. The feelings of the Pokemon enveloped young Master Mao's heart like a soothing spring. With a creak, the door swung open, and Kona gazed at young Master Mao, marveling. What a tender song indeed. Young Master Mao, I never imagined your musical talent was this profound. Hiki, welcome back, Kona. I was merely singing on a whim. Young Master Mao scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed smile. Music has the power to touch the soul. Without a doubt, young Master Mao, your voice possesses such strength. Kona acknowledged. What else is there that I do not know? Kona inquired, curiously perched on a bar stool in the dining area, resting her chin on her hand. Raising an eyebrow, young Master Mao replied, Oh, there is much more. You shall have to discover it at your leisure. Tying on an apron, young Master Mao stepped into the kitchen. Today, we shall enjoy a delightful smile pasta. Kona blissfully leaned against the bar. How wonderful it is to have someone prepare a meal for me each day after work. Young Master Mao plated the pasta and gently placed it before Kona. Such a simple wish, indeed. Your lunch awaits. Kona picked up her fork, savoring the pasta in small bites, while young Master Mao quietly watched her from the opposite side of the bar, admiring the scene. Psyduck raised an eyebrow. No wonder my trainer is so talented. This scene looks like something out of a romantic drama. Chapter 73. In search of the extraordinary garden in the blink of an eye, a week had passed since their stay in the Great Silly Valley. Today, a gentle drizzle fell outside the window. Xiao Mao removed his hat, revealing a faint mark on the back of his head. With every autumn rain comes a chill, he remarked, tightening his windbreaker. The approach of autumn signified that the day of the Quartz Alliance's competition was drawing near. Considering that he still had 2 badges left to collect, Xiao Mao felt it was time to stop idling about. Although, the leisurely life was indeed quite delightful. Are you ready to set off? Kina, perched under the eaves, leaned over the railing to admire the rainy scenery. The canyon's scientific expedition had become well-structured, and there was no longer a need for a champion to oversee the operations daily. The Alliance headquarters had sent 2 messages inquiring about Kina's return. Although reluctant, Kina could only reply that he would head back in a week. I already informed Grandpa yesterday. We can leave as soon as the rain stops. Xiao Mao nodded in agreement. Sighing, Kina added, the headquarters has been pressuring me repeatedly, claiming that Shiba's handling of documents is an utter mess. I plan to search for the incredible secret garden. I feel I still need a sturdy, shield-like Pokemon, Xiao Mao explained simply. Kinna tilted his head. His autumn water-like gaze fixed intently on Xiao Mao. Lowering his head, Xiao Mao tentatively suggested, "Shall we travel together for a while longer?" Kinna's face broke into a smile. "Sure, I think Shiba can hold out a bit longer." Resolute in their decision, the two quickly packed their belongings and set off along the damp path after the autumn rain, heading towards the ferry terminal bound for Honglian Island. They traversed the hills and passed through Puppet Town to catch the connecting boat. According to Li Jia's speculation, the location of the extraordinary garden this year lay within the mountains they were passing. A speedster dog carried a bundle, with a Bakubi egg securely nestled atop it. Xiao Mao held his Eevee as he and Kinna strolled leisurely along the mountain path. "Hey, you must be Pokemon trainers." A rugged voice suddenly interrupted them as they ascended halfway up the mountain. A towering mountaineer, over 2 meters tall and weighing around 300 pounds, leaned on his climbing stick, blocking their way. "Are you looking for a Pokemon battle?" Xiao Mao asked with interest. Indeed, the mountaineer chuckled, patting his belly. "I am Backpacker Mountain Man, challenging you to a wager for my lunch. If I win, you must forfeit your lunch. If I lose, I will give you this treasure I found." Gazing at the white stone of light in the mountaineer hand, Xiao Mao chuckled. "Very well, I accept your challenge. Regardless of the outcome, I will offer you some food." Kinna smiled silently and stepped aside to find a clear space. Xiao Mao retrieved a Pokeball, distancing himself from the mountain man as they prepared for battle. "The rules are 2 against 2. My first Pokemon is this one. Go Holet." The mountain man threw his first Pokeball, releasing a muscled Holet. Mountaineers, who often trained in the mountains, usually possess such powerful Pokemon, capable of moving boulders and transporting goods, making them favored by laborers. "Gung-Gue, I entrust this to you." Xiao Mao decided to send out the purple specter for a warm-up. Gung-Gue exclaimed, excitedly darting around the battlefield, its uncanny speed and erratic movements causing the opponent to break into a cold sweat. "Go ahead, you attack first," Xiao Mao politely offered. The mountain man hesitated. A minute later, Gung-Gue, hypnosis. Noticing the opponent's inactivity, Xiao Mao had to take the initiative. Gung-Gue flashed forward and unleashed a powerful attack. The crimson waves of hypnosis struck true, and Holet collapsed in slumber. "Admit defeat? If you don't, I will start Dream Eater." Xiao Mao tilted his head, looking at his opponent. The mountain man reluctantly recalled Holet. "I concede the first round." Nodding, Xiao Mao anticipated that Holet had likely been raised solely on leveling up, relying on sheer power without mastering skills. If it depended solely on leveling for skill comprehension, Holet's offensive capabilities would be limited to normal and fighting types, both of which Gung-Gue was immune to. Xiao Mao felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing this was somewhat unfair. "Iron Rhinoceros, it's your turn." The mountain man sent out his second Pokemon. A creature resembling a half-grown iron rhinoceros appeared before Xiao Mao. "Goodness, it's still a child," Xiao Mao remarked, bemused. "Huh. Take this heavy stomp." The mountain man declared confidently. "You're not afraid of normal types, but how about ground types?" Gung-Gue, floating in the air, looked down at the iron rhinoceros with a puzzled expression. "Is it in a hurry to jump?" "I don't see any damage." Although Gung-Gue wasn't of the levitate ability, it was airborne. Could ground vibrations still affect it? Xiao Mao sighed in exasperation. "Darn it. Iron Rhinoceros, use Rock Blast." The mountain man, realizing his oversight, flushed red and resumed his attack. Boom. A boulder the size of a soccer ball was launched at Gung-Gue like a cannonball. The power was formidable, but the speed was lacking. "Evade and use Ice Punch," Xiao Mao commanded, gesturing. Gung. It was time for Gung-Gue to showcase its skills. The Spectre surged forward, diving from the air, phasing through the stone projectile before reaching the iron rhinoceros. Gung. With a swift uppercut, a blast of icy energy erupted. Smash! The iron rhinoceros was sent tumbling to the ground. Match concluded. Kinna promptly called out. Gung-Gue, gleefully flaunting its long tongue, reveled in the moment. The mountain man recalled the iron rhinoceros, rubbing his belly. "Alas, I have lost. As per our agreement, I shall take the stone of light," Xiao Mao said, accepting the stone from the mountain man while producing a large bag of bread from his backpack and placing it before him. "Though it may not be gourmet, it will certainly fill your stomach. Are you really giving this to me?" The mountain man asked, visibly excited. "Yes, as I promised, regardless of winning or losing. I will leave you some food," Xiao Mao affirmed with a smile. "Thank you." The mountain man joyfully accepted the bag of bread and dashed away. Does he not realize that the stone of light is quite valuable? Kinna asked, bewildered. "Who knows? I slipped a roll of bills into the bread bag, so he shouldn't suffer too much loss," Xiao Mao shrugged. A gentle breeze rustled through, scattering glimmering pollen through the air. Xiao Mao's eyes lit up. "It seems we are nearing our destination." Kinna nodded. The pollen in the air must be a special phenomenon produced by the gathering of Bulbasaur grass. Following the trail of pollen, the two continued onward, and not far ahead, they spotted a wooden Pokemon center standing amidst the forest. The extraordinary garden was indeed nearby. Chapter 74, The Sovereign Venusaur and the Entrustment that Night. In the lobby of the Pokemon Center nestled in the mountains, Shigeru sat beside the glass with a cup of coffee in hand. His Arcanine lay quietly at his feet, cradling a Togepi egg. Eevee, with curious wide eyes, gazed out the window as streams of pollen danced in the monsoon breeze. Wherever these shimmering trails passed, flowers burst forth in vibrant bloom. The entire mountainside transformed into a colorful garden, a testament to nature's transformative power. Such immense energy, surely not an ordinary foe, Shigeru remarked in awe, as the moonlight reflected off the lenses of his glasses, illuminating his wisdom. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to greet this Venusaur. Standing up, he noticed his Charizard had set down its bottle of wine and followed suit. As the foremost fire-type trainer in his family, this was a task only he could undertake. Be back soon, Kanto waved from the entrance, allowing Shigeru to embark on his quest to capture a Pokemon. With Charizard by his side, Shigeru ventured deeper into the forest. Guided by the pollen, he soon arrived before a row of densely packed trees, standing like a wall, hinting at something extraordinary beyond. Suddenly, a vine whiplashed the ground, causing Shigeru to halt. The sound of footsteps echoed around him as 6 or 7 Oddish emerged from the thicket, blocking his path. Leave this place, stranger. This is a warning, not a request, the lead Oddish declared fiercely. Charizard stepped forward, its flames flaring dramatically. The intense heat compelled several Oddish to retreat a couple of steps. Do not be alarmed. We mean no harm, Shigeru reassured them as he unleashed the power of his verdant force, a gentle green aura radiating from him. The Oddish around him visibly relaxed, and the leader lowered its guard. With a heavy thud, a sound echoed from afar, prompting the Oddish to nod thoughtfully. One extended a vine to tug at Shigeru's arm. You wish to take me to your leader? He inquired with a smile. The lead Oddish nodded, and the group formed a line, leading Shigeru and Charizard further along. As they traversed the lush forest, they emerged into a vast clearing. In the center stood a colossal ancient tree, wide enough for dozens to embrace. Approaching the tree, Shigeru felt a tremor as a massive Venusaur slowly emerged from the hollow. My goodness, Shigeru exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. While an average adult Venusaur stands around 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height, this one was nearly 5 meters long and over 3 meters tall, a true behemoth. Charizard's demeanor became serious, tensed, and ready to unleash its full power. The massive Venusaur cast a fleeting glance at Charizard and retrieved a large leaf from within the tree. At the center of the leaf lay a golden liquid, exuding a sweet, tantalizing aroma with effervescent bubbles. Charizard, curious, extended its tongue to taste, eyes lighting up at the discovery of nectar wine, a delightful find. Grabbing the leaf, Charizard sat down, eagerly drinking. Shigeru chuckled, acknowledging the Venusaur's shrewdness in navigating social nuances. The colossal Venusaur approached Shigeru, a hint of a smile gracing its features. Whether it was an illusion or not, Shigeru felt a sense of warmth emanating from the creature. Young child of the forest, have you come seeking a companion? The Venusaur's voice resonated within Shigeru's mind. Relaxing his guard, Shigeru seated himself beside the Venusaur. Indeed. Everyone speaks of you as the finest Venusaur, and thus I have come. Seizing the moment, he initiated an assessment. Venusaur, Sovereign, Aging Forest Shaman, Potential, Near Champion Quasi-Deity. Ability, Overgrow, Level, 99, Height, 3 meters, Weight, 150 kilograms. Skills, Solar Beam, Photosynthesis, Earthquake, Body Slam, Petal Dance, Leaf Blade, Seismic Toss, Toxic, Light Screen, Energy Ball, Sunny Day. My word, Shigeru mused, this Venusaur in its prime could easily overpower me. Ah, young child of the forest, I have grown old. My greatest role now is to guide these young ones on their evolutionary journeys. Regrettably, I may not accompany you, the Sovereign Venusaur expressed, its voice tinged with both fulfillment and sorrow. From the depths of the forest, numerous Bulbasaur and Ivysaur curiously emerged, gathering around the Venusaur on the grassy expanse. Each Bulbasaur and Ivysaur shimmered with the light of potential evolution, indicating that soon they would ascend to become new Ivysaurs and Venusaur, continuing the lineage of their kind. A melodious tune began to flow from the Venusaur's breath, and the gathered Bulbasaur and Ivysaur swayed in harmony, comforted by the sound. Charizard, after a hearty drink, succumbed to slumber. In this serene, enchanting garden, the singing Venusaur, alongside the harmonious Bulbasaur and Ivysaur, led Shigeru to set aside his desire to capture a Pokemon, not wishing to disrupt the tranquil atmosphere. As the melody faded away, all but Shigeru and the Venusaur drifted into sweet slumber. The Sovereign Venusaur gazed fondly at its kin, then gently extended a vine to retrieve a Bulbasaur from nearby, placing it before Shigeru. What is this? Shigeru asked, puzzled. Please wait a moment. The Venusaur smiled softly, rising. Instantly, its blossoms began to radiate a lush green light. Buzzing. Under the influence of this verdant energy, the buds on the Ivysaur's back began to flicker rhythmically. A drop of golden nectar fell from the Venusaur's bloom, landing perfectly atop the Ivysaur's bud. In a radiant burst, the bud erupted with light, transforming the Ivysaur into a robust and towering Venusaur. Fascinating, Shigeru's eyes widened. The newly evolved Venusaur gazed adoringly at the Sovereign Venusaur. As the vibrant green glow subsided, the weary Sovereign Venusaur lay down, looking toward Shigeru. Child of the forest, this is my offspring. I have ensured it inherits the essence of nature. Even if it cannot match your Charizard, it is a remarkable Pokémon in its own right. Will you accept it? Moved by the hopeful gaze of the Sovereign Venusaur, Shigeru felt a stirring in his heart. This Venusaur, seemingly aware of its uniqueness, was willing to sacrifice its own vitality to entrust its child to him. Of course, as long as it desires to be with me, I will cherish it as family. Shigeru affirmed earnestly. The newly evolved Venusaur, seemingly understanding its mother's intentions, approached and gently pressed its forehead against the Sovereign Venusaur's. After bidding farewell, it turned to Shigeru, nodding with resolve. Gently patting the Venusaur's head, Shigeru felt a swell of emotion. He had not anticipated acquiring such a special companion in this manner. After the legacy of the Sovereign Venusaur, this particular Venusaur serves as a quintessential model of excellence. Henceforth, I humbly seek your guidance. With a cherished Pokeball in hand, Shiro gently tapped it against Venusaur's forehead. A wisp of crimson light enveloped the Pokeball, signifying Venusaur's official induction into Shiro's team. The reigning Venusaur squinted its eyes and smiled. To accompany a trainer blessed by the forest, this must surely be the most fitting destiny for the Pokemon. With measured steps, the Sovereign Venusaur turned its back and ventured deeper into the tree hollow. Observing the serene, slumbering Bulbasaurs around him, Shiro rose and approached Charizard. Old Flame. Let us return, he spoke softly. Charizard lay on the ground, snorting in response. Ahem. I could still drink. With a sigh, Shiro recalled Charizard, tucked his hands into his pockets, and quietly departed from the garden. Chapter 75. Arrival at Doll Town. Having obtained the coveted joint defense hand, Xiaomao and Kinna continued their journey. Traversing through forests and mountains, they arrived at Doll Town, a place that exuded a distinctly feminine charm. Look at all the dolls everywhere, Xiao remarked with a smile. Do you like dolls too, Xiaomao? Kinna inquired curiously. Well, it's not that I particularly like them, but I wouldn't refuse a full set of Kanto Pokemon figurines at home, Xiaomao replied, his eyes sparkling. After all, what boy could resist figurines? Ooh, Eevee, perched on his shoulder, suddenly pointed to the side and called out. Intrigued, Xiaomao paused to observe a handwritten poster outside a figurine shop. Tiers included. Exchange a complete set of Kanto Pokemon figurines for a Universe Invincible Doll Festival doll set. Contact information. Universe Invincible Doll Set? Kinna adjusted her glasses, her interest piqued. The annual doll festival is about to commence, and the beauty competition in this town is actively recruiting participants. The winner's prize is the Universe Invincible Doll Festival set. Acquire it, and you will bask in its appreciation. Display it, and your status will surely elevate. What's taking you so long? Beautiful girls confident in their charm and abilities, come and sign up, blared an advertisement about the doll festival on the television. While Xiaomao contemplated booking a hotel on Red Lotus Island, Kinna interjected, Xiaomao, let us stay here for a few days, please. Seeing Kinna clasp her hands together in a childlike manner, Xiaomao smiled and nodded in agreement. What fault could Kinna have? She merely desired a doll festival ornament. With her beauty and charm, how could he refuse her? Great. You go ahead and shop. I have something to attend to, so I'll step out for a bit. Let us meet back at the hotel. Waving her off, Kinna briskly headed towards the beauty competition registration building. Exchanging glances with Eevee, Xiaomao shrugged. Let us go buy some things first. Ooh. Eevee nodded in agreement, resting atop Xiaomao's head as they continued to survey their surroundings. After procuring food and supplies, and securing a hotel reservation, Xiaomao leisurely strolled along the street with 2 ice cream cones in hand. Though the doll festival was still 2 days away, the festive atmosphere in Doll Town was already palpable, characterized by men rushing about while girls indulged in shopping. Having multiple girlfriends can be quite exhausting, Xiaomao mused, fully aware of this truth. As a former legend of Shinshin Town who once dated 13 girlfriends simultaneously, his Valentine's Day schedule was always packed from dawn till dusk. Are you kidding me? You took so long just to buy an ice cream? Get down on your knees. A sudden roar echoed through the street. With a loud thud, a group of men dropped to their knees in embarrassment. Observing the awkward silence among the men, Xiaomao shook his head in disbelief. What a spectacle. Fortunately, everyone regained their composure quickly, and normalcy returned to the street. At the top floor of the Dolltown department store, Kinna calmly completed her registration form. So, does this mean I'm officially registered? The staff member, sweating profusely, replied, "Of course, please take your time," as Kina gracefully walked away in her form-fitting dress. The staff member swallowed hard. This time we're up against a big contender. As the town prepared for its grand celebration, various stalls offered an array of curious items, alongside special events like auctions and Pokemon exchange fairs. After being approached 3 times about whether Eevee was available for trade, Xiaomao promptly returned Eevee to its Pokeball. "What are you all thinking? My Eevee is not for sale." However, amidst the crowd, the figure of Zheng Wei, donned in a white lab coat as a Pokemon exchange operator, caught Xiaomao's attention. "Hey, isn't that you, Zheng Wei? Out here slacking off again?" Xiaomao greeted with a smile. "Xiaomao, you've made it here too. Come. Zheng Wei enthusiastically pulled Xiaomao in for an introduction. "This is my latest model of the Pokemon exchange machine. What do you think?" Xiaomao tilted his head. It looks great, just like a Pokemon exchange machine." "Well, what do you expect me to say? It's just a machine," Zheng Wei replied, exasperated. "There is no technical barrier here. If you want my opinion, I can only say it looks like what it is." Xiaomao shrugged. "You're still as unappealing as ever." Zheng Wei rolled his eyes. "You're no different, being so unproductive." "Come on, I'm not the same as before." Zheng Wei replied proudly. "I'm moving to Johto next month. Guess what? I've just received my lifetime doctorate from the Johto League. And I can finally live a laid-back life like a salted fish." "Wow, that is quite a feat. I see you're really set," Xiaomao acknowledged, rolling his eyes. A lifetime degree meant Zheng Wei could live comfortably in Johto without any academic contributions until his natural demise. "Hey, are you jealous?" "You should be. I'm just that exceptional," Zheng Wei boasted, shaking his head. "Hey, does that exchange machine even work anymore?" A young man waiting nearby called out. "Coming right up." Zheng Wei winked at Xiaomao. "I can't chat with you any longer. Come visit me in Johto, and I'll have your back." "Xiaomao, have you finished shopping? Shall we head back to the hotel to rest?" At that moment, Kina approached in her alluring dress. "Oh, I'm all set here. Let us head back," Xiaomao nodded, naturally extending his right hand. Kina blinked and immediately understood, linking her arm with Xiaomao's as they turned to leave amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. "Wait, is that Kina from the Elite Four? Xiaomao is with a wealthy lady," Zheng Wei exclaimed, suddenly feeling that his lifetime degree wasn't as appealing anymore. Turning back, Xiaomao raised an eyebrow at Zheng Wei. "I'm off now. You keep working hard. I'm envious, but I must take my leave." Zheng Wei clasped his head in despair. "Xiaomao, you are the worst." As they turned the corner, Kina couldn't help but giggle. "Are you teasing your friend?" Xiaomao shrugged nonchalantly. "Not exactly. After all, who could resist the charm of Sister Kina?" "Oh, and what about you?" Kina leaned in closer to Xiaomao. His face flushed. Xiaomao stammered. "I meant any normal man. Kiki, let us go back and rest. We'll have a grand dinner tonight. It's on me." With that, Kina joyfully led Xiaomao forward. "Sister, slow down." Feeling the warmth of her arm, Xiaomao inhaled sharply. This girl was truly full of life.